Chapter 139 Let the missiles fly. Inside the tunnel, 20 meters below the surface, Linyo slowed his steps and instructed his guardsmen around him. Manually activate the green dam and follow me to the nearest small aircraft. Move fast. Don't get bogged down in combat. Did you hear me? Yes, boss. Beast and 5 guardsmen responded in unison. Linyo turned to look at the massive greenskin army crammed into the tunnel, slung his lumberjack gun onto his back, and raised both hands, chanting strange syllables with wails and cries. Invisible sonic fluctuations emanated from him, quickly sweeping over all the orcs. Every orc felt a jolt in their heart, their expressions became excited, their eyes grew round and bright, and they couldn't help but let out animalistic growls. System text appeared. You cast energy absorption witchcraft, continuously extracting a total of 300 universal sonic materials from clan members. You cast word boy witchcraft, boundless morale from Woji Boy Sake, temporarily strengthening the Space Beast clan. For 1 hour, they will always maintain the highest morale, never break, and never retreat. Energy absorption witchcraft came from Psychic Boy, Penpa. Word boy witchcraft came from Woji Boy Sake. Word boy witchcraft required hundreds of universal sonic materials to consume. The good news was that Linyo could chant the incantation for word boy witchcraft while using energy absorption witchcraft to draw out sonic materials to replenish the witchcraft's consumption. Word boy witchcraft was very expensive, each type costing over 100,000 simulation points. Linyo had only learned boundless morale so far. After confirming that the witchcraft covered all orcs, Linyo tightened his lumberjack gun and sped up his charge, leaving a final instruction. Tell the other boys to open fire freely, but don't hit the shuttle I'm going for. Yes, boss. Beast turned and roared a few times, instructing the captains of each squad to lead their boys in free fire, then led the guardsmen to follow Linyo's pace. The ships in orbit around the planet had air-to-ground strike capabilities. The fact that they hadn't launched missiles yet didn't mean they wouldn't later. The ordinary orc boys and boom boys would provide fire support for Linyo and his party, while also drawing away the orbital bombardment. Only then could Linyo lead his guardsmen to snatch the shuttle from under the enemy's nose. Kill. Kill the purple-skinned people. We space beasts are the bosses here. Why-ay-ay-ay. Linyo switched the scrap shield generator to manual mode, stuffed a large handful of scrap into it, and then charged out, heading straight for the battlefield on the ground. A light green shield appeared around him, blocking all incoming bullets and lasers from the front. The moment he stepped onto the ground, Linyo held his gun in his right hand, swept his left hand wildly in front of him, and kept moving. Countless brain freeze techniques were unleashed by him, and every enemy he could see instantly turned into a wooden dummy. Bang 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 bang. The lumberjack gun roared, unleashing a barrage of bullets. Linyo ran and shot, taking down no less than 10 enemies in just one encounter. Beast and 5 guardsmen closely followed Linyo's steps, quickly moving from the cave entrance to the flank of the battlefield, clearing combat space for the orc soldiers behind them. The massive greenskin army swarmed onto the ground, rushing into the enemy ranks like a swarm of locusts passing through. Linyo turned back and unleashed a large area of brain freeze technique, helping the main force control the enemies and gain more advantage, then immediately scanned around, searching for traces of the shuttle. Boss, look there. There's a small aircraft. Beast shouted, pointing at a silver-gray object in the nearby bushes. Looking closely, the shuttle's engine was accelerating, and the surrounding leaves and branches rustled loudly. Quick! Charge over! Don't let it take off! Linyo quickly waved his hand, taking the lead in the charge. That shuttle was a common personnel shuttle, compact in size, no more than 100 meters long, and powered by a simple plasma reactor. Before each takeoff, it had to preheat its thrusters. The pilot looked through the window and saw the greenskins charging towards him, and a chill immediately ran down his spine. Just as he was about to use the communicator to request support, he saw the leading orc point at him. Freeze. The brain freeze technique was unleashed instantly, accurately hitting the shuttle pilot, followed closely by a burst of bullets. Bang bang bang. 3 rapid bursts shattered the cockpit glass, and blood bloomed on the pilot's body, but the control panel in front of him remained undamaged. These 3 precise shots came from Linyo, while the guardsmen behind him aimed their guns at the O'Neill soldiers near the shuttle. After a brief engagement, the shuttle was unscathed, but more than a dozen bodies, riddled with holes, lay around it. In the sky above, 4 missiles trailed fire as they whistled in. Boom! Explosions roared near the tunnel, the ground shook violently, and dust flew everywhere. Bright flames shot into the sky, and thick black smoke billowed straight upwards. A powerful shockwave, carrying a heatwave, rushed from behind Linyo. Looking back, the indiscriminate air-to-ground missile strikes caused heavy casualties among the orcs and O'Neill in the chaotic battle. The O'Neill cried out in pain, their wails endless. However, the orcs responsible for attracting the aerial firepower were not deterred by the sudden attack. They dragged their broken bodies and continued to roar and fight, doing their best to kill every enemy in front of them. Behind these orcs, the revenge squad led by Xiao Xi did not immediately rush out of the tunnel entrance. According to Linyo's instructions, they had another, more important task to do. Quick! Fire the potion grenades! Xiao Xi shouted, taking out a gun grenade containing an alchemical potion from her pocket. This was a special type of ammunition that Linyo had specifically given to the primitive revenge squad to use. She loaded the gun grenade into the underbarrel grenade launcher, aimed at the sky, and pulled the trigger. Pop pop pop. After a series of crisp sounds, the potion grenades arced high into the sky and came to rest above the battlefield. At an altitude of about 20 meters above the ground, the potion grenades exploded one after another, spraying a large amount of dark green liquid. The orcs were pleasantly surprised to find that their wounds and broken limbs no longer bled. Not only that, but their injuries were recovering at an astonishing speed, and surging vitality filled every part of their bodies. Unseen, a furious power appeared within their bodies. Roar 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 roar. The orcs roared to the sky, their bodies swelling, and thick blood vessels wriggled on the surface of their muscles, like earthworms in mud. Kill the purple-skinned people. This is our territory. Their roars shook the heavens, their fighting spirit surged, and the orcs' movements became even more swift, sending the O'Neill sprawling. Linyo nodded steadily, giving a silent thumbs up to the revenge squad in his heart. They were not intimidated by the terrifying battlefield atmosphere and launched the potion grenades on time. This step was not mandatory, but if they could perfectly complete the task, the subsequent actions would become even smoother. Let's go, get on the aircraft, we're going to the sky. Linyo kicked open the shuttle's hatch, lifted the pilot's body, and threw it outside. The shuttle's control panel was similar to that of a civilian airliner before the crossing, only those with professional training could operate it skillfully. But there were exceptions. Linyo stared at the panel, opened the system interface, and chose to redeem the fifth reward. Reward 5, Offline Retrieval. You are retrieving from the gene knowledge base of TechBoy, Guga, searching for mechanical witchcraft to pilot personnel shuttles. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 1 item. Regardless of what this option was, and regardless of how many simulation points it required, Linyo directly redeemed it. The next second, Linyo's hands moved in unison, his fingers tapping the panel at high frequency. The liquid fuel engines finished preheating, and strong air currents spewed from the shuttle's wings. The fuselage shook, and it took off vertically from the ground. Hold on tight, don't fall off, those two guardsmen are about to launch missiles again. Linyo instructed in a deep voice, securing himself in the pilot's seat with a seatbelt. Beast and the 5 guardsmen were so impressed by their boss that they were almost numb. They didn't have time to praise their boss's coolness and quickly grabbed onto something nearby to secure themselves. The turbine engines on both wings changed direction, adjusting the flight attitude. The shuttle transitioned from vertical ascent to a pitching attitude, and its altitude rapidly climbed. Beep 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 beep. An alarm sounded in the cockpit, and red warning lights flashed wildly. The shuttle was locked by the guardsman's auger matrix, and 4 missiles descended from the sky. 3 of them fell to the ground, while 1 arced through the air and flew from the side of the shuttle. Hold on. Linyo roared, his hands moving so fast on the control panel that they left after images, and the shuttle performed its maximum maneuver. But it wasn't enough. After all, a personnel shuttle was not a fighter jet, and its maneuverability was far inferior to that of a missile. The missile changed direction in midair, leaving a streak of white arc, and continued to rush towards the shuttle. This time, the missile was directly in front of the shuttle, and Linyo could see it with his naked eye. Vibration art, activate. Vibrate vibrate vibrate, intense vibration, massive vibration. Light technique, activate. Flash flash flash, intense flash, blinding flash. Under the dual effects of massive vibration and strong light, the laser guidance system was destroyed, and the missile's flight attitude became erratic, its flight direction sharply plummeting. Bang. Boom. The missile fell straight down, exploding on the hillside below. Linyo let out a long breath, adjusted the shuttle's flight attitude, and continued to climb upwards. Boss, it looks like something is flying over there. Beast pointed to a few small black dots on the horizon. Linyo glanced at them and cast appraisal technique. The appraisal result showed that they were 6 guardsmen. These ships were originally protecting cargo ships above the primitive settlement, and now they were rushing over to clear out the greenskins. As they traveled, they launched shuttles to transport O'Neill soldiers to the ground battle. Perhaps they had used too many missiles during the previous looting of the primitive, so they did not launch missiles at the shuttle Linyo was in. Those are the purple-skinned people ships. Linyo chuckled, not showing the slightest fear on his face, but rather great excitement. Come, 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 more of them. The more they come, the more fun we'll have fighting. Once we're in the sky, we'll let the purple-skinned people experience what it's like to be bombed. The orcs in the cockpit laughed heartily. Their backpacks were 2 meters high, filled with incredible things, 16 special Gretchen missiles. These missiles were no ordinary missiles, they had been deeply modified by Linyo. The missile's casing was painted black, using Mao Ji's black hair, identical to the material on the Dark Knight. This coating is the perfect stealth material, capable of evading auger matrix detection. The missile's interior was also fitted with a Mao Ji quietly force field generator, helping the missile mask its sound and avoid detection by sonic radar. Additionally, the missile's thrusters and warhead were modified, allowing it to fly and detonate normally in a near-surface orbit environment. The Gretchen controlling the missile was a tick-tock box equipped with an orc brain, which was more reliable than a Gretchen controlling it personally. These stealth missiles, controlled by tick-tock boxes, carried cation pulse bombs that Linyo had exchanged for with heavy gold. These bombs can generate an astonishingly destructive electric field, penetrating all electronic facilities within a large area. It might not be able to shatter an entire ship, but it could definitely paralyze ships without activated void shields, causing them to fall from near-surface orbit. Linyo defined these missiles as tick-tock box cation missiles, or in orc slang, tick-tock boom boom. The only 2 drawbacks were that the tick-tock box used optical guidance, limiting its guidance range, and the missile's range was also restricted by fuel. Under the combined effect of these 2 factors, the maximum flight distance of a tick-tock boom-boom in near-surface orbit was about 200 kilometers. If launched from the ground, due to air resistance from the surface atmosphere, the tick-tock boom-boom's maximum flight distance in a near-surface orbit environment would be reduced to 30 kilometers. Otherwise, Liño wouldn't have gone to such lengths to snatch his shuttle and fly up into space. After dodging 2 more rounds of missile pursuit, the shuttle's flight altitude reached 20 kilometers above sea level. This was the bottom of the stratosphere, where temperatures were below freezing and the air was thin. The cockpit window was shattered, and cold wind whistled in. Liño used mechanical witchcraft to seal the breach, barely maintaining the shuttle's airtightness. Continuing to ascend, the shuttle quickly reached an altitude of 30 kilometers, entering the lower part of the stratosphere. Here, the air temperature actually began to rise, caused by ozone-absorbing ultraviolet light. 130 kilometers diagonally above the shuttle was the lowest point of near-surface orbit. 2 guardsmen had deliberately lowered their altitude to the lowest point of near-surface orbit to bombard the ground with missiles. As the shuttle drew closer, these 2 guardsmen clearly became somewhat flustered. They abandoned their plan to bombard the ground with missiles and, driven by their plasma engines, raised their flight altitude, wanting to distance themselves from the ill-intentioned shuttle. At the same time, 2 fighters equipped with autocannons flew out from the 2 guardsmen. The official purpose of these 2 fighters was space dogfighting, so they could only fight in space and near-surface environments, not enter the stratosphere. The shuttle finally stopped ascending at an altitude of 50 kilometers. 110 kilometers above, the guardsmen were moving away, while the fighters hovered at the lowest point of near-surface orbit, preparing to intercept the shuttle. "Boss, it's so beautiful here," the beast sighed, looking at the scenery outside the window. Vast forest plains spread across the land, like a giant carpet. At the end of this green carpet, the deep blue sea stretched far into the distance, and white clouds, like wisps of cotton, cast dark silhouettes upon the sea and land. At this moment, the planet below transformed into a beautiful, flattened arc-shaped scroll, refreshing and invigorating. Of course, only Liño and the beast could express their feelings in words. Aside from the beast, the other 5 personal guards could only express themselves with crude short phrases like "Wadaik," and "This is awesome. We'll have plenty of chances to admire it later. Everyone, get moving, lift the tick-tock boom-boom to the back, quickly." Liño was the first to snap out of his appreciation for the beautiful scenery, loudly urging the boys to work. Under his command, 16 tick-tock boom-booms were launched in 4 batches, with 4 missiles per batch. The shuttle's front and rear compartments were separated by an aerodynamic hatch. After the missiles were placed in the rear compartment, Liño pressed a button, opened the outer hatch of the rear compartment, and tilted the shuttle's nose upward. Under gravity, 4 missiles slid out from the rear compartment. Liño took out the controller and pressed the ignition button, the tick-tock box received the command, and the missile's propulsion unit began to operate. Whoosh 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 whoosh. 4 pure black missiles flew past the shuttle with a slight whooshing sound, quickly becoming tiny, almost invisible black dots. After 4 rounds of launches, a total of 16 missiles entered combat status. At this moment, the 6 guardsmen arriving from afar as reinforcements had just entered the missile's maximum range. A total of 8 guardsmen, including the previous 2, appeared within striking range. The cargo ships used to load primitive and spoils of war had not appeared. Liño felt a bit regretful. He had prepared the missiles assuming all enemy ships would be present. The O'Neill Group's raiding fleet was not comparable to a regular army, their ships did not have void shields, relying purely on thick external armor plates for protection. The cation bombs were incredibly accurate, as long as they hit the target, they would definitely paralyze the ship's engines, causing them to fall from the sky. "Hold on tight, we're going back to the ground." Liño switched his flight posture, controlling the shuttle to head towards the surface. Boss, are we going back already? I thought we could board the ships and fight the purple-skinned people on board." The beast looked up at the high space, eager to try. Liño glanced sideways at his subordinate, the beast and the personal guards all seemed a bit disappointed. Coming all the way up to space, only to return without a fight, the green-skinned big shots were a little displeased. Boys, listen up," Liño said in a deep voice. "We Space Beast are the sharpest orc troops. Our melee combat strength is impeccable, and our long-range sniping ability is even more exceptional. Only enemies who can withstand our long-range sniping are worth fighting us up close." The beast pondered for a few seconds, then nodded vigorously. "I understand, boss. You mean those 8 ships definitely can't withstand our tick-tock boom-boom, so they're not worth us getting up close and personal with our knives and guns." "Exactly." Liño showed approval, almost letting slip, "You can be taught." The beast scratched his head, looking at the star-studded deep space, and grumbled. "But why haven't those 8 ships exploded yet? Is our tick-tock boom-boom broken?" "No, beast." Liño smiled slightly, let the tick-tock boom-boom fly for a while. As soon as his voice fell, 2 large areas of golden-white light exploded above them. The pupils of the beast and the 5 personal guards slowly contracted. These 2 golden-white lights were like 2 newborn suns, expanding outwards with a violent intensity, instantly enveloping the 2 guardsmen and the fighters. When the golden-white glare slowly dissipated, the 4 flying objects had already entered a state of freefall. Their bodies swayed crookedly, like top-heavy drunkards, falling uncontrollably towards the ground. "Wow, they're going to crash into smithereens. Is this the power of the tick-tock boom-boom? It's much stronger than the boom-boom guns and choppy-choppy we use." The beast exclaimed loudly, dancing with joy. On the other side, about 50 kilometers horizontally from the shuttle, the 6 guardsmen that had come as reinforcements also encountered the golden white glare. They immediately followed in the footsteps of their comrades, plummeting downwards in an irreversible manner. 2 fighters and 8 guardsmen quickly entered the atmosphere. Their outer casings rubbed violently against the thin atmosphere, and thick black smoke and flames spewed from within. Within a dozen seconds, the 2 fighters disintegrated, shattered by the planet's gravity and atmosphere, becoming scattered, burning debris flying across the sky. As Lin Yo piloted the shuttle nearing the ground, the 8 guardsmen could no longer withstand the air resistance. They were designed for space combat and had never considered operating in an atmospheric environment. Their hull frames were completely unable to withstand the strong air resistance. At an altitude of approximately 60,000 meters above the ground, the 8 guardsmen, which had already turned into massive fireballs, successively exploded. Boom 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 boom. 8 thunderous explosions echoed in the sky, a vast sea of fire dyed half the sky red, and a rain of fire poured down from above. The orc and primitive on the ground looked up at the sky. The orc cheered and roared, violently pounding their chests, shouting their boss's name. The Avengers, led by Xiao Xi, wept bitterly, clasping their hands together in this unique meteor shower, silently praying for the departed souls. The beast looked at the scene in the sky, lost in thought. Boss, so fighting doesn't necessarily mean seeing the enemy. Yes, beast. Remember, we are intelligent beings, not monkeys. Only Gretchen would ignore beyond visual range weapons and go for boarding actions. Understood. Boss. I've remembered. We are space beasts who specialize in beyond visual range strikes. Only those who can withstand our ultra-long range strikes are worthy of facing us face to face. Yes, that's right. Lin Yo was quite relieved. Gretchen is a derogatory term for space marine, named after the pointed mouth appearance of the MKVI power armor's helmet. When encouraging the beast to adopt a mixed long-range and close-range combat strategy, Lin Yo didn't mention one thing. Beyond visual range strikes are based on highly developed mechanical witchcraft and abundant raw material supplies. Currently, only orc warlords can afford this kind of long-range bombardment. Not to mention anything else, just take the cation pulse bomb. Those 16 cation bombs were medium-sized, consuming a total of 1,600 tons of solid promethium ore. These promethium ores came from the Iron Tribe. It was fortunate that Wu Boisake had enough influence, otherwise, it would have been impossible to gather such a quantity of promethium ore. Chapter 140 An Unexpected Surprise. Lin Yo's shuttle landed smoothly. Centered around the entrance to the treasury, within a 2-kilometer radius, the ground was torn up by bombs, with deep brown fertile soil covered in grotesque wreckage and charred black patches. The Space Beast clan's numbers had dwindled to just over 1,000. In exchange, the O'Neill's ground forces were completely annihilated, and all 8 guardsmen ships in orbit around the planet had fallen. Now, it was up to the O'Neill group to react. If they wanted to fight, Lin Yo would accompany them. If they didn't want to fight and wanted to escape, Lin Yo didn't plan to pursue. He understood the principle of not chasing a cornered foe. After giving the beasts the command to drag the shuttle underground, Lin Yo found a spot in the shade at the edge of the battlefield and quickly performed online and offline operations. Going offline on the spot, his consciousness returned to his human body. Going online again, his consciousness passed through the star sea and arrived above the planet. Taking this opportunity, Lin Yo observed the raiding fleet more closely. Very good, the fleet's sole remaining cargo ship was leaving the planet. As Lin Yo's consciousness reached the space above the planet, the cargo ship had just lowered its shields, covering all its portholes, a sign that it was about to enter the warp. After another online and offline cycle, Lin Yo's consciousness once again arrived above the planet. This time, he saw the cargo ship open a warp entrance and transform into a stream of light, shooting into it. At this point, the O'Neill fleet that raided the planet was either dead or had fled. Lin Yo mused that the O'Neill group probably wouldn't come back. It was a cold trade group focused on making money, not an imperium of man eager to conquer the galaxy. The development of the greenskins on this planet was unstoppable, continuing to send ships here would simply be a losing business. Therefore, the next ship or fleet to appear in orbit around the planet would very likely come from the Bone Drinkers. Lin Yo's objective for the Bone Drinkers operation was to capture samples alive, not to slaughter them all. From this perspective, close quarters combat would be indispensable in the next battle. Building near-ground orbiters to transport orcs into the sky, launching boarding actions against the enemy, and capturing Bone Drinkers alive during combat. This was one line of thought, very much in line with the orc's daring and aggressive style. However, although Lin Yo was in an orc body, his mind was still his own. He thought of another, more refined combat strategy. After Xiao Xi's husband was infected by the Bone Drinkers, he had uttered a threat before he died. This threat was spoken by the Bone Drinkers controlling Xiao Xi's husband, representing the true thoughts of the entire Bone Drinkers civilization. In this statement, the Bone Drinkers said that the treasury on this planet was their civilization's heritage, and the orcs should not even think of possessing it. Clearly, the Bone Drinkers had some obsession with the treasury here. Did this mean that something in the treasury was unique and that the Bone Drinkers absolutely had to get their hands on it? Lin Yo felt that this was very likely the case. Using this treasure as bait, luring the Bone Drinkers deep into the treasury, and then catching them like a turtle in a jar, wouldn't that get him live experimental samples? As long as he had one living Bone Drinker, he could use fungi ability to extract all its secrets. Whether the other Bone Drinkers lived or died was not important. At this thought, the combat strategy in Lin Yo's mind became increasingly clear. He controlled his space body and walked out of the thicket. On the battlefield ahead, the orcs were dragging 4 shuttles into the underground cave, pain boys were treating the wounded, and Tech Boy were tinkering in the shuttle's cockpits, modifying the control panels to their liking. Xiao Xi's revenge team returned to the treasury, bringing up the alchemical potions Li Niu had prepared beforehand. They poured the potions into spray bottles, diluted them with water, and sprayed the light green liquid onto the bodies of the orcs and O'Neill. The potion was rich in fermented liquid from corpse-degrading fungi. The bodies would be decomposed by the potion, turning into liquefied ammonium nitrogen fertilizer to seep into the soil. When orcs fought and died, they unconsciously scattered a large number of reproductive spores. After the previous battle, the battlefield was already covered with a layer of reproductive spores. The appearance of liquid nitrogen fertilizer promoted the accelerated development and growth of the spores. In at most 5 teraday, thousands of Orc Boy and some Squig and Gretchen would grow out of the ground. You have led the Space Beast clan to a victory. Your clan annihilated approximately 90,000 enemy troops, gaining plus 90,000 points. Your clan destroyed 8 raiding ships converted from guardsmen, gaining plus 8,000 points. You received 6,224 likes from Space Beast members, gaining plus 18,672 points. You have gained a total of approximately 116,000 points. Remaining simulation points, 676,000 points. With the departure of the transport ship, this battle was declared over, and system messages appeared in his field of vision. But why did destroying the ships also grant points? Was it because he eliminated the ship's machine spirits? Li Niu was a bit confused and didn't have time to ponder it deeply for now. He closed the message interface and came before the revenge team, communicating with them in the Bone Drinkers' language. Xiao Xi, what's the casualty situation of your team? The primitive who participated in the revenge had basically adapted to the existence of green-skinned creatures. Li Niu's physique was the most robust among the many greenskins, and the primitive's gaze towards him was mostly respectful and awestruck, no longer showing fear. We lost 1/3 of our people. We sent their bodies to the incinerator. Those who survived only have minor injuries and won't hinder work. Xiao Xi led the primitive in bowing to Li Niu, abandoning her previous habit of kneeling and kowtowing at every turn. You are all excellent, I acknowledge your combat power and cohesion, but now is not the time to celebrate, new enemies may appear at any time. Xiao Xi, you should remember what that bone drinker said before he died, right? Xiao Xi knew Li Niu was referring to her husband, who was infected by the bone drinkers, and a fleeting sadness crossed her face. She exchanged glances with her teammates, nodding slightly to each other, their expressions becoming solemn and grave. Yes, we are well aware that the battle is not over. In fact, each of us is prepared to die with the bone drinkers. We will use our lives to tell the bone drinkers that we are not their slaves. Li Niu scanned the crowd, seeing the same expression on their faces as Xiao Xi's, their eyes, ready to face death, filled with the power brought by revenge and resistance. You come with me, I have some things to discuss with you, the rest continue spraying the potion. Yes, Li Niu walked towards the cave, and Xiao Xi handed her spray bottle to her deputy and followed Li Niu's steps. The two entered underground, stepping into the treasury. The orcs' production and animal husbandry work were carried out in the clan camp outside the treasury, and the treasury gate was guarded by an orc squad. Normally, only Li Niu's orc bodyguards and Xiao Xi were allowed to enter here. Xiao Xi, have the collections in the treasury been inventoried? I have finished inventorying them. Due to time constraints, I couldn't compile a list, so I can only verbally describe the situation here for you. Go ahead, I'm listening. Li Niu stopped behind the door, letting the orc squad guarding it wait outside. The treasury became quiet, and Xiao Xi recounted the inventory results, emphasizing 2 collections. The first collection was the Bone Drinker's gene seed editing equipment that Li Niu had absorbed. That thing was 3 meters high, 5 meters wide, shaped like a skull hand with 5 fingers spread upwards, weighing at least a ton. My ancestors once said that this set of equipment was passed down from the previous civilization, and the Bone Drinkers valued it greatly. But strangely, it's gone. I can't understand why. Li Niu guiltily rubbed the bridge of his nose, cleared his throat, and said with his hands behind his back. I forgot to tell you. I had the beasts move this machine, I have a use for it. So that's it. Xiao Xi pointed to a corner of the treasury, changing the subject. The second important collection I want to mention is over there. It's a bone drinker's breeding machine. Li Niu was startled, breeding machine? For breeding bone drinkers' babies. No, The breeding machine is used to help the bone drinkers conceive new life. Xiao Xi walked and talked, slowly explaining the process of bone drinkers' reproduction. The bone drinkers were a Gestalt civilization, they could reproduce both asexually and sexually. Life forms parasitized by the bone drinkers could undergo sexual reproduction through the life form's reproductive method. This method of reproduction was relatively secretive and could directly transform new generations into bone drinkers, but its disadvantage was slow reproductive speed. The bone drinkers' asexual reproduction was achieved through spores, similar to rhizopus. A special structure called a sporangiophore would form on their mycelial body. The tip of the sporangiophore would swell to form a sporangium, which would crack open when mature, spewing parasitic spores. After an infected person passed the initial infection stage, they could spew a wave of parasitic spores every 30 days, with the number of spores being less than 10. Spores would spread through air, water, feces, and skin contact. To accelerate the speed of asexual reproduction, it had to be done in the culture tank of the breeding machine. According to the history of the previous civilization recounted by their ancestors, the highly intelligent and educated individuals most valued by the bone drinkers were regularly arranged to observe the bone drinkers' asexual reproduction. They would stop in front of machines over 20 meters tall, witnessing the entire process of giant sporocarps splitting open in cultivation tanks. Under the care of the feeding machines, sporocarps could grow to several meters in length, and from their appearance to splitting, only 24 terra-days were needed. At the moment of splitting, millions of parasitic spores burst out from the massive sporocarp, and the spore's inherent white light instantly filled the tall cultivation tank, leaving people deeply shaken. Wait, white light. Linyo's steps slowed. Isn't the light of parasitic spores blue-violet? Linyo had previously seen the bone drinker's parasitic spores on a commercial spy, and the spore's light was indeed blue-violet, not white. Xiao Xi frowned slightly, thinking as she replied. Blue-violet? My ancestor told me it was white. In my impression, my ancestor never mentioned blue-violet parasitic spores to me. Linyo took a slight breath, remembering the profound meaning contained in the blue-violet light, and almost blurted out a curse in front of Xiao Xi. Damn it, the bone drinkers might have sided with someone, and it's the blue-haired bird. Of course, there is another explanation. The parasitic spores on the commercial spy mutated, and their external manifestation of this mutation was emitting blue-violet light. Color transformation due to mutation is quite common in the fungal kingdom. But this is the warmer world, and when it comes to siding with someone, it's better to believe it than not. Linyo gradually realized the seriousness of the matter. There is a certain probability that the ships appearing in orbit around the planet in the future will be controlled by the blue-haired bird's followers. The blue-haired bird's attitude towards its followers is different from the other three chaos inimical powers. Kern is generous with blessings to those who fight well, no matter who they pledge allegiance to. Kern will highly praise their bravery. Nurgle and Slaanish's followers can also gain some benefits after making contributions. Only Tsianch, that jerk, likes to burn bridges. It seeks variables in its plans, uses variables to achieve its goals, and finally transforms its subordinates who execute the plans into chaos spawn. Now look at the feeding machine in front of him. The main body of this device is a glass tank and a base, with its own energy system, nutrient generation system, and ecological maintenance system. After loading plasma reactants, nutrient materials, and pure water, it can operate autonomously, allowing a single parasitic spore to grow vigorously into a reproductive machine. The original spores were only the size of a ping-pong ball, but after being cultivated by the feeding machine, they could grow to 5 or 6 meters in diameter. Its mycelia would entwine together, forming a sporocarp, and birth ping-pong ball-sized parasitic spores. The entire process only lasts about 10 terra-days. At present, with the bone drinker's civilization just recovering, such an important troop-producing machine will certainly receive the bone drinker's attention. Linyo is now basically certain that what the bone drinkers cannot forget in this place is precisely the feeding machine. He had originally planned to use the feeding machine as bait to catch a live sample of a bone drinkers. But after discovering that the bone drinkers might have sided with the blue-haired bird, Linyo worried that what he would catch would not be a bone drinker's sample, but a chaos spawn. Linyo stretched out his hand towards the machine, which occupied over 100 square meters, and his fingertips touched its metal casing, causing several lines of system information to refresh in his vision. Hey? This machine can also be used to upgrade the system? You have touched the bone drinker's feeding machine. Fungal simulation function has been temporarily enhanced, adding the following simulation options. 1. Large-scale automated cultivation of bone drinkers. 2. Bone drinkers gene purity comparison and adjustment. 3. Bone drinkers spore selection, i.e., automatically clearing spores with gene purity below the threshold, retaining only those above the threshold. Absorbing this machine can permanently upgrade system functions. Do you wish to absorb? This machine can compare gene templates and adjust the gene purity of the bone drinkers. Could it be that there is a perfect bone drinker's gene template inside the machine? Linyo's heart rate accelerated. He pulled out the cleaver he carried with him and pried open the machine's casing, revealing various pipelines. Clang, after a methodical disassembly, Linyo found a logic circuit board inside the machine. As he held this item in his hand, system messages popped up again. You have touched a logic circuit board containing genetic information. This item carries the bone drinker's standard gene template. Bone drinkers are fungi, and their gene template belongs to the fungal category. Do you wish to save the gene template to the gene library? Linyo's mouth curved upwards uncontrollably. Today is a good day. A great day. He didn't get the bone drinker's spores he had been longing for, but he got the bone drinker's gene template. And it's even a perfect version of the gene template. Linyo immediately chanted silently in his mind. Save to gene library. There was no change to the logic circuit board in his hand, but the gene template recorded within it had appeared in the gene library. The standard gene template carries perfect gene segment samples, representing the most perfect form of a life form. After a Space Marine's apothecary obtains a Primarch's gene template, he can use this template to create the army's gene seed. Similarly, with the bone drinker's gene template, Linyo can create bone drinker's gene seed. By cultivating this gene seed in a suitable individual and allowing it to modify the individual, one can obtain a life form with gene segments similar to the bone drinkers. This process is exactly the same as an apothecary transforming a recruit into a Space Marine using gene seed. Linyo manipulated the system interface with his mind and immediately initiated a fungal gene simulation experiment. You have selected bone drinker's standard gene template as the experimental subject. You are using a single molecule gene sequencer to examine this template, searching for gene encodings related to chaos. Examination complete. No gene encodings related to chaos were found. Oh yet. Linyo cheered in his heart and continued to check the system messages. You are using various gene editing tools to attempt to insert the Bone Drinker's standard gene template into the expression vector CVCPSEABB15 yeast. Gene editing work has begun. Day 1, you treated yeast cells with lithium salt to increase the permeability of the cell membrane, thereby facilitating the entry of the gene template into the cells. Day 15, the yeast fully expressed the effects of gene editing. You have obtained a gene-edited product. You are using a single molecule sequencer to examine it. Examination complete. With the Bone Drinker's standard gene template as a reference, the gene purity of the gene-edited product is 39%, which can be regarded as a subspecies of the Bone Drinkers. Congratulations on successful simulation. Please name the gene-edited product. Linyo pondered for a moment, then mentally input a name. Type 1 Quasi Bone Drinkers, gene purity 39%. After naming was complete, Linyo initiated a gene analysis on the Type 1 Quasi Bone Drinkers. In the holographic image presented by the system, the yeast, which should have developed in colony form, had now transformed into a single individual. This thing is the Quasi Bone Drinkers. This object has a round, plump body, about 3 cm in diameter, with tiny protrusions distributed on its surface, and rod-like structures extending from the protrusions, with small tentacles at the ends of the rod-like structures. Its appearance was similar to the Bone Drinkers Linyo had seen before, but its inherent light was pure white, not blue-violet. After initiating the gene analysis, the system presented all of this object's gene segments and gene functions. Upon seeing one of the gene functions, even with Linyo's composure, he couldn't help but tremble. Gene segment, sample 22 clone 001 frag 000011. Function, this gene segment is related to the communication method of the Quasi Bone Drinkers. When the Quasi Bone Drinkers develops to a certain life stage, it will gain spiritual communication ability, adding fungi ability, spiritual network. When this fungi ability is activated, you can establish a spiritual network with a specific target, allowing for mental communication that ignores physical barriers. Due to gene purity being below 80%, this fungi ability is temporarily unavailable. Spiritual communication network. One of the signature techniques of the Bone Drinkers civilization. Although it is temporarily unavailable due to insufficient gene purity, it is still a means of interstellar communication that breaks free from the imperium of man's constraints. Linyo's heart surged with excitement, and he forced himself to calm down, checking other gene functions at the fastest speed. Xiao Xi, I'm thinking, please don't disturb me for now. Yes, da. Linyo held his head, gazing at the logic pipeline in his hand, his eyes flickering. Xiao Xi stood by silently, not daring to speak, waiting patiently. Chapter 141 Brainwave Confrontation with Chagatai. More than 10 minutes later, Linyo finished reading the Bone Drinker's gene template, and his surging thoughts calmed down. There were 2 pieces of news before him, one good and one bad. The good news was that after the gene purity reached 80%, the pseudo-Bone Drinkers could provide 3 fungi abilities. They were Spiritual Network, Bone Drinking Art, and Enslavement Art. Spiritual Network needs no further explanation, those who understand, understand. Bone Drinking Art was quite powerful, its effect was to forcibly extract the target's spinal marrow to rapidly heal his own injuries until the target was drained to death. Enslavement Art was even more overbearing, it could forcibly convert living beings into his servants. The 3 fungi abilities were stronger than the last, but the bad news was that the unlock difficulty for all 3 fungi abilities was very high. When the pseudo-Bone Drinker's gene purity reached 80%, Spiritual Network would be unlocked. At 90%, Bone Drinking Art would be unlocked. At 95%, Enslavement Art would be unlocked. From 90% to 95%, it only increased by 5 percentage points, but the difficulty involved could be described as an insurmountable chasm. I believe many WarHammer players have been puzzled by the same question. Why do apothecaries in the 40k era get headaches over the decrease in gene seed purity? If the purity decreases, couldn't they just remove the impurities from the gene seed? With fewer impurities, the purity would naturally increase, wouldn't it? Actually, it's not like that. After impurities are removed, the gene segments where the impurities originally resided are blank, there is no gene encoding on them, so the gene seed's purity will not increase. The only way to improve gene seed is to perform positive editing work on the existing gene seed according to a perfect gene template. In the 40k era of WarHammer, the Primarch's gene templates were mostly lost. Apothecaries could only create new gene seeds by referring to the gene seed with the highest purity. But there's a problem here. The expression vector of the gene template itself will also contain certain gene segments. The expression vector Linyo chose was the yeast he developed CVCPSEABB15. The gene segments of this yeast were very concise, possessing only the basic functions required for yeast metabolism. But even so, the pseudo-Bone Drinkers produced using this yeast as an expression vector only had 39% gene purity. The Space Marine's gene seed was even more complex. When apothecaries replicated gene seed, the purity of the new gene seed would inevitably decrease. This led to a phenomenon that caused headaches for warband apothecaries. The purity of gene seed showed a general trend of only decreasing, never increasing. To combat the problem of purity decline, by the 40k era, various warbands widely adopted the Ultramarine's gene seed. On one hand, as a Primarch, Guilliman did not fall to chaos or go missing, so he could stably produce gene templates. On the other hand, the Ultramarine's gene seed purity was very stable, only decreasing when directly exposed to radiation and chaos corruption. This indirectly indicates that the expression vector used to create the Ultramarine's gene seed was nearly perfect. This expression vector could not only fully express Guilliman's gene template but also provide it with additional resistance, ensuring that its gene segments would not be easily tampered with. Linyo thought of 2 ideas to improve the gene purity of the pseudo-bone drinkers. First, use the fungi simulation function to discover yeast with stronger gene expression capabilities, thereby increasing the pseudo-bone drinkers' gene purity. Second, get in touch with the Ultramarines and find a way to obtain the expression vector they used to create gene seed. There was little hope for the first idea. This was Linyo's honest opinion. When the system developed the CVCPSEABB15 type yeast, it consumed over 100,000 simulated teradays. After this yeast was born, Linyo conducted a large number of improvement experiments on it, only to find that it was counterproductive, and the expression ability actually decreased. Therefore, on the path of using fungi gene simulation to develop expression vectors, Linyo was temporarily at a dead end. Only when new yeast appears, and it happens to be usable for gene editing, will the expression vector usher in a major update. The second idea had a glimmer of hope. Find a dead Ultramarines, extract the gene seed from him, and the expression vector would be obtained. A lone Ultramarine's corpse was hard to find. In large-scale casualty conflicts, it was easier to find Ultramarines' corpses, especially those whose gene seeds hadn't been recovered in time. Linyo tried to search his memory, looking for significant events with large-scale Ultramarines casualties. Soon, a classic example of how the Blue Boys grew more numerous with each fight appeared in his mind. The Battle of Calth, the campaign where the Word-Bearers ambushed the Ultramarines but were pushed back, occurred in 007.M31. Ugh, no, the Battle of Calth will only happen 21 years later, my hair will turn white waiting. I still need to think of other ways and deal with the upcoming bone drinkers first. Linyo sighed inwardly, sweeping the thoughts out of his mind. He placed the logic conduit on the ground, smashed it with a machete, and physically destroyed the gene template contained within. Linyo still felt uneasy, so he took out a can of liquid promethium from the fungus warehouse. This can of liquid promethium was refined from promethium ore by the primordial fuel fungi and could be temporarily stored in the fungus warehouse. He poured the liquid promethium over the fragments of the logic conduit and burned them on the spot. Flames danced, a burnt smell permeated the air, and the fragments of the logic conduit melted in the fire, turning into sticky black goo. Linyo nodded with satisfaction and called Xiao Xi to return the way they came. Upon reaching the main entrance of the treasury, 4 shuttles appeared in the camp outside the door. Tech boys were jumping around inside the shuttles, making extensive modifications to them. Linyo sent Xiao Xi to spray disinfectant on the ground. Xiao Xi accepted the order, bowed, and quickly left. The beast trotted over gleefully, holding a beast hide with a list of supplies recorded on it. Boss, we captured over 3,000 laser rifles, 60 purple-skinned people communicators, a dozen data slates. The beast jabbered on, inventorying the spoils of war, and finally said. I sent 8 motor boys out to scout ahead, in half a teraday at most, they'll find the location of the wrecked ship. Boss, should we build boom-boom war buggies first, or click-clack fighter jets? No rush, let's first figure out our strategy for later before deciding what to build. Linyo snapped his fingers at the beast and instructed. Bring me the captured data slates, I want to see if there's any important intelligence inside. All right, boss, I'll be right there. The beast scurried away and returned half a minute later, clutching a dozen data slates. Linyo took a data slate from his arms, examined it carefully, and motioned for him to follow. Come, follow me into the treasury, I have something important for you to do. The beast told the orc boys outside to guard the gate, then entered with a pile of data slates. The data slates came from the O'Neill squad leader, and their contents were largely similar. Most were internal announcements and combat orders from the O'Neill raiding fleet, with a small portion being passionate short videos privately filmed by the O'Neill. Linyo cleared his throat, closed the data slate, and handed it to the beast, then led him to the bone drinker's breeding machine and stopped. The machine's casing had been pried open by Linyo, exposing the internal pipes and wires. Linyo introduced the purpose of each component to the beast and instructed him on what to do. The beast listened to Linyo's words, his eyes darting mischievously as he snickered. Boss, you're amazing. You can even come up with such cunning methods. You truly are my boss. The beast enthusiastically gave a thumbs up. Linyo waved his hand, dismissing the beast's flattery, and said in a deep voice. Did you remember everything I said? Destroy the precision components that need to be destroyed, and at the same time, clear out a space that can accommodate an orc kid. I'm going to put a special orc in there. Don't mess up what I told you to do. The enemies that appear later will be much stronger than the purple-skinned people, we can't make even the slightest mistake. Yet. Boss, don't worry, I promise I'll get it done perfectly for you. The beast put away his smile and nodded with a serious expression. Good, then I'm leaving. Linyo nodded slightly and went offline on the spot. Boss, take care. Linyo's consciousness left Space's body, and Space's demeanor subtly changed. The beast placed the data slates he was holding into Space's arms and, mimicking Linyo, snapped his fingers. Follow me, I have something for you to do. Yet. Space responded and followed behind the beast. When Linyo was present, Space, possessed by Linyo, was the boss. When Linyo was not present, Space was the beast's subordinate, and the beast was the temporary boss. Ordinary orc could not switch roles as smoothly as the beast, only orc with bumkid genes could do so. At the same time the Space Beast clan was rapidly producing soldiers. At the border between the solar system and the dim star region. The void was quiet and distant, the sea of stars vast, and the stars twinkled. The 915th Expeditionary Fleet was departing from a planet shrouded in black smoke. This planet was once marked as NCXS. The Imperium's cartographers used NC to represent planets not yet compliant with the Imperium, X to represent planets occupied by Xenos, and S to represent that the planet was on the Expeditionary Fleet's itinerary. As the 915th Expeditionary Fleet departed, the planet's designation would soon be changed. The Xenos civilization on it had been eradicated, leaving behind only ruins awaiting reconstruction and humans compliant with the Imperium. Note 0. In the center of the Expeditionary Fleet, the Gloriana-class flagship, the Storm Sword, was celebrating its victory. This command flagship belonged to Kogaris, the Gene Seed Primarch of the White Scars army. The Storm Sword had a unique decorative style. The exclusive mounts of other Primarches often featured carved glass and exquisite colonnades, inlaid with silver threads and gilded carvings as embellishments, using gold and silver to display the Primarch's nobility. However, inside the Storm Sword, all decorations and cabin layouts had to prioritize speed. Ostentatious decorations were all removed, as their weight would only hinder the ship's acceleration. Thick, soft velvet carpets were replaced with thin beast hide carpets. They weren't particularly aesthetically pleasing, and didn't feel as soft as carpets when stepped on, but their lightness was unmatched by carpets. High-backed chairs were discarded, chair backs were halved in height to further reduce the burden on acceleration. Wherever plastisteel could be used, ceramite was avoided. Wherever ordinary steel could be used, plastisteel was avoided. Wherever bulletproof plastic could be used, steel was avoided. This drastic reduction in the flagship's mass resulted in the fastest flagship in the entire Imperium of Man. Note 1. Fast is good, cool is great. This was the core philosophy of the Imperium's speed demons, the White Scars army. Even the servo-automata scribes in the scriptorium had fewer metal protective plates than their counterparts, reducing their mass to the lowest possible level. While other servo-automata were protected by armor, it could only wrap most of its body in beast hide, typing on a lightweight mechanical keyboard to print documents. Click-clack click-clack. Ding. The mechanical keyboard made a crisp sound, and a new document was printed. The scribe servo-automata used a synthesized electronic voice to remind the scribe working at the desk. Astropathic communication, 01-13 World, Hive Apimite, Governor's letter. Printing complete. The scribe took the printout, and a faint light gleamed in her eyes, though it was unclear what she saw on it. Pushing open the door, she left the scriptorium and walked along the narrow corridor to the entrance of the celebration site, where the rich aroma of roasted meat and the smell of machine oil wafted into her nostrils. 2 Keshik, wearing master-crafted power armor, guarded the door. They were members of Kogaris's personal guard, responsible for protecting the Primarch's safety at close range. The tall Keshik bowed his head slightly, his dark red lenses shimmering, as external sensors scanned the scribe in a very short time. By Chijeki, is this document very important? Does it have to be delivered now? The Keshik's voice came through the sound array device. Note 2. By Chijeki nodded. That's right, this document is very important. Khan told me that whoever could match the last 2 lines of the poem in their reply, I should show that person's letter to him as soon as possible. Bai Chijeki waved the document in her hand. The deputy governor of Epimedius matched Khan's poem. According to Khan's instructions, I must deliver this document to him as soon as possible. All right, give it to me. The Keshik took the document with his right hand, covered by a metal gauntlet, his movements gentle and cautious, so as not to accidentally crush the paper. The Keshik used an internal communication channel to have the person behind the door open the gate. The moment the door opened, a cacophony of noise surged from within, sharply filling the corridor. A circular ramp was located in the center of the celebration site, where motorcycles spewed thick smoke, moving in circles on the ramp, their engines roaring. The servo-automata of the heavy metal band shook their heads up and down, unleashing a furious wave of sound with their sound array devices and electric guitars. Fat, sturdy sheep were roasted over primitive bonfires, and 2 beast-hide-clad servo-automata occasionally turned the sizzling, oil-dripping roasted whole sheep. On the elevated platforms around, the White Scars company captains gathered, eating meat heartily, drinking heavily, and occasionally letting out wails like ghosts and wolves. In the deepest part of the celebration venue, Kogaris sat majestically on his throne, Xeno skull specimens impaled on the spikes of the chair back, suspended in the air. Kogaris held a microphone, performing his signature skill for the crowd throat singing. Hoo! A powerful breath impacted his vocal cords, creating resonance within his oral cavity. Kogaris precisely controlled the shape of his throat and the position of his tongue, achieving a dual-tone sound, with the low notes thick and deep, and the high notes ethereal and distant. Hiss! The pneumatic gate closed. The sounds of the celebration were cut off by the metal door, and silence returned to the corridor, as Bai Chijeki turned and left. Behind the door, the throat singing continued. Hoo-yi! O-o-let, o-o-let, woo-woo-woo-woo o-o-let, woo-ya-yi, poet, poet, poet. The sound waves impacted every corner of the venue in successive surges, and the band servo-automata shook their heads with increasing vigor. Dazzling lights flickered wildly like lightning, outlining the figures as mysterious and wild. Kogaris's voice was incredibly penetrating, like a peal of thunder. He roared and howled, expressing rebellion against his circumstances, persistence in his dreams, and overflowing with an unyielding belief in breaking all shackles through his song. After a long while, the song ended, and thunderous applause and cheers erupted. Kogaris handed his personal microphone to a servo-automata for maintenance and took the letter from the Keshik to read. It's celebration time. Why did Bijajeka send a document over? Kogaris wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel, somewhat impatiently unfolding the letter. The Keshik replied. Bijajeka said that the person who wrote this letter matched your poem. Kogaris paused, his gaze skipping over the first half of the letter's content and going directly to the last 2 lines of the poem. Kogaris's gaze solidified, and at his command, a servo skull nearby opened a data slate, pulling up the letter sent to the deputy governor of Epimedius. Placing the 2 letters together, the poems within them connected. Do not say slander is as deep as waves, do not say exiles are like sinking sand. Though 1,000 siftings and 10,000 washings are arduous, only after blowing away the mad sand will gold appear. Note 3. In the letter to Epimedius, Kogaris knew that the young deputy governor would suffer hardships due to new technology, so he used do not say slander is as deep as waves, do not say exiles are like sinking sand as encouragement, hinting at his anticipation and desire to cooperate with the other party. And in Linyo Wierxai's reply to Kogaris, Linyo Wierxai accurately matched the next 2 lines. Though 1,000 siftings and 10,000 washings are arduous, only after blowing away the mad sand will gold appear. The era in which these 4 lines of poetry appeared was too distant, they were written in a unique language called Xia language, and their origin is no longer verifiable. After meeting his father, Kogaris accompanied him on a trip to Terra, where he discovered a large number of beautiful Xia language poems in an ancient museum. Regrettably, only he and a few brothers extremely close to him could understand their charm, others had no feeling for this type of poetry. Now, there might be one more person who shared his language. Kogaris couldn't help but show joy. This Nest capital deputy governor named Linyo Wierxai is interesting. I'm very curious. Does he master the Xia language, and does he truly understand the meaning of these 4 lines? The Keshik glanced at the 4 lines of poetry and shook his head. Khan, I estimate that Linyo Wierxai, to cater to your preferences, specifically had someone research the origin of the first 2 lines and eventually found the last 2 lines in an ancient museum on Terra. His writing the last 2 lines in his reply does not mean he understands all the connotations of these 4 lines of poetry. It's not that I dislike such flattery, but there are truly not many people in this world who can grasp their profound meaning. What you said makes sense. But no matter what, Linyo Wierxai's approach is much better than that of other governors. I wrote Xia language poems from the ancient Terra 0K era in my letters to them, but they replied to me with Gilliman's high Gothic poetry. Humph. Kogaris folded the letter and put it aside, bending his arm to rest on his leg, and shouted to the people below the platform. Hey, which star region is Epimedius in? The navigator, holding a wine jar, was completely drunk, and he looked up, his face flushed, and replied. Khan. Heek. Epimedius is in the solar system. How long will it take us to get there? Kogaris asked. The navigator opened his third eye and looked at the state of the warp. The war on the nearby planet had just ended, and there were obvious ripples and folds in the warp. The good news was that the star beacon's light remained bright. It provided the navigator with a relatively stable route. Khan, I estimate that if we depart now, we can arrive in 1 Terra day. Kogaris slapped his thigh. Then let's go to Epimedius to replenish some supplies. Once resupplied, we'll set off for the next planet. Tell the bridge to correct the destination to Hive Pimite, and depart immediately. Yes, Khan. The navigator swayed as he stood up, preparing for warp travel. Don't drink and drive, don't drive and drink, but he was driving a ship, what did that have to do with drinking? Besides, he wasn't the only navigator on the ship and in the expeditionary fleet. Chapter 142, Warhammer plagiarist and Khan discussed how. Are the White Scars coming here for supplies? Linyo Wierxai raised an eyebrow. The first rays of morning sun shone into the room. Tai Duo ran over to scrounge for breakfast, bringing an important star message with her. Yes, the star message arrived at the star language court at 9 last night. Calculating the time, the White Scars should arrive at the spaceport this evening. The star message said that Kogaris intends to meet you on his ship. Brandy placed breakfast on the table, and Linyo and Tai Duo ate while chatting. Linyo had originally planned to meet Kogaris, but he hadn't expected the opportunity to come so quickly, leaving him completely unprepared. In Linyo's ideal scenario, the best time to meet Kogaris would be 6 months later. He would use these 6 months to gather intelligence on the White Scars and Kogaris, to understand how similar their cultural backgrounds were to his own before he transmigrated. On that basis, he would cater to his preferences, occasionally sending small items and poems, like playing a gal game to build up his favorability, which might lead to a more long-term cooperation. But now, Kogaris was arriving tonight, and starting to prepare now was truly a bit rushed. Linyo enjoyed his breakfast deep in thought, feeling a hint of pressure. Are you worried about tonight's meeting with Khan? Tai Duo asked. Yes, I'm thinking about how to gain Khan's trust. Once we sell the formula, we'll have ample funds to purchase the operating rights of a planet. I want to buy a mining planet rich in promethium ore, but as you know, such planets can only be obtained by exploring unknown star systems. As governor, I'm not qualified to intervene in interstellar pioneering, I can only rely on external forces, such as Khan's 915th Expeditionary Fleet. Linyo articulated his vision for the future. Tai Duo gradually realized the extraordinary significance of tonight's meeting. Within the Imperium of Man, only expeditionary fleets and rogue traders were qualified to explore unknown star regions and establish colonies. Rogue traders focused more on commercial operations, and their combat forces were far inferior to those of expeditionary fleets. The ones truly responsible for conquering territory were still the expeditionary fleets. The White Scars commanded the 915th Expeditionary Fleet. If a preliminary cooperative relationship could be established with Khan tonight, then Epimedius's prospects could be described as soaring to the sky. Hearing you say that, I'm a bit nervous too. Tai-Duo picked up a napkin, wiped her mouth, and said thoughtfully. Why don't you prepare more poems written in Xiao language? I think Khan would like them. Speaking of poems written in Xiao language, Lin Yo felt an indescribable emotion in his heart. Ancient Terra and the world he was in before transmigrating had some similarities. Ancient Terra's 1K era was from 000 AD to 999 AD. The Xiao language of the Ancient Terra period was similar to the Chinese language of Lin Yo's world before transmigration, allowing Lin Yo to understand it without a teacher. In the letter from the White Scars, there were 2 lines of poetry written in Xiao language. Lin Yo happened to know the next 2 lines of these poems, so he replied in Xiao language. Here, he had to thank his mother, not the mother of Lin Yo, the boy from the lower nest, but his mother from before he transmigrated. When Lin Yo was a child, he was incredibly studious. Under his mother's careful guidance, he learned a vast amount of poetry and songs. Before he even started elementary school, during the kindergarten to elementary transition, he had memorized all the classical Chinese texts for 6 years of elementary school, and it was the same for math and English. Every elementary school exam, he was at the top of his class, which gave him a taste of success, making him even more studious. He completed middle school courses in elementary school, high school courses in middle school, was admitted early to a top university in high school, and pursued a combined bachelor's and master's degree in microbiology. Just as he was about to leave campus and embark on a life of hard work, who knew he would be hit by a dump truck while crossing the road, saving a woman? Alas, it was a mixed blessing. If he hadn't saved the woman who was daydreaming at the intersection, he wouldn't have been hit, nor would he have transmigrated. If he hadn't had that study king spirit from a young age, he wouldn't have mastered a vast amount of poetry and songs. Asking him to use Xiao language poetry as a gift for Khan was possible, but he needed time to recall and prepare poems on different themes, temporarily acting as a warhammer literary plagiarist. Tai-Duo, I have an idea. Leave the preparation of supplies to you. I need to hurry and recall the contents of that Xiao language poetry collection. Lin Yo finished his breakfast in a few quick bites and left his residence with his servo-automata skull and data slate. Okay, give me all your work today. The meeting with Khan tonight is the most important. Tai-Duo quickly ate her breakfast, watching Lin Yo leave. Lin Yo attributed his knowledge of Xiao language poetry to the Xiao language materials he had collected from the public database after entering the upper nest. The documents in the Ancient Terra Museum were not top secret, so they could be found in the public database. They contained over 1,000 Xiao language poems, along with many translations and pronunciation guides by imperial scholars. So, even if he recited poetry in front of Khan, there was nothing strange about it. Time flew by, and it was soon evening. Lin Yo had prepared different plans to deal with various situations, adapting as needed, striving to achieve a secret alliance with Kogaris. The 915th Expeditionary Fleet arrived near Epimedius via warp travel. The orbital command tower had received the star message in advance and cleared out a large number of docks in the spaceport for the Expeditionary Fleet to berth. The storm sword was too massive to enter the spaceport and could only hover at an altitude of about 800 kilometers above the surface. Lin Yo took a shuttle from the spaceport, leaving the nest capital below for the first time, entering the deep, tranquil space. After a series of identity verifications, the shuttle entered the storm sword's visitor berth. Gulp. Wick, dressed in a full set of special agent gear, stood behind Lin Yo, involuntarily swallowing. His gaze passed through the shuttle's porthole, falling on the fierce men outside, clad in white power armor. Compared to these army warriors who had fought Xenos for years, the many governor's agents, including himself, were truly insignificant. In terms of physique, Wick considered himself very strong, but he was astonished to find that his shoulder width was only 2/3 that of the power-armored brute. In terms of tonnage, all the special agent gear on him combined probably didn't weigh as much as the other's upper body alone. In terms of firepower and mobility, they were instantly crushed by the Space Marine. Anyone who saw the rumored top combat power of the Imperium of Man would be as nervous as Wick. Quiet, don't make a sound, don't embarrass Lin Yo. Mona poked Wick with her elbow, whispering in the internal communication channel. Her voice trembled slightly, indicating that her own heart was not calm either. Lin Yo had only brought 3 accompanying guards this time, Wick, Mona, and Leia. Lin Yo himself had mastered the first generation of Gin's Taint, Black Knights, and had also played many warhammer games, so he had already mentally prepared for the Space Marine's tall, mighty, and powerful presence, appearing relatively calm. What surprised him was that although Leia was a bit nervous, she didn't experience the rapid heart rate and shortness of breath that Wick and Mona did. Lin Yo looked at Leia, who had purple eyes, feeling a bit strange in his heart. Leia nodded slightly under his gaze, her expression normal, a hint of confusion flickering in her eyes. What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? Aren't you nervous? Lin Yo activated his communication bead, asking in the communication channel. Not really. I've played as a soldier of the Imperial Army in a holographic game and fought Xenos with Space Marines. I've seen how powerful these big guys are. Oh, I see. It seems playing games isn't without its benefits. Lin Yo smiled, teasing in the communication channel. Wick and Mona also chuckled softly. The tense atmosphere within the team dissipated somewhat. Hiss, the pneumatic gate opened. Lin Yo led his 3 accompanying guards out of the shuttle. A Keshik and several ordinary White Scars Space Marines greeted him. The Keshik's deep red lenses flashed several light points, matching Linyo's scan results with the biometric code in the database. He removed his helmet, revealing a bald head and a dark brown beard, his face fierce, his gaze sharp, like a furious wolf that had long roamed the grasslands. Good evening, Linyo Wierxai. I am Qin Xia, Khan's personal guard captain. You may follow me into the reception room to meet Khan, but your accompanying guards must remain in the corridor. If there are no issues, please follow me. Hello, Qin Xia. Linyo's gaze towards Qin Xia was somewhat complex. Several important figures of the White Scar's army had died in plot-related deaths, which inevitably made people feel extremely regretful, and Qin Xia in front of him was one such example. Please lead the way. Linyo promptly hid the unusual expression in his eyes. Qin Xia turned sideways and extended his right hand, inviting Linyo to accompany him. The three governor's agents lined up in a column behind Linyo, and the power-armored brutes brought by Qin Xia also formed a column, walking alongside the governor's agents. The interior decoration of the storm sword opened Linyo's eyes. Others only thought that Kogaris sacrificed exquisite imperial decorations for the sake of speed, not knowing that Kogaris interpreted the meaning of beauty in another way. Linyo Wierxai saw the 8 treasures, various animal images, dragons and phoenixes, and floral patterns carved on the silver. There were also a large number of embroideries on carpets, door curtains, the felt socks and waistbands of servo-automata, and various knitted goods and animal skins, including birds and beasts, 5 animals, swastikas, dragons and phoenixes, cloud patterns, fire patterns, and so on. At this moment, Linyo Wierxai understood. He understood why Kogaris had repeatedly said he felt lonely. Kogaris's cultural traditions were incompatible with the mainstream culture of the Warhammer world. He had no sense of belonging to this world, nor to the Imperium of Man. Therefore, one day in the future, he chased the Dark Elves into the webway and never returned, completely becoming a Gene Seed Primarch roaming outside the Imperium. We have arrived. Qin Xia stopped, looked at Linyo Wierxai, who had been pensive the whole way, and asked. Wilsey, can you understand the patterns on the silver and the embroidery? Linyo Wierxai came back to his senses and smiled at Qin Xia. To be honest, yes, I have carefully studied the culture and Xia language of the White Scars. This ship might be too unique for other Imperial members, but in my eyes, it carries a rich historical culture, it's a living museum. Qin Xia's mouth curved slightly, a half smile. I'll provisionally assume you truly understand our culture. Go in, Kogaris is waiting for you inside. The Keshik guarding the door opened the hatch, and Linyo Wierxai stepped inside. Qin Xia followed him in, standing by the inner side of the door, arms crossed, leaning against the door panel. As soon as he entered, Linyo Wierxai smelled the aroma of brick tea mixed with goat milk. The brick tea, brewed with goat milk, sprinkled with fried buttered rice flours, and a small amount of salt, blended the tea aroma, milk aroma, and a faint salty taste, creating distinct layers that left a lingering taste and made one want to stay. Linyo Wierxai had traveled during his summer vacation in his 3rd year of high school and tasted unique grassland delicacies and tea, and the aroma in the room instantly brought back memories. He took a deep breath, suppressed his inner excitement, and bowed to the figure on the red lacquer wooden throne. Respected Khan, Linyo Wierxai salutes you. Kogaris sat astride the throne, with a bubbling teapot and freshly fried buttered rice flours in front of him. He pointed to the seat next to him. Sit, Wilsey. Do you understand the meaning of those 4 lines of poetry? Linyo Wierxai took his seat, and Kogaris picked up the teapot to pour milk tea, sprinkled in buttered rice flours, 1 cup of hot milk tea for each of them. Linyo Wierxai thanked him and mused. If I haven't misunderstood, those 4 lines of poetry are meant to encourage us to brave slander and hardship, to forge ahead, just like sifting sand in a great wave. Only by undergoing thousands of filtrations can we obtain sparkling gold. There was something Linyo Wierxai didn't say. The protagonist in the poem was a demoted person, while he was a newly appointed deputy governor. So using these 4 lines of poetry to encourage himself was actually not very appropriate. Considering that Kogaris was a Gene Seed Primarch from the WarHammer40k era and could not fully understand the connotations of the Xia language, this was understandable. Not bad, very few people study the Xia language so thoroughly. I'll test you. Kogaris pointed to an embroidery on the wall. The embroidery depicted a red sun rising from the sea, with red and bright gold as the main colors. The waves were broken by the sea breeze, and the sea surface shimmered under the red sun. I found this embroidery in an ancient museum on Terra. The emperor gave it to me because he saw I liked it. Which lines of Xia language poetry do you think best describe it? Using Xia language poetry to describe the image on the embroidery? This line of questioning was within Linyo Wierxai's expectations. Khan, before answering this question, I would like to ask a question first. Oh? What question? Linyo Wierxai composed himself and, meeting the other's gaze, said. I believe you have also felt that the culture of the Xia language is incompatible with the mainstream culture of the Imperium. According to the research of Imperial historians, the Gothic language of the Imperium was formed by the fusion of various languages from ancient Terra, but clearly, no symbolic elements of the Xia language are found within it. Where do you think the ancient Terrans who inherited the Xia language went? This question made the air in the reception room silent. The burning pine wood in the stove crackled, the liquid surface in the teapot churned, and wisps of white mist rose. Qin Xia, leaning against the door, was slightly moved. He had not anticipated the question Linyo Wierxai posed. To be honest, Qin Xia had also considered this question and was incredibly puzzled. At least 600 years had passed since the Great Expedition began, and the Imperium of Man had recovered tens of thousands of Imperial world, yet it had never found any that preserved the Xia language culture. It was as if the ancient Terrans who invented this culture had disappeared before humanity's first colonization of the galaxy. This bizarre phenomenon was truly perplexing. Kogaris lightly slapped his thigh and sighed. We'll see, I cannot answer your question. The White Scar's army has always been the vanguard and main reconnaissance force of the Great Expedition. We explore unknown areas at the fastest speed, charting star maps for other expeditionary fleet. We have explored at least 2/3 of the galaxy, yet we have never found a lost world that preserves the Xia language culture. Kogaris stood up, hands clasped behind his back, walked a few steps back and forth, and stopped in front of the embroidery of the red sun rising from the sea, his voice becoming ethereal. It is undeniable that a Xia language nation did exist on ancient Terra. Our failure to find their colonies within the galaxy does not mean they do not exist. Perhaps they are hidden in a place we cannot yet reach. Are you referring to the webway? Linyo Wierxi's words were startling. Kogaris suddenly turned, eyes wide, staring intently at Linyo Wierxi. Qin Xia, by the door, released his arms in surprise, his face full of shock. The next second, Qin Xia strode closer to Linyo Wierxi, his eyes blazing with light, stopping in front of Linyo Wierxi with an intense sense of pressure, his voice deep like a booming bell. How do you know about the existence of the webway? That is not a secret a deputy governor like you should know. What exactly is your origin? A soul? A demon? Or something else? Linyo Wierxi was not a soul, nor a demon. His presence before Kogaris was the best proof. Among Kogaris's Keshik, there was a psychic master named Terakutai Yesoge. If Linyo Wierxi were a soul, a demon, or a projection of a warp creature in the material universe, he would have long been blasted to smithereens by Yesoge's lightning bolts. Perhaps realizing this, the aura around Qin Xia dissipated somewhat, though his eyes still held confusion and vigilance as he looked at Linyo Wierxi. Kogaris and several of his close confidants had always understood the nature of the warp. They knew there were gods in the warp and that the webway existed. The webway varied in size, some parts were only wide enough for one person, while others were as vast as a solar system, capable of holding several planets. The most typical example was the main city of the Dark Elves Kamarak. Kamarak was a massive city covering an entire planet, with numerous small satellites, and its webway was large enough to contain dozens of planets and at least one sun. Facing Qin Xia's interrogation, Linyo Wierxi remained as calm as ever. He slowly stood up and, under the gazes of Qin Xia and Kogaris, walked towards the embroidery on the wall, reciting in clear and precise Xia language. Early chill gradually cools the heart of the water, the sea is lazy and the sky is idle, the sound of howling is gone. Qin Xia's breathing became heavy, and Kogaris's expression changed dramatically, his pupils and body trembling together. They heard it. They heard it. This was a pure Xia language accent. It was the kind of Xia language accent whose intonation perfectly matched Xia language poetry, not the strange melodies concocted by imperial scholars through imagination. In an instant, the fiery wheel rides the waves, the wind churns and crushes a heart full of gold. Linyo Wierxi stopped in front of the embroidery, looking up at Kogaris, who was 1.4 meters taller than him. Early chill gradually cools the heart of the water, the sea is lazy and the sky is idle, the sound of howling is gone. In an instant, the fiery wheel rides the waves, the wind churns and crushes a heart full of gold. This is my description of this embroidery. While studying Xia language poetry, I accidentally had a profound dream. Khan, you have fragrant tea, I have a story. How about we sit down and talk slowly? Note 1, Note 2. This passage was spoken in authentic Xia language. Kogaris and Qin Xia exchanged glances, communicating quickly with their eyes. Qin Xia returned to the door, locked it, and tightly guarded the only entrance and exit. Kogaris extended his right hand towards the seat and replied to Linyo Wierxi in clumsy Xia language. Good. Please be seated. A soul that did not belong here, and a soul eager to leave the Imperium and roam freely, resonated at this moment. A discussion on Deo that could change the tragic fate of the White Scar's army thus began. Chapter 143. But then again, the web accessor is a good thing. The tea drinking and Deo discussion lasted until the middle of the night. Under the astonished gazes of the White Scar's warriors, Kogaris personally escorted Linyo to the shuttle. I look forward to our next meeting, Linyo, Kogaris said, shaking Linyo's right hand, his forearm moving up and down. Me too, Khan. Their hands were tightly clasped, and a glimmer of mutual appreciation sparkled in their eyes. Linyo boarded the shuttle, waving goodbye to Kogaris and Qin Xia. The shuttle left the visitor berth and entered space. During the tea drinking and Deo discussion, the 915th Expeditionary Fleet completed its resupply. When Linyo arrived at the spaceport, the fleet began to depart. The journey back to his residence was silent. Linyo saw Taiduo sleeping soundly on the sofa, covered with a blanket. Brandy walked over and whispered. Master, Madam arrived at 8 p.m. and just fell asleep half an hour ago. Linyo picked up Taiduo and carried her into the bedroom, spending the night on the sofa himself. His current residence was only a temporary lodging. In 2 years, he would move into the Star District Governor's Palace. Taiduo usually spent the night at her own residence, and since Linyo's body had not yet matured, there was no guest room set up here due to these three factors. The next day, Taiduo rushed to the living room as soon as she opened her eyes, eagerly asking. How is it? How is it? Was the matter settled? It's pretty much settled. You go wash up first, I had Brandy prepare toiletries for you. Oh yeah. Taiduo cheered, hugging Linyo tightly before running into the washroom. Linyo shook his head with a wry smile and sat down at the dining table. The content of last night's Deo discussion with Kogaris was top secret. Linyo planned to reveal some information to Taiduo only after the Horus heresy began. Note 1. Before that, Taiduo only needed to know one thing. That was, once they received payment for the starch formula, the 915th Expeditionary Fleet would help survey the cosmic space within 20 light-years around Epimedius. The Expeditionary Fleet's survey technology was far more professional than what the Nest Capital's own organized fleets could provide. Moreover, the Expeditionary Fleet had a mature method for dealing with planets where Xeno's civilization had already emerged. Of course, the 915th Expeditionary Fleet was not free labor. Linyo would pay the corresponding remuneration with throne coin and supplies. All of this was predicated on selling the first batch of formulas within 6 months and successfully bringing in a huge amount of capital. After breakfast, Linyo invited Taiduo to his office to chat about the progress of the formula transaction. Currently, 15 buyers had confirmed their purchase of the formula. Once the number of buyers reached around 50, the transaction plan could largely be finalized. Buyers would pay a down payment or the full amount, which would be received by the Bank on Terra and temporarily not transferred to Linyo's account. The Bank on Terra would only transfer the money to Linyo when the first batch of formula transactions were completed by the middle of this year. It was estimated that the number of buyers would reach 50 in about another month at most. By the way, Taiduo, has the plague in the Nidavellan Star Zone been brought under control? It's been controlled, but the Imperial Army didn't get involved. The Nidavellan Star District Governor's Space Marines entered the space station in the radioactive waste zone and spent 5 days eliminating the infected. The radioactive waste zone where the plague occurred is now operating normally. Linyo pondered and asked. Has the Mechanikus confirmed the origin of the plague's pathogen? Taiduo pressed her finger to her chin, quickly recalling. The origin of the pathogen. I don't know about that. Nidavellan 15's astropathic broadcast didn't mention it. Shall I ask Ms. Shitana to inquire about it? Good, you tell her. We need to take precautions to prevent the pathogen from spreading here. Until we figure out what the pathogen is, we will temporarily not open the spaceport to ships from the Nidavellan Star Zone. Since the plague appeared in the Nidavellan Star Zone, ships departing from or passing through that area have not been allowed to dock at Epimedius. At least 6 ships were affected by this. These were mainly cargo ships that regularly traveled between the substar zone where Epimedius was located and the Nidavellan Star Zone. They were responsible for transporting locally produced radioactive waste to the radioactive waste zone in the Nidavellan Star Zone for processing. The radioactive waste produced by Epimedius was very limited, and not allowing these ships to dock would not have a significant impact on the Nest Capital's production and operations in the short term. Okay, I'll go extend the ban on specific ships docking indefinitely. I'm leaving now, see you tonight. See you tonight. Taiduo left the office, and Linyo entered work mode, handling the Star District Governor's daily affairs. As of today, Vogues basically no longer participated in Nest Capital affairs, focusing on managing the Fugai's family's own businesses. Linyo had many official documents to process daily, ranging from 300 to 500. He secretly built a small Suindongdong device for himself, using it to process official documents with extremely high efficiency, saving time for WAAC simulation or research. In the blink of an eye, night fell. Linyo saw off Taiduo, who had come to freeload a meal, entered the bedroom, lay down, and opened the WAAC simulation interface. The Space Beast clan was preparing for the arrival of the Bone Drinkers. To ensure everything went smoothly, there was one thing Linyo had to do. If the White Scars hadn't come last night, Linyo would have gone online and done this that day, but it was still not too late now. This matter was not complicated, it was simply building a star map device that could monitor a star system. By combining the Finder and the Orc's star map device, the dotted map, a star map capable of real-time monitoring of warp portal openings and closings, was born. With this, as soon as the Bone Drinkers' ships passed through the warp and arrived near the planet, the Space Beast clan would be able to detect its presence. Linyo had learned the mechanical witchcraft of the Finder, and now he only needed the mechanical witchcraft of the dotted map. He opened the Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's save file, ate 1 magic spores, and began the simulation. His consciousness passed through the Star Sea to the Orc pirate fleet, and Linyo descended into Gujia's body. It was still that workshop where the sound of power hammers echoed all day long, hard hammerheads driven by hydraulic devices striking metal plates, quickly manufacturing die-cast parts like gears. All the ling bone of the Orc pirate fleet had been transformed into Big Black Tooth sculptures. Big Black Tooth had made 3 sculptures for himself, placing one on the ram of each ship, replacing the original rams, claiming that these things would absolutely break through the Black Bean Sprouts' shields. It was unclear what grudge Big Black Tooth had with the Black Bean Sprouts, but the former always sought trouble with the latter. Linyo tapped on the anvil, pretending to be busy, and began to ponder. Searching Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's genetic knowledge base for information related to dotted map. Search complete. Search results, 1 item. Name, dotted map production blueprint. Learning cost, 5,000 skill points. 5,000 skill points? Why was it so expensive? Linyo was a bit dumbfounded, the Finder only cost 500 skill points. The dotted map was just an imaging device, how could it be more expensive than the Finder? Continuing to read, a few lines of text came into view, and Linyo realized there was a reason for the high cost. Description: the core component of this item is a weird boy's head. Green Skin Masters have always scoffed at Shrimp's technological creations, especially star maps. Shrimp star maps can only be used to monitor changes in the physical universe. Green Skin Master's dotted map is incredibly awesome, a weird boy's head can not only observe the physical universe but also see changes in the warp. Otherwise, how do you think weird boy, without navigator genes, find their way in the warp? In Big Black Tooth's bridge, there was a weird boy's head submerged in artificial amniotic fluid, placed on top of the dotted map, with cables connecting the two. Linyo then realized that this head was the core component of the dotted map. He quickly exchanged this mechanical witchcraft blueprint. The technological knowledge of the old one surged in his mind, and Linyo inevitably fell into a brief trance. Just as he came to his senses, Big Black Tooth's loud voice reached his ears. Boys! I've got good news for you, a big business deal is here. Our finder has discovered the whereabouts of those black bean sprouts, they're raiding a shrimp space station. I don't like shrimp, but I hate black bean sprouts even more. Quickly grab your gear and get your choppas ready. We're heading out now to beat up the black bean sprouts and snatch their shiny bits. Well, it was time for another fight. I still have things to do with the space beast, so you guys enjoy yourselves, I'm going offline first, and I'll come play with you another day. Linyo clicked the interface, ready to end the simulation. Big Black Tooth's booming voice came again. Tech boss and tech boy, listen up. The black bean sprouts ship has a great treasure for opening the webway. I reckon, even though the black bean sprouts are a bit rotten, their great treasure is pretty good. I want you to dismantle that great treasure for opening the webway and bring it back to our ship. Did you hear me? But then again, deserting in battle was not the style of a green-skin master. Just some small black bean sprouts, let's see how I slaughter them all. Linyo closed the system interface and took several pieces of armor from the shelf to put on. There were two reasons for his last-minute decision to stay. First, the black bean sprouts had relatively high combat power, and Tech Priest Boy, Gujia might die, so it was better for him to personally oversee it. The second reason was that he wanted to witness the black bean sprouts webway device. Why did Big Black Tooth always pick on the black bean sprouts? The truth surfaced, it was precisely because of the black bean sprouts' most unique Eldar technological creation, the Netherworld Access Device. The black bean sprouts' proper name was Dark Eldar. Before the destruction of the Eldar, the black bean sprouts were legitimate Eldar military personnel, only hiding in the webway for extended periods because their souls were targeted by Slaanesh. Their supplies and labor force all relied on plundering the physical universe, by utilizing the millions of webway access points they controlled. They were constantly having their souls slowly extracted by Slaanesh and had to absorb the souls of other creatures through killing and torture to avoid being completely drained by Slaanesh. Every time they left the webway to enter the physical universe, the black bean sprouts took immense risks. Once they died in battle in the physical universe, their souls would be completely sucked away by Slaanesh. Therefore, every time they plundered the physical universe, the black bean sprouts prioritized quick entry and quick exit, never prolonging a fight. The Netherworld Access Device currently seems to only be used by the black bean sprouts, but we are clever green-skinned big boys, who knows what good things we might figure out from it. The ship's hull vibrated violently, and a buzzing electrical sound came from the deepest part of the vessel, like the turbulent waves stirred up by a giant beast awakening from the seabed. Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's instinct told Linyo that this was a sign that the ship was about to undergo warp travel. Theoretically, this was Linyo's first warp travel. Although he was undertaking warp travel as an orc, Linyo still inevitably felt nervous. That was the warp, the high heaven where the chaos inimical powers resided. If it weren't for his psyker field protection, Linyo really wouldn't want to step into the warp. Buzz. Accompanied by a loud bang, a dense green light illuminated the surroundings. This was the orc pirate fleet's Geller field, which in orc slang was called the Rotten Thing Shield. The so-called Rotten Things were subspace demons, named for their ugly appearance and the smell they emitted, which was even worse than that of a Gretchen. The ship's green light enveloped the entire hull, preventing demons from entering the area covered by the green light. But Linyo was surprised to find that the orc pirate ship hadn't closed its windows. Not only were the windows not closed, but there weren't even any covers to block them. After being enveloped in green light, the ship just plunged into the warp entrance like that. In an instant, the space outside the green light became bizarre. Many ribbon-like purplish-black objects appeared around the ship, their form and appearance somewhat similar to Thulhu's tentacles. These purplish-black strips floated outside the green light, like seaweed swaying with the ocean currents. Behind these purplish-black strips, a massive storm cloud gathered into an incredibly astonishing vortex, and an all-encompassing darkness enveloped the space around the vortex. Such a terrifying sight lasted for about half a minute, followed by an endless downpour of blood. Dense, blood-red streaks of water fell from above, and upon encountering the green light, the blood quickly evaporated and rose, the thick blood mist giving one the illusion of a slimy sensation on the skin. This scene also did not last very long. After about another half-minute, the scene outside the green light switched again. 1/2 minute after another passed, and the scene switched again and again. After more than a dozen scene changes, the ship's hull jolted, leaving the warp and entering the physical universe. The tranquil and distant dark void came into view, dotted with stars. Seeing this familiar scene again, Linyo finally let out a long sigh of relief. The green-skinned big boys are awesome, they just charge into the warp with their field activated, not even bothering to close the windows or hatches. In this regard, humans are truly shrimp. After this sudden warp voyage, Linyo's fear of the warp was considerably alleviated. At least as a transmigrator with a system, he wasn't entangled by the chaos inimical powers as soon as he entered the warp. This indicates that his psyker field and the orc's Rotten Thing Shield can indeed effectively block chaos demons. He can now confidently undertake warp travel when exploring new planets in the future. Boys. Those black bean sprouts are about to open the webway entrance and run away. We'll just ram them. Try to leave one of their ships behind. Watch my super invincible statue headbutt. Why? Big Blacktooth shouted loudly. Linyo was not on the bridge this time and couldn't see the scene at the bow. The ensuing pushback and violent shaking told him that the orc pirate ship had once again plunged into the enemy ship's hull, which was truly a nasty taste. The dizzying vibrations came and went quickly. The black bean sprouts ship was sturdier than the Eldar's. The orc pirate ship's hull only embedded itself for a dozen meters before getting stuck. Linyo steadied himself by holding onto an iron anvil, while tech boss, Ka-Pank rushed over, grabbed him, and ran outside. Quick! Follow me, boys. We're going to snatch the black bean sprouts' big treasure. Behind the tech boss followed a large group of fully armed tech boys, boom boys, orc boys, and Gretchen. Linyo was caught in the middle of the procession, pushed forward by the crowd. As he passed a porthole, he glanced outside. Not far away was a Gothic-style human space station. The laser turret array had been destroyed by the black bean sprouts, and a small portion of the space station's side exterior wall had been blown away. Shattered wall fragments and the bodies of the unfortunate drifted away from the space station into the void. On the front exterior wall of the space station, there was a line of text projected by a holographic device. Needlehaven Star Zone, Needlehaven Substar Zone 141, 3rd Distribution Hub. When Linyo saw the words Needlehaven Star Zone, he almost burst out laughing. Given Needlehaven 15's character, he would probably try to exploit this black bean sprouts raiding incident again. Kill. Charge in with me. Grab their shiny things. The tech boss kicked open the outer hatch, deployed a scrap shield, raised his twin-linked lumber gun and pulled the trigger, his mechanical arm on his back simultaneously firing a bolt gun, sending a barge of metal into the black bean sprouts ship cabin. A black bean sprouts beastmaster happened to come face to face with an orc. This fellow's head was bald, pointed, with 2 rows of bumps on top, and his exposed skin was covered in knife scars, with a severely dented circular glideboard at his feet. He had just scrambled up from the ground and hadn't even managed to stand steadily before being riddled with bullets by the tech boss. The tech boss got the first blood for the tech boy team and charged in excitedly, yelling and shooting wildly all the way. Next to him, a black-furred, red-faced claw fiend emerged from the shadows, stealthily approaching the tech boss from behind. Linyo just happened to catch sight of the claw fiend's outline, raised his lumber gun, and fired a burst. The claw fiend was injured but didn't immediately fall to its death. Instead, it became enraged, and its 6 pairs of eyes on its face suddenly turned blood red. Linyo didn't give it a chance to rage. He immediately used brain freeze technique to paralyze it, rushed forward, and pressed his lumber gun against the claw fiend's head, spraying it madly. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The claw fiend's head exploded in response. The next second, a swarm of black-winged crows poured out from the adjacent corridor. Linyo dodged backward, shielding several orc boys in front of him. The orc boys swung their choppas at the black-winged crows, striking down a few foul-smelling blackbirds. The feathers of the black-winged crows were as sharp as razors, leaving numerous dense bloody scratches on the orcs' bodies. Dozens of bloodlines spurted out, and the orc boys surrounded by the crow swarm were instantly decapitated. After the crow swarm left, Linyo rushed up and pieced together the orc boys' heads and bodies. A miraculous scene appeared. The orcs' heads and bodies quickly reattached. This is the unreasonable part about orcs. As long as their body tissues are pieced together before their nerve endings lose activity, they can come back to life and continue fighting. Why kaka. I'm alive again. Woohoo. Kill. Grab. Shiny things, here I come. Why. Several decapitated orcs sprang up, alive and kicking, howling as they chased the enemy. Linyo took a moment to aim and cast appraisal technique on the ship, obtaining its basic information. This was a torture-class cruiser, with a relatively large interior space, over 4 kilometers in length, and a total of 5 decks from top to bottom. The corridors and cabins were intricately laid out, exuding a gloomy atmosphere everywhere. The good news was that the orc pirates had found a soft target this time. Most of the black bean sprouts raiding fleet had withdrawn, and only this particular ship was a bit slow, getting intercepted by the orc pirate fleet. 3 orc pirate ships plundering 1 black bean sprouts cruiser could be said to be a sure thing. Linyo followed the main force, charging upwards from the middle deck, searching for the ling bone along the way. This combat process can be described with one word. Can't steal kills. Really can't. When the green-skinned big boys fight, they are like mad dogs. No matter what enemy they encounter, they just hack and shoot wildly, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Linyo successively encountered beastmasters and thugs on glideboards, Kabbalite warriors equipped with blasters, and even slave laborers driven out of torture chambers by the black bean sprouts to serve as cannon fodder. Without exception, all these creatures fell before the overwhelming tide of greenskins. The number of orcs was simply too damn many, at least 6 times that of the black bean sprouts, and that didn't even count the Gretchen providing support. Linyo was on the verge of tears, hesitant to speak, and unable to stop. Aside from the first few monsters, he didn't even get a single hair, only able to follow the main force under the temptation of the netherworld access device. Just as they were about to step into the bridge where the netherworld access device was located, the green-skinned big boys finally encountered the first threatening defensive line in the corridor near the bridge. Chapter 144 I am a webway repairman? A large group of black bean sprouts held their ground at the end of the passage, protected by a double defense mechanism of thick metal baffles and shields. At the end of the passage, on the steps, Kabbalite warriors formed an encirclement, with 5 pain engines in the center of the crowd. The pain engines moved by means of an anti-gravity system, their metal casings covered in unsettling spikes. Their tails, composed of metal joints and biological structures, resembled a scorpion's tail, equipped with twin-linked splinter cannons at the tip, specifically designed to counter infantry units. Behind these 5 pain engines, a ferocious figure stood in the dense darkness, with several twisted tentacles slowly swaying behind him. This fellow let out a few sinister chuckles, said something incomprehensible, and then... Buzz 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 buzz. Bang 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 bang. The twin-linked splinter cannons fired at high speed, their incredibly poisonous crystal shards piercing through the orcs' bodies, instantly puncturing a row of green-skinned creatures, leaving a trail of festering wounds. Twin-linked liquefier guns spewed strong acid, turning the first few dozen orcs into dark green slime within moments. Blaster gas was released into the blaster's barrel, forming a powerful particle beam, which was then transformed into a furious energy beam by a focuser and fired out. In an instant, the straight passage was filled with a storm of bullets, acid, and lasers, leaving not even the slightest gap. Foul blood splattered, severed orc limbs tumbled in midair, and the orcs charged forward like madmen, but fell in droves. Linio had been trailing at the end of the squad, and suddenly realized that they had actually walked into the black bean sprouts trap long ago. There was only one passage leading to the bridge. The passage was over 100 meters wide and at least 1,000 meters long, with no doors on either side, nor any cover to hide behind. The green-skinned lords, upon entering here, had no choice but to break through the defense line at the end of the passage in one go. Any hesitation, and what awaited them was the enemy's ruthless harvest and cold death. The rapid advance earlier was purely intentional on the part of the black bean sprouts, aiming to lure the simple-minded orcs into a dead end. In the most pessimistic scenario, Tech Priest Boy, Gujia, who had accompanied him for a long time, might very well perish in this battle. Linio knew it was time for him to act. He lowered his center of gravity, ducked to the edge of the corridor, and stood pressed against the dark metal wall. Locking onto the black bean sprouts defense line with his mind, light technique, activate. 10 million lux of white light appeared out of nowhere in front of the 5 pain engines, and the entire end of the passage was engulfed by blinding white light. Ah! Incredibly miserable howls rose as high as a volcanic eruption. The orcs charging at the very front were caught in the crossfire, but it didn't matter, orcs without eyes could still kill enemies. Linio kept the white light on for about 3 seconds, then turned it off. These short 3 seconds perfectly demonstrated the concept of one-trick pony, as the battlefield situation was instantly reversed. The black bean sprouts' eyes were all blinded, and foul black blood hung from their eye sockets, forming 2 chilling bloodstreams. The pain engines had biological external sensors, and their eyes, which resembled fleshy tumors, had all burst, leaving only constantly seeping ulcers. The torrent of barrages raging within the passage came to a brief halt, with only the black bean sprouts' screams echoing. Big Black Tooth didn't understand what the strong light was, but it didn't stop him from issuing orders. Charge! Boys! Kill the scoundrels! Grab their big treasures! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ik! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ik! A tsunami of howls filled the corridor as the green-skinned lords charged en masse, their countless footsteps causing the corridor floor to tremble violently. The black bean sprouts were scared. They retreated amidst screams, even abandoning their weapons, shoving their companions back up the steps behind them. Without external sensors, the pain engines fired wildly, large amounts of acid gushing from their liquefier guns, but only a small portion went towards the enemy, with the rest falling on their own people. For a moment, the black bean sprouts' defense line was in disarray. One Kabbalite warrior accidentally discharged his weapon, firing several shots at the force field device, causing the force field shield protecting the black bean sprouts to flicker a few times before dissipating completely. Amidst the chaos, only one black bean sprout managed to remain calm. It stood on the highest step, hiding its body in the shadows. Behind it, 3 centipede-like bionic tentacles extended, their surfaces covered in sharp bone spurs, and their tips equipped with things like injectors, cutters, and scissor hands. One tentacle stabbed into its eye socket, pulling out a shattered eyeball and replacing it with another round object. The other 2 tentacles reached towards the pain engines, seemingly performing emergency repairs. This black bean sprout stood in the shadows. Linio couldn't see its appearance clearly, but its centipede-like tentacles were simply too distinctive. Isn't this the famous blood brides? You like to torment others, do you? You like to disembowel people for fun, do you? You fancy yourselves artists of flesh, magicians of flesh, do you? All right, let me see how much the blood brides are truly worth. With a thought, Linio once again activated his fungi ability. This time it wasn't light technique, but vibration art. Rumble rumble rumble. The ground near the blood brides shook uncontrollably, and the rivets used to secure the floor and walls flew out like stray bullets after only a few seconds, all the metal plates on the walls and floor being torn up by the force of the vibrations. The blood bride's 6 bionic tentacles twitched wildly and uncontrollably, like willow branches in a strong wind. No matter how it tried to control them, it was useless. The tentacles completely refused to obey its commands. The blood brides finally couldn't hold on, letting out a hoarse curse, abandoning the pain engines, and stepping onto a hoverboard, intending to flee. A large group of orcs surged over the metal baffles, their massive green muscle mass instantly overwhelming the defense line, dozens of slug gas and heavy bolters blasting a barrage into the blood bride's back. Da-da-da-da-da. Bang 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 bang. The blood brides were torn to shreds in an instant, leaving behind a bomb that shone with a strong light. Boom. The bomb detonated, killing the orcs who had killed the blood brides, but the green-skinned army was endless and inexhaustible, and the void created by the explosion was filled by more green brutes within half a second. Kill kill kill. Chop chop chop. Black bean sprouts are just black bean sprouts, at most a bit stronger than shrimp, but still too weak compared to us. Big Black Tooth stood on his hoverboard, suspended 3 or 4 meters above the ground, wielding his power sword in his right hand, its tip pointing forward, assuming a full charge stance. The blinding white light had helped him greatly. With his brain, he couldn't figure out the source of the strong light for now, but the green-skinned lords didn't care about that. Charge in. Tech Boss and Tech Boy, strip the Black Bean Sprouts webway equipment for me. Big Black Tooth was triumphant, and Lino followed the Tech Boss into the bridge. The Black Bean Sprouts' taste was indescribable. Orc pirates' bridges at most used enemy skulls as decorations, but the Black Bean Sprouts were good. Intestines, livers, stomachs, carved meat chunks, bone carvings, all sorts of disgusting creations were present. There were no Black Bean Sprouts to be seen on the bridge. The captain, helmsman, and other crew members had all left, leaving only equipment protected by a force field. The netherworld access device was a metal box over 2 meters tall, 1 meter in width and thickness, its surface covered in tiny spikes, resembling a large black durian. The access device was connected to the ship's navigation computer, the medium of connection being a hose dripping black viscous liquid, seemingly the intestines of some unfortunate soul. When Lino found the netherworld access device, it was smoking. It had been doused with acid, and over half of its casing had been corroded into slag, making the tech boss jump with anger as he rushed to salvage it. At this moment, several unmistakable thuds came from behind. Rumble rumble, rumble. Big Black Tooth floated in midair on the bridge, his expression changing upon hearing the thuds, and he pulled out his loud box, shouting wildly. What's going on the ship? Why do I hear explosions? The chief engineer's loud voice came from the loud box. Boss. We're being ambushed by shrimp. 9 of the shrimp's ships are ambushing our rear. Our ship is embedded in the Black Bean Sprouts ship, we can't activate the shields, we can only use armor plating to withstand the bombardment. Damn those stinking shrimp. They're making me furious. Big Black Tooth jumped up and down in agitation, urging the orcs to speed up. A sound came from the bridge's loudspeaker. It was the Black Bean Sprouts captain speaking in orc slang. Big Black Tooth. I see your ship smoking. Are you really not going back to check? Oh dear, for the mighty Big Black Tooth to be ambushed by monkeys from behind, how embarrassing would that be if it got out? I can fix the shields right away. Tell me, if I forcibly activate the shields, can you still get away? Damn you. Big Black Tooth pointed at the loudspeaker and cursed, if you dare to restart the shields, I'll blow up your ship. The Black Bean Sprouts captain roared back. Then why don't you leave my ship quickly? Do you want to be a guest in Kamarak? Do him, your mother. You just wait for me. The next time I meet you, I'll turn your head into a toilet. Big Black Tooth cursed, changing the direction of his power sword and roaring at the orcs below him. Boys. Bring the treasures back quickly. The shrimp are stealing our butts. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Get back to the ship. The dramatic change was unexpected, yet within reason. This was originally the territory of the Imperium of Man, and the battle site was near a logistics hub space station in the Needlehaven Star Zone. When Needlehaven 15's Space Marines received news of the space station being plundered, they were bound to rush to support it immediately. If Lino were the commander of this guard, he would certainly take the opportunity to do him the orc pirates and the Dark Eldar. A group of tech boys wiped the acid from the netherworld access device and jointly carried the heavy casing, running wildly towards the ship without looking back. Lino followed the team, aiming at the netherworld access device, whose shell had been corroded by 1/3 by the acid, and activated I reckon power. Retrieving Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's genetic knowledge base, searching for mechanical witchcraft related to the Eldar webway access device. Retrieval complete. Retrieval result, 1 item. Name, Getaway Fast. Learning cost, 1 million skill points. Description, Getaway Fast, which is the orc slang for webway access device. This device needs to be used with the ... map. The more universal Shinic material consumed, the wider the search range for webway entrances. Opening webway entrances of different sizes requires consuming different amounts of universal Shinic material. His, 1 million skill points corresponding to 10 million simulation points. Lino was startled by this at first, but then felt it was a good deal. This was mechanical witchcraft that could help him enter and exit the webway. Huang Pitzi spent his entire life searching for a stable way to enter and exit the webway, but never achieved his wish. He only needed to spend 10 million points to turn Huang Pitzi's dream into reality. These 10 million points were truly worth more than their value. Lino made up his mind to accumulate this large sum of points as quickly as possible. After escorting the netherworld access device back to the pirate ship, Lino assisted the tech boss in repairing the damaged shell of the netherworld access device. The 3 orc pirate ships resisted the shrimp's bombardment while retreating from the Black Bean Sprouts ship. The Black Bean Sprouts ship regained its mobility, immediately activated its force shield, and fled the battlefield at full speed. 2 Dreadnought-class light cruisers chased the Black Bean Sprouts ship away. Because they were targeted by Slaanesh, the Black Bean Sprouts dared not enter the warp, and their long-distance warp travel relied entirely on the webway. They clearly had more than one netherworld access device. After shaking off the Space Marines' light cruisers, a beam of light shot from the tip of the Black Bean Sprouts ship, colliding with a huge plane that appeared out of thin space. The plane was interwoven with dark red and deep brown, looking like the outer shell of a massive pipe. After the beam shone on it, a circular gap appeared, and the Black Bean Sprouts ship entered it, the huge plane instantly disappearing. Lin Yo activated appraisal technique, locking his gaze on the huge plane before the webway entrance and exit disappeared. The moment the appraisal results came out, he immediately supplemented it with an analysis fungus, his heart shaken beyond belief. Name, webway segment of unknown number. Type, Old One creation. Analysis result. An Old One creation composed of warp energy monocrystals. After tens of millions of years, though it has some damaged parts, it still maintains its most basic functions. The webway was built from warp energy monocrystals. Didn't this mean that he could use monocrystals to repair the webway entrance under the Terra Palace, thereby changing the entire direction of the Imperium of Man? Lin Yo considered himself not to have the habit of being overly sympathetic, but when he discovered he had the ability to save everyone, his mind inevitably trembled greatly. Calm down, don't think about repairing the webway with monocrystals for now. This kind of thing was too dangerous. Once he started the repair work, he would inevitably be entangled by the chaos inimical powers. At that time, his orc boys might make a Shinik call to him and blow him up. To be cautious, Lin Yo made a series of decisions. First, accumulate 10 million simulation points to exchange for the mechanical witchcraft necessary to enter and exit the webway. After completing this step, dispatch his orc boys to explore the webway and find a suitable place to build a base. After building it into an unbreakable base, then consider other matters. The difficulty of this series of operations was high, and it would undoubtedly take half a year or even longer to complete. Now, with more than a decade until the Horus Heresy, Lin Yo estimated that he should be able to establish a foothold in the webway before the rebellion. Boys! Hold steady! We're shaking off the shrimp from the rotten stuff's territory. Big Black Tooth's voice echoed in the workshop. A green rotten stuff shield enveloped the ship, and the 3 orc pirate ships entered the warp, leaving the pursuing space marines behind. Lin Yo chose to go offline and went to the space beasts camp to craft the ... map. The Needlehaven Star Zone space marines could not leave the Star Zone. A total of 9 ships, front and back, could only watch helplessly as the Dark Eldar and orc pirates left. Inside the leading Dictator-class cruiser, the fleet commander and Space Marines Company captain, Maggie Needlehaven, opened the fleet's communication channel. All ships returned to base, destination Needlehaven Starport. Maggie was one of Needlehaven 15's 5 sons, the eldest and most stable, and thus was appointed commander of the Space Marines. Before rushing to support the logistics hub space station, Maggie had just completed a sweep of the stellar radiation waste zone, clearing the plague there. Now, he was going to the most prosperous starport in the Needlehaven Star Zone to report the situation of this trip to his governor and father. Needlehaven Starport was a super-large space station suspended in the void, which could be seen as a space city. It had a main fortress comparable in scale to a medium nest capital, 3 sub-fortresses standing in 3 directions around the main fortress, and countless turrets, space sky bridges, laser cannon arrays, and a void shield capable of covering the entire starport. This was both Needlehaven 15's Wangting district and the Needlehaven family's treasury. All wealth gained through sacrificing stars was piled up in the starport, and the starport maintained a state of high alert every moment. Maggie Needlehaven's Space Marines docked in the main fortress's spaceport. After layers of inspection and scanning, Maggie, with his 2 deputies, stepped into his father's private entertainment venue. The scene in this place was enough to make every newcomer's heart pound. Enchanting soft-bodied alien creatures danced on the stage to the music, and several pink-skinned subhumans with double indescribable parts carried drinks towards Maggie and his 2 companions. Maggie took a drink, patted the elastic pink-skinned subhuman, and walked straight towards the dance floor where his father was. Needlehaven 15 had a standard local appearance, high cheekbones, a large forehead, sparse hair, and a large nose. When he had nothing to do, he liked to come here to participate in vulgar programs. Maggie waited for his father to finish a dance with an unseemly posture, then walked to his side and whispered. Father, I have important matters to report to you regarding the on-site investigation of the stellar radiation waste zone. Needlehaven 15 rarely saw his eldest son so solemn, so he waved his hand to dismiss the various alien creatures that had gathered around, and led Maggie to the reception room next door. Maggie's 2 followers guarded the door. Needlehaven 15 locked the door, slumped onto the soft sofa, covered in his own sweat and the fluids of the alien creatures. Speak, my child, who exactly released that damned plague? I don't believe this was an accident. Needlehaven 15 had not finished speaking when a sharp needle pierced his neck, and a large hand covered with a metal glove covered his mouth and nose, preventing him from making a sound. Needlehaven 15 wanted to struggle violently, but found that his body would not obey. His implants also failed. A strange Shinik energy surged into his body, covering the implants and causing all these metal objects, which automatically issued alarms by monitoring heart rate and brainwave signals, to fail. Under Needlehaven 15's horrified gaze, his eldest son Maggie transformed into another appearance amidst a creep of flesh. Let's get reacquainted, I am not your son. Your good eldest son Maggie is currently sleeping on the ship, I am his new master. Black Scythe 1 raised an evil, charming smile. I am the Lord's most loyal servant, and you too will become one of us. Sleep, and when you wake, you will have a new identity. Welcome to us, Black Scythe 15. Chapter 145, Battle between One-Man Army. Anyone who participated in cold trade knows that in the Dim Star region, there are 2 cold trade groups that the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement can never completely clear out. One is the O'Neill Group, formed by the O'Neill, known for their reproductive capabilities comparable to cockroaches and their overuse of quick-acting hormones. The other is the Black Sickle Group, which started with the Arceus's shape-shifting abilities. Not long ago, Black Sickle, guided by the Lord, successfully acquired the long-desired strain and actively infected AC Haylet. Thanks to the Lord's grace, after being parasitized by the fungal xenos commonly known as bone drinkers, the Black Sickle group still maintained its self-awareness. They did not become servants of the bone drinkers and had absolute control over their bodies. Not only that, but they also gained a large amount of knowledge and powerful abilities from the bone drinkers. The current Black Sickle group can not only change their bodies and biological characteristics at any time using the Arceus's shape-shifting abilities, but also achieve interstellar communication through the bone drinkers' spiritual network. Using the bone drinkers' parasitic spores to control mortals has also become a secret technique of the Black Sickle group. Needlehaven 15 was implanted with parasitic spores by Black Scythe 1 and has since become a slave of the Black Sickle group. The Lord taught Black Scythe 1 a psychic ritual. He performed this ritual in a closed room, helping Needlehaven 15 quickly pass through the initial stage of infection. The infection process, which originally took 24 hours to complete, was compressed to only half an hour. When Needlehaven 15 walked out of the reception room, his every move was exactly the same as usual, but his consciousness and soul had been completely controlled by Black Scythe 1. Needlehaven 15 led his son to the Star District Governor's office and relinquished control of the Thinker. Black Scythe 1 could freely use the Star District Governor's power. He opened the database interface and entered a string of spatial coordinates. About 5 months ago, the Black Sickle group, guided by the Lord, plundered a planet with a primitive civilization and obtained parasitic spores, gene editing equipment, and breeding machines from the Bone Drinkers' vault there. It was this plunder and massacre that attracted the attention of the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement to the Black Sickle group, causing them to hide for nearly 2 months. A few days ago, the O'Neill group also discovered a planet with a primitive civilization. Upon hearing the news, Black Scythe 1 bribed 2 O'Neill to act as his informants, closely monitoring the situation on that planet to see if there was also a Bone Drinker's vault. Black Scythe 1 was lucky, a Bone Drinker's vault also appeared on that planet. Praise the Lord, this must be the Lord's grace. The spatial coordinates Black Scythe 1 entered at this time came from a spy he personally planted in the O'Neill group's raiding fleet. The pixels on the screen flickered rapidly, and the Thinker located the corresponding position on the Imperium of Man's map based on the spatial coordinates. On the planar map of the galaxy, in the northeast corner of the dim star region, at the very edge of where the star beacon's light can reach, there is an area called the Midlook expansion area. The light of the star beacon flickers there, and the Midlook expansion area often loses contact with the Imperium, thus it has not yet been officially incorporated into the Imperium's territory. The planet Black Scythe 1 was looking for was in this expansion area. On that planet, there was a Bone Drinker's vault buried deep underground, containing a very valuable Bone Drinker's breeding machine. Black Scythe 1 already had one such machine, and now he intended to acquire a second. Look here, this is that planet, and the breeding machine is on it. Black Scythe 1 pointed to a small white dot on the screen, motioning for Needlehaven 15 to come closer and examine it carefully. You arrange an armed merchant fleet to set out with my raiding fleet, taking the shortest route. We must seize the machine before the orcs dismantle it. Understood. Needlehaven 15 had already become Black Scythe 1's servant, codenamed Black Sickle 15. The two could have communicated through the Bone Drinker's spiritual network, but Black Scythe 1 enjoyed the feeling of commanding the Star District Governor, so he chose a more primitive method to order him. Needlehaven leaned in to check the planet's designation on the screen, recorded it on a datapad, and bowed respectfully to Black Scythe 1. Yes, my lord. I will arrange 5 armed freighters to cooperate with your operation immediately. Rest assured, the navigators of the freighters are all trained by the Needlehaven family, even if I set the destination at the edge of the Imperium, they will not defy my orders. Black Scythe 1 sat in the Star District Governor's chair, propped his feet on the ebony desk, and swung his ankles as he spoke. Your 5 armed freighters must also participate in the battle, and everyone on board must be infected with the Bone Drinker's parasitic spores. You have no objection, do you, Governor? Of course not, my lord. It is the lifelong honor of this humble worm to serve you. Needlehaven bowed deeply, his face filled with subservience, showing no trace of the arrogance a Star District Governor should possess. Very good, Black Sickle 15. Call your lovers in, one by one. I've long heard that you governors have a lot of fun, and today I must broaden my horizons. As you command, my lord. This will be our honor. Needlehaven's lovers entered the Star District Governor's office one by one, and screams of terror echoed in the closed room, as if something terrible was happening. At the same time, the armed freighters arranged by Needlehaven rendezvoused with Black Sickle's raiding fleet. The two fleets had a small conflict. Among the crew of the armed freighters were secret agents arranged by the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement. Upon discovering that they were being forced to be infected with a certain strain, the secret agents banded together to resist, inciting the freighter crew to riot so that they could seize the opportunity to slip into shuttles and escape the armed freighters. The raiding fleet suppressed the riot with bloody means, captured the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's secret agents, and brought them back to their ships. During the subsequent parasitic spore implantation process, some deeply hidden Department of Law Enforcement secret agents who had not participated in the riot were rooted out. It was a characteristic of the Bone Drinkers, the Gestalt, that rooted out these secret agents. Anyone fully parasitized by the spores would have their memories and knowledge uploaded into the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network, to be shared by all individuals in the network, commonly known as a brain net. Each individual would possess all the memories and knowledge of all members. The individual is the whole, and the whole is the individual. This is the most significant feature of a Gestalt civilization. The parasitic spores that infected the crew had been psychically modified by Black Scythe 1, carrying the great power of the Lord. Ordinary parasitic spores would share the infected person's knowledge and memories with all other bone drinkers. The parasitic spores modified by Black Scythe 1 with psychic power were different. When an infected person joined the spiritual network, their knowledge and memories would only be known to Black Scythe 1, other members had no right to know. The control over the infected person was also solely held by Black Scythe 1, not to be tainted by other members. After the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement's secret agents were fully parasitized, all their information, the directives they received from the Department of Law Enforcement, their life experiences, information about their wives and children, their contact methods with superiors all entered Black Scythe 1's mind. Such terrifying information collection and crowd control capabilities all relied on the parasitic spores blessed by the Lord. It is hard to imagine what the Needlehaven Star Zone would look like when tens of millions, hundreds of millions, or even billions of parasitic spores are widely disseminated. For Black Scythe 1, becoming an army of one was by no means a luxury. After a long while, the commotion in the fleet subsided, and it officially set off for the Midlook expansion area. Inside the Star District Governor's office, the screams gradually subsided, the expensive carpet was stained crimson, and the scene was a mess. As an Arceus, Black Scythe 1 enjoyed a slimy body, which brought him an almost pathological desire for torment. At this moment, Black Scythe 1 was lying on the sofa in a bathrobe, looking content and enjoying himself. Black Sickle 15, before the breeding machine arrives, I want you to use the parasitic spores I gave you to infect everyone who can directly contact you, and also prepare a space workshop to replicate the breeding machine. Yes, my lord, I will prepare the space workshop for replicating the breeding machine as soon as possible. But there is one thing you must know. Needlehaven knelt down. My lord, the people who can directly contact me include a Mechanicu's member. His name is Morg. I am afraid I cannot parasitize him, because he is a Xenos physiologist. Upon hearing the title Xenos physiologist, a trace of apprehension flashed across Black Scythe 1's face. Before the Needlehaven Star Zone was incorporated into the Imperium's territory, there were a large number of Xenos civilizations. After these Xenos civilizations were destroyed, they left behind immeasurable Xenos legacies. The Mechanikus was very interested in this place and assigned a group of tech priests specializing in Xenos biology research to be stationed here permanently. Needlehaven 15 himself was also very interested in Xenos and Xenos creations. He collected Xenos through the Black Sickle group and his guard, secretly playing with them under the nose of the Mechanikus, finding it tense and exciting, and never tiring of it. It was precisely because of this that Black Scythe 1 understood Needlehaven very well, and with careful planning, he transformed Needlehaven himself into a servant. Now, the problem facing Black Scythe 1 was how to deal with the tech priest named Morg. This fellow was specifically responsible for liaising with Needlehaven 15, the two often communicated through the internal network and occasionally met. Whenever they met, there would inevitably be a slip-up. The strain within Black Sickle 15's body could never escape Morg's Xenos biological scanner. Listen carefully, you and Morg are not to meet for 3 months. When the breeding machine from the expansion area is delivered to you, you will do your best to replicate the machine and spread the parasitic spores, striving to infect 10% of the Star Zone's population within these 3 months. By then, even if those Mechanicu scum discover the existence of the bone drinkers, they won't be able to stop this feast. As you command, my lord. The Star District Governor's obedient demeanor filled Black Scythe 1 with satisfaction. Unfortunately, he still had other breeding machines to acquire and temporarily no time to enjoy the good life of a Star District Governor here. The first breeding machine Black Scythe 1 acquired was placed in his own territory, producing parasitic spores day and night, infecting Arceus. The second one, which was about to arrive, was specifically for infecting humans in the Needlehaven Star Zone. The third, fourth, and fifth ones that would arrive later also had their respective targets for infection. It was crucial to spread the bone drinkers plague as much as possible before the Mechanikus discovered their traces, and there could be no slacking off. Alright, Black Sickle 15, I'm leaving by ship now. You are still the Star District Governor of this Star Zone. Black Scythe 1 stood up, put on his clothes, and walked towards the door. You are welcome to visit me anytime. Needlehaven followed Black Scythe 1 like a pug. Black Scythe 1 stopped, looked at the stardust outside the colorful floor-to-ceiling window, and asked. How long will it take for the fleet to reach that planet? My lord, thanks to the Lord's protection, the warplane is unobstructed. The fleet will arrive there in at most 18 Terra-day. Good, I understand. I will personally command the fleet to engage the orcs and seize that machine in one fell swoop. The Lord taught Black Scythe 1 a mysterious psychic ritual. Relying on this ritual, Black Scythe 1 could single-handedly control tens of thousands of bone drinkers to fight for him, truly an army of one. 13 days later. 5 p.m. Terra time. Linyo emerged from his private laboratory, a faint smile playing on his lips. The gene recombination experiment was successful. He had fused the genes of orcs and mudmen to create shape-shifting Special Ops Boys. Special Ops Boys are orcs specifically tasked with infiltration, sabotage, and espionage. They are smaller in stature and less powerful than ordinary orc boy, but they are as light as swallows and agile. The reproductive spores separated from this type of orc, after Linyo's deep modification, incorporated the shape-shifting ability of mudmen. Isn't the Alpha Legion good at disguise? Okay, everyone, the preparation plan for the Alpha Orc army has taken a big step forward. From today onwards, orcs can also possess shape-shifting abilities. After dinner, Linyo eagerly logged into Space's account in his bedroom. In the past 13 days, the clan's population had achieved rapid growth thanks to the growth spirit, currently reaching 30,000. This only counted orcs, not Gretchen or squigs. If all breathing beings were counted, the Space Beast clan's total population might exceed 40,000. Such a large number of orcs and Gretchen could not possibly all be crammed into the caves outside the treasure vault. Under Linio's careful arrangement, 30,000 orcs were divided into 10 orc companies, digging new underground caves around the treasure vault. Each underground cave was assigned one orc company, scattered to prevent the enemy from wiping them out in one go. Secret passages connected various parts of the caves to the cave complex where the treasure vault was located. The orcs were fully armed, carrying heavy firepower weapons, and consolidated their defenses in their respective caves, ensuring that each cave could withstand strong acid, poisonous gas, liquid fire, collapse, and explosions. If necessary, all 30,000 orcs could return to defend collectively. The Space Beast's first company was the most elite, with the Space Beast serving as the company commander, while the other companies were commanded by orc bodyguards. Xiao Xi's primitive revenge team was designated as a mortal auxiliary army, acting with the first company and responsible for spraying alchemical agents. After Linio went online, he went straight to the breeding machine. His research task for tonight was to find a way to perfectly hide special ops boys inside the breeding machine. This would require the use of various orc sorceries, such as Mao Ji's black hair and Mao Ji quietly. The special ops boys would arrive at the Bone Drinker's territory with the machine. Linio only needed to use the special ops boys to figure out the location of the Bone Drinker's lair, and then he could mark out the Bone Drinker's activity range and main infected population. This way, he could effectively prevent his nest capital from being infiltrated by the Bone Drinkers. Time flew by quickly in his research, and soon it was the latter half of the night. Just as Linio had stuffed the special ops boys into the machine, the Space Beast's voice came from the noisy box at his waist. Boss. The warp has a reaction, a fleet is approaching our planet from the warp. Come to the star map and take a look. Alright, I'm coming over now. A fleet is approaching the planet, could it be the Bone Drinker's fleet? Linio told the special ops boys to hide well in the machine, then turned and ran, rushing into the cave where the first company was located. In the center of the cave were the finder and the dotted map. These two devices were personally crafted by Linio, both of the highest specifications under current production conditions. The dotted map projected a holographic image 1.5 meters above the ground, depicting the fleet's situation with a virtual pixel dot matrix. A fleet was currently traveling in the warp, and it was unclear how many vessels were in the fleet. The warp observation image of the vessels was a large mass of dark red color, which in the orc star map represented non-orc life forms. 15 minutes later, the dotted map issued a warning sound of the warp entrance opening and closing. The dotted map's display automatically switched from the warp observation map to the starry sky remote sensing map. 1,200 kilometers away from the planet, 11 vessels emerged from the warp entrance. 6 of them were unknown pirate ships. They were modified sword-class frigates, sturdy, heavy, and equipped with void shields. Their original laser cannon arrays had been removed and replaced with missile launchers that could be used for air-to-ground attacks. 5 were armed cargo ships, their specific models unknown, appearing to have had their external cargo holds on the transport ship's side removed and missile launchers installed, lacking void shields. It is worth noting that there was a huge spray paint on the armed cargo ships, with the words Needlehaven Star Zone, number 65 Armed Cargo Fleet written on them. Linio froze for a moment when he saw these words, feeling his brain lag. What's going on here? Armed cargo ships from the Needlehaven Star Zone being held hostage by a pirate fleet? Space Beast, issue an order, tell all companies to prepare for battle, stand by in place, and do not leave the underground area. Yes, boss. The Space Beast picked up the noisy box and grumbled out the order. On the holographic image, the 11 vessels arrived at the uppermost layer of the near-surface orbit and flew towards the area directly above the treasure vault. The finder detected an increase in electromagnetic signals above the planet, which was due to the vessel's auger matrix scanning the planet. Since the vessels were not high-level, their auger matrix performance was limited, both their scanning range and penetration power were far inferior to cruisers. In the Imperium of Man's vessel system, only cruisers and above possessed the ability to scan the entire globe, but even then, they could only penetrate about 100 meters of soil, and their penetration power would be greatly reduced when encountering rock layers or mineral veins. The Bone Drinker's treasure vault and the caves Linio had the orcs dig were very deep, about 500 meters from the surface, far exceeding the scanning depth of these 11 vessels. As expected, the vessels failed to discover the orcs hidden deep underground. Linio's finder did not emit an alarm indicating it had been scanned by the auger matrix. To prevent an ambush underground, the fleet dispatched personnel shuttlecraft to the surface to observe the cave entrance at close range. Linio pressed the switch button on the finder. The holographic image switched from the star map to a surveillance view, showing the scene near the cave entrance. 4 shuttlecraft landed, and about 200 shrimp disembarked. They wore plastic bulletproof armor and carried laser rifles and automatic pistols. Judging by their appearance and physique, they indeed matched the Imperium of Man. Boss, this time the enemies are shrimp, I thought they were purple-skinned people. The Space Beast pointed to a corner of the holographic image, those unlucky ones are about to step into the minefield. The area within a 3-kilometer radius around the cave entrance was a minefield, with landmines randomly distributed according to the Gretchen's preferences. Some areas had dense mines, others sparse, emphasizing randomness. 10 shrimp carelessly rushed into the minefield, and soon enough, explosions were heard from within. At this point, a bizarre scene unfolded. The shrimp who landed on the surface were not equipped with communication gear, there were no tactical headsets, no communication backpacks, and not even extra communication signals appeared on the finder. Yet, they all orderly gathered towards the location of the explosions, without any verbal or eye contact throughout. This phenomenon was extremely abnormal, The space beast didn't notice it, but Lino would never miss it. These shrimp have a problem. Lino said in a deep voice. Among the shrimp's personal communication devices, the highest level is the communication rosary. It can achieve encrypted communication, making it very difficult for our finder to detect the communication signal. But this thing is very expensive, and these shrimp are just miscellaneous soldiers, so they can't possibly be qualified to equip communication rosaries. But look, they didn't even conduct basic communication, and they covered each other as they moved towards the explosion site. Do you know what this indicates? The space beast knew the characteristics of the bone drinkers, and after a moment of thought, he understood. Boss, I understand. These shrimp have been parasitized by the bone drinkers. They are all infected, communicating only through the spiritual network without speaking or using sign language at all. Exactly. Lino nodded and instructed. Tell all companies to check the traps in the tunnels, and once everything is confirmed ready, everyone enters a silent state. Anyone who dares to make a sound will get a kick in the butt. Once an enemy is found passing through a trap, open fire immediately. Yes, boss. The space beast picked up the noisy box, lowered his voice, and grumbled Lino's order. In a short while, the communication signals on the finder disappeared one by one, and the communication network in the underground area became silent, with not a single extra sound. When the orcs become disciplined, they will display extremely terrifying cohesion and execution, which is the great transformation brought about by genetic editing. Time passed as the shrimp continuously stepped on mines. Within half an hour, over 1,000 shrimp were killed by landmines. From this, it is not difficult to see that the current group of shrimp are extremely lacking in experience in large-scale team battles. Very, very lacking. Lino even suspected that this group of shrimp infected by the bone drinkers had never experienced large-scale team battles, to the extent that after their casualties exceeded 1,000, they only then thought of actively detonating the landmines with missiles. A rain of missiles descended from the sky, dust flew, thick smoke rose, the landmines were basically cleared, and the road to the cave entrance was unobstructed. However, the trap Lino planned was not that simple. After several hundred shrimp entered the cave entrance, the space beast pressed the button at the opportune moment. Boom! The cave exploded, sand and rocks fell, and the original entrance, over 100 meters wide, was instantly filled with fallen rocks and mud. The shrimp quickly began the work of excavating and reinforcing the cave. But after digging through the passage, they discovered it was a dead end. Yes, a dead end. About 600 meters inside the cave entrance, where the Howling Chasm entrance used to be, it was now blocked by a solid steel wall, leaving no gap for outsiders. Upon seeing this wall of size, all the shrimp uniformly raised their arms, made obscene gestures towards the steel wall, and blurted out the same profanity. Damn orcs, you rotten maggots from the cesspit, you're even more cunning than I imagined, I number dollar at number. X9999. Thousands upon thousands of repeaters complaining together, what a grand scene. The space beast was completely dumbfounded. Lino, however, had a slightly grim expression, realizing that something was amiss. These shrimp were controlled by the same consciousness. According to the knowledge possessed by Cloudhammer, the Bone Drinker's civilization does not have a higher consciousness capable of controlling all individuals. Multiple individuals being controlled by the same higher consciousness is a characteristic unique to hive civilizations, such as the Tyranids. The Bone Drinkers are a Gestalt civilization. Each individual has distinct characteristics and independent consciousness, merely sharing the entire civilization's spiritual wealth with each other. It is absolutely impossible for all Bone Drinkers to perform the same action at the same time. But the scene before him contradicted the knowledge possessed by Cloudhammer. There was only one reason for this: every single Bone Drinker that arrived on the planet this time had been corrupted by Tsianch, and thus obeyed the unified command of a certain higher consciousness. In other words, after being corrupted by Tsianch, the Bone Drinkers were no longer purely a Gestalt civilization, but a hybrid of Gestalt and Hive. They could both share spiritual information and obey the commands of the same higher consciousness when necessary. Such as Zeno's civilization, just thinking about it, sent shivers down one's spine. Space Beast, issue an order, tell all boys to be extremely vigilant and not to be infected by the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores. Anything with blue-purple light or feathers must be prioritized for killing, not a single one can be let go. Yes, boss. Lino turned his head to look at Xiao Xi beside him and admonished her in the Bone Drinkers' language. Watch your people carefully, don't let them get infected. All the humans on the surface are hosts for the Bone Drinkers, and the Bone Drinkers in them have been modified to turn the host into a servant of a certain higher consciousness. If anyone gets infected and the phagomycetes virus doesn't take effect, they must quickly end themselves with poison, understand? Xiao Xi had been inoculated with a phagomycetes virus wart and had a capsule made of highly toxic substances in her mouth, so she couldn't speak, only nodding with a solemn expression as a reply. The Avengers behind her were also the same, each of them, with the belief of perishing with the Bone Drinkers, resolutely put the poison prepared by Lino into their mouths. The wart and the highly toxic capsule formed a double insurance, ensuring that the primitives, who were easily infected by the Bone Drinkers, would not be parasitized. Lino solemnly promised them that after this battle, the survivors could enjoy his genetic modification, thereby getting rid of the genetic defect that made them easily and quickly parasitized by the Bone Drinkers. Chapter 146, Cunning and Brave, Brave and Cunning. The cunning displayed by the space beasts did not impede the enemy's advance. Personnel shuttles frequently traveled between the surface and low Earth orbit, transporting large numbers of armed crew members and heavy weapons to the ground. Dozens of shrimp pushed 3 heavy weapon platforms, equipped with modified thermofluid guns, into the underground. Torrents of hot fluid erupted, quickly melting the steel walls blocking the path. When the hot fluid met the explosives within the walls, a loud explosion erupted. Violent air currents, carrying hot fluid, rushed towards the shrimp and the heavy weapon platforms. Scalding thermofluid covered the thermofluid gun's fuel tanks, triggering an even more intense explosion. After several consecutive explosions, the shrimp in the underground passage suffered heavy casualties, and 3 heavy weapon platforms and hundreds of shrimp were buried there forever. Too weak. The higher consciousness controlling these shrimp is too weak. He acts like a rookie who has never commanded a large-scale team battle. Is this his true performance, or some kind of disguise? Linyo propped his arms on the table, his eyes showing vigilance rather than disdain. Though he said the opponent was too weak, Linyo did not relax in the slightest. Xianj is known as the Lord of Change, skilled at achieving his goals through transformation. The weakness displayed by his bone drinkers might just be a layer of disguise, intended to conceal their true intentions. Boss, why don't we break out through the secret passage? I think the shrimp are too slow, I can't stand their speed. The beast cracked his knuckles, eager for a fight. The beast's words made Linyo's eyes light up slightly. He knew what the enemy was planning. Indeed, after extensively improving the space beast's genes through gene editing technology, the orcs of the Space Beast clan transformed from war machines driven by battle lust into a new generation of orcs capable of precisely executing orders. However, certain traits embedded in their genetic fragments are difficult to change. For example, belligerence. Another example is excessive energy due to rapid energy recovery. Their belligerent nature makes orcs daring and aggressive, actively responding to sudden high-intensity combat. Excessive energy allows orcs to maintain a high level of combat enthusiasm for extended periods. These 2 traits can be altered through gene editing, making orcs less belligerent and less energetic. The resulting change is that orcs become more obedient, but also weaker. To ensure the combat effectiveness of the Space Beast clan, Linyo did not tamper with the orcs' belligerent nature and energetic traits. He made the orcs of the Space Beast clan more obedient by strengthening the trait of obeying orders. In other words, if the prelude to a battle is too long, and the orcs cannot engage the enemy directly, unrest will quickly breed within the orc ranks, ultimately causing the Space Beast clan to lose control. This was the enemy's intention. They didn't need to advance quickly, they just needed to wait for the underground orcs to fall into disarray. Linyo glanced at the beast beside him. This orc boy was already showing signs of impatience, which indicated the situation within each company. Perhaps, in some caves, unrest had already begun, but because the communication channels were silent, he hadn't detected its appearance. Linyo took a slight breath, deciding to execute the backup plan. Beast, relay the order, have the Gretchen transport the breeding machine to the surface. All companies are to enter pre-battle readiness. Once the breeding machine arrives on the surface, each company will fight according to the Beast Horde Rush plan. Yes, boss. Upon hearing that a battle was about to begin, the beast instantly perked up, pulled out his noisy box, and shouted loudly. Calling Gretchen Hole, boss wants you to transport that machine to the surface, quickly. Everyone else listen up, boss said, once the machine is on the surface, we're going to war with the shrimp outside. The combat order is Beast Horde Rush. Did you hear that? It's Beast Horde Rush. Alright, I've been waiting too long. Received, my big gun is already thirsty for battle. It's time to let the shrimp outside taste some bitterness. The orc company commanders from each company were screaming and yelling, clearly on the verge of being driven mad by the prolonged prelude. Linyo secretly nodded, relieved that he had averted an internal conflict. On the holographic image, the Gretchen and slave masters from Gretchen Hole were all dispatched. The breeding machine was pulled onto the vertical shaft's upgrade platform, and the shaft's top exit was disguised, appearing as rocks and turf from the outside. On the ground near the vertical shaft, a large group of Gretchen were huffing and puffing, dragging ropes. The upgrade platform ascended at a steady speed under the action of ropes and gears. Another group of Gretchen worked together to drag a second rope, opening the top exit of the vertical shaft. Rumble, a low rumbling sound emanated from underground, attracting the attention of the shrimp. The shrimp swarmed towards the vertical shaft exit, and from a distance, they saw a metal machine more than 20 meters tall ascending from underground. The expressions on the shrimp's faces simultaneously became excited and agitated, yet also revealed a hint of apprehension, fearing it was an orc trap. Congratulations, you guessed correctly, this is an orc trap. Missile bombardments from low Earth orbit had always been a concern for Linyo. But with the breeding machine present, those 11 ships would not dare to launch missile bombardments easily. This leveled the playing field in terms of air superiority. As thousands of shrimp gathered around the breeding machine, waves of orcs rushed out from the secret passages, engaging the shrimp at close quarters. Kill. We are the Beast Horde. We are space beasts. Eliminate these shrimp. We are the masters of this planet. Kill all the shrimp. 1st Company to 10th Company all deployed, with each orc company commander shouting slogans as they charged the enemy. The number of shrimp on site did not exceed 10,000, far from being a match for the Green Tide. The 10 orc companies, like a rampaging beast horde, charged head-on, tearing apart the shrimp's formations and bodies. Beast Horde Rush means to charge and kill. After completing a powerful charge, each orc company, under the command of its company commander, returned to its respective cave. The breeding machine stood on the ground, surrounded by a landscape of corpses and gore. A gust of wind blew, and tattered cloth hung on gun barrels, flapping and rustling. A chilling atmosphere quickly permeated the air, and there was silence above and below. Linyo knew the shrimp were after the breeding machine, He had already placed this card on the table, and now it was up to the other side to respond. A shuttle arrived from low Earth orbit, landing on the ground near the breeding machine. Besides the pilot, there was only one passenger in the shuttle. This person wore a dark uniform, was unarmed, had pale skin, and a more expressive face than the previous shrimp. He looked around, smelled the strong scent of blood, his gaze swept over the scattered severed limbs, and he shouted in low Gothic. You are the Space Beast clan, right? Your clan boss is space. Your clan's reproduction rate is unbelievable to me. I have never seen orcs as insidious and cunning as you. The shrimp raised his hand and pointed at the machine, making eye contact with a surveillance camera hidden in the grass. Space, I know you can see the situation on the ground. I don't care about the origins of your Space Beast clan, all I want is this machine. You must know this, otherwise you wouldn't have put this machine on the ground to prevent me from launching missiles. How about we make a deal? I take the machine, this planet belongs to you, and we will not interfere with each other from now on. The speaking shrimp looked like an ordinary armed crew member, yet exuded the aura of a superior. Clearly, his every action stemmed from the higher consciousness controlling the bone drinkers. It was the higher consciousness that manipulated him to come to the surface and negotiate with the Space Beast clan. The current situation was tense for both sides. Due to time constraints, the Space Beast clan had not been able to build large-scale aircraft capable of assaulting low Earth orbit, thus they were helpless against the ships in low Earth orbit. Those 11 ships were all designed and built for a space environment, unable to enter the atmosphere, much less land on the ground. The fleet probably still had no less than 80,000 armed crew members, but they could only reach the ground in small batches via shuttles. Both enemy and ally were unable to harm each other due to the huge altitude difference between the surface and low Earth orbit. This battle was highly likely to evolve into a prolonged war of attrition. The higher consciousness behind the shrimp only wanted a quick resolution, so it proactively appeared and proposed negotiations. This suited Linyo's intentions perfectly. Under his instruction, an orc boy carrying a noisy box arrived on the ground, stopping 10 meters away from the shrimp. Linyo shouted across the distance in low Gothic. I'll give you 3 hours to transport all the shrimp from your ships to the ground via shuttles, and disable the void shields on those 6 guardsmen. You can pick one ship to take this machine and leave, the other 10 ships are mine. The shrimp's expression instantly turned ashen. You're dreaming. You truly are the most greedy and shameless orcs I have ever seen. Heh, look at this. Linyo chuckled lightly, using orc slang to instruct the orc boy to open the machine's casing. The internal structure of the breeding machine was exposed, with a blinking red dot countdown bomb placed inside, the countdown showing it would explode in 3 hours and 32 minutes. The shrimp's features were almost distorted, he felt as if he was not facing simple-minded, strong-limbed orcs, but a cunning, strange entity. At this moment, he felt that the person speaking opposite him was truly a believer of the Lord. How could an orc leverage an enemy's weakness to threaten them? Didn't they only know how to chop and shoot? See? The bomb will explode in 3 hours and 32 minutes. If you act fast enough, you have 32 minutes to defuse this bomb. Think carefully. Shrimp cursed loudly. Damn it, where did you orc freaks come from? Watch your language. Linyo wiggled his finger, and the bomb's countdown decreased by 10 minutes. You only have 3 hours and 22 minutes left. F***ck. 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 Shrimp stared dumbfounded as the countdown suddenly dropped by 10 minutes, so anxious that he continuously cursed. He had never felt so humiliated. Ever since becoming a servant of the Lord, he had always trampled everyone he met underfoot, even the Star District Governor was no exception. But at this moment, he was actually being outmaneuvered by a small orc clan leader. It was hard to imagine how this clan leader's brain worked, to be able to make so many arrangements in advance, constantly putting him, a believer of the Lord of Change, into a passive situation. Shrimp's chest heaved violently, his ragged breathing echoing across the ground. He forced himself to calm down, closed his eyes, and prayed to his Lord for help. He needed guidance, he needed the Lord to tell him how to break the deadlock. Handing over 10 ships at once in exchange for the feeding machine wasn't impossible, but it was hard for him to swallow. Shrimp silently recited the words of prayer, seeking a response from the Lord. I saw a strange thing in the warp. From the amniotic fluid tank in the ... map, the weird boy suddenly spoke. I don't think it's a good thing, and I don't want to see it. Boss, can I close my eyes? Shrimp on the ground was a believer of the blue-haired bird, and he was praying to his faith for help. Normally, the blue-haired bird would not personally respond to mortal believers, it should be a demon under the blue-haired bird's command. The warp observation image provided by the ... map was a chaotic painting that was constantly changing. All sorts of color blocks twisted and floated within it, like an overturned palette of paints, and a dynamic one at that. Now, blue color blocks began to dominate the warp observation image. This meant that a vast wall had appeared, causing the chaotic warp energy to stabilize due to its presence. Linyo told the weird boy to stop observing the warp. The warp imaging on the ... map disappeared, and the weird boy in the tank let out a long sigh, blowing a string of bubbles. From Shrimp's perspective, a blue bird cast its gaze upon him from another dimension. Shrimp was seen through and through by this gaze, every layer of his body, inside and out, was peered into by the other party, even the direction and end of his own destiny had been grasped by this existence personally chosen by the Lord. As a humble believer, Shrimp could not meet the Lord's true form. The one who usually guided him was this chosen demon before him, who called itself Zealfaex, the Shadow Weaver. My Lord's prophet, I have encountered a group of strange orcs. Their treachery and cunning are beyond my comprehension. Shrimp recounted what had happened earlier. Zelfix's figure was as illusory and unpredictable as a shadow, yet also like flowing, changing blue-purple darkness. It raised its scythe-like claw to make a gesture for Shrimp to shut up, and replied in a sinister and sharp tone. Poor idiot, you have asked a foolish question, which is purely a waste of my time. Agree to all of that orc's demands and quickly bring the feeding machine back. From your description, the orcs here reproduce at an astonishing rate, which means they need more meat. They will never let go of delicious shrimp. Can't you just infect these treacherous and cunning green-skinned freaks? The moment the infection is complete, what secrets will you be unable to uncover? Shrimp suddenly understood and repeatedly knelt before the presence. Praise your wisdom. Shut up, don't waste time on such trivial matters. The cursed, Note 2, lacks a crucial child, and no one can stop you from spreading my lord's great power. Don't disappoint my lord. Zelfix's figure vanished, its sharp tone lingering. Shrimp slowly came back to his senses, opening his eyes before the orc boy, a faint contempt flowing in his gaze. I agree to your demands, greedy orc. I only want one armed cargo ship, you can have the rest. I hope so many ships and people won't make you burst. The bomb countdown decreased by another 10 minutes. Linyo's voice came from the noisy box. Last warning, there won't be a next time. Shrimp's expression stiffened, and he forcibly swallowed the curse that was about to escape his lips. A dozen shuttles appeared in the sky, and group after group of shrimp were transported to the ground. 2.5 hours later, 10 of the 11 ships were taken over by Tech Boy and Orc soldiers, and all the shrimp on these 10 ships were driven onto the ground. The higher consciousness controlling shrimp did not want to surrender so easily. He had the shrimp on the ground fully armed and deployed, clearly intending to use these people to cause some trouble for the orcs. The feeding machine was loaded into a barge, and several shuttles towed the barge to take off, loading the feeding machine into an armed cargo ship. The higher consciousness controlling shrimp locked down the shield and turret permissions of the remaining ships, and also limited the maximum cruising speed to under 200 km per hour. The orcs wouldn't be able to lift these restrictions within an hour. The higher consciousness manipulated the cargo ship to leave the planet at maximum speed. Just as he thought the orcs would try every means to pilot their ships to catch up, a scene that stunned him occurred. Shuttles emerged from those 10 ships, fully loaded with orcs, flying towards the ground. Half a minute later, the ship's plasma reactors were detonated by timed bombs. 10 bright blue fireballs engulfed the ships, and fragments of the hull scattered, turning into a meteor shower of flaming debris falling to the ground. What does this mean? What are these orcs doing? Don't they need my ships? The higher consciousness, through the shrimp captain's perspective, stared dumbfounded at the massive explosion in low Earth orbit. On the other side, fierce fighting erupted on the ground. Over 100,000 fully armed shrimp engaged in a massive brawl with 30,000 orcs, with a very small number of primitives also present. The green-skinned bosses were not numerically superior, but Linyo had prepared a large amount of heavy firepower. On the battlefield, laser beams, bullets, and shells crisscrossed, and explosions flared one after another. Orc companies escorted 10-meter-tall war machines to the ground. These were monstrous steel beasts, commonly known as kill. Day. Tai. Guan. Scrap metal and gears formed their heavy bodies, each step capable of cracking the ground. All 4 mechanical arms were equipped with heavy twin-linked loggers, and the roaring barrage of bullets was like a death knell, ringing loudly over the heads of the enemies. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Swathes of shrimp were harvested by the kill. Day. Tai. Guan, but this was only the beginning. 10 boom-boom wagons charged onto the ground amidst the roaring sound waves of their engines. Their tracks crushed earth and stone, their cannon barrels slowly rose, and with roars like thunder, 800 mm heavy shells whistled out. These shells were loaded with cationic explosives, one shot, and golden light exploded, instantly refining both flesh and clothing with high temperatures. What if the shrimp were numerous? The green-skinned bosses had plenty of war machines. Without the threat of air-to-ground strikes, the Space Beast clan was truly invincible in ground combat. The higher consciousness controlling shrimp did not care about the outcome of the battle. He stared intently at the battle scene, hoping to see the orcs devouring the bodies of shrimp in large gulps during the fight. But to his astonishment, another scene appeared. The orcs restrained their impulse to consume shrimp, instead using flamethrowers to incinerate the bodies on sight, and giving a finishing shot to any shrimp who weren't quite dead. Impossible. This is impossible. How can orcs not eat humans? Such terrifying discipline sent shivers down the higher consciousness's spine. Under his utterly astonished gaze, the orcs, like professional exterminators, thoroughly checked the battlefield several times, ensuring that no shrimp or parasitic spores could escape the baptism of fire. With the death of the last shrimp remaining on the ground, the higher consciousness lost its means of observing the surface. He slumped into the captain's chair, swallowing with difficulty. He desperately wanted to tell the Lord's prophet what had just happened, but he was afraid that praying twice in a row would anger the other party. Ultimately, the higher consciousness could only comfort himself in this way. This must be an anomaly. The Space Beast clan is just an isolated case among orcs. Their planet is located on the edge of the galaxy. They cannot possibly interfere with my Lord's plan, absolutely not. Yes, that's it. The higher consciousness ordered the warp engine and Geller field to be activated, taking the feeding machine, which had already had its bomb removed, into the warp. Chapter 147 I am Alfarius. You led the Space Beast clan to a victory. Your clan annihilated approximately 100,000 enemy troops, gaining plus 100,000 points. Your clan destroyed 5 raiding ships modified from guardsmen, gaining plus 5,000 points. Your clan destroyed 5 armed freighters modified from transport ships, gaining plus 500 points. You received 153,483 likes from Space Beast members, gaining plus 460,449 points. You gained a total of 570,000 points. Remaining simulation points, 1.25 million points. The warp signals on the map disappeared. The disinfection operations on the surface were also nearing their end. In the high sky, ship debris flew with the wind. Why not keep the ships? The reason was simple. The Imperium of Man's ships were too crappy. It wasn't that he looked down on the Mechanicus's shipbuilding skills, but the ships built by the oil boy were truly inferior to those built by orcs. Leaving aside other things, the mere fact that they couldn't navigate in an atmospheric environment meant that the Imperium of Man's ships could not provide timely support to ground troops. The Imperium of Man's lance weapons were powerful. However, in a real planetary battlefield environment, it was impossible for ship-mounted lance weapons to support ground troops. The lowest point of near-surface orbit was at least 150 kilometers from the ground, and the attenuation of laser-type weapons was extremely severe, not to mention atmospheric obstruction. Whether lances shot down from near-surface orbit could still cause effective damage when they landed was a question. Blowing up those 10 ships was, firstly, to prevent anything that shouldn't be there from existing on them, and secondly, they completely did not fit the orc ship framework. Instead of slowly dismantling them, it was better to blow up these garbage ships that could not enter the atmosphere directly in near-surface orbit. The small planes searching for derelict ship wreckage have departed. How should we deal with this wreckage? The beast came trotting over to ask. The previous derelict ship wreckage was transformed into new weapons and equipment to arm 100,000 orcs, and the shuttles were also modified into orc-style aircraft for transport and reconnaissance. For this batch of derelict ship wreckage, Lienyo had already made a decision. We'll use this derelict ship wreckage to build mining equipment, and construct smelting workshops and steel fortresses. Mining and smelting, the beast understood the purpose, this could bring more hard steel and various alloys. But why not build caca planes and derelict ships? I don't understand, why build steel fortresses? Fortresses can't move, we can't drive them to fight people. Fortresses can't move? Who told you that? Lienyo revealed a meaningful smile. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky, his fingertip aimed at a natural satellite directly above his head, which was the moon of the planet beneath their feet. See that moon? Saw it, the beast replied, craning his neck. Lienyo asked. Does the moon have a blue flame furnace providing it power? The beast shook his head, no. Does the moon have noisy spraying things? Spraying things referred to thrusters. The beast shook his head again, no spraying things. Then why can the moon hang in the sky? Lienyo's question startled the beast, his pupils contracting sharply. At this moment, the beast had a chilling feeling, as if he was about to touch some truth about the operation of the universe. That's right, The moon doesn't have a blue flame furnace or spraying things, how did it fly up? The beast yelled, craning his neck, feeling his brain itch as if it was about to grow a brain. Lienyo raised his hand and placed it on the beast's shoulder. I'll teach you a set of incredibly awesome modification techniques, and you'll modify our moon according to these techniques. The beast nodded excitedly again and again. Lienyo opened the system interface, chose to possess the beast, and activated I Reckon power. You are retrieving the Almighty Kid's genetic knowledge base, searching for witchcraft related to planetary level modification plans. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 2 items. Retrieval result 1, construction framework of the monolith. Learning cost, 10,000 skill points. Description. Hollow out a planet, build orc camps and turrets on its surface and inside, transforming it into an orc space fortress. The monolith. The monolith does not have engines powerful enough to propel itself and is locked by the gravity of surrounding celestial bodies, thus unable to move independently. Retrieval result 2, Battle Moon's gravitational wave engine. Learning cost, 100,000 skill points. Description. After installing a gravitational wave engine on the monolith transforms into a battle moon. The gravitational wave engine can propel the battle moon for short distance warps, or pull celestial bodies, spacecraft, and space stations smaller than itself to collide with it, becoming part of itself. The gravitational wave engine can emit a gravitational whip, instantly destroying ships affected by its own gravity. After installing a warp engine on the battle moon, it can perform warp travel. Due to its enormous size, the battle moon may take several teradays to enter and exit the warp. Lienyo spent 100,000 simulation points to exchange for the first retrieval result. A vast storm of planetary modification knowledge surged in his mind, and Lienyo and the beast simultaneously grasped the framework blueprints of the monolith. These blueprints contained much knowledge for efficient planetary excavation, including but not limited to methods for handling underground magma, reinforcement of underground cavities, and surface terrain remediation plans. The monolith's framework blueprints did not include the monolith's turret array construction blueprints, the monolith's internal orc camp construction blueprints, or the spaceport construction blueprints, etc. Blueprints packages to the monolith needed to be exchanged separately, each costing 10,000 skill points. Lienyo spent a total of 500,000 simulation points to exchange all the blueprints required for the monolith. After learning the blueprints, Lienyo's consciousness left the beast and returned to space. Beast, the planet beneath our feet is the best spaceship hull. Instead of building small spaceships and driving them out to fight people, you should lead the clan to transform the planet beneath our feet into a monolith. Lian patted the beast's shoulder. He was immersed in the world-shattering impact brought by the blueprints. Once you transform the planet into a monolith, I will teach you how to build a gravitational wave engine. Then you can transform the monolith into a battle moon and drive it around to fight. Isn't that much cooler than driving a small spaceship? The beast came back to his senses, his eyes shining brightly. I understand, Dada. With a battle moon, we can use the gravitational wave engine to fire gravitational whips, eliminating enemies from super long distances, or we can make enemies crash into our moon, turning into a pile of scrap and becoming part of the moon. The battle moon is simply the big treasure I've dreamed of. I must build the battle moon. Good, full of spirit. Lian gave a thumbs up. To encourage you, I'll bring you some books tomorrow. Books? What are those? Can they be eaten? The beast scratched his head. Food fills the hunger of the body, books fill the hunger of the spirit. Lian thought for a moment, then added with emphasis. But you must remember, you can only read the books I give you, not other books. This world is very dangerous, and so are books. Oh. The beast nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Lian patted the beast's shoulder firmly, saying with a hint of apology. It's my fault, actually. To make the orcs of the Space Beast clan more obedient, I made some changes to their genes. That's why they seem dull and don't like to chat. Don't worry, when the time is right later, I'll introduce you to a bunch of lively and cheerful orc friends. You can play with them. Really? That's great. Thank you, Dada. The big promise Dada made filled the beast with motivation. The orc friends Lian spoke of were, naturally, the Steel Warriors. He sent the beast to command the orcs, then called over Xiao Xi and the others who were waiting nearby. The primitive revenge team suffered heavy casualties, only 4 out of over 100 people survived. Some died under Shrimp's gun, some chose to take poison when infected by parasitic spores, and many were unfortunately killed by stray bullets. Xiao Xi's left arm was broken, and the other 3 also had various injuries. To fight as mortals until now without their will being broken was enough to prove their courage and perseverance. You 4 return to the treasure house to rest, do your hygiene, and don't let your wounds get infected. Lian cast a healing spell, accelerating the healing of the 4 people's injuries, then took out a gene mechanical claw to collect gene samples from the 4, and instructed them in the Bone Drinker's language. Tomorrow I will bring some books. You must learn Logothic as soon as possible and abandon the Bone Drinker's language from now on. Once the gene therapy plan is ready, I will perform surgery on you. The 4 primitives still bore the urgency of the fierce battle on their faces, their pupils contracted to pinprick size, showing almost no reaction to Lian's words, only numbly extending their arms for Lian to draw blood. Lian repeated his words twice to each person before their souls returned to them. Silent sobs spread among the 4, who didn't know why they were crying, but simply followed their instincts to release the immense mental pressure brought by death and war. They had persevered until now due to their belief in revenge, and what they were about to face was confusion about the future. Where should the 4 primitives go? Should they continue to stay in the orc clan, or enter the territory of the Imperium of Man and return to human society? Lian couldn't help them with this question. The orc territory was a bit smelly, but in some sense, it was stronger than the Imperium of Man. If the 4 of them were willing to stay here, Lian would naturally have Space Beast find a place to settle them. Xiao Xi and the other 3 went to rest, and Lian found the primitive corpses they had collected, checking each one to see which had died from viral warts. After a search, Lian found a typical case. This was the corpse of a male primitive. After the parasitic spores drilled into his carotid artery, they began to produce metabolites. The metabolites reacted with the viral warts, and the viral warts released phagocytic fungal viruses, killing the parasitic spores. Lian extracted viral wart residues from the male primitive's body for testing, finally pinpointing a phagocytic fungal virus capable of killing Bone Drinker's parasitic spores in a short time. This virus is listed on the Imperial Medical Department's list as TT011 type Penicillium stoloniferum virus, or TT011 PSV virus for short. It was quite effective at eradicating Bone Drinkers. The downside was that when it killed parasitic spores, it produced a highly toxic metabolite, which would lead to human death. To use it for large-scale eradication of Bone Drinkers, its metabolic mechanism would have to be modified. This kind of experiment was very dangerous, and Lian decided to only conduct it in a simulated space, never in the physical universe. After arranging all the on-site work, Lian greeted Space Beast and logged off on the spot. Inside the Wangting district of Hive Pimite, Lian opened his eyes in bed. It was 3 in the morning, after midnight. Lian still had one crucial thing to do. On the breeding machine taken by the Bone Drinkers, there was a special ops boy who had transformed into a machine component. This was a contingency Lian had left, and he had to settle this special ops boy before the enemy discovered him. Lian clicked on the system interface and selected to redeem the second reward. You are redeeming reward 2, precisely match and simulate the orc you specify. Please describe your simulation target. Lian silently recited in his mind. Search for the special ops boys I named Alfarius. Searching. Search complete. Special ops boys named Alfarius found. Calculating simulation price. Simulation target is special ops boys, starting simulation price is 20 magic spores. Simulation target is in warp, simulation price increased by 1000%. Simulation target has undergone deep genetic modification, its genetic purity is only 20% compared to a standard special ops boys, simulation price increased by 500%. Final simulation price is 20*, 1 plus 1000% plus 500%, equals 320 magic spores. Remaining simulation points, 750,000. Number of magic spores, 9803. Special Ops Boys were Orc soldiers responsible for reconnaissance, assassination, and espionage missions. Traces of Special Ops Boys could be found in both the Orc pirate fleet and the Steel Brave tribe. Linyo selected the most outstanding Special Ops Boys from them, collected their samples, and fused them with the Mudman's genes. After 13 consecutive days of high-intensity simulation by the system, the simulation finally succeeded this evening. The price to possess the Special Ops Boys was 320 magic spores, an astonishing number, but the stock of magic spores was sufficient. Linyo was not in a hurry to possess him. He carefully checked the system text several times. After repeatedly confirming that there were no phrases like simulation target is negatively affected or simulation target is in combat, he then silently recited start simulation. Once the simulation began, his consciousness detached from his body and entered the kaleidoscopic warp. Unpredictable, mysterious scenes drifted around, and countless bizarre things brushed past him, yet they were unaware of Linyo's consciousness. After a few breaths, his consciousness plunged into a spaceship, passing through layers of corridors, and entering a vast cargo hold. In the center of the cargo hold was the breeding machine, with no one around, only 2 armed crew members standing guard at the cargo hold entrance. Linyo's consciousness entered the breeding machine, traversing through intricate pipelines, and finally colliding with a metal box half a meter wide and over a meter tall. Everything was dim, the air was silent, only the low vibration caused by the warp engine lingered in his ears. Ripples appeared on the surface of the metal box, transforming from a box into a humanoid creature. Linyo opened his eyes and looked down at this body. A height of 1.5 meters, extremely rare among orcs, could be said to be very short. A bald forehead, without patterns, flatter than a typical orc skull. Due to the mixture of some Mudman gene fragments, the Special Ops Boy skin was a bronze color similar to soil. Alfarius's original skin tone seemed to be bronze, right? Well, I really have become Alfarius. Linyo muttered to himself, activated fungi ability, optical stealth, crawled out of the breeding machine, and drilled into the cargo hold's ventilation duct. The superior consciousness controlling this ship seemed not to be paying attention to the situation here, merely letting the ship undergo a long transit through the warp. The crew members were no longer under the unified command of the superior consciousness at this time. They chatted and laughed in the cabins and corridors, recalling the previous battle with lingering fear, each with their own tone, personality, and habits, behaving like normal people. Linyo was unsure how many Terra days it would take to reach the destination, but this did not prevent him from finding a secret foothold to stay. After a search, he found a suitable hiding place in the deepest part of the ventilation system. This place was relatively far from the corridors and cabins, and generally no one would pass by nearby. Since the pipes were relatively narrow, only short people and servo skulls could move freely within them. Linyo could confidently let the Special Ops Boys wait here, and then log on to control this body after the ship docked. Of course, stealth measures were essential. During offline periods, fungi ability, optical stealth would not be effective. Linyo needed to set up anti-detection measures specifically for Alfarius. This required using the Mudman's shape-shifting ability. Linyo reached out and placed his hand on the metal plate of the ventilation duct, activating the shape-shifting ability inscribed in his gene fragments. Several lines of system text appeared. You have used gene recombination technology to grant the Special Ops Boys, Alfarius the alien ability to forcibly change his own form. During the activation of this ability, 1 universal Shinic material must be consumed per hour. Please ensure universal Shinic material is sufficient to prevent the transformation effect from ending prematurely. Alfarius's current universal Shinic material quantity is 10/15 units. Linyo had previously experimented with the transformation effect and had already anticipated the consumption rate of Shinic materials. He selected the third reward on the system interface to quickly increase Alfarius's Shinic material limit. You have consumed 50,000 points to redeem 500 instances of reward 3. Alfarius's universal Shinic material limit has been increased, currently 515/515 units. Okay, done, so now there's no need to worry about being discovered while offline. With a thought, ripples appeared on Linyo's body. He transformed from a short orc, 1.5 meters tall, into a steel plate 1.5 meters long, 1 meter wide, and about 30 centimeters thick. From a distance, this steel plate looked like steel, and scanning it with a scanner would also return steel parameters, but these were all disguised by the Mudman's shape-shifting ability. If a sword were thrust into it, it would still bleed, but it was enough to deceive the crew's vision and less precise scanners. After ensuring everything was foolproof, Linyo chose to save the character and log off. He was now very curious about where this ship would eventually dock. Chapter 148, Fungi Bring Radiation. Where the feeder machines would eventually be transported was an intriguing mystery. Before the final mystery was revealed, Linyo's daily life and work continued as usual. Overseeing the reconstruction of the 7th district, checking the daily production and sales of synthetic starch, verifying whether the information in each official document was consistent with the actual situation, and listening to holographic reports from various departments of the Nest capital. All kinds of tasks kept Linyo extremely busy. Out of necessity, he built himself a Suindongdong device and secretly used it in his office. That made things much more comfortable. Green skin technology was truly amazing, just input the data into the Suindongdong device, and automated office work was achieved. Linyo only needed to spend 1 or 2 hours verifying the processing results of the Suindongdong device, the rest of his time could be used to read textbooks on genetic editing and simulate the creation of vaccines to eradicate the bone drinkers in the system. After 6 days passed like this. In the morning, inside the office, bright artificial sunlight passed through the stained glass, casting colorful patches of light into the room, and the silent room echoed with the sound of typing. The servo skull floated beside Linyo, holding a data slate, quietly accompanying Linyo through his busy time. Master, the chief illuminator of the local mechanicum wants to communicate with you. Illuminator was an elegant term for electro-priest. The local electro-priests were responsible for the Nest capital's power regulation, maintaining facilities such as the artificial sun, power grids, and power hubs. Of course, in the eyes of the electro-priests and other tech priests, electricity should be called source power, which was the sacred spark bestowed upon them by the Omnissiah. Connect the call. Linyo paused his work and looked at the camera on the data slate. Brandy manipulated the servo skull to open the holographic projection, revealing a bald man with electric patterns on his head. Under the witness of the Omnissiah, we welcome another new day. May your thoughts always be as sharp and swift as source power. The chief illuminator was named Hervan Pulse. He started with a routine greeting, then said, Lord Wilsey, I have to tell you some bad news. Due to the Nest capital's transport ban on the Needlehaven Star Zone, our radioactive waste has piled up like mountains, and the warehouse will overflow in 5 days. Before the radioactive waste contaminates the Omnissiah as pure creations, we had better find a way to dispose of them properly. Linyo pondered and asked. If I remember correctly, the radioactive waste warehouse should only be full in 62 days, right? What caused it to overflow early? Lord, you don't know. This morning, the engineering team rebuilding the scrapyard zone dug up a radioactive waste pond. To avoid delaying the project, they transferred the radioactive waste to the warehouse. The appearance of this pile of waste caused the overflow to come early. Linyo nodded slightly and replied. Okay, I understand. I will find a way to deal with the radioactive waste as soon as possible. Hervan Pulse nodded in return. May the grace of the Omnissiah never extinguish in our accumulators. The holographic projection disappeared. Linyo instructed, call Taiduo. Yes, master. Brandy dialed the communication. Taiduo's holographic image projected out. What's up? Taiduo asked with a smile. Linyo said. Have the investigation results of the plague in the Needlehaven Star Zone been released? Not yet. I specifically sent a Star language message to the Star District Governor's office and the local mechanicum. The Star District Governor's office didn't reply to me. The local mechanicum said they didn't participate in the disinfection work in the plague area, so they don't know the situation on site. Is that so? Linyo frowned and explained that the radioactive waste warehouse was about to overflow. Can you help me contact other Imperial worlds and see who can take away the waste in the warehouse? A higher price is fine too. Okay, I'll ask Dada. I remember he has a list that records Imperial worlds interested in receiving radioactive waste. Half an hour later, the two communicated again. In the image, Taiduo lightly pinched her chin, her expression a bit solemn. Linyo, after I got the list from Dada, I checked the status of these Imperial worlds one by one, and I found that they have all recently experienced plagues. I'll send you the list and the plague reports. Linyo received the document sent by Taiduo and opened it to view. There were 4 alternative radioactive waste disposal contractors, corresponding to 4 star district governors, whose territories were all located in the Dim Star region, making them colleagues of Needlehaven 15. Competition between colleagues was inevitable. Not long after the plague appeared in the Needlehaven Star Zone, plagues successively appeared in the other 4 star zones, and the outbreak locations of the plagues were all in the stellar radiation waste zones. This made it hard not to suspect that the 5-star district governors were using the plague to interfere with their competitors. In recent star language messages, public accusations from the 5-star district governors were often seen, a vivid drama of gossip. Interestingly, none of the 5-star district governors publicly released the investigation results of the plague. The onlookers still didn't know what the pathogenic strain of the plague was. It was as if this pathogenic strain was the unspeakable secret of the 5-star district governors. A bit interesting. Linyo crossed his arms and looked at the desk in front of him. His recent work was almost done, and he had free time for research, so why not deal with the radioactive waste problem? Linyo asked Taiduo to continue looking for new radioactive waste disposal contractors, while he went to his private laboratory for simulations. At the laboratory entrance, Leia and Mona were on guard today. After Leia joined the governor's agent team, her relationship with Mona was the best. Both of them were the type who enjoyed fighting, and they would spar in the base's training room whenever they had free time. In contrast, Wick was more of a slacker. He would disappear as soon as he got off work, reportedly to accompany the girl he liked. Seeing Linyo approaching, Leia and Mona immediately stopped their whispered conversation, tightened their facial lines, and became serious, completely like my seeing a cat. Linyo couldn't help but smile, then entered the laboratory, preparing to conduct simulations. There were 2 types of radioactive waste, light water radioactive material and heavy water radioactive material. Which type of waste would be produced depended on the structure of the plasma reactor. The Imperium of Man's plasma reactors only produce light water radioactive material. By adding solidifying agents like cement and asphalt to light water radioactive material and mixing them, solid light water radioactive material could be produced, which could then be launched into stars with cannons. This was how Needlehaven 15 and other star district governors handled radioactive waste. Linyo certainly wouldn't use this method. The top priority was still to purify light water radioactive material with fungi. Before he transmigrated, Lienyo had read many papers on this topic. The cell walls of fungi contain various functional groups, such as carboxyl groups and amino groups. They can undergo ion exchange reactions with radioactive substances, thereby adsorbing radioactive substances onto the cell walls. This operation is equivalent to solidifying the radioactive material, preventing it from spreading in the air, soil, and water. Lienyo found many fungi with strong adsorption capabilities in the fungus warehouse, such as cocktail fungus, water orb fungus, Aspergillus niger, various yeasts, and rhizopus. So, the problem now was how to dispose of the radioactive substances adsorbed on the fungi. Out of caution, Lienyo decided to conduct experiments on the Steel Brave tribe's territory, where the radioactive waste was also light water radioactive material. He clicked on the system interface, and the save information appeared. Save 1, Weird Boy Sake. Save briefing. The Steel Brave tribe's ship has been built, successfully test fired, and all ship functions are normal. The Tech Boss and Tech Boy are conducting the final checks. The spaceship is expected to be officially launched later today. In Sake's shack, there are 1,372 magic spores waiting for you to collect. A fulfilling work life always made time fly by, and before he knew it, the Steel Brave tribe was about to ascend. Lienyo took out the magic spores, swallowed them, and read Sake's save. His consciousness traveled through the star sea, and after many days, Lienyo once again saw a star zone suspected to belong to the Ulaner Orc Empire. As he flew towards the planet where the Steel Brave tribe was located, Lienyo saw an orc fleet also heading towards this planet. The fleet had 11 powerful and cool large spaceships, equivalent in scale to the Imperium of Man's cruisers, extremely crude in style, like 11 giant toilets floating in space, covered in rust from top to bottom. The side of the ship was painted with a portrait covering half of the hull. The subject of the portrait was an orc wearing a horned helmet, with a ferocious, bloodthirsty smile on his face, blood dripping from between his teeth, and some bits of shredded meat. Next to this portrait was a slogan. Either join us Blood Bowl Warlord, or become our food. So it was a warlord-level orc group, no wonder they had so many ships. Lienyo's consciousness entered Sake's body, and he opened his eyes on Zalger's shoulder, looking left and right. The Steel Brave tribe was no longer what it used to be, the buildings in their territory had transformed from low steel shacks into a steel jungle. Steel constructs over 10 meters tall rose from the ground, forming many chicken coop-like orc dormitories. The Tech Boy workshop was located in a corner of the territory, spewing thick black smoke all day long, causing black ash to often float in the air, and even the rain that fell was murky black. Along, the tribe leader, resided atop a hill, the peak of which had been leveled and replaced by a steel structure, square in appearance, like an iron ingot, fully displaying the Steel Brave tribe's tough guy style. Sake's shack was next to Along's residence, retaining its wooden material and planting area, making it a relatively unique site in the steel jungle. Lienyo tapped Zalger's helmet and pointed to the shack behind him. I'm going to tinker with some newfangled stuff. Go fetch me a bucket of stinky green light mud. Ong. Zalger placed the weird boy from his shoulder onto the ground and walked away with heavy, clanking steps. After a while, a bucket of radioactive waste appeared before Lienyo. This stuff emitted a faint green glow, like a pile of slime, smooth and wet to the touch, hence its name Green Light Mud. Its name in the Imperium of Man was light water radioactive material. Orcs were not afraid of radiation. To be precise, their genetic fragments were too stable to be easily altered by radioactive substances. Lienyo could hold and play with such a bucket of radioactive waste that would strike fear into humans, even rolling it into a dung ball and throwing it at Stupid Dog's face. Stupid Dog thought it was delicious, licked the green light mud off his face into his mouth, then spat it out with a puff, and slunk away. Lienyo chuckled, picked up the iron bucket, and walked into the empty planting room, officially beginning the simulation. System: use water orb fungus to absorb radioactive substances from the light water radioactive material. Simulation experiment parameters set. Day 1, you select 100 samples of domesticated water orb fungus mycelium as experimental subjects, using light water radioactive material as the culture medium. The light water radioactive material inherently contains a certain amount of water and organic matter, so you do not need to prepare additional nutrients or irrigation water. Day 172, all radioactive substances, organic matter, and water in the light water radioactive material were absorbed by the water orb fungus. You obtained 12 severely mutated fungus samples. The 100 samples had sharply decreased to 12, with the missing 88 all dying from mutations caused by radiation. The system interface displayed holographic images of the mutated water orb fungus. They were bright green, clearly radiating. Lienyo habitually aimed at the holographic image and activated the analysis fungus function. When he saw the analysis results, he froze, his eyes slowly widening, and a holy crap escaped his lips. Name: mutated fungus with strong radiation. Analysis result: compared to normal water orb fungus, the genetic purity of this fungus is less than 10%. It does not contain contamination from other fungi, but it possesses extremely strong radioactivity. Remove radioactivity to complete domestication. Fungi ability: irradiation art. Unlock requirement: 100 skill points. Remove radioactivity to complete domestication. After domestication, the unlock requirement is reduced to 1 skill point. Fungi ability effect: consume a certain amount of this fungus to create a radiation source that emits a large number of radioactive metal particles. The more fungus consumed, the more radioactive metal particles the radiation source releases per unit of time. Lienyo sprang up from his chair, his body trembling with excitement. His original intention was to find a way to purify light-water radioactive material, but he never expected to create the Necron's gauze weapons. The principle of gauze weapons is using magnetic fields to bind and accelerate metal particles, projecting them in a specific direction. Note 1. Metal particles are the bullets of gauze weapons, and the magnetic field is the gunpowder that propels the metal ions. The smaller the size of the metal particles, the stronger the penetrating power of the beam emitted by the gauze weapons. When metal particles penetrate a target, they leave their carried energy within the target, thereby causing damage. The biggest difficulty in manufacturing gauze weapons is how to process metal into particles with a sufficiently small diameter. Now, he only needed to snap his fingers to create a radiation source that spewed metal particles, completely skipping the metal processing step. The destructive power provided by this was immeasurable. Linyo entered the shack and rummaged around, finding the sample of the Black Knight's special weapon he had tried to make earlier. It was a specially made laser weapon, and its energy magazine was empty. Linyo removed the focusing lens, installed a magnetic field coil created by mechanical witchcraft, mentally locked onto the energy magazine, spent 100 skill points to unlock the new fungi ability, and activated irradiation art. The radiation source appeared inside the energy magazine, and radioactive metal ions followed the light path conduit into the gun barrel, then were accelerated by the magnetic field coil outside the barrel. Linyo aimed at the wooden wall of the shack and pulled the trigger. Buzz buzz buzz, pew. A slender green light beam shot from the muzzle, landing on the rough wooden board. A standard circular micropore appeared, with a few radioactive green dots remaining at the edges. Linyo leaned in to examine the micropore, surprised to find a small circular dot also on the metal building outside the micropore. Zalger seemed to have heard something, came to the metal building and stopped, staring at the small circular hole on the wall and scratching his head. What's going on? How did the boss's house get broken? Who did this good deed? Step forward. Ahem. Linyo holstered the laser rifle at his waist, kicked open the shack door, and walked out. Don't yell, Zalger. I invented a powerful new toy and accidentally misfired. Oh, so it was you who did it, then it's fine. Zalger shook his head and turned to walk away. Linyo observed the micropore on the metal wall, his gaze passing through it, vaguely seeing the scene inside the house. Awesome. Truly awesome. This wall was at least 10 centimeters thick, and it was actually penetrated just like that. If he were to consume a ton of mutated mushrooms at once to fire, what kind of destructive power would that be? Linyo prepared to transfer the radioactive waste in the nest capital to his own warehouse, all for cultivating mutated fungi. To be honest, with the experiment reaching this stage, the purpose of this trip was essentially achieved. Storing the mutated fungi that absorbed radioactive substances in the fungus warehouse would solve the problem of radioactive waste about to overflow. The only regret was that when cultivating mutated fungi, the fungi would absorb the water from the light water radioactive material. Therefore, this solution could only be used to convert radioactive waste into particle projectiles for gauze weapons, and could not be used to obtain purified water. Just as Linyo was about to log off, Zalger returned. Witch Doctor Dada, the boss called you, said the Blood Bowl Warlord wants us to join them. The boss thinks this matter needs your opinion. Blood Bowl Warlord? Linyo looked up at the sky, only then realizing that the ships he had seen at the beginning of the simulation had already stopped directly above the tribe's territory. Orc ships looked oddly shaped, but their structure was exceptionally stable, capable of withstanding atmospheric pressure and entering an atmospheric environment. The bottoms of the 10 ships were not far from the ground. The orcs in the territory could clearly see the paint on the bottom of the ships just by looking up. It was 10 images of orc horned helmets with blood in their mouths. Presumably, realizing that the Steel Brave tribe's spacecraft would soon be operational, the Blood Bowl Warlord specifically came to recruit them. Linyo thought for a moment, a tribe joining a warlord was a big deal, and he needed to help Along deliver it. He temporarily delayed logging off and followed Zalger into Along's residence. Orcs had fewer rules for receiving guests than humans, leading guests to the bonfire, having Gretchen bring wine and meat, and the feast could begin. The Blood Bowl Warlord's warlord leader himself came to recruit. He was a humanoid brute nearly 5 meters tall, with eye-poppingly large muscles and shoulders twice as wide as Along's. He cultivated a squig on his head, whose thick body hair was dyed blood red, becoming the orc's hair and beard. A gleaming black horned helmet was placed on his head, with 2 horns pointing towards the ceiling like pigtails. Chapter 149, Escape from the Blood Bowl and Embrace Freedom. You are the witch doctor here. The Blood Bowl Warlord's gaze fell on Linyo, radiating the strong heat and pungent body odor of a powerful individual, his voice a buzzing hum like a boiling cauldron. Gork and Mork told me that you, witch doctor, have done a good job. They are very satisfied and specifically sent me to invite you to join us for a big task. One word, join my warlord, and come with me to fight the shrimp, yes or no? A warlord is a level higher than a tribe, usually composed of several tribes. The overall strength of the Blood Bowl Warlord was comprehensively superior to the Steel Brave tribe. Along did not want to join the Blood Bowl Warlord, this could be heard from his impatient breathing. Along was inherently competitive, and now being approached by the warlord and forced to become a subordinate made him very unhappy. Linyo also did not want the Steel Brave tribe to join the warlord. He had his own calculations. He meticulously nurtured the Steel Brave tribe and the Space Beast clan, precisely for their combat power. At a critical moment, these 2 orc armies could help him share the pressure from Chaos Inimical Powers and the Space Marine traders. Once he learned the 2 mechanical witchcraft related to the webway, the Steel Brave tribe and the Space Beast clan would become the vanguard for exploring the webway. Now to make him give up the Steel Brave, and to fight the Imperium of Man, what a joke. Linyo grumbled inwardly, his expression unperturbed. He stood beside Along, his mind racing, quickly thinking of a way to break the situation. The current situation was not good for their side. The Blood Bowl warlord's ship was parked in the sky, capable of artillery bombardment at any time, destroying Along's achievements of these past years in one fell swoop. Could he possess the warlord? Linyo opened the system interface and redeemed the second reward. Reward 2, precisely match your designated orc and simulate them. Please precisely describe your simulation target. Blood Bowl warlord. Your described simulation target has been found. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is an orc warlord. The starting price for simulation is 1000 magic spores. The simulation target controls approximately 880,000 orcs, increasing the starting price for simulation by 880,000 magic spores. The final simulation price is 1000 plus 680000 equals 881,000 magic spores. Magic spore count, 10,855. Your magic spore count is insufficient, this target cannot be simulated. 880,000. Linyo forcibly suppressed the urge for his mouth to twitch. The daily output of magic spores from SAK was over 130, how long would it take to accumulate 880,000? The Blood Bowl remained silent, merely locking his gaze on Along and Linyo, a hint of coldness gradually flowing in his eyes. Linyo took a step forward, raising the ritual staff in his hand and shaking it. Blood Bowl, can you give us time to discuss? We will within 3 days. No, the Blood Bowl warlord waved his right hand, stirring up a strong wind that made Linyo's animal hide robe flap loudly. Your ship will be able to fly soon. Tell me now if you are willing to join my warlord. What if we're not willing? Linyo asked daringly. Humph, not willing? If you're not willing, I'll use my big bang bang cannons to blow up your den, and that tiny little spaceship of yours. Along's breathing became exceptionally heavy, his steel encased heart on the verge of fury. He squeezed an angry sound from his throat. We are willing to join the Blood Bowl warlord. Linyo quickly responded, his loud voice drowning out Along's, while simultaneously making a subtle gesture behind his back to Along, telling him not to speak. Along huffed angrily, turning his head to the other side. The Blood Bowl warlord laughed heartily, rising from the ground, his body moving like a small mountain. I'll go back to the ship and wait first. Once your ship takes off, all of you must board the ship and leave here with me. The Blood Bowl warlord walked out of Along's dwelling. A luxurious red fighter descended from the sky, the strong winds from its 4 thrusters blowing away the Gretchen doing odd jobs. As the Blood Bowl warlord sat in the back seat, the fighter creaked, its thrusters emitting a sharp whine, finally lifting the Blood Bowl warlord into the sky. Along clenched his fist and thumped his chest, making a clanging sound. I don't like that Blood Bowl. His spaceship looks like a toilet, not cool at all. The spaceship you designed isn't much better, it's like an iron ingot. And your naming skills aren't great either. Who in their right mind would name their ship Steel Ingot? Linyo kept his complaints to himself, tapping Along's leg armor with his staff. Don't mind him. Once our Steel Ingot takes off, I'll take you to another place. There's a lot of iron ore waiting for you to dig there, I guarantee you'll like it. Why, really? Along was single-minded, the more iron ore, the more steel, the more awesome the steel warriors would be. Hearing about ore to dig immediately made him overjoyed. Of course it's true, provided we don't get lost on the way. Every word Linyo said was true. The planet where Xiao Xi was located was targeted by the O'Neill group precisely because of its rich mineral deposits. The orc warp navigators were weird boys. The more universal Shinik material a weird boy consumed, the further they could see in the warp. Along's designated navigator was Pengpa, the weird boy who had defected from the Blackfoot clan. Pengpa's head was placed in an artificial amniotic fluid jar, resting on the dotted map. This appearance seemed miserable, but in fact, Pengpa felt incredibly good, not miserable at all. Weird boys experience pleasure when absorbing Shinik material, their greatest fear is their head exploding from Shinik material. Now it was different, every bit of universal Shinik material he absorbed would be used to observe the warp, absorbing one portion, using one portion, continuously absorbing, continuously feeling good. On the ship about to take off, Linyo entered the bridge, found Pengpa, and drew a map of the galaxy with animal hide and charcoal, guiding him step by step to find the planet where the space beast was located. This search journey consumed an enormous amount of Shinik energy, with orc boys being drained of Shinik material one after another by Pengpa. Weird boys are very sensitive to the orc psyker field. With the enhancement of the dotted map, Pengpa could easily confirm whether a planet had orcs, making the search extremely efficient. After about an hour of this, Pengpa cheered with a long waik. I found the planet you mentioned, Witch Doctor. There are so many boys there. They seem to be building a furnace. Wait a moment, I'll go confirm with Gork and Mork if you found the wrong place. Linyo propped his staff, went offline on the spot, logged into the space account, and had the beast launch a medium-sized explodey into the sky. A golden-white plasma storm exploded high in the sky, forming a large, golden ball of light. Linyo returned to SAK's body and asked, did you see the explosion? I saw it. It's so cool, just like our explodey. Pengpa happily blinked in the jar. I like this planet, there's a lot of territory to grab. No need to grab, it's all ours. The orcs on the planet are my distant relatives, not your enemies. Linyo's latter half of the sentence was for Along. Along didn't understand what distant relatives were, but if the witch doctor said they weren't enemies, then they weren't. Alright. Don't worry, I'll be friends with them, not fight them. A Long chuckled. As long as he didn't have to join the Blood Bowl warlord, he'd do anything. Hurry and call all the tribe members onto the ship, and bring plenty of supplies. After we ascend, we'll go full speed, enter the warp as quickly as possible, and shake off the Blood Bowl's fleet. Li Niu waved his staff and gave the order. A Long relayed the witch doctor's command, loudly urging the tribe members to board the ship. The ship beneath their feet completely disregarded aerodynamics. The ship's exterior was a rectangular coffin. No, that's not auspicious, it should be described as a rectangular steel brick. Ordinary orc ships only needed 2 blue flame furnaces, but A Long installed 4 in one go. Forget about aerodynamics, their green-skinned overlords focused on brute force making bricks fly. All members of the Steel Brave tribe rolled up their bedding and boarded the ship. Except for steel buildings that couldn't be moved, everything else was loaded onto the ship. This naturally included the orc mecha, which was the prototype contained unit made by Li Niu using warp energy monocrystals. This thing had become A Long's precious treasure, kept in his dwelling for daily admiration and rarely shown to outsiders. As soon as he boarded the ship, A Long stuffed it into his room. If it weren't for the fact that he could only reproduce asexually, Li Niu would have thought A Long treated this orc mecha as a life-sized figurine. The chaotic scene lasted for about an hour, ending with the simultaneous ignition of the 4 blue flame furnaces. Rumble, buzz, buzz. The ground trembled, the air was distorted by sound waves, and dust billowed out around the ship. The ship body ascended steadily and slowly, a huge blue exhaust flame blasting towards the ground, scorching all the steel buildings below. The Blood Bowl warlord's communication signal approached the bridge. I saw your spaceship take off. Although it's not as cool as mine, it's already pretty good that it can fly. Now, follow my fleet, and we'll go to the next planet. The Blood Bowl's fleet turned in the air, moving away from the ground and entering space. The Steel Brave tribe's ship was at the very back, and the atmosphere on the bridge was extremely tense. You boys must remember, first activate the green dam, then activate the Geller field. We absolutely cannot let the ship be hit when entering the warp, or we'll kick the bucket, understand? Li Niu shouted from the high platform on the bridge. The boys responsible for controlling the ship below responded in unison. Someone even came up with a bad idea. I want to blast Blood Bowl with a shot. Me too. He actually said our ship isn't good looking. By Gork and Mork, I really want to put a bullet in his head. Li Niu picked up his staff and tapped each of the boys who had offered bad ideas on the head. Stop talking nonsense. Activate the green dam, ignite the warp engine. Once ignition is successful, immediately activate the Geller field. Not activating the Geller field beforehand was to avoid alerting Blood Bowl. In fact, as soon as the green dam was activated, Blood Bowl's side immediately reacted. Blood Bowl warlord's voice echoed through the bridge. What are you doing? Do you want to fight? Turn off the green dam for me. Don't mind him. Li Niu pointed at the boy controlling the warp engine. Quick, quick, how much longer until ignition is successful? Witch Doctor, 15 seconds left. From these 15 seconds onward, the next minute or so would be the most difficult for the Steel Brave tribe. Blood Bowl warlord screamed and yelled, ordering the Steel Brave to shut down the green dam, or prepare to endure shelling. Seeing no reaction from the Steel Brave, Blood Bowl ordered his 10 ships to activate their green dams, adjust their ship's posture, and aim their broadside cannons at the Steel Brave's ship. Just at this moment, the warp engine finished igniting, and the physical universe in front of the ship was torn open by the engine, revealing a warp rift large enough for the ship to enter. The Steel Brave's ship moved at full speed, activating its Geller field. As luck would have it, the appearance of the warp rift triggered a volley of cannon fire. 50 broadside cannons from 10 ships simultaneously spewed fire. Bang 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 bang. Boom 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 boom. There was a thin atmosphere in the combat environment, and the loud roar of the broadside cannons was deafening. The intense vibration that followed almost knocked Li Niu over. The steel ingot braked sharply, 4 blue flame furnaces roared, outputting surging power, and 3 bright beams of light shot out from the ship's rear thrusters, instantly propelling the ship into a nimble tail-wagging maneuver. Screech! Screech! The piercing sound of the ship's hull deforming resounded throughout the ship. The steel ingot endured immense pressure during the emergency braking. Most of the shells were dodged by the steel ingot, but 3 shells struck the green dam. A boy below shouted. The green dam is blown. It's recharging. There are holes in the lower deck. Li Niu roared. Quick, send the Gretchen to repair it. Accelerate. Accelerate. Get the ship's speed up. Why isn't the Geller field activated yet? The Geller field generator ignition failed. Restarting. Oh my god. A chill ran down his spine. Li Niu looked at the viewport directly in front of the bridge, the warp rift was right there. The Steel Brave tribe's ship plunged in. All hands, prepare for battle. Li Niu raised his staff, wildly activating group combat mechanical witchcraft, and intense psyker field fluctuations instantly covered the entire area. The space outside the ship became bizarre, the vast starry sea vanished, replaced by a blood-red surface. The spaceship at this moment became a lone boat sailing on a vast ocean, with blood-red giant waves hundreds of meters high crashing down. Bang! Boom! 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 The wave crashed against the front hull of the ship, blood splattered, thick blood poured into the cabin, and a foul smell quickly permeated the air. As soon as Li Niu stood firm on the bridge, many blood-red monsters rose from the blood on the floor. A Long grabbed his power hammer and charged forward, roaring. Boys! Kill! Blast the Gellerfield's heads! Drive them out of our territory! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ay-ik! Wah-ay-ay-ay-ik! The orcs roared in unison, grabbing the weapons from their waists and wrestling with the Gellerfield, completely forgetting that this was the bridge, where many precision devices were located. Lumberjack guns roared, spitting out barrages of bullets, and heavy bolters exploded a row of blood-red demons into smithereens. A Long's power hammer transformed from steam-driven to plasma-driven, brandishing it like a whirling tornado. For a time, the ship was bustling with activity. Linio darted to the Gellerfield control console, using his scrap shield to block attacks from all sides. He wielded his staff with one hand, casting brain freeze technique to control the enemies, while his other hand gripped a wrench, repairing the sparking panel. Linio felt his heart rate must be over 200 beats per minute right now. Oh my goodness, this is the warp. He, a transmigrator, actually entered here without the protection of a Gellerfield. If he were targeted by the chaos inimical powers, that would be terrible. As soon as he thought of this, Linio's hands moved faster and faster. Outside the ship, another huge blood-red wave crashed down. Linio took a moment to shove a handful of screws into the scrap shield generator, desperately repairing the panel. With an electrophoretic sound from within the machine, the control panel screen lit up. Thank goodness, the Gellerfield had successfully ignited, it just hadn't received the activation signal, which was why it hadn't functioned. Linio slapped the switch. Buzz. A huge roar emanated from within the hull, and a dense green light enveloped the ship from the inside out. This light seemed to possess an irresistible force, forcibly pushing the blood-red monsters out of the ship's cabin. The blood-red monsters roared, screamed, and struggled, unwillingly leaving the ship and merging into the blood-colored ocean outside. The ship was enveloped in green light, its hull breaking free from the sea's constraints, ignoring the obstruction of the waves, passing directly through the giant waves, like a phantom without mass or volume. Few were safe now. Linio let out a long sigh of relief, then turned and gave orders. Quickly check if there are any Gellerfield left on the ship. Pengpa, guide the helmsman. Tell me, how long will it take to reach that planet? All right, boss, I reckon it'll be 13 beeps until we get there. A beep on the bridge's electronic clock represents 1 teraday, so 13 beeps means 13 days. Not bad, the time isn't too long. Linio handed over command to A Long and went to inspect the ship, ensuring there were no signs of corruption. 3 hours later, Linio confirmed everything was in order and logged off on the bridge. This YAIC simulation has ended. Settlement in progress. You killed 15 blood-stained lesser demons, score plus 150. You received 1,342 likes from the Steel Brave tribe, score plus 2894. Total score obtained in this simulation, 3,044 points. Remaining simulation points, 740,000. Hey? Killing demons gives a lot of points. Opening his eyes and rising from the chair in his private laboratory, Linio marveled at the settlement panel. The demons he encountered just now were the lowest level beings, yet each could give 10 points, 10 times that of shrimp. It seems that if conditions allow in the future, he can drive a ship without Gellerfield protection into the warp to farm monsters. Linio smiled and walked out of the laboratory. It was dusk, and outside the window, the setting sun was like blood, and the artificial sun was gradually enveloped by the moonlight overlay. Linio took a data pad from the servoskull's mechanical claw and edited a message to send to the local Mechaniku's monastery. In a short while, the Thinker's reply came, promising to transport all radioactive waste to the lower nest warehouse designated by Linio within 2 days. Subsequent radioactive waste generated by the nest capital would also be transported there. As for how the deputy governor would deal with this waste, it was not something the Thinker liked to consider, as long as the waste did not defile the pure creations of the Omnissiah. Linio then called Taiduo, asking her to arrange a warehouse for storing the radioactive waste and to set up water orb fungus bioreactors inside. The mutated fungi produced by the reactors would be stored centrally in the warehouse for his future experiments with new types of potions. After arranging everything, Linio finally had time to check the communication records from during the simulation. Master, Delton called you. I answered on your behalf. He said on the phone that he needed to discuss something with you in person. The discussion location is the Thinker Array at the Agent Base. The Thinker Array is used to store very important data. The Agent Base's database is not connected to the Nest Capital network and only stores data of the highest security level, such as the top secret information about the Wong's family secretly collaborating with rebels. Delton asking Linio to go to the site to review the database surely meant he had discovered something extraordinary, something capable of harming the Nest Capital. Linio checked the time, 5:30 p.m., almost dinner time. Brandy, tell Delton that I will go with Taiduo after dinner. Yes, master. After dinner, Linio and Taiduo went together to the agent base located in the lower nest. Delton's first words upon seeing them were, "Praise the wisdom of Wilsey, his maintenance of the transport ban to the Needlehaven Star Zone was correct. This measure has invisibly saved our nest capital." Chapter 150, Prophecy from the Subspace. Because a transport ban was imposed on the Needlehaven Star Zone, the nest capital was spared? Why is that? Linio and Taiduo vaguely guessed it was related to the plague, but weren't entirely sure of the reason. This story begins with a unique tech priest. Her name is Coriel Zeth. Zeth's teacher was Cass, and Cass's teacher was Laszlo. The most outstanding creation of these three, teacher and disciples, was the thought space. In the 30K era, very few tech priests used the thought space, but in the 40K era, any tech priest who didn't have a thought space was a proper low-end oil boy. The thought space is a personalized, visualized data space belonging solely to the tech priest, similar to Sherlock Holmes's mind palace. Within the thought space, a tech priest can view their knowledge and memories through virtual images. The thought spaces of different tech priests can form a local area network. Tech priests remotely command combat units wirelessly connected to the space through the thought space. In the game where the Adeptus Mechanicus explores Necron tombs, several Mechanicus sages communicate and strategize within the thought space. During the Horus Heresy, Mars suffered a great schism, and Kalbo Hal, the representative of the rebellious Mechanicus, released Chaos Code, attempting to destroy all equipment, factories, and loyalist tech priests connected to Mars' public network in one fell swoop. The thought space developed by Zeth, Cass, and Laszlo, the three teacher and disciples, shielded against the Chaos Code, making them immune to its corruption, thus becoming a very small number of loyalist tech priests who were not killed. During the period from the end of the Great Expedition to before the start of the Horus Heresy, Coriel Zeth was developing an incredibly powerful technological creation. This item was called the Akashic Reader. Akashic is Sanskrit, referring to ether, which is the warp. Zeth discovered that the warp contained immeasurable historical information and knowledge. She assembled the reader using etheric nullifiers and mechanical devices, attempting to read information within the warp. Due to the warp's violent and chaotic energy, the development of the Akashic Reader was extremely difficult, and etheric nullifiers dying from explosive head syndrome was commonplace. In recent days, the Akashic Reader had an extremely rare consecutive successful operation twice, bringing Zeth 2 pieces of information with significant value. The first successful operation occurred 5 days ago. The experiment took place in Zeth's secret laboratory. Above the granite platform, a golden throne reflected golden light under the force field illumination. Roma-31, Zeth's assistant and guardian, escorted the bald etheric nullifier to the throne, securing him firmly with leather buckles and ropes. Tubes were inserted all over the etheric nullifier's body, and various colored potions flowed in and out of him. He himself appeared listless and could only be manipulated by Roma-31. First to be activated was the Theta Wave Enhancer, which would strengthen the etheric nullifier's connection to the ether. Next was the Dopamine Distributor, stimulating the etheric nullifier's body and consciousness, allowing him to overcome the fear of dying from an exploded head and actively observe the state of the ether. As the trickle of ether entered his soul, passed through the connection point between soul and body to reach the brain, the tubes connected to the etheric nullifier's head began to output an obscure information stream. These information streams, after passing through the Akashic Reader's logic pathways, transformed into binary language that could be understood by machines. In previous experiments, at this stage, either the etheric nullifier's head would explode, or the machine would malfunction. But this time, the situation was different. Zeth was surprised to find that the typewriter printed binary language recognizable to her on the parchment. Although there were many garbled characters, Zeth still managed to organize useful information from it. Stellar radiation waste zone, plague, pathogenic strain, bone drinkers, rampant. The fragmented words seemed to piece together some kind of prophecy. Zeth searched Mars' public database based on the keywords and quickly discovered anomalies in the Needlehaven star zone and 4 other star zones. The star district governors of these 5 star zones all made their fortunes by processing radiation waste, building a large number of stellar radiation waste zones. They had also all recently encountered plague disturbances but had not publicly released the results of their plague investigations. Zeth is an expert-level tech priest, a high-ranking member within the Mechanicus. She used her authority to search for bone drinkers-related information, acquiring historical archives related to this fungal xenos. The historical records of the bone drinkers thus entered her view. To verify whether the Akashic Reader had truly given her a prophecy, Zeth contacted xenos physiologists in the Needlehaven star zone, asking them to search for traces of the bone drinkers on her behalf. This search operation was conducted in secret, overseen by the local tech priest, Morg. The search results greatly shocked Morg and Zeth. The head of Needlehaven 15's tax affairs department and the head of the quartermaster department had actually been parasitized by the bone drinkers. Referencing the spread rate of the bone drinkers recorded in historical archives, Zeth reasonably suspected that the Star District Governor himself had also been parasitized by the bone drinkers. The tech priests of the Needlehaven Star Zone are currently secretly inspecting every corner of the Star Zone to confirm how severe the infection situation in this Star Zone truly is. Oh, I understand, Tai Duo slowly nodded. Our transport ban just happened to isolate the bone drinkers strain from the Needlehaven Star Zone. That's why you said we inadvertently avoided a disaster. Yes, madam. According to the intelligence currently available, if even one bone drinker were to infiltrate the Nest capital, we would have no peace. Delton opened the bone drinkers archive data on the Thinker for Tai Duo and Linyo to review. Tai Duo felt a wave of lingering fear as she read the information, her eyebrows tightly furrowed. Linyo had already fought the bone drinkers and knew a lot of inside information. He appropriately showed signs of tension, but in his heart, he was thinking about something else. As a cloud hammer, he had heard of Coriel Zeth's reputation. She was a female tech priest who knew how to maintain herself, unlike most tech priests who were smelly, a typical cyber-style mature woman. The Mechanicus promoted the theory that the Emperor is the incarnation of the Omnissiah. Zeth opposed this view. Not only did she not believe the Emperor was the incarnation of the Omnissiah, she even denied the existence of machine spirits. Of course, she did not publicly reveal her inner thoughts. After the Horus Heresy broke out, Zeth survived the impact of the Chaos Code but soon attracted assassination attempts from Kalbo Hal. Ultimately, she detonated the engines of the Lava City, perishing with her enemies, taking her life's research achievements with her into the grave, becoming dust in the magma. After the Horus Heresy ended, the Terrascola Progenium and Adeptus Mechanicus recognized Zetha's act of self-sacrifice and listed her among the loyalists. Yes, a high-ranking tech priest who did not believe the Emperor was the machine god and denied the existence of machine spirits was deemed loyal, simply because she died with her enemies. The loyalty criteria in the Warhammer world are just that flexible. Speaking of which, Delton, you just mentioned that Ms. Zetha's Akashic reader successfully operated twice. What was the result of the second time? Lienyo asked while looking at the Bone Drinker's information. Delton operated another thinker. A passage translated from binary language into Logothic appeared on the screen. After removing the meaningless garbled characters, a text emerged. This text made Lienyo's pupils slightly contract, while Tai Duo looked confused. It feels like this is another prophecy, Tai Duo mumbled, reading the text aloud. Let me tell you the truth, he is the Alpha and Omega, the perfect cycle of beginning and end, the master of flesh and machine. He will become the brightest light in the darkest hour, transforming into the dispeller of ignorance, the mentor of the blind faithful. He will be the object of loyalty and allegiance, he will bring the welfare of the empire and the happiness humanity prays for. Devastating war is destined to come, and peace is like a fading echo of the past. Conflict, strife, blood, the galaxy burns fiercely in the flames of war, and the empire crumbles in lamentation. You must work together, consider him as a brother, only then can the boundaries of the galaxy become one. This prophecy made Lienyo's heart tremble. The special ops boys he created was named Alfarius, its name derived from the gene seed primarch of the Alpha Legion. The Omega in the prophecy is said to be Alfarius's younger brother, the two look very similar and often swap identities and names to trick others. Before this prophecy appeared, Li felt that naming an orc after a primarch seemed fine. A cloudhammer, it's normal. But now, after reading the second prophecy, Lienyo suddenly felt uneasy, always feeling that the special ops boys seemed to carry some kind of karma. This won't do. He had to find an opportunity to change the name of the special ops boys. Tai Duo compared the two prophecies and found clear differences. The content of the first prophecy was intermittent, only presenting a few keywords. Although the second prophecy also had garbled characters, it was generally coherent, and its content was richer than the first. It seems Ms. Zetha's Akashic reader is close to being successfully developed, Tai Duo exclaimed. No, ma'am, quite the opposite. Delton spread his hands. After the second prophecy appeared, the Akashi reader exploded. ZEXI suffered heavy losses, and it's said it will take more than 10 years to build a reader of the same specifications. Tai Duo secretly clicked her tongue, tugged at Lienyo's sleeve, and whispered. Why don't we chip in some money to sponsor ZEXI? If it weren't for her prophecy, we'd still be in the dark. Good. Lienyo nodded in response, adding in his mind. If only I could directly buy the logic circuits for the thought space with money. This thing is very strong, very powerful. A machine connected to it won't be contaminated by chaotic code. Just for that, Lienyo would be willing to spend throne coins to buy the thought space. Provided ZEXI is willing to sell. Now, providing financial support to ZEXI to rebuild the Akashi reader is a good opportunity to gain favor, so there's no reason to refuse. Lienyo and Tai Duo discussed it, and finally decided that Tai Duo would approach ZEXI on Lienyo's behalf to discuss the sponsorship. After the two finished their discussion, Delton took out a scan report and handed it over. Gentlemen, I have some not-so-good news for you. This is this afternoon's scan report. When agents conducted a routine spot check at the spaceport, they found traces of bone drinkers on a cargo ship from the Neng star zone. Fortunately, this ship only docked to resupply fresh water, and the bone drinkers on board did not disembark. The Neng star zone does not rely on selling the health of stars for its livelihood. The appearance of bone drinkers on a cargo ship from that star zone indicates that things are getting tricky. In places where no one notices, the bone drinkers have already spread widely, and the main medium of transmission is cargo ships traveling everywhere. The negative impact this brings, Lienyo and Tai Duo could naturally imagine without Delton having to say more. We need to intensify inspections of promethium refining residue transport ships. Also, imported materials will become scarce, so we need to stock up. Tai Duo pulled out her data pad and jotted down the key points she thought of. Lienyo asked. Any movements from the Imperial Army? Delton shook his head slightly. Not yet, at least until they figure out the extent of the infection, they can't carry out large-scale cleanup operations. Bone drinkers will scatter at the slightest disturbance. If they can't be completely eliminated in one go, they will inevitably return one day. So, for now, we can only rely on ourselves to deal with the infiltration of the bone drinkers. Lienyo asked. Yes, my lord. Lienyo asked. How many Imperial worlds have received these messages? Delton replied. Within the solar system, Imperial worlds operating in conjunction with the Scola Progenium have all received warnings. The number of worlds should exceed 1,000. Hiss, if over 1,000 Imperial worlds know about the bone drinker plague spreading in secret, wouldn't the price of essential survival materials skyrocket? Delton said in a deep voice. My lord, the parasitic method of the bone drinkers is quite secretive, and they know how to conceal their biological characteristics. Existing scanners cannot detect their presence. The agents were able to discover the bone drinkers in the cargo ship during routine inspections by relying on the new scanning module purchased with the last appropriation. It can greatly enhance the penetrability and accuracy of the scanner. I suggest upgrading all monitoring equipment within the Nest capital as soon as possible. Your suggestion is very pertinent. Lienyo took out his data pad and recorded the matters of allocating funds to Delton and adding manpower. He didn't want his hard-earned starch industry to be ruined in an instant. So, spend what needs to be spent, don't be stingy. It's truly tragic if a person dies with money unspent. The three discussed countermeasures and formulated an effective response plan. A little later, Linyo and Taiduo went to see Vogues. After hearing the description, the latter realized the seriousness of the situation and immediately issued a notice for an internal meeting to be held tomorrow. Everyone attending the meeting must be equipped with a 24-hour scanner to monitor the biological characteristics of the bone drinkers, ensuring that any lurking bone drinkers are detected immediately. In the early days of the Great Expedition, the 8th Legion and the Space Wolves conducted preliminary research on the bone drinkers. The biological characteristics, reproductive methods, and survival habits of the bone drinkers were all recorded in the Ministry of Military Affairs database on Terra. This data is now open to people at the governor level, who can freely create corresponding scanners based on the data records. The difficulty lies in the lower nest. The total area of the lower nest is 10 times that of the upper nest, and its population is 100 times greater. Facing such a massive population, precisely scanning every single person is almost impossible. Linyo devised a plan. Among the metabolic products of the bone drinkers, there is a macromolecular phosphate ester compound. The phagomycetes virus warts that Linyo previously created automatically released phagomycetes viruses by monitoring this compound. Now, Linyo has created a fluorescent reagent through fungal simulation. This fluorescent reagent will be put into the sewage sedimentation tanks of the lower nest. If a sewage sedimentation tank in a lower nest district shows a fluorescent reaction, it means that the sewage in that district contains the specific compound. This way, by constantly monitoring the sewage sedimentation tanks, the presence of bone drinkers can be detected in a timely manner. Linyo produced the fluorescent tracing agent that very night. It is estimated that in about half a month at most, the millions of sewage sedimentation tanks in the lower nest will be effectively monitored. However, this is still not enough. Far from enough. After the bone drinkers pledged allegiance to chaos, their infectivity and destructive power increased several-fold. Historical archives from the early Great Expedition are outdated. The bone drinkers are no longer merely a Gestalt civilization. The higher consciousness manipulating them from behind the scenes can use some means to twist the scattered bone drinkers into a tough rope. Whether this rope can hang the Empire is hard to say, but there's no problem using it to strangle himself and Epimedius. Linyo felt a sense of urgency, becoming even more engrossed in his research on the extermination agent. Unconsciously, 7 days passed in work. That night, the artificial moon cast a silvery white moonlight, and the garden of Wangting district was covered in white. As midnight approached, inside and outside the house were silent. Linyo sat alone in his private laboratory. His large desk was piled high with Warhammer World textbooks, some from Terra's medical department, and others from the Mechanics. The content of the textbooks was closely related to genetics and was all very basic. Anyone hoping to engage in gene editing related work had to memorize the knowledge in these textbooks by heart. For the sake of his nest capital and his own life, Linyo desperately studied the basic knowledge of genetic engineering. All of this was for a simulation experiment that had begun 2 days prior. Day 222911. You selected the sample 22 clone 141 frag 515573 gene fragment as the experimental subject. You used the Imperial Medical Department's General sgRNA design tool to extract a 20-nucleotide RNA sequence from the TT011 PSV113 virus. Its 5' end is complementary to the experimental subject, and its 3' end binds to the CAS9 protein. You used CVCPSEABB15 yeast as the expression vector. Day 2229015. You conducted functional and toxicity validation on the gene-edited product artificial bacteriophage virus. Upon verification, this virus has an exterminating effect on bone drinkers. However, when the bone drinkers in the human spinal cord infected by them were killed by the virus, severe genetic collapse occurred. Within 2 days, the human spinal cord necrotized, and this injury would lead to human death. All right, both the bone drinkers and the humans died. It's this situation again. Linyo chuckled, supporting his forehead, his smile full of helplessness. The bone drinker gene fragment he was currently using came from bone drinkers eliminated by the Space Beast clan. The good news is that the TT011 PSV113 virus, a variant of the TT011 PSV virus, has transformed from only being able to infect plants and fungi to being able to infect humans parasitized by bone drinkers. The bad news is that when the bone drinkers are killed by the variant virus, the infected person also dies. This problem had troubled Linyo for many days, so much so that he had worn out his textbooks and still couldn't find a solution. The root cause lies in the parasitic method of the bone drinkers. After infecting a living organism, they fuse their gene fragments with those of the host. The two become intertwined, indistinguishable. Killing either one will cause the other to undergo genetic collapse, spinal cord necrosis, and then rapid death. To avoid this situation, the genes of the bone drinkers and humans must first be separated. This is completely beyond the scope of what a mere potion can solve, only one-on-one gene editing can achieve it. But in this world, where are there so many genetic devices available to perform gene editing for every infected person? Linyo felt somewhat powerless, sighed lightly, and stood up to stretch his joints, preparing to go to his bedroom to play the orc simulator. At this moment, a line of system text popped up. Chapter 151 Offline Guidance, Online Cheating. Special Ops Kid, Alfarius encounters an unexpected situation. Archived Briefing 5. Just now, the cargo ship carrying Alfarius exited the warp. Please monitor the movements of this simulated character to prevent his accidental death. Hey? That armed freighter carrying the breeding machines is finally about to reach its destination. Linyo quickly washed up and changed his clothes, then lay on the bed in his pajamas and swallowed a magic spores. Before officially possessing the Special Ops Kid, Linyo operated a few times on the system interface with his mind, changing the Special Ops Kid's name. The name Alfarius was too high profile, and it even appeared in Zexi's prophecy. This made Linyo feel a bit awkward. He simply named the Special Ops Kid, Bond. Without further ado, he loaded the archive and went online on the spot. His consciousness rapidly traversed the star sea, slowing down near a solitary space station. Linyo quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for any information that might indicate a place name. He found it. 3 cargo ships, appearing as transport vessels, were leaving the space station, with uniform paint schemes and the same line of text on their flanks. Needlehaven Star Zone, Cargo Fleet 72. Combined with the intelligence that the Mechanic discovered bone drinkers in the Star Zone, it seems this Needlehaven Star Zone has already become the bone drinkers' lair. Linyo's consciousness entered the ship's cabin, waking up inside Special Ops Kid, Bond, and immediately activated his fungi ability, Optical Stealth. The cargo ship was entering the space station's dock, and there was a broadcast voice in the corridor. Linyo fumbled his way through the ventilation duct, gradually hearing the content of the broadcast, which roughly stated that after docking, the breeding machines should be prioritized for unloading before any other cargo. Speaking of that breeding machine, Linyo couldn't help but feel fortunate that he had tampered with it sufficiently. The logic circuits storing the bone drinker's standard gene templates had been destroyed, as had the machine's high-precision electronic components. Powering such a machine would surely cause it to explode on the spot, unless a professional thoroughly inspected it. What Linyo didn't expect was that there really was such a professional. After the breeding machine was unloaded, it was transported by the space station's armed guards to a designated assembly workshop. Linyo coated his body with Mao Ji's black hair to block all electromagnetic detection methods, maintaining his optical stealth, and followed the machine. The space station's decor had a strong Gothic flavor. Cream-colored marble floors, dark carved walls, and stained glass. Fluted columns supported the towering roof. The assembly workshop style shifted from flamboyant to practical, marble and bricks became steel, and the bustling crowds now included servo-automata stained with oil. Some servo-automata had scanning implants on them, acting as semi-security personnel. Mao Ji's black hair coating provided comprehensive anti-detection protection. As long as Linyo didn't collide head-on with a servo-automata, his whereabouts wouldn't be discovered. In the vast assembly workshop, Linyo saw a figure meticulously inspecting the breeding machine. This person was a void-born, a human born in space, with a slender body and skin that was a faint purple due to prolonged exposure to space radiation, wearing the dark uniform of a space supervisor. His status on the space station seemed to be high, as those around him referred to him as Lord Smith. Smith found the places Linyo had tampered with, had a specialist bring spare parts, and installed them on site. After a series of repairs, the machine was connected to electrical conduits and water pipes, and the work indicator lights in the culture tank lit up. Smith took a piece of logic circuit from his pregnant and installed it into the breeding machine, perfectly filling the gap. This piece of logic circuit also contained a gene template. Once the breeding machine was operational, it would refer to this template to calibrate the spore's genes, improving gene purity. Put the spores in and run a test for 1 day. If the sporocarps can successfully produce spores by this time tomorrow, it means the machine is fully functional. Smith took out a can of spores emitting a blue-purple glow and poured them into the breeding machine's feed opening. The spores entered the machine's culture tank along with purified water, and as the water level rose, nutrients and catalysts were successively added to the machine by researchers. Smith instructed. Once the machine is confirmed to be working normally tomorrow, use a holographic scanner to scan its structural diagram and send it to Assembly Workshop number 3. The work of replicating the machine and cultivating the spores must proceed simultaneously, without any delay, understood? Yes, Lord Smith. X5. The researchers respectfully saw Smith off. Linyo targeted the spores in the culture tank and released analysis fungus, confirming that these were the bone drinker's parasitic spores corrupted by Tsianch. Linyo pondered for a moment, then quietly followed Smith out of the assembly workshop. The two wound through the space station's corridors, eventually arriving at the heavily guarded space station supervisor's office area. The office area required a biometric code for entry, and the person called Smith left Linyo's site from then on. Linyo wandered around various parts of the space station, getting a general idea of his location. This was an space assembly factory under Needlehaven 15, used to produce industrial equipment unsuitable for operation in atmospheric environments. Linyo retrieved fluorescent reagents from the fungus warehouse and found an opportunity to test the space station's sewage pool. The reagents showed no reaction, indicating that the number of bone drinkers within the space station was not very high, and not yet enough to cause the sewage to constantly contain organophosphate macromolecules. Everyone involved in cultivating the parasitic spores and replicating the breeding machines believed they were engaged in a scientific research project. Linyo mused that once the breeding machine was confirmed to be operational, it would be used to cultivate parasitic spores. When the first batch of parasitic spores was freshly produced, every single person on the space station would be unable to escape, and would absolutely become hosts for the bone drinkers. Linyo stopped in an unmanned corner, pondering carefully, weighing various options. Finally, he made a decision. I need to report to the Empire Justice Department, but the reporter cannot be associated with my Nest Capital Governor identity. With my intelligence network in Epimedius, it's impossible for me to access the situation here. Therefore, I need to find a suitable identity to send the report. The Empire Justice Department does not recognize anonymous reports. In other words, the whistleblower must have a legitimate identity. Non-military space stations do not have psychers stationed, but they do possess satellite communication arrays for interstellar communication within the local solar system. Linyou needed to find someone with satellite communication authority and use them to report to the Empire Justice Department within the local solar system. After circling around the space station, Linyou discovered the space station's deputy supervisor. This person's data pad had a satellite communication icon, but it required a password to activate. Special Ops Kid, Bond's gene fragments only contained gene functions related to transformation, he couldn't acquire memories by consuming targets like the Mudman. So, he had to obtain the password through close surveillance. Linyou followed the deputy supervisor for over 2 hours, but the deputy supervisor showed no signs of sending a satellite communication message. This wouldn't do, he had to take the initiative. Linyou found a safe place, had Bond transform into a metal plate of the ventilation duct, and then went offline on the spot. Getting up from bed and changing into his work clothes, Linyou pushed the door open and left his bedroom. Master? Are you going to work overtime? Brandy was inspecting parts on herself and immediately stood up to ask when she saw Linyou in his work clothes. Linyou waved his hand at her and walked towards the door. You continue with your inspection. I'm going out for a bit and might be back late tonight. All right, Master. Brandy sat back at the table and applied oil to the sliders inside her body. Linyou left his residence, passed through the catalyst laboratory, and arrived at the corridor outside the door. Mona and Wick were on duty tonight. Both looked at Linyou simultaneously. Which of you is good at cracking keys on data pads? Linyou asked. Wick clenched his fist and thumped his chest, looking confident. Dynamic passwords under 256 bits, I can crack in half an hour. Mona glanced at Wick's boastful demeanor and calmly said. Passwords under 1024 bits, 15 minutes. Holy moly, you're that good. Wick was startled, and a vulgarity slipped out. Mona rolled her eyes at Wick. Linyou chuckled, snapped his fingers. Mona, come in and help. Wick, call someone to replace Mona. Received. Wick connected to internal communications, muttering into his helmet. Linyou turned and returned to the catalyst laboratory, instructing Mona behind him. Lock the door and disable all external sensors on you. Mona locked the door with a backhand, took off her helmet, removed her combat recorder and headset, then pressed underneath the hair on the back of her head, retrieving a black metal plate from her brain-computer interface. Linyou scanned her with an electromagnetic scanner, confirming that Mona had disabled all external sensors. Take a look, what model of data pad is this? Linyou drew the data pad in the space station deputy supervisor's hand with paper and pen. Mona glanced at it and quickly gave an answer. Declarator Type 2, a very common model, with production lines in various forging worlds and industrial worlds. It supports a maximum of 512-bit dynamic encryption. Mona thought for a moment and added. Dynamic passwords are usually calculated by entering the local time into an encryption form. At the highest security level, we need to complete a 512-bit dynamic password verification within 10 seconds, otherwise the data slate will lock up and can only be unlocked by a data clerk from the Mechanicu's monastery. Enter a 512-bit dynamic password in 10 seconds. Linyou was slightly stunned. That's right, 512 bits in 10 seconds. Entering it incorrectly or exceeding the time limit will cause the data slate to lock up. People with encryption needs will have relevant implants embedded in themselves. When they need to enter a password, they just scan their implant with the data slate. Linyou suddenly understood, like unlocking with a fingerprint. Yes, but the security is higher than fingerprint unlocking. Because implants can be customized and are hidden inside the body, others generally won't know what implant the data slate user used to unlock the data slate. Linyou asked, is there a way to find the implant that unlocks the data slate without alerting the target? There is a way, but it's only theoretically feasible, and the actual operation carries a relatively high risk. Mona replied, her arms crossed in thought. The implant that unlocks the data slate needs to be calibrated on time to prevent the dynamic key inside the implant from getting out of sync with the data slate. To be safe, even if you don't need to unlock the data slate temporarily, you should calibrate the implant's dynamic key every 3 hours. During calibration, you need to connect the implant and the atomic clock with a pipeline, so that the former's time is synchronized with the latter, with a difference of no more than 10 milliseconds. The connected part of the pipeline is where the implant is located. Okay, I understand. Wait for me here. Linyou stood up and walked quickly into the private laboratory. Logging into Bond's account again, Linyou went straight to the space station's atomic clock. This device is placed in the center of the space station's main hall, shaped like a Big Ben scaled down to 2 meters in height. In the past 2 hours, the space station's deputy supervisor had not approached the atomic clock. If Mona's deduction was correct, the deputy supervisor would soon come here to calibrate the implant in his body. It must be mentioned here how terrifying the mechanization in the WarHammer world is. The space station's supervisor, deputy supervisor, and managers of various workshops do not sleep. They cut off their eyelids, replaced their eyes with bionic eyes, and even partitioned their brains so that the left and right sides of the brain could work and rest separately. After the left brain works for 12 hours, it sleeps, and the right brain takes over, continuing to work, thus creating a 24-hour WarHammer workhorse. Linyou waited by the atomic clock for 10 minutes and indeed saw the deputy supervisor swaying over, holding a cup of warm engine oil to lubricate the mechanical organs in his body. He drank the engine oil in one gulp, pulled out a pipeline from 2 inches below his armpit, and connected it to a slot on the side of the atomic clock. Buzz buzz buzz. The sound of current traveled along the pipeline into the deputy supervisor's body, and he shivered violently, squeezing out a long sigh from his throat that Lin Yo found familiar. Oh yeah. All right, it seems that once the level of mechanization reaches a certain point, they all enjoy this. Lin Yo leaned in and found an implant with a flashing green dot 2 inches below his armpit. This thing should be the carrier of the electronic key. Lin Yo found a safe place to log off again and returned to the catalyst laboratory. Mona, what's the next step after finding the implant? Should I just scan the implant with the data slate? Facing Lin Yo's question, Mona's gaze lingered on the private laboratory for a few seconds, and her expression became a bit strange. You didn't hide someone in the private laboratory, did you? But I've been on duty all day today and didn't see anyone go in. Lin Yo's mouth twitched slightly. He reached into his pocket, took out a bead, and tossed it over. Catch, hush money. You can eat this directly. Mona raised her hand to catch the light green bead, and the expression on her face grew even stranger. What, are you going to silence me? Tai Duo did ask me to keep an eye on you, but you don't have to go this far. Lin Yo slapped his forehead, speechless. Mona raised an eyebrow, a slight smile on her lips, seemingly a bit smug. She flicked the bead with her fingertip and put it into her mouth, immediately feeling a refreshing coolness that penetrated her heart. After the sensation passed, she shot up from the chair, her eyes wide as she looked around, as if seeing the true appearance of the world for the first time after the clouds had parted. First, tell me what to do next, Mona. You'll have plenty of time to feel the changes later. Mona scanned her surroundings while speaking rapidly. There are two scanning methods for the narrator Type 2 data slate. One is conventional, just press the scan button. The other is used to scan electronic keys. You need to press the scan button 3 times consecutively, and once the red dot next to the lens lights up, you can scan the implant. My vision suddenly became much clearer. That bead of yours is too magical. Lin Yo left the exclaiming Mona and returned to the private laboratory, logging into Bond's account. The space station's deputy supervisor stood by the atomic clock, enjoying the pleasure brought by the electric shock. Lin Yo waited for a while nearby and then followed him into the washroom. The deputy supervisor seemed to be preparing to excrete solid waste. While the other party entered the urinal stall, Lin Yo went up and performed a brain freeze technique, swiftly pulled out the data slate from the other party's pocket, and pressed the scan button 3 times consecutively. The red indicator light lit up. Lin Yo lifted the deputy supervisor's arm and aimed the scanning port at his armpit. Text appeared on the data slate. Key scan successful. All functions of the data slate have been unlocked. Lin Yo clicked on the satellite communication interface. The interface format that appeared was similar to an email inbox, with 3 options: inbox, send satellite message, and draft messages. Lin Yo used the brain freeze technique to control the deputy supervisor, entered the pre-prepared message, and clicked send. In this satellite communication message, Lin Yo directly pointed out the existence of the Bone Drinker's feeding machine and briefly introduced its purpose. A few lines of text refreshed on the screen. Message sent via the space station's satellite communication array. Received a receipt from the Nest Capital, Volitsk Empire Justice Department, confirming they have received your satellite communication. Lin Yo nodded to himself, flipped open the data slate's cover, and physically destroyed the memory and logic circuits. After reassembling the data slate exactly as it was and putting it back into the deputy supervisor's pocket, Lin Yo confirmed that he had not been detected or recorded by anyone or any instrument, and then quietly left the stall. About half a minute later, the dazed deputy supervisor came to his senses, mumbled as he pulled up his pants zipper, completely unaware of what had just happened. Until... Bang! Supervisor Smith pushed open the washroom door, kicked open the stall partition, his purplish face burning with rage. What the hell did you do? I'm asking you, what the hell did you do? The fury distorted Smith's features to the extreme, making him look as if he was about to eat someone alive. But the deputy supervisor remained unresponsive. The hot engine oil he drank had undergone an electrolysis reaction under the effect of the electric current, and a certain substance precipitated from the engine oil brought him extreme sensory stimulation. To prevent his subordinates from seeing his undignified state, he specifically came to the washroom stall for a sacred sage's rush. In a fit of rage, Smith grabbed a laser pistol from the waist of an armed guard behind him, aimed at the deputy supervisor, and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. Thumbthick red lasers burned through the deputy supervisor's head. He never escaped the sensory stimulation until his death. Smith fumbled for the data slate from his waist, operated it frantically, but the data slate locked up because there was no key. Damn it! Smith threw the data slate away, trembling with anger, and shot the data slate into smithereens with the laser pistol. An armed guard rushed in from outside the door, shouting loudly. Supervisor, many Empire Justice Department ships suddenly appeared outside the space station. Our shields have been breached. They want all of us to go to the dry dock for inspection. Seal the dry dock. Raise all the external armor plates. Smith hissed through gritted teeth. The armed guard was stunned, but Supervisor, that's the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement. Smith grabbed the armed guard by the collar, his eyes wide with rage. What about the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement? This is the Star District Governor's private industrial space station. Are you working for the Department of Law Enforcement? Tell the inquisitors and arbitrators outside that we will let them in for inspection when we are ready. Go now. Smith roared, driving the armed guard out of the washroom. After everyone had left, he locked the washroom door from the inside, pulled out a syringe from his inner pocket, gritted his teeth, and plunged it into his neck. Thump. Smith collapsed to the ground, struggling and writhing in pain. A faint blue-purple light scattered from his lower back. The fabric of his clothes on his lower back writhed violently, as if something was about to leave his body. Chapter 152 The Green Man is watching you. Smith writhed and crawled on the ground like a mud skipper in the mud, painful whimpers escaping his throat. The blue-purple light in his lower back grew stronger, illuminating his clothes from behind. A spherical object emerged from under Smith's clothes, swaying and floating to a height of 2 meters above the ground. Smith scrambled to his feet, panting heavily, his entire body drenched in sweat. A buzzing static sound emanated from his head, and an unfamiliar voice spoke from within his skull. Destroy the spore floating in the air. Smith stretched out his arms, leaning on the edge of the wash basin, his face contorted into an exceptionally ferocious expression. Don't even think about it. I've been enslaved by you for so long, now it's my turn to get revenge. You damned bastard, you're finished. I'll hand your damned spore over to the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement. You can go to hell. Before he could finish speaking, the static sound intensified. Buzz. The cranial implant emitted a strong electrical current, and Smith's body instantly went rigid. The unfamiliar voice spoke again. Resistance will only bring you pain. Since you are unwilling to obey my command, I will do it myself. Smith lost control of his body. Under the manipulation of the cranial implant, he picked up a laser pistol, aimed it at the parasitic spore in midair, and pulled the trigger. 3 red lasers struck the spore, which was ignited by the laser's high temperature, turning into a blazing fireball. The flames lasted only a short time before the spore turned into smoke and dust, scattering to the ground. To Smith's horror, his right hand gripped the laser pistol, pointing the muzzle at his own head. The unfamiliar voice cut through the air, followed by a frantic burst of laser fire. You are no longer valuable. Go ahead and die peacefully. I will find a way to transport that machine away. Buzzing. Dense red lasers erupted, and Smith's head rapidly disintegrated, everything inside and out reduced to ashes by the high temperature. With a thud, the headless corpse fell to the ground. Lignio witnessed Smith's solo act from the corner. About a minute ago, after sending his satellite communication, he left the washroom and encountered an enraged Smith on the way, so he followed to see what was happening. Who would have thought he would get to see such a good show? After Smith injected himself with a dose of the medicine, the bone drinker's spore within him emerged from his spine. At this point, Smith regained his self-awareness and was no longer controlled by the bone drinkers. However, there was an implant from a mysterious person in his head. This implant integrated an audio array module, allowing the mysterious person to communicate with Smith remotely. The implant also had neural interference capabilities, which could force Smith to perform specific actions. The mysterious person behind the scenes forcibly made Smith destroy the parasitic spore, then used a laser to end Smith's life, simultaneously destroying Smith's cranial implant. With this process completed, even if the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement arrived at the scene immediately, they would only find very limited clues. On the ground not far away, the syringe Smith had used earlier to inject himself with the medicine lay quietly. The medicine in the syringe was volatile, and the small amount of residue at the bottom was turning into mist. Lignio tried to put the remaining medicine into the fungus warehouse. Storage successful. This indicated that the main component of the medicine was closely related to fungi. Lignio raised his eyebrows, preparing to check the medicine's status after the simulation ended. Suddenly, a strong smell of decay entered his nostrils. Looking down, a highly corrosive liquid was flowing out of the corpse's artificial blood vessels. The dark green liquid corroded the corpse, leaving it riddled with holes, and a foul stench permeated the washroom. In just 20 to 30 seconds, Smith's corpse and clothes had all turned into foul slime. The stench seeped through the door crack to outside the washroom, and it was estimated that someone would come to investigate soon. Lignio opened the washroom's ventilation duct and crawled inside. Not long after he left, the washroom door was forced open from the outside, and several fully armed arbitrators rushed into the room. Report, Squad 2 has discovered a pool of putrid matter in the public washroom. The arbitrator opened the stall door and saw the corpse slumped on the toilet. Report, the informant has been found, confirmed deceased. The weapon should be a laser pistol. The informant's data slate has been destroyed. Data priests are needed to help restore the data slate's data. A response came from the arbitrator's helmet. Take the data slate and return to the dock. The Star District Governor's Space Marines have arrived. Understood. The arbitrator slung his bolt gun onto his back, carefully bagged the data slate in a vacuum-sealed pouch, and returned to the space station's dock the way he came. Several cruisers belonging to the Space Marines were docked outside the space station. The Imperial Department of Law Enforcement had brought 4 ships, which completely filled the space station's dock, preventing the Space Marines cruisers from entering. Personnel shuttles traveled back and forth between the space station and the ships, delivering the Space Marines commander and his retinue. A judge from the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement was negotiating with the Space Marines commander, Meganita Laven. We are impounding all equipment and inventory here. After inspection by a tech priest, we will handle the impounded items at our discretion. The judge wore black carapace armor, his hands clasped behind his back, and a black mask covered his head, revealing only his broad, thick chin. He was accompanied by 2 enforcers. The enforcers' helmets were gold and yellow, topped with an aquila with outstretched wings. Generally speaking, the combination of a judge and enforcer represented the authority of the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement, meaning their word was law. But there are always exceptions. The Space Marines commander was Meganita Laven. Mega had been infected by a bone drinker's parasite while dealing with a plague in the stellar radiation waste zone, becoming a servant of Black Scythe 1. Black Scythe 1 was an Arceus, capable of shape-shifting. He had transformed into Mega's likeness, approached Needlehaven 15, the Star District Governor, and successfully converted him into his slave within the latter's spaceport. At this time, Mega Needlehaven was not directly controlled by Black Scythe 1, but his every action was carried out under Black Scythe 1's command. Mega tucked his hands into his waistband, then made a sweeping gesture with his right hand, indicating for them to proceed. You are the Empire's guardians, the protectors of the Imperial world. We will not hinder your actions. However, I must remind you that the scientific research being conducted here involves the agricultural world of Alvanan, where there has been a widespread bacterial plague. Every day the research is delayed, Alvanan's material tax this year will decrease by about 1%. Mega brought up the material tax to negotiate with the judge, attempting to counter the legal department's enforcement actions with the Ministry of Internal Affairs tax collection mission. If Needlehaven 15 were just an ordinary nest capital governor, Mega would already be at a disadvantage. But Needlehaven 15 was a Star District governor, carrying some weight within the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Department of Law Enforcement impounding equipment and inventory was not an issue in itself, but unreasonable impoundment would lead to a shortfall in the agricultural world's material tax. Riots caused by food shortages had always been a headache for the Empire. The Imperial Department of Law Enforcement was one of the main bodies responsible for handling riots. In other words, unreasonable impoundment was tantamount to the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement creating problems for themselves. The judge and enforcers on site conferred over their internal communication channel and proposed a compromise. You may take away the research equipment and inventory related to the agricultural world, everything else must remain, and this space station must also be sealed off. Personnel working in the space station cannot leave until the inspection is complete. Mega bowed slightly. As you wish, Lord Judge. I will provide you with a list of the equipment and inventory we need to transport to another space station as soon as possible. Some of this extremely important equipment requires my personal escort. Mega sent the list via data slate. The judge received it, opened it for review, then waved his hand and said, "One piece of equipment on your list has already been sealed by us. You cannot take it." Mega froze for a moment, a premonition of ill omen rising within him. "Which equipment has been sealed by you?" The judge pointed to Assembly Workshop 2 not far away. "I can't say the name of that equipment, but it's there. Besides that one piece of equipment, you can take all other equipment on the list. But that equipment is related to the bacterial plague on the agricultural world." Mega subconsciously brought up the material tax to refute, but the judge did not fall for it. "Do I need to repeat myself? Besides that one piece of equipment, you can take all other equipment on the list." The judge took a step forward, pressed his hand to the hilt of his weapon, and met the Space Marines commander's gaze at close range. "That equipment is suspected to be Xenos technology. Why are you so insistent on taking it? Are you involved in the trade and transport of Xenos technology?" Mega fell into a brief silence, glancing sideways at the 4 Department of Law Enforcement warships docked in the port. His heart sank, realizing that forcibly taking the breeding machine was an impossible task. The Department of Law Enforcement's fleet consisted of battlecruisers and battleships, far superior to the Space Marines' second-hand cruisers in both firepower and shield thickness, only slightly inferior in speed. Forcibly taking the breeding machine right under the Department of Law Enforcement's nose would be tantamount to seeking death. "Don't joke, sir. In that case, we'll leave that equipment to you. We'll go and move the other equipment on the list." Mega forced a smile, looking eager to please. The judge turned sideways, clearing the path. "Go. My men will be watching you." Magi led the guard team into the space station's hall, heading towards the assembly workshop, followed by 4 arbitrators monitoring them. In the blind spot of the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement members, Magi's eyes first lost focus and consciousness, then within 0.1 seconds, his pupils refocused, consciousness returned, and a hint of gloom appeared in his eyes. At this moment, it was no longer Magi controlling this body, but Black Scythe 1. The breeding machine was about to fall into the hands of the legal department, and if Black Scythe 1 didn't personally intervene, how could he explain himself to his master? The machine must not fall into the hands of the Imperial Department of Law Enforcement. Especially the gene template inside the machine. If the Mechanics got their hands on this thing, the master's plan could very likely fall apart, and he would become the biggest sinner. Black Scythe 1 could hardly imagine what kind of punishment he would endure. Passing by Assembly Workshop 2, he observed the defensive forces inside and outside the workshop. Hundreds of arbitrators and 10 enforcers surrounded the workshop, making it impenetrable. Through the crack in the door, Black Scythe 1 vaguely saw the outer casing of the breeding machine being opened, and his heart sank deeper and deeper. He instructed his deputy in Magi's tone, telling him to be responsible for the equipment transportation, while he himself walked towards the supervisor's office area. The 4 arbitrators responsible for monitoring Magi exchanged glances, 2 of them following Magi, while the other 2 continued to monitor the equipment escort team. Linio trailed far behind, knowing very well that this Space Marines commander named Magi had likely been parasitized by a bone drinkers. The other party was Needlehaven 15's eldest son, a trusted confidant among confidants. Internal reports provided by the Mechanics stated that the heads of important departments, such as Needlehaven 15 Star District Tax Affairs Department and Quartermaster Affairs Department, had been infected. As the commander of the Space Marines and Needlehaven 15's eldest son, it was a certainty that Magi was parasitized. Linio watched Magi break away from the team and walk alone towards the supervisor's office area, pondered for a moment, and chose to follow Magi. The supervisor's office area required biometric access. Magi did not have permission and could not enter. He should have requested authorization from the Star District Governor's office and waited for the authorization serial number before entering the supervisor's office area. However, it was clear he couldn't wait. In front of Lino and two arbitrators, Magi disengaged the safety on his laser rifle, aimed at the access control, and pulled the trigger. Buzz buzz buzz. The laser burned through the lock of the access control, and the space station's alarm system detected the attack, causing a piercing alarm to sound in the corridor. Attention, Supervisor's Office Area Biometric Access Control under attack. Attention, Supervisor's Office. The space station's armed guards had been concentrated at the dock, and only the legal department could respond to the alarm. Several arbitrators heard the broadcast and rushed over. A total of 6 arbitrators surrounded Magi. Magi mumbled a few words into his internal channel. The piercing alarm was shut off by the space station's armed guards in the dock, and the scene became quiet. Magi faced the encirclement formed by the arbitrators, his expression unchanged, and he pressed his hands down in a calming gesture. Don't be nervous, all right, guys? You don't want to waste time waiting for the authorization serial number from superiors, do you? Neither do I. So I chose the most direct way to open the door. You should have told us first, an arbitrator stepped forward and said. Magi scoffed and shrugged. Please. This is the Star District Governor's private space station. As the second in line to the family, do I need to greet you before shooting open my own door? Are you kidding? His reasoning was sound and irrefutable, leaving the arbitrators to exchange glances. Magi turned and entered the supervisor's office area. The 2 arbitrators monitoring Magi followed, while the other 4 arbitrators walked in another direction, continuing their work. Magi's walking speed became faster and faster, as if he wanted to shake off the 2 arbitrators behind him. Lino passed through the entrance, following behind the arbitrators. The group hurried across the marble floor tiles, descending a spiral staircase, gradually moving deeper into the dangerous area of the space station. A warning sign hung at the entrance, bearing the words, Radiation Zone, please wear radiation suits for entry and exit, no open flames, no strong magnets. Not far behind this sign, at the end of a narrow corridor, a large iron door with an observation window stood there. A faint blue light scattered from within the observation window. Anyone who saw this light involuntarily got goosebumps, as if the air was filled with static electricity. The 2 arbitrators stopped, but Magi in front continued to stride forward without the slightest hesitation. The arbitrator shouted loudly. Hey! Don't go any further. That's the engine room. Magi didn't look back, raised his laser rifle, and unleashed a torrent of laser fire onto the engine room door. This door had good defenses, the lock endured over a dozen red laser shots and still wasn't burned through. A faint blue halo lit up on Magi's right-hand gauntlet, and the crackling sound of electricity rapidly intensified. This was a metal gauntlet with a force field effect. After electromagnetic charging, the force field enveloped the glove, greatly increasing the destructive power of punches. Magi clenched his fist, lunged forward, and punched the door panel. Clang! The metal door swayed precariously, and the door hinges showed large cracks. The arbitrator raised his gun and shouted. Stop! Attacking the engine room is a serious crime. Stop it now! The arbitrators were extremely nervous, not even daring to rest their fingers on the trigger, fearing an accidental discharge. The reactor in the engine room was a powder keg. Static electricity, strong magnetism, high temperature, vibration, any change could cause the reactor to lose control. At best, the space station would lose power, at worst, the space station would explode, and everyone would turn into cosmic dust. The arbitrators knew how serious the consequences were, and no one dared to pull the trigger. They were using heavy bolters, one shot could create hundreds of fragments, and no one could guarantee that the fragments wouldn't become the fuse to detonate the reactor. Heh, if you don't dare to shoot, then don't point your guns at me. Magi looked back at the arbitrators, chuckled disdainfully, and then clenched his fist and punched again. Clang! The door burst open. Behind the iron door were servo-automata responsible for maintaining the engine room. These servo-automata were deployed by the Mechanics. They were implanted with specific logical circuits, designed to maintain the Omniscia's power device. The servo-automata noticed the commotion at the door and issued an alarm through their sonic array device. Warning! Unauthorized life forms detected trespassing on sacred ground. The Omniscia's grace never extinguishes, and mortal flesh cannot withstand the might of the holy spark. Intruder, leave this place immediately. Magi swiftly killed the servo-automata, took a throwable from his waist, tapped it against his leg armor, and threw it towards the iron door behind him. The 2 arbitrators had just caught up to the vicinity, and ran head-on into the throwable Magi had tossed. This was an offensive melt-a-grenade. It wouldn't explode on the first impact after the safety pin was removed, but would explode immediately on the second impact, allowing it to ricochet off walls to hit targets behind cover. The leading arbitrator happened to meet the grenade face to face. Bang! Rumble! The explosion's shockwave erupted violently, and scorching magma engulfed the 2 arbitrators, their screams rising and falling, quickly turning into mournful whimpers before death. A small portion of the grenade's fragments shot into the engine room, landing directly on the reactor casing in the center of the engine room, instantly erupting in a large burst of electrical sparks, and distinct electrical arcs appeared in the air. Lino was just outside the explosion range at this time. Fortunately, he hadn't moved too far forward, otherwise he would have certainly been hit by fragments and revealed his stealth status. Magi's figure flickered inside the engine room door, and he ran towards the reactor, disappearing instantly. Lienyo avoided the lifeless arbitrators and swiftly approached the engine room. The closer he got to the engine room, the more obvious the stinging sensation on his skin became, as if countless silver needles were piercing his body. Stepping into the engine room, Lienyo looked around, searching for Magi's whereabouts. This place was vast, approximately 2,000 square meters. The plasma reactor was a disc about 20 meters in diameter, placed vertically on a stone pillar in the center of the engine room. Its surface was covered with thick black pipelines, and bright blue light seeped through the gaps in the pipelines. Magi's figure was moving below the reactor, as if setting something up. Lienyo went over to look and saw a string of timed grenades, their safety pins already removed, set to detonate via a timer. Magi set the detonation time for 2 minutes later. As the timer began its countdown, Magi stood up and ran towards the engine room door, simultaneously shouting into the internal communication channel. Send a shuttle to pick me up at the emergency exit at the bottom of the space station. Hurry. Magi strode away, his footsteps fading outside the engine room door, completely unaware that his every move was exposed under the watchful eyes of the green-skinned boss. Lienyo looked in the direction Magi had left, then lowered his head to glance at the electromagnetic grenades, and logged off on the spot. While there was still over a minute left on the countdown, he needed to quickly go get help. Mona surely knew which wire to cut to stop the countdown. Chapter 153, Habitual Rollover is also part of the plan. Mona. Lienyo stepped into the catalyst lab, quickly sketching an electromagnetic grenade and a timed detonator. The wiring connecting the grenade and detonator, as well as the wire colors and interface order, were also precisely depicted. Quick, tell me, how can I stop this thing from exploding? Lienyo placed the finished drawing in front of Mona. Mona glanced at the contents on the paper, picked up a pencil, and put an X through one of the wires. It should be this wire. Try cutting it. Try? You mean you can't guarantee it's 100% correct? Lienyo asked. Yes. Mona twirled the pencil between her fingers and put another X through a different wire. This wire might also work. However, to be honest, if the person who set this time bomb truly wanted it to explode, there's no way you could stop it. Cutting any wire would be useless, and disarming the timer wouldn't work either. Lacking professional knowledge in this area, Lienyo couldn't help but ask. Why is that? Because the detonation principle of this type of timer is related to the current. When the current inside the timer changes, the bomb will automatically detonate. Whether the countdown ends or a wire is cut, the current will change. Mona saw that Lienyo was very anxious and spoke quickly. If you really want to stop this bomb from exploding, you first need to find a programmable power supply, obtain the timer's current parameters, input them into the programmable power supply, and use it as an emergency power supply for the timer. When the countdown ends, the timer will cut off the current from the main circuit, detonating the bomb. But with an emergency power supply, the current in the wires won't be interrupted, and the bomb won't detonate due to current changes. I understand. Lienyo clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming. So, after connecting the emergency power supply, I can cut all the wires, right? That is what I meant. Mona raised an eyebrow. You just said cut all the wires? What do you mean? Did you make a bomb in your private lab? No, don't talk nonsense, I am a law-abiding citizen. Lienyo waved his hand, turned, and returned to his private lab, logging into Bond's account. With a blink, his consciousness returned to Special Ops Kid, Bond's body. Lienyo found repair tools and scrap materials from a servo-automata and activated mechanical witchcraft. When making the water orb fungus bioreactor, one step was to create an orc technology power device. Lienyo extracted this step separately and produced a green-skinned power supply containing universal Shinik material on the spot. The green-skinned power supply was not a programmable power supply, but its functions were far more powerful than a programmable power supply. The universal Shinik material within it could automatically adjust current parameters, ensuring the power supply's current always matched the device's needs. Lienyo connected the green-skinned power supply to the timer with wires, temporarily setting up an emergency power supply for the other party. The countdown steadily decreased, from 2 minutes to 45 seconds. The timer was connected to 4 grenades via 15 wires. Lienyo placed the scissors on these 15 wires, took a deep breath, and cut all of them. Praise greenskin technology. Mona was right. After installing the emergency power supply, cutting all the wires was fine. Lienyo let out a long sigh of relief but dared not relax. He carefully removed the 4 grenades, using the wires as safety pins to install temporary safety locks on them. Lienyo took out Mao Ji's black hair from the fungus warehouse, applied anti-detection coating to the grenades, timer, and green-skinned power supply, and secured them to his body with rope clips. Objects close to the body's surface could become invisible under the effect of fungi ability, optical stealth. After a series of operations, the traces on the scene were wiped clean, and the grenades, timer, and green-skinned power supply entered optical stealth along with Lienyo. Lienyo activated fungi ability, vibration sensing, quickly picking up the surrounding sounds. A large number of footsteps appeared about 2,000 meters above and to his left, sounding like magnetic boots stepping on marble tiles. This should be the arbitrator team rushing to the scene. 300 meters below and to his left, Maggie was frantically shouting, seemingly conducting internal communication. Never mind what the enforcers say. You guys hurry and send a shuttle to pick me up. Hurry. I've reached the emergency exit at the bottom. I'll explain this to the Star District Governor. You just need to pick me up. Hurry. Maggie was so anxious that he even cursed. After hanging up the internal communication, he cursed in his helmet. Damn it! If I didn't have enough parasitic spores on hand, I would have already converted the entire Space Marines into bone drinkers. How could it be your turn to defy me? F. Linio followed Maggie's voice out of the engine room and found the secret passage entrance that Maggie had forcibly broken open. This secret passage led downwards, and a strong smell of promethium wafted upwards with the airflow. Linio squeezed in and quickly descended through the narrow passage. Maggie's voice grew closer and closer. After turning a right-angle bend, Linio saw Maggie's figure and quickly stopped. Not far ahead was a small dock where shuttles could berth. The outer hatch had been opened, and a personnel shuttle had landed on the dock's platform. The outer hatch closed, the internal airtight gate opened, and Maggie sprinted out, boarding the shuttle as fast as possible. Linio sprinted at full speed, following Maggie into the shuttle's aft cabin. Mao Ji's black hair could only block electromagnetic detection methods, not eliminate vibrations. Linio tried to tread lightly while running, but still made some noise when entering the shuttle. Maggie's heavy equipment caused a metal plate to deform, and 2 screws popped out of the plate as it deformed, causing it to loosen. Linio ran too fast. By the time he noticed the loose metal plate, it was too late, and he stepped directly onto it. Squeak! A crisp sound emanated. It was this faint anomaly that was captured by Maggie's audio implant. Maggie raised his gun, tensed his body, and adopted a vigilant stance, carefully observing the shuttle's aft cabin along the direction of the sound signal, but found no uninvited guests. The shuttle pilot shouted from the front cabin. Sir, we're about to take off, hold on tight. The enforcers have surrounded our vessel, it might be a bit bumpy on the way. Stop talking nonsense, take off now. Maggie urged, repeatedly activating his scanner, searching for suspicious traces. Beeping sounds emanated from his body as scan fields spread outwards in circles, but they failed to capture any abnormal signals. Maggie opened the scan record of his audio implant, confirming that it had recorded an anomalous sound that shouldn't have been there. The directional data from the scan record showed that this anomalous sound came from a metal floor plate missing 2 screws. Maggie walked over and stepped on the plate with his foot. He found that he had to put at least half his body weight on it for the plate to make noise. Therefore, that anomalous sound just now was definitely not made for no reason. It was as if some unseen ghost had snuck onto the ship. Maggie felt a chill down his spine, his heart uncontrollably racing. Pilot, check the shuttle's load, quickly, check the shuttle's real-time load. The pilot controlled the shuttle as it left the space station and flew through space. Upon hearing Maggie's order, he tapped the touch screen. The shuttle performed a load self-check, and a string of data appeared on the screen. Report, rated mass 1000 kilograms, actual mass 365 kilograms. 365 kilograms. Maggie calculated his own weight and asked. What is your mass? The pilot replied. Including all my gear, it should be around 130 kilograms. Maggie's heart sank. Linio heard their conversation, and his heart also sank. Maggie was wearing carapace armor without auxiliary power modules, at most 200 kilograms. The pilot at 120 kilograms, plus Maggie at 200 kilograms, equaled 320 kilograms. The extra 45 kilograms, wasn't that the mass of his own body? Damn it, there's someone else on board. Maggie cursed under his breath, leaning against the wall, his gaze moving inch by inch, feeling as if he had seen a ghost. The pilot mumbled in confusion, no one else. I don't see a third person here. Maggie ignored the pilot. Linio was now standing face to face with Maggie and could clearly see the changes in his expression hidden within his helmet, a face so tense it looked like he was about to piss himself. It made sense, if it were him encountering an enemy with mass that he couldn't see, he would probably be scared stiff too. Who are you? An etheric nullifiers? Dark Eldar? A craft world Eldar ranger? A soul spirit? Etheric nullifiers might possess psychic abilities that allow for invisibility. Some Dark Eldar personal shields have stealth effects and excellent defensive performance. Craft world Eldar encourage every member to embark on their preferred path. The so-called path can be understood as a profession in a game. Ranger is one of the paths available to Craft world Eldar, specializing in stealth, assassination, and infiltration. Soul spirits are spiritual beings that inherently lack mass but can use psychic means to give themselves mass and a tangible body. For a Star District Governor and Space Marines Commander to rattle off so many conjectures in one breath, he certainly had some insight. Just as Machi was about to meticulously search every corner of the shuttle, he suddenly turned his head to look in the direction of the space station, his pupils trembling violently. You actually disarmed my time bomb. Damn it. What exactly are you? I'm going to kill you. Die. Die. Machi raised his laser rifle and fired frantically, looking like a madman, his screams rising in intensity. Linio lowered his center of gravity, moving swiftly close to the ground, narrowly avoiding the laser fire that grazed over his head. The pilot noticed the commotion in the rear cabin and quickly shouted. Sir. What are you doing? Don't shoot. This shuttle is old and can't take this kind of abuse. Machi paused his firing, his face filled with conflict. To be precise, it was Black Scythe 1, who was controlling Machi, that was in conflict. Black Scythe 1 was thinking about how to recover the losses. In his original plan, the time bomb would detonate the reactor, and the massive plasma explosion would turn the space station and the breeding machines into cosmic dust. Machi's act of destroying the space station would be judged as a felony, and Black Scythe 1 intended to order the Space Marines to follow him to the edge of the Star District. There, the Black Sickle Group's fleet was waiting. The Black Sickle Group's navigators would replace the Space Marines' navigators, guiding the Space Marines into the Black Sickle Group's territory. From then on, this Space Marines unit would become part of the Black Sickle Group. As for how to clear Needlehaven 15 and his eldest son from the act of destroying the space station, this step could be accomplished through righteous denunciation, such as actively providing the enforcers with evidence of the eldest son's collusion with Xeno's civilization. As long as the governor could still pay taxes, the Imperium of Man was unlikely to remove Needlehaven 15 from his position as Star District Governor. Now, the space station wasn't destroyed, the breeding machines with Bone Drinker's gene templates fell into the hands of the enforcers, and his Space Marines commander persona was also ruined. The triple blow completely stunned Black Scythe 1, making him disoriented, so much so that he didn't even notice the shuttle had entered the Space Marines vessel. Lienyo didn't care about any of that. As soon as the shuttle's rear hatch opened, he crouched down and slipped out, finding a safe spot in the hangar to stay. Sir? Why aren't you coming down? Outside the shuttle, the Space Marines deputy commander looked confusedly at the dazed Maji. The rest of the guard members had the same expression. Under their gaze, Maji's knees buckled, and he slowly knelt on the ground, hands clasped in front of him, muttering prayers. This scene made everyone even more puzzled. Sir, this is heresy. Yes, sir, we are subjects of the Emperor, and we do not pursue baseless faiths in gods. Maji ignored them, only continuing to pray. Gradually, an unsettling atmosphere grew, and everyone felt as if something was watching them. In Maji's eyes, the surroundings darkened, and the Lord's prophet Zeal-Phaex, the Shadow Weaver, appeared in a blue-purple light. What is it now? Zeal-Phaex groomed his feathers with his crescent-shaped bird beak, his sharp voice tinged with impatience. My Lord's prophet, I encountered a damned, transparent wretch who disrupted all my plans. Maji recounted everything that happened that night. Upon hearing that the breeding machines had fallen into the hands of the Imperium of Man, and that they contained the gene templates of the Bone Drinkers, Zeal-Phaex's feathers on his body burned like flames, blue-purple flames instantly swirling around him. Zeal-Phaex turned his head, his sharp gaze penetrating the dimensional barrier, deeply observing the physical universe space around Maji. Everyone swept by his gaze involuntarily felt a chill run through their bodies, experiencing a bone-chilling coldness, yet not knowing where it came from. As a subspace demon, Zeal-Phaex, blessed by Tsianch, possessed the ability to see through the web of fate and the course of life. With just one glance, he could discern the past and future of everyone present. He did not see the invisible entity Maji described. At the same time, he was absolutely confident in his observational abilities, never imagining that there could be beings in this world that he could not perceive. You are wrong, Black Sickle, gravely mistaken. Tonight's bitter fruit is entirely your own making. Why did you set a 2-minute countdown for the bomb? Why didn't you let it detonate immediately? Lord's prophet, I wanted to preserve this body, it could bring me value. Bring you value. What about my lord then? Do you not know that a lot can happen in 2 minutes? Are you sure the servo-automata in the engine room were all killed by you? Are you sure there aren't any servo-automata hiding in a corner? Are you sure this servo-automata hiding in a corner couldn't disarm your bomb? Answer me loudly, Black Sickle. The barrage of questions filled Black Sickle with dread. He suddenly realized he had overlooked many details. Yes, he had indeed planted the bomb, but he hadn't checked whether any servo-automata were still alive inside or outside the engine room. As long as one servo-automata was alive, the time bomb could potentially be disarmed. But, Lord's prophet. When I boarded the shuttle, I clearly heard that strange noise. Silence. Zeal-Phaex roared, blue-purple flashes appearing in his deep eyes. I saw your past, Black Sickle. I saw you boarding the shuttle. You yourself stepped on that metal plate, causing it to deform, you caused the screws of the metal plate to loosen, you made it produce that strange noise. There was no invisible entity at all, none. Black Sickle stubbornly roared. How do you explain the shuttle's actual loaded mass data? The data clearly showed an extra 45 kilograms. Zeal-Phaex turned his head to look at the shuttle's control panel, keenly noticing that the shuttle's machine spirit was emitting an aged groan. This phenomenon was not caused by Zeal-Phaex, but rather because this shuttle had long been in disrepair, causing the machine spirit's voice to become ancient. Zeal-Phaex looked down at the mortal at his feet, his tone turning chilling. This shuttle's machine spirit is old, it gave incorrect data, which is quite reasonable. On the contrary, Black Sickle, you disappoint me greatly. Lord's prophet, you, Black Sickle felt a premonition of disaster, quickly kowtowing and begging for mercy, too terrified to speak. It has been proven that widespread dissemination of the Bone Drinkers is wrong. This method is too conspicuous and easily attracts the attention of the Imperium of Man. You should adopt a more covert, gentler approach, gradually corrupting this despicable nation, little by little dismantling the foundation of the curse. Zeal-Phaex's figure began to fade, as if he could disappear at any moment. I've changed my mind, Black Sickle. Someone will complete your mission for you, he will be more excellent than you, more aligned with my lord's true intent. You are worthless now. Embrace your end and your predetermined fate. Everything is still within my plan. Prophet. 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 Black Sickle screamed hoarsely, but only received a flash of light in return. This light pierced through the dimensional barrier between the physical universe and the warp, striking Black Sickle's brow. His body melted in an instant, and within seconds, transformed into a grotesque substance impossible to describe with words. Flesh writhed, redundant limbs grew wildly, and distorted, shifting noises swept across the entire scene like ocean waves. Puff 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 puff. The crew members who witnessed this scene spewed blood wildly, and a sky full of blood converged towards the grotesque substance. The vessel's machine spirit let out a painful wail, and all electronic devices on board failed simultaneously. Just then, 8 grenades flew out in unison, landing on the rapidly forming grotesque substance. Boom 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 boom. A series of explosions echoed through the hangar, and the grotesque substance was engulfed by lava and flames. Linyou breathed a sigh of relief. He had timely eliminated a nascent chaos spawn. However, he forgot that the grenades were detonated inside the shuttle. The shuttle's engine ignited, and an even more dazzling light erupted. Boom. Bright blue plasma sparks filled the hangar, and the adjacent parked shuttles spontaneously combusted. Boom. 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 A series of explosions occurred, and shuttles one after another turned into plasma fireballs. The tech priest on board detected the strong explosion signals and immediately activated the isolation device to prevent the strong electromagnetic waves caused by the plasma explosions from spreading to the vessel's engine room. A violent tremor spread throughout the entire vessel like an electric current. When the tremor subsided and the plasma explosion signals approached zero, the hangar's isolation device was finally disengaged. When the fire masters and tech priests arrived, everything in the hangar had been completely charred. Aside from the strong smell of burning, only darkness lingered in the area. Chapter 154 Planet Palu. This YAIC simulation has ended. Settlement is in progress. You killed a chaos spawn, gaining 10,000 points. You foiled the conspiracy of Zealfax, the Shadow Weaver, gaining 300,000 points. A total of 310,000 simulation points were obtained in this simulation. Remaining simulation points, 1.06 million. Attention! Simulated character Special Ops Kid, Bond has died in action. Save 5 is invalid. Linyou sat in his private laboratory, his pupils unfocused as if his soul had been extracted. The lingering echo of death still tormented his senses. The dazzling plasma blue flame engulfed his entire body, and the disintegration of his body at the quantum level brought an unusual sensation of pleasure. At the moment his consciousness dissipated, Linyou actually touched a strange piece in the eternal void. Hiss whoosh. With a long breath, Linyou gradually came back to his senses, his mind shifting to the system interface. Bond sacrificed himself. But it was not a big problem. Linyou had invested a limited amount in this special ops kid, merely some Mao Ji's black hair paint. Bond's shape-shifting ability was attached through gene editing. There were still many reproductive spores of the same type available in the fungus warehouse. Theoretically, when one bond fell, thousands upon thousands of bonds would rise. So there was no need to grieve over the death of the special ops kid. However, the fact that killing chaos demons and foiling their conspiracies could earn simulation points caught Linyou's attention. Zealfax, the Shadow Weaver, judging by the title and name, was clearly a Tsiench daemon. It was likely this Tsiench daemon who was behind the Bone Drinker's plague. The daemon ranks are divided as follows. The lowest are lesser demons, nameless, without titles, the smallest in size, mere consumables condensed from chaos dust. If a lesser daemon performs well and earns the appreciation of the chaos inimical powers, it can be promoted to a chosen. Chosen demons can have true names and titles, usually only one title. If a chosen daemon has outstanding performance, it will be promoted to a daemon prince, gaining more titles and a longer true name. Above that are greater demons, within whom a small part of the chaos inimical powers consciousness is carried, with extremely long true names, numerous titles and many subordinates working for them in the shadows. From the simulation settlement information, Zealfax, the Shadow Weaver, only had one title, suggesting it might only be a chosen level daemon, not yet reaching the daemon prince level. If foiling a chosen daemon's conspiracy could earn 300,000 points, how many could be earned by foiling Tsiench's own plan? Linyou fantasized for a moment, and his mood brightened. He went to the Catalyst laboratory, told Mona that the task was completed, and she could leave. Mona curiously glanced towards the private laboratory, put on her helmet and headphones, inserted a black metal plate behind her head, and went to stand guard outside the door. Linyou stepped on the floor and returned to his private laboratory. After Station Supervisor Smith injected himself with a dose of medicine, the Bone Drinkers separated from him. Smith regained his self-awareness and was no longer controlled by the Bone Drinkers. Linyou witnessed this scene. He rummaged through the fungus warehouse, extracted the collected medicine residue, and activated the analysis fungus. Analysis successful. Name, a certain yeast-containing agent. Analysis results. The yeast in the agent can rapidly reverse the parasitic process through metabolism. For example, after a human parasitized by Bone Drinkers is inoculated with this agent, the yeast's metabolism will prompt the Bone Drinkers to leave the host. Yeast that can reverse the parasitic process. It's truly amazing that the Warhammer world has such yeast. Linyou became interested and immediately conducted a fungus simulation to obtain the yeast strain, gene fragments, and various experimental data. As the morning light pierced through the night, all experimental results regarding the yeast were displayed on the system interface. The true name of this yeast was unknown for now. Linyou named it reverse parasitic yeast. Its principle of reversing the parasitic process was very simple, it fed shit to the parasite. Don't the Bone Drinkers like human spinal cord? Well then, the reverse parasitic yeast would ferment the spinal cord into a substance the Bone Drinkers disliked. The Bone Drinkers' reaction upon eating this stuff would be like a human eating shit, very disgusting, very repulsive. The Bone Drinkers weren't stupid. If it discovered the taste was off, it would certainly spit out what was in its mouth and then leave the human body to see what was going on. Thus, the bone drinker's parasitic process was reversed, and the infected person transformed from a host to an independent individual, regaining self-awareness. Here's the key. Don't the bone drinkers fuse their gene fragments with the host's gene fragments? Killing the bone drinkers would lead to the host's gene collapse and spinal cord necrosis, thus causing the host to die tragically. After using the reverse parasitic yeast, the bone drinkers left the host, and the host's gene fragments were mixed with the bone drinkers' gene fragments. At this point, killing the bone drinkers would not cause the infected person's gene collapse or spinal cord necrosis. The Imperial Medical Department has an agent that enhances the purity of human genes, called nucleotide repair fluid, used to treat mutations caused by bacterial infections. After injecting this agent, human gene fragments would repair themselves, removing non-human genes and gradually eliminating mutated parts caused by bacterial infections. This agent could be used to treat humans who had been parasitized by bone drinkers. In simulation experiments, injecting it once every 30 days for 6 consecutive times, taking 180 days, could clear the bone drinker's gene fragments from the human body, without any gene collapse or spinal cord necrosis during the process. The first feasible version of the plan to eradicate the bone drinkers thus emerged. TT011, PSV113 artificial phagomycete virus, reverse parasitic yeast, and nucleotide repair fluid, these three together formed the cornerstone of this version. Lienyo was overjoyed and full of fighting spirit, continuing high-intensity simulation experiments to find improved methods to shorten the treatment process. Additionally, it was necessary to bring down the price of nucleotide repair fluid. At over 3,000 throne coins per dose, 6 consecutive injections would cost nearly 20,000 throne coins, which was unbearable for anyone. Lienyo mused that he should be able to use the simulation function to lower the price of the repair fluid to less than 1 throne coin per dose. What, would a cost of 1 throne coin be too exaggerated? How could that be? Cost reduction and efficiency improvement were traditional skills brought over from before his transmigration. From 0 to 1, Lienyo didn't think he was necessarily better than others, but when it came to going from 1 to 100 and reducing costs, this was definitely a strength of the Eastern culture he inherited. Thus, most of the day passed, and when the morning light outside the window turned into the glow of the setting sun, Lienyo finally emerged from his private laboratory. A faint smile hung on his face, the joy of a breakthrough in the plan to eradicate the bone drinkers. He had also found a way to treat Xiao Xi's genetic defects along the way. You finally came out of the laboratory. Tai Duo scampered over, threw herself into Lienyo's arms, and looking up, said. You don't know yet, do you? A rebellion has broken out in the Needlehaven Star Zone. Lienyo calmed down from his joy, raised an eyebrow, and asked. Rebellion? How large a rebellion? Very large, extremely large, involving more than 60 imperial worlds. So many. Who is the instigator? Lienyo estimated that this was yet another chaos inimical powers causing trouble behind the scenes. But the truth was not so. The Needlehaven family had long sacrificed the health of stars, causing a large number of star systems within the star zone to be enveloped in toxic sunlight. While nest capital shells could block toxic sunlight, the toxic water and gases infected by the toxic sunlight were difficult for the nest capital shells to completely block. These toxic substances accumulated in the bottom nest and lower nest of the nest capital, gradually transforming them into giant toxic pools. Pathogenic strains, limb mutations, subhumans, and aberrants ran rampant, all of which were true descriptions of those nest capital worlds. The combined population of the lower nest and bottom nest was at least 5 times that of the middle nest and upper nest, and the resulting disaster swiftly broke through the defenses of the middle and upper nest. As of the moment Lienyo walked out of his private laboratory, at least 5 nest capital worlds previously controlled by the Needlehaven family had fallen. The mutants, subhumans, and aberrants in these 5 worlds, having suffered from toxic substances for years, had completely lost their humanity and sanity, and they were now savagely slaughtering the residents of the middle and upper nest. The local planetary defense force, even combined, numbered at most a little over 10 million, how could they possibly withstand billions of enemies? The Imperial Army did not immediately suppress the rebellion. According to the Imperium of Man's experience over the years, nest capital rebellions instigated by non-human groups would eventually escalate into infighting and cannibalism among the non-human groups themselves. Perhaps in a month, or maybe half a year, the fallen nest capital worlds would become desolate. The non-human groups rampant within them would rapidly dwindle due to mutual slaughter, their numbers decreasing from the tens of billions to billions. Only then would it be a good time for the Imperial Army to enter and clean up. It's hard to imagine what would have happened if you had joined the Church of Amalgamation back then. Tai Duo sighed faintly, the more she thought about it, the more she dreaded it, feeling immensely grateful that her father had established a charity academy in the lower nest, preventing Lienyo from going astray. What she was even more grateful for was that Epimetheus had not embarked on the irreversible path of sacrificing stellar health, otherwise, the bottom nest might not only have the Church of Amalgamation but also many terrifying aberrant monsters. 6 months ago, the planetary defense force was bogged down by the rebels, and the nobles were stirring. Under those circumstances, if Lienyo were to join the Church of Amalgamation and become an enemy of the governor, it would absolutely bring about the end of Epimetheus. Lienyo smiled without speaking, only gently stroking Tai Duo's back to comfort her. The Warhammer world is indeed like this. Before crossing over, everyone shouted loyalty, but after crossing over, who hadn't been forced to have thoughts of defecting? If not for the many people who had taken good care of him since he crossed over, Lienyo wouldn't rule out the possibility of him defecting. Let's not worry about the Needlehaven Star Zone for now, their affairs have nothing to do with us. Lienyo snapped his fingers, bringing Tai Duo back to her senses, and then they entered their residence to enjoy the dinner Brandy had prepared. Actually, the rebellion in the Needlehaven Star Zone is still somewhat related to us. Tai Duo opened a document on the dining table and handed it to Lin Yo for review. The Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs issued a star message against the governor this afternoon. Currently, only the governor of the solar system has received the notice. Governors in other star zones are expected to receive the message successively within 2 years. The notice states that the chief of the War Council, Prime Minister Malkador, proposed a reform of the appointment and removal of star district governors and the structure of star zones. The current rules for appointing and removing star district governors may be abolished. Lin Yo read the document once and silently gave Prime Minister Malkador a thumbs up. Star district governors, who came into being through land annexation, posed a huge hidden danger. Due to an excessive pursuit of rapid growth in the total amount of material taxes, most star district governors started by sacrificing the health of stars, inadvertently burying the seeds of rebellion. The Needlehaven Star Zone is a typical example. The large-scale rebellion currently underway has caused direct losses of at least 10 trillion throne coins, as well as 20 trillion in Imperial World reconstruction expenses, totaling 30 trillion. The Needlehaven Star Zone's average annual total material tax revenue obtained by sacrificing stellar health was about 3 trillion. That is to say, a major rebellion caused the stars to sacrifice their health for 10 years for nothing, without bringing any benefit to the Imperium. The Ministry of Internal Affairs suffered a huge loss in this regard. The material taxes collected by the Ministry of Internal Affairs were enjoyed by the entire Imperium. However, the subsequent Imperial World reconstruction work required the Ministry of Internal Affairs to provide throne coins. If the Ministry of Internal Affairs didn't pay this money, no one would be willing to take over the Imperial Worlds destroyed by the rebellion. The Ministry of Internal Affairs balanced its accounts all day today, and no matter how it calculated, it couldn't balance, so it had to accept the loss. One can imagine how Malkador would badger the Director of Internal Affairs when he reported to him. Haha, serves him right. If the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer world doesn't realize the importance of protecting nature, then without the chaos inimical powers making a move, this Imperium will destroy itself. Fortunately, after the rebellion in the Needlehaven Star Zone, the Ministry of Internal Affairs realized that sacrificing stellar health was not advisable, and should subsequently revise the reference indicators for the appointment and removal of Star District Governors. Lin Yo intended to obtain the position of Star District Governor by virtue of his new synthetic starch preparation technology. Therefore, Tai Duo said that the rebellion in the Needlehaven Star Zone was related to him. After a short rest after dinner, Lin Yo went to his office to handle the day's official business. In the following few days, new messages kept coming from the Needlehaven Star Zone. Either an Imperial world fell, or the Needlehaven family called on the Imperial army to immediately suppress the rebellion. Needlehaven 15 even shamelessly issued a star message, demanding rescue supplies from Imperial worlds outside the Star Zone. Lin Yo didn't know how other governors responded. In any case, in Lin Yo's eyes, Needlehaven 15 had already been infected by the Bone Drinkers, and he would certainly not have a good end. Therefore, after Lin Yo received the star message, he ignored the other party. Subsequent events proved Lin Yo's guess to be entirely correct. On the 8th day after the large-scale rebellion broke out in the Needlehaven Star Zone, the Needlehaven family's starport was surrounded by the Imperial army. The battle lasted from morning to midnight, ending with the Imperial army executing all core members of the Needlehaven family on the spot. The things found in the starport were astonishing. All kinds of Xenos organisms, Xenos specimens, and Xenos technological products appeared deep within the starport, a veritable pandemonium, a contemporary Xenos exhibition hall. Among them were also many lost technological products that the Mechanikus had long dreamed of, making the local tech priests grin from ear to ear. The Needlehaven family was wiped out, but the rebellion within the Star Zone continued, and the position of Star District Governor was vacant. Many families began to scramble for the position of Star District Governor, vying to send troops to suppress the rebellious Imperial worlds, demonstrating their loyalty to the Imperium. What was laughable was that many Imperial worlds rebelled after some of their planetary defense forces were transferred away, leading to an increase in the number of rebellious Imperial worlds within the Star Zone. Lin Yo and Tai Duo enjoyed watching the drama, and didn't forget to treat the residents of their nest capital kindly. Various projects to improve the nest capital's environment were proceeding in an orderly manner. That evening, after Lin Yo finished a day's work and was reading and recharging in his study, a few lines of system text popped up. Save 1, Weird Boy, Sake. Save briefing. After more than 10 days of warp travel, Sake's Steel Brave tribe successfully arrived at the Space Beast clan's planet. Finally arrived. Lin Yo took out a magic spores and put it into his mouth, reading Sake's save file. Inside the Steel Brave tribe's spaceship, the boys were shouting excitedly at the planet outside the viewport. This planet had a continent covering 1/3 of its surface, with scattered islands around the continent, and the rest of the area was ocean. The land was mountainous and covered with forests. In terms of the number of derelict shipwrecks, this place certainly couldn't compare to the planet of the Ulana Orc Empire. But in terms of the richness of natural resources, this planet was superior in all aspects. Why did the Steel Brave tribe often fight with other orc clans before? Wasn't it because there were too many monks and too little meat on their planet, with almost no resources except for derelict ships? This planet now had an immense attraction for the Steel Brave tribe, enough to keep them in a super excited state for a long time to come. I like it here. I want to lie on the grass and sleep soundly. I think I saw wild mammoths. I want to eat fresh, hot meat. The boys shouted excitedly, and A Long pounded his steel chest with excitement. Lin Yo jumped onto a high platform and shouted. Quiet. Boys, listen to me. This planet is called Paraplanet. There's an orc clan on the planet called Space Beast. Their Dada is called Beast, and they're with us. The Space Beast's Dada has a very WarHammer40k idea. You've definitely never heard of such a WarHammer40k idea. Hurry up, witch doctor, don't keep us in suspense. The boys urged impatiently. Linyo cleared his throat, picked up his staff, pointed to the approaching planet's surface, and explained the megalith plan. When they heard that the Space Beast's Dada wanted to transform the entire planet into an orc space fortress, all the boys of the Steel Brave tribe were stunned. A Long was so surprised his jaw dropped, he had never imagined that a planet could be transformed into a space fortress with steel. At that moment, the Steel Brave tribe fell into a brief pause, followed by an incredibly high-pitched roar. WarHammer40k. Too cool. How come we didn't think of such a great idea? The tech boss of the Steel Brave tribe shrieked, calling himself a fool. It would be strange if he could think of it. An orc technological creation of the megalith caliber could only be conceived by a tech boss under a war boss, not by a mere tribal tech boss. The ship's flight altitude gradually decreased, and the hull shook under atmospheric resistance. On the plains below, the orcs of the Space Beast clan gathered here, warmly welcoming the arrival of the Steel Brave tribe. Linyo had already spoken to Beast in advance, telling him that his identity within the Steel Brave tribe was a word boy. Beast immediately proposed leading his clan to join the Steel Brave tribe. After Linyo and A Long informed each other, A Long nodded in agreement, gladly accepting the Space Beast's joining. The orcs' way of welcoming was simple, a fist-to-fist fight, but not for real. Psychic Boy, Penpa was in the amniotic tank and couldn't participate in this big brawl, so Linyo simply had him help observe the surrounding starry sky, looking for any planets that might contain intelligent life forms. The big brawl lasted for several hours, ending with a bonfire party. Linyo switched accounts and, as Space, found the 4 primitive in the treasury. I know how to treat genetic defects. Linyo took out a syringe made of chitin membrane, with pre-made gene repair fluid in the glass tube. He distributed the 4 syringes, one for each person. After injecting this medicine, your genetic defects will be repaired within 30 days. I'm sure you've also seen that an orc spaceship arrived today. If you want to leave this planet and return to human civilization, I can help transport you. After handing out the syringes, Linyo stood up straight and asked. So, what is your final decision? To stay here, or to return to human civilization? Chapter 155, The Frog in the Well knows nothing about the power of steel. Facing Linyo's inquiry, the 4 primitives, led by Xiao Xi, had a glimmer in their eyes and an expectant look on their faces, clearly having made up their minds. Sir, we wish to return to human civilization. Xiao Xi spoke in Low Gothic, although her pronunciation was a bit unclear. Overall, communication was not an issue. When Linyo previously brought books to the Space Beasts, he vaguely anticipated that Xiao Xi and the other 3 would choose to leave the orc territory, so he brought books for them as well. These books were stored in yeast cartridges and their textual information could be read and stored by data slates. Orc data slates were not much different from those of the Imperium of Man, they could also read information from yeast cartridges. The Space Beasts and Xiao Xi's 4 companions each had a data slate, and they would immerse themselves in reading whenever they had free time. Over the past 10+ days, Xiao Xi and her 3 companions diligently self-studied Low Gothic, all for the purpose of returning to human society. You all should inject yourselves first, I'll go find where there's human civilization nearby. Later, another orc will pilot a ship to take you there, his name is Sake. Thank you, sir. Xiao Xi led the primitives in a kneeling bow. Linyo did not refuse this time, as long as they didn't shout about divine manifestations or similar things. Xiao Xi and her 3 companions injected themselves. Linyo collected the injectors and turned to leave. Sir. Xiao Xi caught up from behind, holding a pendant in her hand. Linyo stopped, turned, and looked. Xiao Xi knelt on one knee, offering the pendant, her eyes red and shimmering with tears. Sir, please accept this pendant. I'm afraid it will be very difficult to see you again in this life. Through their long period of interaction, Xiao Xi knew that the big green-skinned boss reproduced asexually, but this did not hinder her gratitude towards the big green-skinned boss who saved her. Linyo couldn't stand such a sentimental scene, he picked up the pendant, clutched it in his hand, and walked towards the vault door. If you can flexibly apply the knowledge you've learned over the past month, you should be able to use the power of human civilization to enter space. This planet beneath our feet is located in the northeast corner of the Midlook expansion area, specific coordinates MDLK/115.994. 485/V. 3. 4/12-7. Linyo rattled off a string of codes, stepped out the door, turned to look at the tearful Xiao Xi, and waved goodbye. I look forward to the day we meet again. Goodbye, Xiao Xi. Linyo's consciousness seamlessly switched to Sake, controlling the word boy to enter the bridge. Oh, hey, Pengpa, how's the reconnaissance going? Have you found any planets with intelligent life forms? Linyo came to the star chart and stopped. Pengpa chuckled in the can. Witch doctor, I found Shrimp's planet. I like shrimp, they're soft and thin, one hammer blow and they're dead. Shrimp is really fun, especially their meat. Linyo tapped the can with his staff and glared at Pengpa. Did you forget what I said earlier? You can kill shrimp, but you can't eat shrimp, otherwise you will become as useless as shrimp. Oh right, I can't eat shrimp, eating shrimp will make me a weakling. Pengpa smiled ingratiatingly, blowing a string of bubbles in the can as he said. Boss, I took a closer look, besides the planet we're on, within 1000 light years, there are 3 other planets with significant signs of life activity. I've displayed them on the star chart. The star chart hummed, and a holographic screen appeared before them, with images and descriptions of the 3 planets listed by Pengpa. One of these planets had human civilization, approximately 12 light-years from the space beast's planet. However, the civilization on this planet followed a magical path, not a scientific one. On the planet's surface, Lienyo saw rock giants comparable in size to mountains. These behemoths had exquisite buildings, gardens, and waterfalls on their bodies, and the humans living within them drove sphere-like spirits to serve them. Magical civilizations in the Warhammer world would absolutely not have a good end. This statement was not an exaggeration. The magic mastered by such civilizations was essentially psychic power, and ultimately, they could not escape the fate of being corrupted by Chaos Daemon. Once the Imperium of Man discovered a magical civilization, there was only one word: kill. Killing all the people of a magical civilization and then relocating a group of people from within the Imperium's territory to become new residents. This practice had existed since the Great Expedition. It was precisely because of this that many lost worlds and Xenos civilizations discovered by the Imperium would turn to chaos in despair. The good news was that the magical civilization Pengpa discovered was located in the Midlook expansion area, exceptionally far from the Imperium's heartland. It was estimated that within Xiao Xi and her 3 companions' lifetimes, they would not see the Imperium of Man's expeditionary fleet. This will do. I'm going to send the 4 shrimp here later. Pengpa, mark down the location of this planet. Alright, Dada. Pengpa made a mark on the star chart. Lienyo looked at the brief reports of the other 2 planets, his gaze slightly narrowed. He discovered traces of the O'Neill. These 2 planets were located in the same solar system, a full 997 light-years from the space beast's planet. The 2 planets seemed to be at war, with strong magnetic storm signals in the space between them, caused by exploding plasma reactors of starships. Interesting. It seems the O'Neill are not a unified front. Lienyo pointed to the star chart. Pengpa, pay close attention to the movements of these 2 planets. If any ships from there approach us through the warp, you must tell me immediately. No problem, Dada. Should we go beat up those purple-skinned people? Pengpa was eager in the can. Not yet. Let's build a few starships first. Lienyo left the starship and found A Long to explain the situation. Although A Long was puzzled about why the weird boy wanted to escort the 4 shrimp off the planet, he still agreed and offered to escort them himself throughout the journey. After the Space Beast clan joined the Steel Brave tribe, the Steel Brave's witch doctor was now the Space Beasts. Lienyo, as sake, ordered 10,000 Space Beast orc boys and 10,000 Steel Brave tribe orc boys to board the ship. Thus, the starship transporting the 4 primitives departed. Orc starships did not need the light of the Imperium of Man's star beacon for navigation. So, in this expansion area, Orc starship warp maneuverability should be considered T0 level. 2 tera-hours later, the starship arrived above the magical civilization. The energy torrent caused by the warp exit attracted the attention of the magical civilization's top powerhouses. On the surface, several mountain-sized rock giants stopped, and the magnificent palaces on their heads lit up with a faint magical glow. This was a defensive measure. The Steel Brave tribe's starship detected an energy response similar to a protective force field. Lienyo led the 4 primitives onto a custom transport, which drove out of the starship and flew towards the land below. At the same time, several flying vehicles constructed from shells and pearls departed from the top of the rock giants' heads and landed on the ground with the custom transport. The humans on the shell and pearl vehicles had Eldar, and both males and females had beard-like tentacles similar to those of squids. The language they used was not Low Gothic. However, it didn't matter. Lienyo had prepared a universal translator in advance. Place this device with a large loudspeaker in the center of the area, and the local language would be translated into Orc slang, and Orc slang would be translated into the local language. After some communication, the local civilization, calling themselves the Gensai, accepted the existence of the extraterrestrial visitors and understood the intentions of the green-skinned creatures and the 4 humanoid creatures. Sake, what value can these 4 humans, who couldn't even protect their own civilization, bring us? We don't believe we have an obligation to accept them. The leading Gensai was a male, calling himself Ingus. He was over 2 meters tall, slender, with 3 tentacles on his chin adorned with jeweled rings, and his body had regularly distributed small bumps, resembling a pearl necklace. He wore fine coral armor, stood on the shell vehicle, and slightly lifted his chin, scanning the 4 rough-skinned primitives with a disdainful gaze. The universal translator translated his words verbatim. The big green-skinned bosses didn't care about this, they were only here to escort Sake, but the hearts of the 4 primitives sank halfway. Lienyo pointed his staff towards Xiao Xi and the others. Their experiences are the reward for you taking them in. From their experiences, you can find revelations to prevent your own civilization from being destroyed. Hehat, destroy our civilization? With just that metal construct up there. Ingus's mouth curled into a mocking arc, disdainful of the Steel Brave tribe's starship. This continent once saw nations as obsessed with metal as you, but they were all annihilated by our Gensai deep-sea magic and rock magic. We don't need to learn any lessons from losers. I refuse to accept these 4 humanoid creatures, even though they look somewhat similar to us. I am willing to accept them. Another voice rang out. Lienyo looked over at the sound, surprised to find that this person was petite. Although she was a Gensai, she might not be of the same species as Ingus. Her status should not be as high as Ingus's. Her coral armor had only a few decorations. She stood on a vehicle made of 2 5-meter-wide shells, with 5 softly glowing orbs floating around her. These were jellyfish-like magical creatures. Essentially, this magical creature was a projection of some warp entity in the physical universe, and its true form could potentially be corrupted by Chaos Daemon. As Li Nyo's gaze shifted, this female Gensai nodded and said, I am Ferniga Gensai. I am willing to accept the 4 humanoids you sent, provided their experiences truly offer profound insights as you described. Li Nyo glanced at Xiao Xi and the other 3, who nodded to him. Ferniga, you won't regret it. I'll leave them in your care then. Li Nyo gestured to Xiao Xi and the others, then signaled to A Long beside him to put away the translator. We won't disturb this planet any further. Farewell, everyone. Li Nyo led the orcs back to the Kaada transporter. A Long grumbled discontentedly beside him. I wanted to blast that Ingas. He dared to mock my spaceship. The Kaada transporter took off, ascending towards the ship above. The 4 Primitive and Ferniga stood together, riding a shell vehicle towards the palace atop the rock giant's head. Ingas looked displeased, a hint of provocation in his gaze towards the ship above. He whispered a few words to the female Gensai accompanying him, then rode his vehicle towards his own palace. Upon our return, immediately summon the Grand Mages and attack that ship with legendary grade ocean magic. I want to see what these green-skinned creatures are capable of. However, what Ingas didn't expect was this. Before his Grand Mages could even assemble, a massive meteorite from beyond the heavens shot out from the steel ship. Bang! The sound of the cannon reverberated through the cloud sea, the sound waves pushing away all clouds within a 1,000-meter radius around the ship, creating a large empty area. Smash! A steel cannonball with a diameter of 300 meters landed on Ingas's palace. The gravitational potential energy of the cannonball alone easily crushed the magic shield outside the palace. The translucent shield shattered like an eggshell, and the hard cannonball slammed violently into the palace, flattening beautiful buildings in its path. A deep crater suddenly appeared on the rock giant's head. Just as the Gensai thought this was the full power of the large steel projectile, the cannonball exploded from within. Rumble rumble rumble. A colossal roar erupted, and metal fragments dozens of meters wide flew everywhere. Ingas's rock giant let out a wail, its head completely blown apart. The giant's body uncontrollably tilted, falling towards the ground amidst the screams of many Gensai. Bang! Rumble rumble rumble. The earth shook, dust billowed into the sky, and the rock giant shattered into pieces. Such a horrifying sight silenced the other rock giants, and countless eyes hidden within the buildings watched the steel ship in the sky with terror. A Long's loud voice came through the ship's external loudspeaker. Wow! I only fired 1 shot, and it fell. It's not my fault. I thought it could at least withstand 3 shots. Oh well, the shrimp here are too weak, let's go back and do big work. The ship ascended into the high sky amidst the roar of its engines. The rock giant below lay motionless, reduced to an inanimate object, without even a shred of resistance. Li Nyo looked at the Gensai on the ground through the porthole, feeling a bit speechless. Why did Ingas believe that metal constructs would be vulnerable to deep sea and rock magic? This was actually related to the planet's resource distribution. The Steel Brave tribe's ship was equivalent to an Imperium of Man battleship, possessing global scanning capabilities. The scan results indicated that the planet had very few metal resources, and most of them were soft silver and mercury. How hard could metal constructs made from these 2 things be? Perhaps any orc boy could easily break them with their bare hands. Winning against such metal constructs made the Gensai consider their magic invincible. They truly were a bunch of frogs in a well. Li Nyo shook his head slightly and ordered the ship to return the way it came. Settling Xiao Xi and the other 3 was also a weight off his mind. The ship successfully arrived at the Space Beast's planet, and the megalith construction plan was proceeding in full swing. The orcs were excavating a vertical passage directly to a depth of over 30 kilometers underground. The end of this passage would reach the asthenosphere in the upper mantle, the source of magma. Under high temperature and pressure, the material in the asthenosphere flows slowly, driving the movement of tectonic plates. Massive amounts of magma provided massive amounts of heat. The megalith's transformation blueprints included a plan for utilizing the asthenosphere. The Space Beast clan and the Steel Brave tribe joined forces, using the heat from the asthenosphere to create high-pressure shafts that continuously spewed hot steam 24 hours a day. The steam shaft's heating efficiency was comparable to the ship's plasma reactor, and could be converted into mechanical energy via boilers and turbines, then into electrical energy through magnetic fields. With these steam shafts, a series of facilities such as excavation sites, smelters, steel mills, and mechanical workshops would have abundant energy. Most importantly, the steam shafts could power ground-to-air cannons. There was an anti-aircraft weapon on the megalith targeting near-ground orbit, called Gork's Big Black Tube. This thing was a macro cannon fired into the sky. The barrel extended downwards from the surface all the way to the asthenosphere. Inside the barrel were magnetic induction coils over 30 kilometers long. The immense pressure of the asthenosphere propelled the cannonball upwards. The metal cannonball cut through the magnetic induction coils, generating an electric current. The current magnetized the coils, temporarily reinforcing the barrel into a railgun barrel. The cannonball accelerated under the magnetic field, finally reaching the first cosmic velocity upon exiting the barrel. The first cosmic velocity is the minimum speed to enter near-ground orbit, approximately 8 km per second, or 28,000 km per hour. After exiting the barrel, the cannonball adjusts its flight attitude and continuously obtains power through its surface nozzles, eventually impacting flying objects in near-ground orbit at a speed slightly below the first cosmic velocity. If one cannonball misses, it doesn't matter, we'll build more of Gork's big black tubes. Anyway, these big black tubes can be used as steam shafts in non-war times, so you can never have too many. What a lovely bunch of green-skinned Peru. One day a month later, Liño stood on a hilltop as a weird boy, gazing at the construction site below. More than a dozen deep pits, each over 100 meters in diameter, appeared on the vast plain, each representing a steam shaft being built against time. At the end of the plain, a barrel-shaped building stood. Dense white steam billowed from the top of the building, connecting with the clouds in the sky, like a paintbrush in the heavens, beautiful beyond compare. That was the first completed steam shaft, already in operation. With this success story, the green-skinned Paru's enthusiasm grew even higher. There was no need to arrange overseers, as the pair would dig the shafts themselves. On the other side of the hill below, there were large green-skinned agricultural areas with Gretchen and Luda Boy roaming in groups, surrounded by squig they herded. One agricultural area was enclosed by steel walls, personally guarded by Wuji Boysake and Zalger. That was where magic spores were cultivated on a large scale. At this time, the daily output of magic spores reached 1,000 units. As long as he accumulated for over 800 days, Liño would be able to forcibly possess a warlord-level orc. Boss Beast excitedly came to the hilltop, pointing at the shaft in the sky, gesticulating wildly. The big black tube coils for the shaft are installed. Once the Tech Boss and Tech Boy make the cannonballs, we can shoot at the sky. The Shrimp Empire definitely can't make big treasures like ours. GA. The Shrimp Empire referred to the Imperium of Man. Beast had read many books about the Imperium of Man and understood much about its situation. He often compared various aspects of the Imperium of Man with the orcs. Liño glanced at the excited Beast and couldn't help but smile. We and the Shrimp Empire each have our strengths. We must learn from the strengths of the Shrimp Empire and discard their weaknesses, understand? I understand. Beast scratched his head. I think. The Shrimp Empire is just greenskins in a shrimp shell, and we are just shrimp in a greenskin shell. If we could be like the Shrimp Empire and record our cultural traditions and establish laws, we would definitely be even more awesome than the Shrimp Empire. Alright, you try it then. Liño smiled. In the books I brought you, aren't there many legal works by Malkador? You can start trying to formulate our laws now. I will check your progress when I have time. Really? Beast's eyes widened with excitement. Of course. Alright, Gork and Mork above, I can definitely write our own laws. Beast clenched his fist and pounded his chest, making thudding sounds. I believe you can do it. No more chatting, I have to go. When I come tomorrow, I'll bring you some other books, mainly poetry collections, entertainment readings, historical classics, and the like. See you tomorrow, boss. Liño smiled and said goodbye, going offline on the spot. Beast performed well in managing the orcs, saving him a lot of worry. Liño planned to copy all the public data of the Imperium of Man and give it to Beast to read, which would make it much easier when he discussed governance policies with him in the future. Chapter 156 When I was a kid, I liked to pick on the Imperial Guards. At Epimedius, his residence in the Wangting district, Liño awoke to the morning light. After the Needlehaven family was eradicated by the Imperial Army, several other star zones suspected of having the Bone Drinkers plague received the attention of the Imperial Army. The Star District Governor was deposed, and the Star District Governor's family was annihilated, but the rebellion within the Star Zone did not subside. As time passed, long-standing conflicts were exposed with the defeat of the Star District Governor. Ms. Shatana compiled statistics, and as of now, 112 Imperial worlds have experienced rebellions. Half of these Imperial worlds are located in the Needlehaven Star Zone, with the rest scattered across various star zones suspected of having Bone Drinkers. The direct loss is caused by the succeeded 30 trillion throne coins. What caused the Ministry of Internal Affairs the most headaches was that the rebellion indirectly led to approximately 15 trillion throne coins and unpaid material taxes. Who would make up for such a large amount of material taxes became the most urgent matter for the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs and the Prime Minister at present. A proposal from the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs thus came into the governor's sight. To all governors of Imperial worlds within the solar system. As you all know, individual star zones of the Imperium have recently experienced successive rebellions, posing severe challenges to the stability and prosperity of the Imperium. In the name of the Emperor, it is imperative to quell the rebellion and rebuild our homes. We encourage all of you to generously contribute according to your own circumstances, providing all possible assistance to the Imperial child in the rebellious areas. The rebellions in some Imperial worlds have begun to subside, but residual forces may still pose a threat to disaster area reconstruction. At the same time, post-disaster reconstruction also requires a significant investment of manpower. Therefore, for lords who are unable to provide material aid, we hope you can provide population resources and armed personnel to maintain public order in the disaster areas. We are well aware that whether it is financial contribution or labor, it is a significant sacrifice for all lords. We will record all donors and recognize them with commendations and substantial rewards at appropriate occasions. The future of the Imperium depends on the efforts of each and every one of us. We look forward to the active response of all lords. Sincerely, Imperial Chancellor Macardo, and Locardi, Director of the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. This star language notice was issued by the Star Language Court on Terra and delivered to the lords of various Imperial worlds in the solar system within a few days. In the spacious governor's office, Liño, Vogues, and Tai Duo were discussing the donation. The three reached a consensus, to donate as much as they could. This was not purely out of kindness, nor purely due to so-called loyalty, but a judgment based on Vogues' early experiences. About 150 years ago, when Vogues first became a Nest Capital governor, he encountered a similar situation. At that time, the Far East Starfield experienced a large-scale rebellion, with over 300 Imperial worlds rebelling, which lasted for 2.5 years before being completely suppressed. At that time, the Imperial Prime Minister and the Director of the Ministry of Internal Affairs also called upon the Lords of the Solar System to donate. Vogues, being young and inexperienced at the time, only made a symbolic donation. After the rebellion was quelled, the Imperial Prime Minister issued a reward list, and Vogues was filled with regret. The more one donated, the more generous the reward. The lord who donated the most received a rogue trader commission, instantly becoming a true high-ranking noble, with a status far superior to that of a governor. The lords ranked from 2nd to 100th could incorporate the imperial worlds they were responsible for rebuilding into their own names. The lords ranked from 101st to 200th received used warships as rewards. Vogues's ranking back then was over 500th, and he received no substantial rewards, only a letter of commendation with Imperial Chancellor Macardo's personal signature. This incident became a knot in Vogues's heart. Now, he finally had the opportunity to untie this knot. His father-in-law intended to advance further in his career, and Lignio would naturally contribute some of his strength. Taiduo, how much net profit from our synthetic starch industry this year can we freely allocate? Taiduo rattled off a string of numbers without hesitation. Isabel's side has 5 million to 15 million tons of synthetic starch that can be freely allocated each month in the future, with the amount of freely allocable synthetic starch increasing as the end of the year approaches. My quantity here is 3 times that of Isabel's. Together, we have 20 million to 60 million tons of synthetic starch that can be freely allocated each month. Taiduo paused and added. Calculated at 5 kilograms of synthetic starch consumed per person per month, the number of people we can support each month is 4 billion to 12 billion. Similarly, the closer it gets to the end of the year, the more fully the synthetic starch production capacity is released, and the more people we can support. Lignio mused. In that case, we should be able to fund a small nest capital or an imperial world with a population not exceeding 12 billion. Father, what do you think? Vogues held his pipe and pressed a key on the keyboard. The holographic device activated, projecting a planet onto the table between the three of them. I think we can apply to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to rebuild this planet. Vogues took a puff from his pipe, blew smoke into the holographic image in mid-air, and said in a steady tone. This is a mining world, located in the Hovandi star zone, east of the central dim star region. Its main mineral resources are solid promethium, iron, copper, nickel, and precious metals. According to the Mechanicus's exploration report half a year ago, the mining progress of mineral resources on the planet is less than 15%. That is to say, there are still 85% of the mineral resources underground that can be mined, with an estimated total value of 15 trillion throne coins. Before the rebellion, its total population was 700 million, and now it is estimated to be only 300 million. The planet's name is Granite 5, the 5th planet in the Granite star system. The planet's number is determined by its distance from the star. The closer to the star, the lower the number. Granite 5 alone forms a mining world. The planet's governor has been confirmed dead, and his planetary defense force has also been completely annihilated. Currently, the planet is controlled by rebel forces composed of local miners and criminals. Conservatively estimated, the number of armed personnel in the rebel army is around 30 million, and the rest of the planet's population are ordinary people without weapons or equipment. The fate of these ordinary people was incredibly tragic. Mining worlds only produce mineral resources, not food. Rebels are people and cannot eat rocks and iron, so their food source goes without saying. Those who understand, understand. Lignio knew that Vogues chose the mining world as the object of his aid for his own benefit. Because according to his plan, the future Epimedius would follow a path where the synthetic starch industry and the promethium industry would advance side by side. Promethium ore is indispensable on this path. If Granite 5 were to be allocated to his side by Malkador, then Epimedius's future path could be described as unimpeded. Taiduo understood her father's intention and couldn't help but say worriedly. But, father, there are still many rebels on the planet. If we only fund them with synthetic starch, I'm afraid it won't be enough to incorporate this planet into our name. Yes, child, I know that. Vogues took a deep breath. So, I plan to lead Epimedius's planetary defense force to suppress the rebellion and quickly take substantial control of this planet. That's too dangerous. Taiduo pressed her lips together tightly, her brows furrowed with worry. Vogues smiled lovingly. Don't worry, child, I will bring Delton, and he will command the battle. I myself will not go anywhere else except staying at the base to oversee. If Delton is brought along, who will be responsible for the agent's affairs? Lignio secretly pondered the candidates. Vogues noticed the change in Lignio's expression and said with a smile. Lignio, Delton has praised your talent in the agent profession to me more than once. The measures you took to prevent the bone drinkers from infiltrating the nest capital are effective, practical, and easy to implement, and you are also from an agent background. I think you can perfectly handle the command work for the agents. Lignio checked his schedule in his mind and nodded in response. Okay, father. When do you plan to depart? Gathering personnel, mobilizing ships, and transporting supplies. These 3 tasks cannot be completed in less than 10 days to half a month. Also, the Planetary Defense Force leaving its territory requires approval and authorization from the Ministry of Military Affairs. Personnel and weapons must be registered first before they can be submitted to the Ministry of Military Affairs for approval. According to the Imperium of Man's operational efficiency, the approval process might be delayed by about half a month. Vogues estimated based on the schedule that it would take at least a month before he could set off for Granite 5. This month will allow Lignio to familiarize himself with the work of an agent leader. In addition, Vogues is currently responsible for managing the Fugai's family's assets. The total amount of material tax contributed by the Fugui's family accounts for 1/3 of the Nest Capital's total material tax. This part of the work will be undertaken by Taiduo, which is undoubtedly a test for her. She might not have time to join Linyou for dinner anymore, let alone chat and relax with him after dinner. Waking up every morning and working until 1 or 2 in the morning will become the norm. Taiduo looked miserable, but for the future of the Nest Capital, she had to bear this heavy burden. Linyou was optimistic about this. He had a way to lighten Taiduo's burden, and a significant one at that, making her even more relaxed than she was now. Before transmigrating, Linyou often heard about governors, heads of imperial ministry, and Terra High Lords dying from overwork. After transmigrating, Linyou understood what was going on. 4/5 of the daily workload involved highly repetitive tasks that could not be replaced by intelligent devices. It would be strange if one didn't die from exhaustion. Take, for example, the daily task of the synthetic starch industry calculating the daily production and sales situation. In the information society before transmigration, by inputting collected production and sales data into an Excel spreadsheet, the daily production and sales situation could be automatically calculated using the formulas within the spreadsheet. Calculation results below the threshold would be marked in red, and those above the threshold would appear in blue, allowing for an intuitive view of whether the daily production and sales met the planned arrangements. This cannot be done in the grimdark world of WarHammer. Calculating data, yes. Logical judgment, no. The oil boy believes that when machines simultaneously possess the authority for calculation and logical judgment, the tragedy of the Iron Men rebellion could recur. Therefore, any work involving logical judgment must be completed by a thinker or a logic conduit produced by the mechanics. The logical judgment speed of thinkers is relatively slow, comparable to computers from the 70s and 80s before transmigration. Also, don't forget to appease the machine spirit, otherwise our lovely machines might go on strike. Linyou's evaluation of this was: the oil boy is purely self-inflicted. Unable to control the machines they built, they blame the machine spirit. In contrast, Corielzeth, the high-tech priest, shared Linyou's interests. Zexi did not believe the Emperor was the incarnation of the Omnissiah, and she denied the existence of the machine spirit. The mechanical devices she created operated perfectly well without appeasing the so-called machine spirit. Not only her, but the mechanical devices created by her students also worked dutifully without needing hymns or sacred oils. Those tech priests who believed in the machine spirit were simply making excuses for their own carelessness. They would rather exploit the believe in it is real characteristic of the warp, giving birth to a machine spirit in a machine through acts of faith, and then let the machine spirit adjust the machine itself, rather than diligently tightening every single screw. This erroneous idea of attempting to replace diligent maintenance with faith is the crux of the mechanics' problem. Note 1. Anyway, every machine in Linyou's own laboratory is maintained and serviced by him personally, without any tech priest or servo-automata helping him, and to this day, there hasn't been a single problem. This is enough to show that the so-called machine spirit can completely not exist. After Vogues left, Linyou asked Taiduo to come to his office and use the Suandongdong device for official business. This thing has extremely strong logical computing capabilities, with performance almost matching the logic conduits of Mechanicu's sages. From now on, Taiduo will finish a day's work in an hour, spending the rest of her time reading, recharging, exercising, and maintaining her health, letting her truly experience what automated office work feels like. In a flash, most of the day passed discussing funding matters. Later that day, the three initially finalized a plan, and they would implement it while making adjustments according to the actual situation. Vogues held a supervisor-level meeting the next day, instructing the heads of all important departments to closely cooperate with Linyou and Taiduo's work. After receiving the news, Delton invited Linyou to the agent base. He provided Linyou with a keycard, which stored the protocol data of the agent base. Only by using the keycard along with Linyou's genetic code, iris scan, voice print, biometric identification code, and other identity information, could the usage permissions for the base's thinker array be unlocked. While Linyou was getting familiar with his new permissions on the thinker array, Delton suddenly said, out of the blue: "When I'm not around, I'll entrust Amy to you." Linyou was startled, turned his head, and blinked in confusion. Amy should still be in school, right? Yes, she's still in school. Delton rarely showed a hint of melancholy. I suppose you know that I am not the real Maltz. The other members of the Maltz family are not related to me by blood, only Amy is my biological child. Every head of the Maltz family was the agent leader of Epimedius, with Delton being the sole exception. The Star District Governor's database recorded that the previous head of the Maltz family died in an assassination before leaving a child. Vogues, sensing undercurrents in the Nest capital, requested support from the Terra Schola Progenium. The one assigned by the Schola Progenium to serve as the agent leader was Delton, a retired officer who had previously served as a commander in a certain army. To conceal Delton's true identity, Delton appeared as the illegitimate son of the previous head of the Maltz family, becoming the head of the Maltz family and succeeding to the position of agent leader. Linyou pondered and replied: "I've reviewed your information using the Star District Governor's authority. I know Amy was not born through natural reproduction, she originated from the Mechanicus's amniotic tank, created from your genetic template and bloodline modification. She has no mother, only you as a relative. Don't worry, I will take good care of her. With your words, I have no worries." Delton smiled with relief, seemingly completely at ease with Linyou. Linyou didn't mind, and casually asked: "Do you think Amy can handle the work of an agent leader?" Delton restrained his smile, thought seriously, and after a long time, gave his answer. "If you wish her to be your future agent leader, I think she can handle it, and be as excellent as I am. Lin Yo asked. Is it because she inherited your genetic template? If we compare her to your template, what is her genetic purity approximately? At least 97%. That high? Does that mean that besides gender and age, you two, father and daughter, are very similar in other aspects? Yes, you could say that. Delton's eyes showed a glimmer of recollection. To be honest, I'm a bit looking forward to seeing Amy strive to become an agent leader. I used to be very mischievous and loved to play pranks on my father's custodian guard. Custodian guard? Lin Yo felt a strange sensation in his heart, instinctively thinking of the Emperor's custodian guard. My true identity is the son of a lord from a certain city on Terra. The lords on Terra worship the Emperor, so they privately refer to their personal guards as custodian guard. You should understand the implication of this practice. Oh, I understand, I understand. Lin Yo and Delton exchanged a smile. Delton continued. I always felt that my father's custodian guard couldn't perfectly protect my father, so I often played the assassin, infiltrating my father's palace and searching for loopholes in the custodian guard. Any custodian guard who let their guard down would be taught a lesson by me. My father initially thought I was playing pranks on the custodian guard, but later he gradually approved of my actions and entrusted me with the management of the custodian guard and the defense of the palace. That was my childhood. That sounds interesting. As a cloud hammer, Lin Yo didn't find anything wrong with Delton's story. I'm also a bit looking forward to seeing Amy strive to become an agent leader. She might even be like you, giving those complacent agents a good lesson. She will. Delton nodded slightly. Lin Yo raised his index finger. Then I'll give her some authority and an identity, so she can help me keep an eye on the agents when I'm busy. Delton's eyes showed anticipation, as if he saw his daughter's future appearance. No problem. Just give her a little time for the instincts in her genetic template to manifest, and she will definitely become the most outstanding agent. It's a deal. Lin Yo extended his right hand and shook Delton's. Chapter 157, Greedy Gene Organ. While learning to command agents, Lin Yo was also doing something else. That was making new Black Knights. Between the possibility of the Black Knights being discovered by the Imperium and Tai Duo's father dying, Lin Yo hesitated for a long time, ultimately choosing the former. He was willing to risk the Black Knights being discovered by the Imperium in exchange for his father-in-law's safety. Accompanying the Black Knights to protect Vogues was Special Ops Kid, Bond. Of course, it wasn't the Bond who sacrificed himself in the previous WarHammer simulation, but a new generation of Special Ops Kid, Bond, which could be defined as Bond Plus. Bond Plus retained his original transformation ability. On this basis, Lin Yo added a gene fragment from a tech boy to him. When Lin Yo possessed Bond Plus, he could activate his I Reckon power to search for mechanical witchcraft. While offline, Bond Plus could independently use mechanical witchcraft to manufacture weapons, equipment, and ammunition. This way, Lin Yo could log in and play without wasting time on logistics. After these two gene fragments were installed, Bond Plus's overall combat capability soared. Lin Yo felt this was still not enough. He set his sights on Leia's biological armor. This thing was simply too wonderful. In passive defense mode, the biological armor automatically reacted to attacks and could help the host immune to mutations caused by radiation, germs, lasers, and other factors. When active defense mode was activated, the biological armor covered the whole body, becoming a second line of defense under conventional protective gear, greatly improving survival capabilities. Lin Yo planned to replicate the biological armor and equip Vogues with it before Vogues departed. To this end, he used his authority as the agent head to give Leia 7 days off, asking her to cooperate with him to decipher the secrets of the biological armor. Leia herself also wanted to understand how her biological armor came to be, so she readily accepted Lin Yo's proposal. Inside the advanced medical room of the agent base, Leia lay on the diagnostic bed, and Lin Yo was busy beside her. Lin Yo slowly pushed the piston, inputting the liquid from the syringe into Leia's arm through a soft tube. Relax your arm, I'm injecting you with a metabolite tracer. Hum. Leia hummed in response. After the tracer injection was complete, she asked curiously. What is this agent for? Lin Yo explained while operating the data pad. Your biological armor is a living thing, it has its own metabolic mechanism. Its metabolic products will be excreted from your body along with your own metabolic products. I extracted the biological armor's metabolic products from your sweat. From it, I found a compound that it has but you don't. The tracer can track this compound and mark its movement trajectory in your body with a fluorescent substance. Oh, I see, no wonder you told me to exercise in the training room for a while before coming over. Leia looked at the focused Lin Yo, couldn't help but exclaim. When I first traded milk mushrooms with you, I never would have imagined that one day I would enter the upper nest. How did you and Tai Duo meet? The first half of the sentence was quite normal, but the second half started to lean towards gossip. No wonder Mona and Leia had endless topics when they were together. Lin Yo's mouth twitched slightly, he manipulated the mechanical arm to retrieve the imaging lamp, letting the lamp hover directly above Leia, and instructed. Maintain a supine position, breathe deeply actively, and accelerate your heart rate and blood flow. Leia opened her mouth, inhaled deeply, exhaled quickly, repeating this cycle more than 10 times, and the heart rate displayed on the data pad significantly increased. The imaging lamp turned on, and its light shone on Leia's white robe, highlighting dozens of lines of varying thickness. These lines were the movement trajectories of the biological armor's metabolites. They surrounded Leia's body, forming sealed tangles of lines, which converged in the same place, Leia's abdomen. Here. Linio pointed to Leia's stomach. There might be a gland of the biological armor here. Leia looked down at the spot Linio pointed to, baring her front teeth slightly, a little scared. You're not going to cut me open, are you? Is your skill good enough? Linio gave Leia a roll of his eyes. What era is this? You don't need to cut someone open to see what's inside their stomach anymore. Then what are you going to do? Leia stared at Linio's every move, watching him take out a long, thin needle, her eyes widening and her hands clutching the tablecloth beneath her. But when the needle in Linio's hand approached her abdomen, the biological armor reacted automatically. Silver white fish scale patterns appeared on Leia's stomach, blocking the needle before it could pierce her skin. Clink. A crisp sound, followed by the sound of the needle breaking. The first attempt to obtain a biological gland failed. Linio frowned slightly. Leia let out a long sigh, muttering. I was so nervous, I felt more nervous than giving birth. Linio chuckled, you've given birth. No, but I heard Mona describe it. Mona has given birth. No, she also heard it from others. Ah, well, all right. Linio removed the damaged needle and discarded it, then crossed his arms, deep in thought. The sampling operation would cause very minor damage to Leia, and the biological armor automatically reacted to this, blocking the needle. So what if Leia did it herself? Linio's eyes lit up, he had found the key point. He brought a new sampler and put it into Leia's hand. Stab it into your stomach, just let the needle touch the biological armor's gland, don't use too much force. I only need a tiny bit of the gland's composition to perform the analysis. Leia held the sampler, swallowing with difficulty. Why don't you call Mona to help? With you, a big man, standing here, I feel awkward doing it. Oh, okay. Linio thought for a moment, then turned and walked outside, asking the servo-automata following him to call Mona. After a while, Mona came to help. A little while later, with a cry of pain from inside the medical room, the sampling work was declared complete. Leia lay on the diagnostic bed, her face pale, weak, and listless, as if on the verge of death. Mona covered her with clothes and called Linio in. A tiny bit of silver-white substance appeared on the tip of the sampler needle. After Linio entered, he cast a healing spell on Leia, and her complexion quickly changed from ashen to slightly rosy. After confirming that Leia was fine, Linio used the equipment in the medical room to conduct an analysis, pretending to be busy, while simultaneously activating appraisal technique on the silver-white substance. Name, fragment of a certain genetic organ. Description: The fragment carries the genetic sample of the genetic organ, and details can be obtained through genetic analysis and simulation. The silver scale armor generated by this genetic organ is similar to the Space Marine's black carapace. The black carapace can be understood as a genetically modified version of an arming doublet. In the Middle Ages of ancient Terra, knights used laces on their arming doublets to bind themselves to their armor, thereby better controlling the armor. In the WarHammer world, the neural nodes on the black carapace are the laces of the arming doublet. Once the nodes are compatible with the power armor's control system, the Space Marine's neural signals will synchronize with the power armor's control system. Space Marines can thus precisely control every component of their power armor, greatly improving the accuracy of their movements, making them more flexible and swift in combat. The system's appraisal technique said that the silver scale armor was similar to the black carapace, so did that mean the silver scale armor also had a corresponding power armor? Linio increasingly felt that Leia's biological armor was not simple. He divided the silver white substance into two, putting one part into the analysis machine for testing and sealing the other part in a vacuum container. Using the substance in the vacuum container as the simulation object, Linio activated genetic analysis simulation. Simulation parameters set. Day 1. You use a single molecule nucleic acid sequencer to obtain the genetic code of the experimental subject. Day 15. Sequencing complete. You have obtained the genetic sample of silver scale armor, tentative name, ... Details as follows. Name, genetic sample of silver scale armor. Analysis results. This is a genetic organ that combines fungal, plant, and animal genes, which can be implanted into humans or humanoid organisms. Its nutrition comes from the host's fat, thus having a shaping effect. The host's body fat percentage will always be maintained at the most appropriate level, unless severely malnourished. Shaping? Linio tilted his head and glanced at Leia, who was wiping sweat, and nodded secretly. It indeed had a shaping effect. Leia had this physique when she was adventuring in the scrapyard zone, and it remained the same after she went to the upper nest. Changes in environment and food did not affect her physique, not one bit. This was the shaping effect of the silver scale armor. Continue reading. The fungal gene fragment of the silver scale armor determines its reproduction method and living habits. Plant genes determine its metabolism and appearance. Animal genes determine its growth path. No, wait a minute. Why do I feel like I've seen the same analysis results somewhere else? Linio remembered the orc boy's genetic sample. An orc's fungus genes determine its reproduction and habits, its plant genes determine its metabolism and appearance, and its animal genes determine its physiology and growth path. The silver scale armor and orc genes, if not identical, are at least very similar in their functions. Linio opened the fungus gene segment of the silver scale armor and quickly read through it. The contents truly left him dumbfounded. For example, these two entries. Gene segment, FRAG000001. Function, this segment determines the silver scale armor's reproduction method. The silver scale armor's current reproduction method is non-reproductive. By modifying the gene code, you can switch between non-reproductive and spore reproduction. Gene segment, FRAG000145. Function, this segment determines the silver scale armor's diet. Current diet includes, owner's excess fat, carbohydrates, water, mineral elements, radioactive particles, sugar, alcohol, etc. By modifying the gene code, you can add new items to the diet or delete specified items. Incredible, incredible, incredible. If not for the two ladies present, Liño would have applauded the silver scale armor. Such detailed gene functions could never have been produced naturally. Considering that the silver scale armor, like orcs, possesses fungus, plant, and animal genes, Liño strongly suspected it was another ancient Terra creation. Ding! The analysis machine finished its work, and the report was printed by the servo automata in the corner. Liño placed the sample from the machine into a vacuum canister, picked up the analysis results, glanced at them, pondered for a moment, and walked towards the door. Thank you both for your help. I have an idea. Leia, get some good rest today and eat whatever you like. I will come to you again tomorrow. Oh, okay. Leia smacked her lips, eager to eat, as she truly felt an appetite from within. Mona helped her leave the medical room and escorted her to her dormitory to rest. In front of the lift leading to the Wangting district of the Upper Nest, Mona encountered Liño waiting there. Mona had been on guard duty earlier, wearing her agent's gear. She was quick-witted and guessed that Liño wouldn't waste time here, he must have something to ask her, which was why he would take the lift with her. Mona opened her helmet's visor and asked. Is there anything you need me to do? Yes. Delton has a daughter named Amy. After she graduates from school, she will become a governor's agent and will eventually become a leader. I hope you can help me train her. Mona raised an eyebrow. If Amy becomes our superior, where will Delton go? Liño shook his head. I'm not sure. But I feel he might not stay with us, he probably has other tasks to complete. It seems even retired officers have a lot to worry about. Liño opened the lift's gate and walked in with Mona. By the way, Mona. Regarding that scorched area on your forehead, do you plan to heal it? Not for now. Mona's voice was calm, but there was a slight ripple in her eyes, as if she was recalling long-buried memories. Liño recalled the historical information he had seen in the Thinker array at the agent base and said. You were hit by a Wong's family tranquilizer dart that night, which is why you couldn't save your family. The Wong's family is gone now. They received their just punishment. I don't think you need to keep that scorched skin to remind yourself to avenge your family. Mona was silent for a moment, not speaking, as the lift moved upwards along the track, the lift mechanism humming. I understand how you feel. Using a form of self-punishment to keep yourself vigilant and encourage yourself to persevere in difficult times. You even implanted an electroshock device in your head for this. Liño shook the vacuum canister in his hand, the silvery white substance floating inside like shimmering stardust. I need someone to help me test a replica of the bio-armor. You and Wick are the most suitable. I'm sure you're willing to participate in the experiment, right? Yes, I am willing to participate in the experiment. Liño smiled gently. But the problem is, once the bio-armor replica is implanted, that scorched area on you will be repaired. So, I want to ask for your opinion. Do you want to continue using that area to warn yourself, or do you want to give up that scorched area and instead gain a power that will allow you to persevere a little longer in times of crisis? Mona gazed at Liño for a few seconds, then turned her head away. All right, you've convinced me. How confident are you that the experiment will succeed on the first try? I don't want to end up with any lingering problems from the experiment. Ha, don't worry, the chances of success are so high that your scar will definitely disappear. The lift entered the upper nest area, and the artificial sunlight illuminated the platform and Mona's slightly upturned lips. After entering the mansion in the Wangting district, Liño told Mona to explain the situation to Wick, while he entered his private laboratory. Liño began to simulate frantically, searching for a suitable gene expression vector. After more than half a month, a gene expression vector, unexpected yet reasonable, almost perfectly replicated the bio-armor. Day 937,412. You begin the 232,201st experiment. The gene editing tools, gene template, and main operating procedures for this experiment remain unchanged. The only variable is that you chose an orc spore as the gene expression vector. This spore has been genetically modified to produce only one life form. This simulation experiment begins. You treat the spore with lithium sol to increase the permeability of the spore's outer membrane, facilitating the entry of the gene template. Day 937,419. The spore develops into a genetic organ of the silver scale armor, replica. Upon comparison, the gene purity of the gland is 99%. Simulation experiment successful. Do you want to settle? Liño stared blankly at the simulation information on the panel for half a minute before slowly coming back to his senses. An orc spore, instead of developing into an orc boy, had transformed into a genetic organ. This was truly beyond Liño's comprehension. Yet, the simulation experiment succeeded. Liño frowned and pondered for a long time, coming to a somewhat uncertain speculation. Any gene template composed of fungus, plant, and animal genes might be able to use orc spores as an expression vector. Currently, such gene templates are rare. Besides orcs, there is only the silver scale armor. Further research will be conducted when similar types of templates are obtained in the future. Liño confirmed the simulation settlement and obtained the genetic organ. He used the same simulation plan to produce 20 copies of the genetic organ as backup. He selected one of the genetic organs and initiated a new gene simulation. In this simulation, Lienyo attempted to modify gene segment, FRAG000145. This segment determines the genetic organ's diet. Lienyo wanted to see if warp energy monocrystals could be added to the diet. This simulation experiment lasted until midnight, and the final result left Lienyo with mixed feelings. Warp energy monocrystals could be included in the diet. The silver scale armor grown from the genetic organ, when fed this, would have strong chaos resistance. The only downside was that the genetic organ was incredibly gluttonous. 600 kilograms of warp energy monocrystals could create 300 kilograms of full body armor, with the lost portion returning to the warp as energy. The genetic organ, however, consumed 1 ton of monocrystals but only grew 20 kilograms of anti-chaos scales in total. The defensive performance provided by this was less than 10% of the monocrystal full body armor. The investment and output were simply a huge loss. Do you want to settle the simulation using monocrystals and the genetic organ? No settlement, no settlement. Whoever settles is a fool. Lienyo decisively cancelled the settlement, instructing the system to return the monocrystals used in the simulation experiment to the fungus warehouse. He currently only had 3 tons of monocrystals available and could not waste them on feeding the silver scale armor. Lienyo stretched in his private laboratory, preparing to go to his bedroom for a WarHammer simulation, planting magic spores, supervising the green-skinned pair digging vertical shafts, and incidentally tutoring the beast with his homework. The beast, that kid, was fascinated by the work of compiling greenskinned laws, and every day he referred to Malkador's legal writings to draft legal provisions for the greenskins. Given time, he might actually produce the first greenskinned legal treatise. Tomorrow, I'll start crafting black knights for my father-in-law, and also make some concentrated alchemy pills for him to eat. I don't want to see Taiduo crying. Chapter 158 The Future Queen of the Legion. The proposal to rebuild Granite 5 was submitted to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs and passed the review smoothly. Generally speaking, the planetary defense force of a nest capital cannot leave its home planet. To ensure that the governors of the solar system had a legitimate reason, Prime Minister Malkador and the Imperial Department of Military Affairs made a series of arrangements. Within the solar system, there is a very famous Imperial army known as the Solar Legion. This is a mortal armed force, and its comprehensive combat power is second to none in all star systems. The 131st Army of this army recently arrived at Hive Pimite. Under the guise of forming a temporary auxiliary army, the 131st Army converted the veteran regiments of the local planetary defense force into its own auxiliary forces. A total of over 5 million combat-experienced planetary defense force personnel will accompany the 131st Army to Granite 5. Including the 131st Army, the total number of the entire force reached 7 million. The ships required for transporting personnel and supplies were provided by the Solar Legion, while Epimedius only needed to provide sufficient military supplies such as food, weapons, ammunition, and medicine. With 7 million on their side and 30 million rebels, were they at a disadvantage? They were indeed outnumbered, but in all other aspects, they completely overwhelmed the rebels of Granite 5. The planet's spaceport and orbital tower were damaged by the rebels and rendered inoperable. The ground resources were insufficient to support the rebels in manufacturing anti-aircraft weapons, let alone attacking ships in low Earth orbit. First, a global bombardment would be launched to destroy the strategic facilities set up by the rebels on the surface, then landing pods and personnel shuttles would be deployed to transport ground troops and engineering teams to the surface. Once the orbital tower and spaceport were repaired, the rebels' doomsday would arrive. Large numbers of Imperial Army would surge to the surface, annihilating the rebels hidden in the underground mines with overwhelming force. According to the pre-war plan made by the 131st Army, Granite 5 would return to the embrace of the Imperium of Man in at most half a year. After annihilating the rebels, the 131st Army would leave Granite 5 and go to other planets to suppress rebellions. Post-disaster reconstruction and security work would be handled by Vogues, who temporarily served as the planetary governor, and his planetary defense force. As long as Vogues could successfully pay Granite 5's material tax next year, this planet being assigned to Vogues' name was a foregone conclusion. The expedition proceeded steadily, and after a month of preparation, it was early March, and finally the day of departure arrived. At Epimedius' spaceport, more than 10 armed transport ships were docked. The planetary defense force bid farewell to their local families, carrying the hope of triumph and glory, and boarded the ships bound for Granite 5. Vogues arrived at the dock by transport vehicle. When he got out of the car, Lienyo and Taiduo followed behind him. Behind the three was a black metal box measuring 2 meters * 1.5 meters * 1 meter. This box was incredibly heavy, with a smooth surface, and apart from its intense darkness, it had no patterns or noise. 8 servo-automata jointly unloaded the metal box and placed it on a trolley with an auxiliary power system, the wheels rolling over the metal floor of the dock, emitting faint sounds of metal deformation. Vogues, you look good today. Ron stepped forward and shook hands with Vogues. Ron is the commander of the 131st Army of the Solar Legion, with a light grey goatee, appearing to be in his early 40s, with a tall stature and a decisive demeanor forged on the battlefield. His gaze swept across Vogues' refreshed face. Whether it was an illusion or not, Ron felt that Vogues today was somewhat different from yesterday. Yesterday's Vogues had clear crow's feet at the corners of his eyes, only appeared energetic when smoking a pipe, spoke with an unstable breath, and could not hide his fatigue and old age. Today's Vogues was different. He looked decades younger, with a rosy complexion, full of vigor, and walked with brisk steps. Ron, I used Mechaniku's incense before bed last night. I have to admit, I have never slept so comfortably. Vogues responded with a smile, the crow's feet at the corners of his eyes faintly visible when his lips curved upwards. So he used incense to aid sleep, no wonder he looked so good today. Ron felt relieved, the tip of his goatee trembled slightly, and he chuckled. When you get to Granite 5, don't use incense to sleep, I'm afraid you'll oversleep. Haha, don't worry, I only use it occasionally. Vogues looked around, has Delton arrived? Not yet, let's wait together. Ron's expression suddenly became more serious upon hearing the name Delton, as if Delton had once been his superior. This was indeed the case. Before retiring, Delton had served as the commander of the 131st Army, and at that time, Ron was only the company commander of the veteran company of the 131st Army. Ron admired his former superior 100 times over. Not only because of his talent and achievements in command, but also because of his almost unchanged appearance. When he saw Delton getting out of another transport vehicle, Ron couldn't help but exclaim. Sir, you really haven't changed at all. Delton carried a metal box 2 meters long, 1 meter wide, and 1.5 meters high, walking steadily, the metal floor beneath his feet emitting faint sounds of deformation. Hearing Ron's feelings, Delton smiled slightly. I told you long ago, retirement life is very rejuvenating. Delton nodded to Vogues and saw the black metal box behind him, instinctively pausing for a moment. When Vogues's box was placed horizontally, it was 2 meters long, 1.5 meters wide, and 1 meter high, somewhat similar to the one in his hand. Delton looked down at his own box, suddenly curious about what was inside Vogues's box. Vogues spread his arms, signaling everyone to board the ship. All right, everyone's here, let's board the ship. Taiduo, Linyo, you two don't need to come up, with Delton accompanying me, I won't be in danger. Taiduo's eyes were red, her lips tightly pressed, and she hugged Linyo's arm. Okay, Dada, Linyo and I will manage Epimedius well, and you must return safely. Don't worry, I will. Vogues nodded to Linyo, entrusting him with a look to take care of his daughter, then turned and walked towards the ship. With my box here, Dada will be fine. Linyo watched Vogues leave, gently patting Taiduo's hand to comfort her. Taiduo hid her head behind Linyo's shoulder, secretly wiping away the tears at the corners of her eyes. After bidding farewell to Linyo and Taiduo, Ron and Delton followed Vogues aboard the command ship. This was an Oberlin-class battleship, an all-purpose ship of the Imperium of Man, capable of handling all combat scenarios without the need for a guardsman escort fleet. Facilities such as lance arrays, broadside batteries, carrier-based attack aircraft, and carrier-based reconnaissance squadrons were all available. As space forces and ground forces were not separated in the 30K era, this Oberlin-class battleship was also equipped with 10,000 elite soldiers of the Solar Auxilia and 10 heavy assault shuttles. Such a luxurious lineup could probably only be harmed by a chosen demon personally arriving. Don't jinx it. Linyo stopped his rambling thoughts and boarded the transport vehicle with Taiduo, returning to Wangting district. Over the past month, Linyo had manufactured 3 Black Knights, increasing the number of first-generation Constained from 1 to 4. 3 of them were stored in a private laboratory, and the remaining one was placed inside Vogues's black metal box to protect Vogues. In addition to arranging a personal bodyguard for Vogues, Linyo also made a miniature flying device for Vogues to take with him. This flying device would help Vogues quell the rebellion more quickly. Everything was within Linyo's arrangements. Back at the mansion in Wangting district, Taiduo prepared to handle official business. Linyo called Taiduo over and led her into his office. There was a new communicator with a grey metal casing, a simple pixel screen, and input devices similar to a regular communicator. Linyo patted the machine's casing, signaling Taiduo to sit down and try it. Taiduo initially didn't pay much attention, thinking it was just an ordinary device Linyo had replicated based on existing communicators. But when she connected her data pad to the machine, the rapidly flashing pixelated text on the screen stunned her. From 10 p.m. yesterday to 9 a.m. today, the various departments of the Nest Capital had sent a total of 124 documents that required Taiduo's review and signature. Taiduo had been prepared to work on this until 7 p.m. But now, before Taiduo could even react, all 124 documents had been processed. She rubbed her eyes, clicked on the processed documents to examine them closely, and became more and more astonished, her beautiful eyes widening, and her mouth opening wide. My goodness! Am I dreaming? Over 100 documents, and this machine processed them in less than 10 minutes. Taiduo's pupils constricted, a breath held in her chest for a long time, before she slowly exhaled. Compared to it, I feel like an idiot. From now on, you can use it to handle official business. Linyo chuckled, then sternly instructed. This is my latest invention, and it's not yet perfect, so you can only use it here, and don't tell anyone else. Taiduo nodded repeatedly, her face beaming with joy, the gloom brought by Dada's business trip swept away. She scratched her head again and asked, but what do I do after I finish my official duties so quickly? I can't just sit around here, can I? You have many things to do, and so do I. Come, let me show you something. After Linyo created the Black Knights, he had been thinking about the great rebellion that Nest Capital would face in the future. Many survival challenges lay before him, making Linyo feel somewhat suffocated. Fortunately, after several days of contemplation, he had a breakthrough. Linyo pressed the switch on the desk. The wall behind the bookshelf slid backward, revealing a secret room. This secret room existed when the office was first decorated, but Linyo only put it to use now. The secret room was not large, at most only 300 square meters. Its ceiling had a holographic projection device that could project screens onto the 3 side walls. After Linio activated the holographic projection, many images appeared on the walls. There were Craft World Eldar wearing war masks, Dark Eldar riding anti-gravity motorcycles, orcs baring their big teeth and howling, powerful etheric nullifiers holding force staves, and armed fleets controlled by the Bone Drinkers. Linio used the holographic device to list all kinds of violent elements that posed a threat to the Imperium. Tai Duo looked on, puzzled, not understanding what her fiancé intended to do. Linio walked to the center of the secret room, spread his arms, and said, "My new machines can help us calculate data and process documents, but there's one thing they can't help with. That is crisis preparedness plans." Crisis preparedness plans? I understand what you mean. Tai Duo clapped her hands lightly, sweeping her fingertips across the holographic images on the wall. You mean we should imagine Nest Capital being attacked by these enemies and formulate preventive measures in advance, right? Exactly, that's it. Linio snapped his fingers, and the holographic projection displayed a line of text in front of him. How many Planetary Defense Force veterans can kill an alien listed on the wall? 1 veteran for 1 alien was pure wishful thinking. It's no exaggeration to say that, with a plan and sufficient supplies and equipment, at least 10 veterans would be needed to 100% eliminate 1 alien, and even then, they might pay with their lives. If it were against Gamma level and above etheric nullifiers, no amount of Planetary Defense Force would be enough. 1 Gamma level could easily take out hundreds of veterans. The reason for this was simply that the local Planetary Defense Force was incredibly weak. This was a common phenomenon in the Imperium of Man. Except for Fortress worlds, all other Imperial worlds had this problem. Fortress worlds did not engage in production, did not have to bear material taxes, and relied purely on other worlds for supplies, allowing them to focus solely on training soldiers. Hive worlds were different. If a hive world did not pay material taxes, either a governor rotten to the core would emerge, or local warlords that the Imperium feared would arise. Therefore, material taxes were the fundamental reason for suppressing the overall combat power of the Planetary Defense Force. How to maximize Nest Capital's self-defense capabilities while still bearing material taxes was the core idea of the crisis rehearsal. Tai Duo had been exposed to this concept since childhood and knew it well. So, what's your idea? Tai Duo asked curiously. My idea is to legitimize orc technology and use it to massively strengthen Nest Capital's armed personnel. Linio mused inwardly, not stating this true thought directly, but instead took out a potion. My idea is related to this potion. There was a light green liquid in the potion bottle. This liquid exhibited a certain stickiness when flowing freely, appearing quite viscous. This is a temporary enhancement potion I made based on the green orb. Anyone who drinks it can gain an enhancement effect lasting 1 year. After 1 year, the effect will disappear on its own. That's amazing. Tai Duo took the potion bottle and gazed at the liquid inside, but the problem is, can the drinkers fulfill their duties? If they are disloyal to us, wouldn't we be in danger? You and I are thinking alike, Tai Duo. Linio changed the subject and asked, have you contacted CEXI? Has she accepted our funding? Yes, I have. Tai Duo opened the astropathic communication records on her data slate. Look. In her reply, she thanked us for our generosity, and said that if we need any customized mechanical devices, her lava city happens to have surplus production capacity, and the price is negotiable. Tai Duo's eyes lit up. Oh. I get it. You want CEXI to help us produce customized combat servo-automata, and then use the potion to enhance these servo-automata, right? Linio praised, your mind is quite clever, you grasp things instantly. That's exactly what I was thinking. I've calculated that instead of spending resources to support more Planetary Defense Force, it's better to use them to purchase and maintain combat servo-automata. The command of these servo-automata will be in your hands. Hey? Me? Tai Duo was startled. Yes, you will command the future servo-automata army. This will require another invention from Ms. CEXI, the thought space. Thanks to the fragmented factions within the Mechanikus, and thanks to CEXI, Cass, and Laszlo, the 3 master and apprentices, being fringe figures within the Mechanikus. At this time, their jointly developed thought space was not popular at all and completely failed to catch the eye of the high-ranking tech priests. Mars Forge Master Karl Bohar disdained the thought space, and Vice Overseer Kane was also indifferent to it. These 2 top figures of Mars controlled Mars's production work and order allocation. Linio had checked, and to date, no Imperial force had ever ordered the logic conduits of the thought space. Did the Mechanikus not know that this thing could resist chaos code? No, they really didn't. There was a place on Mars called the Moravec Caves, where legacies of the old era were sealed, including but not limited to research logs, reliquaries, and ancient technical blueprints. Chaos code had corrupted these legacies of the old era. Therefore, even though the legacies were extremely valuable, the Emperor resolutely sealed them in the Moravec Caves. Currently, only the Emperor could open this cave. After Horus ascended to the War Master's position, he obtained authorization from the Emperor. Horus used the opening of the Moravec Caves as a bargaining chip to win over the current Mars Forge Master Karl Bohar to his side. Karl Bohar opened the cave and secretly developed the Kaban machine using the technical blueprints within. After Horus launched the rebellion, Karl Bohar released the chaos code from the cave, polluting Mars's public network and severely damaging the loyalists on Mars. Only then did both the legitimate and underground factions of the Mechanikus learn that the thought space could block chaos code. Linio was unsure of the thought space's ordering price in the 40k era. But now, it didn't cost 99.99 million throne coins, nor 9.99 million throne coins, but only 2.99 million throne coins to take home. Of course, it was not the Tech Priest version, but a customized version for non-Mechanicus members. Linio decided to install a thought space logic conduit for Taiduo, and from then on, she would be the Nest Capital Servo Automata Queen, a one-woman army. Taiduo was incredibly excited about this, feeling full of security at the thought of being able to command thousands of combat servo automata in the future. She happily fantasized about future scenarios, poked Linio's arm, and asked, "What about you, Linio? Aren't you installing a thought space? We can command the combat servo automata together." Linio glanced at the 7-character save files on the system interface. As of today, his orc paraforces had reached a massive 300,000, along with a battleship-class orc vessel, over 20 guardsmen built for airlifting raw materials and joint defense, and a gradually forming megalith-class orc space fortress. Having experienced the growth process of the orc army, Linio felt little excitement about the Imperium of Man's troop spawning speed. Facing Taiduo's question, Linio smiled gently, stroking her head, and said, "I want to spend my time and energy on research. I believe that with you, the future queen of the Servo Automata Army, Nest Capital, and my safety will be guaranteed." Okay, Taiduo patted Linio's shoulder, tilted her white chin up, and replied in a mature tone, "From now on, I'll protect you. Now, quickly get to work for this queen. I need more temporary enhancement potions to strengthen my army. Do well, and there will be a reward." Linio was amused by Taiduo's demeanor. "Reward what? Did you forget I'm not an adult yet?" A blush spread across Taiduo's cheeks. She glared at Linio, turned her head away, and pretended to examine the alien data in the holographic device. Chapter 159, Alpha's Fault Again. Customizing combat servo automata needs long-term planning and cannot be rushed. Large combat servo automata cannot be held by personnel outside of the Mechanikus. This is a regulation of the Mechanikus. Combat servo automata carrying heavy weapons cannot be held by personnel outside of the Imperium of Man's legitimate military institutions. This is a regulation of the Imperial Department of Military Affairs. After removing these two options, Taiduo has 3 choices. The first is second-hand combat servo automata, such as the gun servo automata phased out by the Guardian Army or the Imperial Army. The second is Thinker Core servo automata. This type of servo automata is controlled by a Thinker array and operates within the network range of the Thinker array, serving as self-defense combat servo automata that cannot be deployed for external combat. The third is heavy maintenance servo automata that integrate repair, transport, and combat functions. These servo automata are specially permitted to be equipped with high-power laser weapons and chain axes, and can serve as laborers when not in combat. Taiduo preferred the heavy maintenance servo automata. After loading the corresponding engineering blueprints into the logic circuits of these servo automata, Taiduo could use them to assemble water orb fungus bioreactors and other equipment that is not convenient for public disclosure. Later, if she needed to sell synthetic starch preparation equipment externally, she could also use heavy maintenance servo automata for assembly. Taiduo pondered. Why don't I ask Ms. Shitana to send a astropathic message and ask ZEXI's advice? As a tech priest, she is more professional in this area. Linio nodded in response. All right, you go. While you're at it, discuss the installation of the thought space with ZEXI. I estimate we'll have to make a special trip to Mars just to install this thing. Okay, then I'll go find Ms. Shitana to send the astropathic message. Taiduo left the office with light steps. Linio, according to his self-imposed schedule, began to organize information on powerful enemies, aiming to produce the crisis plan for the Nest Capital facing external invaders as soon as possible. Time passed in work. In the afternoon, Linio was preparing to continue working when several lines of system text appeared before his eyes, pausing his daily work. Archive 1, Wuji Boy Sake. Archive Briefing. Sake received a reminder from Psychic Boy, Pengpa, just now. An anomaly occurred in the O'Neill star system 97 light-years away from the planet. 2 fleets have departed from that star system and are approaching the tribe's planet via the warp. Please pay attention to Sake's movements to prevent this character from dying unexpectedly. A month ago, when the orcs began terraforming the planet, a civil war broke out in the O'Neill star system. The O'Neill people on 2 planets exchanged fire, fighting fiercely in the space environment between the planets. A month later, these 2 planets seemed to have resolved their conflict and began to unite against external threats. It was understandable that they came to cause trouble for the orcs. After all, the planet where the orcs were located was discovered by them first, and the metal mineral deposits on the planet were so rich that anyone would be tempted by it. Linio mused that these 2 fleets should be here for reconnaissance. Hit once, lest they hit 100 times. Beating the O'Neill people was imperative, lest they constantly sail over to harass the construction of the monolith. Go online. Linio pulled out a magic spores and put it into his mouth, closed his eyes, leaned back against the chair, and immediately initiated the WADAX simulation. Archive loaded successfully. His consciousness passed through the star sea and entered Sake's body. Sake happened to be in the bridge listening to Pengpa's real-time report. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't quite count how many purple-skinned people ships there are. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Pengpa's intelligence level was limited, he would get stuck at 5 and could only count in 5s. After counting back and forth more than a dozen times, he finally understood the situation. Witch Doctor, these 2 fleets have a total of 12 ships. The first fleet has 3 ships, and the second fleet has 9 ships. Pengpa shook his head in the amniotic tank and clicked his tongue. I feel like they're not on the same side. The first fleet looks like it's fleeing. The second fleet is chasing the first fleet. Oh, is that so? Lianyo looked at the warp imaging on the dot map and fell into thought. Indeed, it did look a bit like that. The first fleet was small in scale, and the number of life forms displayed in its warp imaging was far less than the ship's carrying capacity. The second fleet not only had more ships, but the number of people on board was also at full capacity. Lianyo narrowed his eyes, and a guess formed in his mind. The first fleet might want to use the orc's power to shake off the second fleet. Pengpa, what's the situation in the purple-skinned people's star system now? Oh, I'll take a look. The dot map quickly switched screens, and a few seconds later, it displayed a pixelated image of the physical universe. The space battle between the two planets had ended, it was now the ground warfare phase. The planet on the right had the advantage, and the planet on the left was enduring artillery bombardment. That probably meant the first fleet belonged to the planet on the left. Lianyo slowly nodded in thought. The only good O'Neill people were dead O'Neill people. In the future, it would be best to find an opportunity to sweep the O'Neill star system to eliminate future troubles. Lianyo picked up the noise kid box. Oi! Long. Enemies are coming. It's the purple-skinned people. Quickly gather the boys and let's get em. Waik, finally some action. I'm sick of digging holes. Long roared excitedly over the general channel. Boys. Did you hear what the witch doctor said? Quickly grab your gear and big choppas, put on your hard armor. Tech boss. Load the Gork's big black pipe with shells. I'm going to blow those purple-skinned people's little ships to smithereens. A cacophony of wails erupted in the general channel. Even the most energetic orc pair would get exhausted from digging holes day and night. An exciting battle would be just the thing to boost their morale. Lianyo pondered for a moment and said. Long, you take 30,000 vaccinated boys onto the ship. Beast, you also take 30,000 vaccinated ones. We're going to have a boarding action in the sky. It's best if we can capture a few alive. I want to ask about the purple-skinned people's home situation. If we get the chance later, we'll go and sweep their territory. Long responded with a heavy exhale, likely climbing up a shaft. All right, boss. Beast recognized Lianyo's presence in Sake's voice and directly called Lianyo boss instead of witch doctor. Vaccinated orc boys could become immune to the bone drinkers' parasites and kill parasitic spores within their bodies. This vaccine targeting the bone drinkers was currently in the large-scale experimental phase. The vaccination work was a delicate task, with Beast as the person in charge and Pain Boys carrying it out, ensuring that every newly born beast was immediately vaccinated. After Lianyo waited for a moment in the ship, Beast was the first to lead the orc army onto the vessel. He was surprisingly wearing a knight's battle robe that resembled those from the classical era of ancient Terra. How about it, boss? Aren't I cool? Beast struck a pose, showing off. He had the Gretchen tan the beast hide into a fabric-like material and color, then dyed it white with light grey trim, thereby creating a battle robe with a very strong classical feel. His armor was covered by the battle robe, and the fabric of the sleeves, collar, and hem was meticulously cut, neither too long nor too short. Especially his posture. Ordinary orc boys leaned their necks forward, their heads appearing to hang on their chests, typically slumping and hunching, which was caused by the redundant growth of their muscle mass. Beast was different. He had evenly exercised all his muscles, his back straight and rigid like a steel plate. Paired with this outfit, he truly had the demeanor of a member of a classical knightly order. The prerequisite was ignoring his skin color and underbite with large lips. Not bad, Beast, is this battle robe something you made based on illustrations from a book? Yes, he. Beast laughed proudly. Long just happened to walk into the bridge with his people. Upon seeing the battle robe on Beast, Long's eyes immediately widened. By Gork and Mork, what is this? It feels pretty good, Long looked down at his own steel body, suddenly having the illusion that he wasn't wearing clothes. Beast, after we finish off the purple-skinned people, make one for me too. All right. Beast rubbed his hands excitedly. I reckon, in the future, we can have different levels of orcs wear different clothes. You, as the tribe leader, wear the flashiest and most awesome. We, the clan leaders, wear the second flashiest and second most awesome. The leaders of each orc squad wear the third flashiest and third most awesome. This way, we'll know the movements of each squad in battle. Long was confused, he just thought the clothes were cool and didn't think much beyond that. However, seeing the weird boy nodding repeatedly, Long figured Beast's words made sense. All right, enough chit-chat. Lianyo had Zalger lift him and place him on his shoulder. Boys, listen up. We're going to the sky for a big one later. I need live ones, do you understand? Grab the loudest purple-skinned people for me. Whoever catches it gets this potion. Lianyo took out the enhancer he had previously shown Taiduo. The green glow of the potion in the bottle was extremely eye-catching, and a group of orc boys watched with their throats bobbing. Their genes told them that this was definitely an incredible treasure. Indeed. Although this potion only provides a year's worth of enhancement, it genuinely contains more than 30 kinds of orc alchemical potions. Just one bottle can turn the most ordinary orc boy into an existence on par with a guardsman. It must be stated that this potion's enhancing effect on orcs is higher than on humans. To be precise, the stronger the drinker's physical quality, and the more complete their limbs and organs, the better the enhancing effect. The servo-automata have relatively little flesh and blood, so the enhancer's effect would be severely weakened. But it doesn't matter. Lianyo thought that he could provide servo-automata with a potion similar to a combat stimulant, increasing the potency and shortening the duration, which would still make the servo-automata fast and fierce. Many key parameters in this would require experimentation before conclusions could be drawn. For now, let's just take down the purple-skinned people. The steel ingot of the Steel Brave tribe took off, followed by more than 20 wasteland-style orc guardsmen. After a short wait, a warp exit appeared about 600 kilometers from the planet. A large group of ships surged out, and fierce battles erupted as soon as they arrived in the material universe. Orcs are self-taught in space combat. Without anyone to command, a dozen guardsmen cruised around the main ship, providing escort, while the main ship adjusted its flight posture, aiming its broadside gun arrays at the distant battlefield. Linyo shouted. Don't hit that silver-purple ship. The person I want to capture alive should be on it. Neng. The fire control boy responded, picked up the noise kid, and yelled orders for the artillery boy and Gretchen to fire. Bang 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 bang. 6 explosions erupted inside the ship, and the walls and floor shook violently. 6 steel cannonballs, as huge as small mountains, whistled out. This ship's broadside gun array consisted of smoothbore cannons, which had extremely high muzzle velocity and long range when fired, but poor accuracy. After Linyo taught the tech boss the blueprints for the Suindongdong device, the drawbacks of the smoothbore broadside cannons were virtually eliminated. Under the combined operation of the optical lens and the Suindongdong device, the 6 cannonballs continuously adjusted their angles via the exhaust nozzles on their surfaces. Finally, rumble rumble rumble. Amidst the imagined sound of explosions, 6 cannonballs hit their targets. One cruiser's shield was just shattered by the dense artillery fire, and before it could escape the battlefield, it was taken out by 2 orc cannonballs, turning into countless fragments in a violent explosion. Another cruiser was protected by a shield. After 4 cannonballs hit it, the shield flickered and eventually gave way. Heavy steel cannonballs crashed into the hull, exploding one after another, marking the ship's end with bright flames and violent shockwaves. Witch Doctor, that silver-purple ship is approaching us. Peng Pa shouted from inside the amniotic fluid tank. Linyo nodded calmly, the silver-purple ship's actions were within his expectations. Let it get closer. Don't hit it. Linyo turned to the noise kid responsible for external communications. Has that ship sent a communication request? Yes. I just received a communication signal without an identification code here. Connect it for me. All right. The noise kid pressed the communication button. Along, beast, prepare to board. Linyo turned his head and instructed, and the 2 orc Dada immediately called their boys to follow them out of the bridge. The holographic device projected the communication screen, and an O'Neill with a surprised expression appeared on the screen. Damn it, these greenskins actually even got ships out. The O'Neill in the picture seemed unaware that the communication had been connected, his gaze was focused on something outside the camera's view. Someone next to him reminded him. Your Majesty, the communication is connected, the greenskins on the other side can see you. Ah, what? The O'Neill looked forward, only then realizing that his holographic device was projecting an orc holding a staff. Undoubtedly, the orc he saw was Woji Boysake, played by Linyo. This O'Neill seemed to have some understanding of orc culture. After a careful look, he confirmed that this short orc was the weird boy, rumored to only appear in orc communities of tribal level. The O'Neill wore a tall, black top hat. He took off his hat, made an awkward hat-off bow, and slightly bent over, saying, Hello, weird boy. I am the Emperor of the Oman Empire. You can call me Oman 4, or just Oman. As you can see, my fleet is being pursued. Although those attacking us are a group of O'Neill, please believe me, they are not with us. Oman spoke Low Gothic, sounding very fluent. He claimed to be the Emperor of some O'Neill Empire. Is there such a miserable emperor in this world? Linyo pondered, then responded in Low Gothic. You have 3 sentences to decide your fate. Think carefully before speaking. Linyo's calm tone and Low Gothic, far more fluent than his own, made Oman involuntarily freeze. Hiss. Damn it, I heard weird boy are very smart, but I didn't expect them to be so smart, they even speak Low Gothic better than me. Oman muttered. Linyo raised his staff and tapped the floor with its lower end. You have 2 sentences left. As he spoke, the flyboy responsible for launching the Boom Boom flycar in the bridge gestured a tactical signal to Linyo, meaning that A-Long and Beast were ready and could launch a boarding action at any time. Boom Boom flycar are the orcs' boarding vehicles, using smoothbore launching for explosive rapid assaults, with incredibly fast surprise attack speeds. Oman frowned in thought, not noticing the eye contact between Linyo and the others. After more than 10 seconds of contemplation, Oman spoke 2 sentences. These 2 sentences made Linyo slightly lose himself, and 100 holy shits surged in his heart. It's like this, weird boy, the Rendon Alliance is coming back. I didn't want to join the Rendon Alliance, so I went to war with another group of O'Neill, but I didn't win in the end, so I could only flee here. What? They. F***CK. The Rendon Alliance wasn't completely wiped out. Linyo's heart pounded like a wild horse. He instantly remembered information about Rendon. Rendon was a Xenos civilization composed of multiple Xenos races, very powerful, and the Imperium of Man had fought several almost apocalyptic level battles with them. The Imperium's 1st Army, Dark Angels, 5th Army, Space Wolves, 19th Army, Raven Guard, successively participated in the eradication of the Rendon Alliance. It is said that the disgraced 2nd Army or 11th Army was related to Rendon. The fighting intermittently continued from 839.M30 to 890.M30, with the 1st Army alone suffering 50,000 Space Marine casualties, and the losses of mortal auxiliary forces were immeasurable. Finally, the Alpha Legion reinforced the Imperial forces, assisting in the cleansing of Randon's home system, and only then was the Randon alliance dismantled. Note 1. Wait. Alpha Legion. The Warhammer world I transmigrated to doesn't have the Alpha Legion. Then in 890.m30, who went to support the First Army? Could it be that no one went to support? Then wouldn't Randon's home system not have been cleansed? Linyo's heart skipped beat after beat, and various bad premonitions surfaced in his mind. On the surface, he remained calm, not revealing the violently surging emotions. After gesturing to the flyboy to launch the Boom Boom flycar, Linyo said seriously to the O'Neill on the communication screen. Turn off your ship's shield generators and let my boys board. Have your fleet descend to the lowest point of the planetary orbit, and I will deal with your enemies. If you don't obey, I will deal with you too. Oman's expression changed slightly, revealing displeasure. Linyo pointed to the fiercely engaged battlefield. Look at your fleet, how many of your ships are left? Besides obeying my orders, you have no other choice. Oman glanced at some device next to him, his expression became incredibly dim, and he instantly lost all courage and belief to resist. Let your orcs come. I hope it's really as you say, that you have a way to deal with the guys pursuing me, otherwise we're all done for. Oman turned his head and spoke to someone off-screen. Turn off the shields, open the dock hatches, don't let those orcs smash our external armor plates. All right, your majesty, as you wish, I hope we can survive. Chapter 160 Chaos Corruption is silent, stay vigilant. Boom. Boom. The flying vehicle launched, accelerating along the magnetic rail towards Oman's ship. The flying vehicle had thrusters and a laser cutting device, allowing it to maneuver flexibly in near-surface environments and in space. It could use its thick laser to cut open the external armor plates of enemy ships, avoiding the awkward situation of getting stuck inside a wall. Oman's ship timely opened its external armor plates, exposing the space dock. A Long and the Beast, piloting the flying vehicle, received Linyo's command to shut down the laser cutting device and smoothly enter the dock. On the other side, the battlefield presented a one-sided situation. Only Oman's ship survived from his fleet, the other two ships had turned into wreckage and were falling towards the surface. The fleet pursuing Oman still had 5 usable ships. These ships were designed and manufactured by the O'Neill themselves, resembling sea urchins in appearance, with a purple and black interwoven paint scheme. They appeared to be light cruiser class. In space combat theory, there is a concept called angular velocity. Light cruisers have a faster cruising speed. With a long steel ingot as the center, when the light cruisers rapidly orbited the steel ingot, their cruising angular velocity was very high. The steel ingot's broadside gun arrays had limited angular velocity for redirecting their muzzles, so no matter how they adjusted their aim, they couldn't keep up with the light cruisers circling. Spaceships are ships, and the starry sea is also a sea. This combat tactic, which uses one's own maneuverability advantage to prevent enemy turrets from keeping up, originated from classical naval warfare. The Imperium of Man's term for it is orbiting tactics or massed circling tactics, while orc slang calls it circling around. Witch Doctor, we're being circled by those 5 ships. The fire control boy shouted from below the high platform. Linyo looked at the noise kid, have our small flying vehicles go destroy those 5 light cruisers. Don't let them escape. All right, boss. The noise kid shrieked excitedly over the fleet's communication channel, relaying Linyo's command. More than 20 green orc frigates, patrolling around the steel ingot, moved out, approaching the enemy at a speed far exceeding that of the light cruisers. These green orc frigates moved like buzzing flies, capable of performing ultra-high maneuverability flight actions around their targets. They were equipped with ship-mounted autocannons and missile launchers. The bullets fired by the autocannons were not ordinary metal projectiles, but chemical projectiles with cation explosives. The ion sparks generated by the explosion of cation explosives had limited lethality, but they could rapidly deplete shield energy. After a burst of bullets, the light cruisers' void shields flickered, and numerous ripples appeared on their surfaces. The light cruisers were unharmed, but their commanders quickly noticed something was wrong. The void shield's energy consumption rate was unimaginably fast, reaching 10 times the normal rate. The green orc frigates only needed 6 volleys to penetrate the light cruisers' void shields. Without the void shields, the external armor plates could not possibly withstand the bombardment of such powerful autocannons. The light cruisers' broadside guns also couldn't hit the green orc frigates due to the angular velocity issue. The fleet commander, realizing this situation was untenable, decided to break through into space and escape the frigate's encirclement. Seeing the enemy attempting to flee, the green orc frigates swarmed forward, blocking the enemy's course and furiously unleashing cation projectiles. After a barrage of intense bombardment, 2 light cruisers had their void shields penetrated. The green orc frigates activated their missile launchers, firing 2 medium-sized tick-tock bang-bang missiles. As gold and white cation sparks exploded on the armor plates, the 2 light cruisers experienced a massive power outage simultaneously. Their hulls were captured by the planet's gravity, falling irreversibly towards the ground. Upon entering the bottom of the near-surface orbit, they suddenly erupted in flames and billowing smoke, becoming 2 enormous fireballs streaking across the sky. The 3 remaining light cruisers, fearing the same fate as their companions, accelerated at full speed towards space, their trajectory changing from a curve to a straight line. The steel ingot followed behind these 3 light cruisers, its ship's forward gun array fully reloaded. Bang! 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 3 earth-shattering roars erupted within the ship, and the hull vibrated violently, as if an earthquake had passed through. 3 metal shells, 200 meters in diameter, were fired. The tick-tock boxes and flame nozzles on the shells rapidly adjusted their trajectories. A few seconds later, the steel bodies of the metal shells shattered the void shields, crashing into the light cruisers' hulls. The plasma-high explosives inside the shells detonated, and bright blue sparks bloomed from the sterns of the 3 light cruisers. The deadly blue flames consumed the ships within half a minute. The light cruisers, trailing brilliant fireworks, plummeted towards the ground, quickly transforming into fiercely burning meteors from beyond the sky amidst intense atmospheric friction. At this point, the hostile O'Neill fleet was annihilated. Apart from Oman's ship, no other O'Neill ship survived. Under Li Nyo's command, A Long and the Beast took control of Oman's ship. This ship lowered its cruising altitude, reaching the lowest point of the near-surface orbit. Li Nyo dispatched a large number of orc boys to board the ship, seize Oman's command, control all the crew, while Oman himself and his confidants were escorted to the steel ingot by A Long and the Beast. Oman wore a black top hat and a black tailcoat-like suit, holding a spiral-patterned walking stick. His confidants were the ship's captain, helmsman, and O'Neill navigator, all 3 wearing brown leather armor with metal plates. The 4 O'Neill were escorted into the steel ingot's bridge, facing the Weird Boy's interrogation directly. "What do you mean by the Rendon Alliance is returning?" Li Nyo asked, holding his Weird Boy staff, standing on the high platform, looking down at the 4 O'Neill below. Oman understood the principle of having to bow one's head when under duress. He removed his top hat, placed it on his chest, bowed slightly to Li Nyo, then raised his head and replied, "It means exactly what it says, esteemed Weird Boy. Approximately 1 month ago, our O'Neill group received a warp communication from outside the galaxy. The sender of this message was precisely the Rendon Alliance, which was driven out of the galaxy by the Imperium of Man 100 years ago." "You just said our O'Neill group? Do you mean you were also involved in the cold trade?" Li Nyo asked, narrowing his eyes slightly. "Yes, esteemed Weird Boy. However, my empire does not directly participate in plunder and transport. We are more adept at manufacturing hormone injection devices and neural regulation devices. It's no exaggeration to say that over 80% of the O'Neill group's such devices are the work of our empire." Oman's words conveyed a hint of pride, seemingly confident in the scientific technology he possessed. The O'Neill's mating concepts were chaotic, leading to their reproductive drive remaining constantly high. Newborn O'Neill would be placed in special devices, and through extensive hormone injections and neural regulation, they would quickly master combat techniques. This kind of expedited technological method also existed in the Imperium of Man, primarily for humans born in Mechanicu's cultivation facilities. Green Orc did not need hormone or neural regulation, the knowledge and combat skills they desired were already etched into their genes. In Nest Capital, such devices could be directly purchased from local monasteries. Therefore, whether from a human or orc perspective, Li Nyo looked down on the technology Oman was so proud of. "Besides hormone injection and neural regulation technology, what else can you offer?" "Information on the Rendon Alliance, novel technical blueprints, unique potion formulas, and the strategic layout of your O'Neill star system. As long as you can provide what I want, I can spare your life. Esteemed Weird Boy, I can tell you everything you want to know. Provided you grant me a small request." Oman straightened up, tilting his chin slightly. "I request that you allow me to resupply here. I need food, water, weapons, ammunition, medicine, and fuel for my plasma reactor. I won't delay you too long. Once resupplied, I will immediately depart and get as far away from the Rendon Alliance as possible. I can give you supplies. Now, tell me, how much do you know about the Rendon Alliance?" Li Nyo directly asked the question he was most concerned about. Oman began recounting from a month ago when he received the warp communication. The situation was as follows. 100 years ago, 3 space marine legions of the Imperium of Man engaged in war with the Rendon Alliance in the northeast corner of the Dim Star region. The Imperium of Man discovered Rendon's home system, but due to insufficient forces, they failed to complete the cleansing operation. At least 2 Rendon flagships and no less than 10 battleships escaped the home system. This exiled fleet was forced to leave the galaxy and has since disappeared from the Imperium of Man's sight. Due to the limited range of the star beacon, the Space Marine legions did not dare to rashly pursue the Rendon's exiled fleet and could only watch them leave. Mind control technology, commonly known as brainwashing technology, is the signature method of the Rendon Alliance. The exiled fleet enslaved a large number of civilizations from outside the galaxy, forming a massive slave army, constantly preparing for a counterattack against the Imperium of Man. Now, they are about to return. Before their official return, it issued a notice to the most peripheral civilizations in the northeastern corner of the galaxy. Either join the Rendon Alliance, or be crushed by the slave army. The O'Neill group thus split. Some of them were hostile to the Imperium of Man and actively surrendered to Rendon, while others were eliminated in the civil war. Oman was the only survivor. Did the Rendon Alliance explicitly mention the time of their return? Li Nyo asked. No, Oman replied, shaking his head, then pinched the brim of his hat and bowed to Li Nyo, saying sincerely. "Witch Doctor, I am willing to offer you all my technological data and technical blueprints in exchange for your protection. Of course, you are free to refuse me. I will copy all the data and blueprints you want and give them to you, then leave with supplies." Oman spoke politely, which was quite different from the O'Neill Li Nyo had previously encountered. It seems that even in this Xeno civilization with chaotic mating customs, there are still sensible people. Li Nyo looked at A Long and Beast, preparing to discuss with them before making a decision. At this moment, an orc boy who had escorted Oman over mumbled something below the high platform, scratching his neck with a rough finger. "I'm so itchy. Kriaok, kriaok." Li Nyo looked over at the sound, his gaze slightly narrowed. There was an inconspicuous protrusion on the part of the orc that was itching. Every orc that had been vaccinated had such a small lump. When it turned red, itched, and made the orc scratch it uncontrollably, it meant something bad was happening. Bone Drinker's parasitic spores had infected this orc. The phagocytic fungal virus in the protrusion entered a working state, fully strangling the parasitic spores within the orc's body. This would trigger a series of immune responses, one of which was skin itching. Splat! The protrusion on the orc's neck ruptured on its own, and bluish-purple fluid flowed out from it, the bluish-purple light within it rapidly dimming, indicating that the Bone Drinker's parasitic spores had completely lost their activity. This sudden scene attracted the attention of everyone present. Some orcs watched while scratching. Beast's eyes flashed, as if he had thought of something, and he immediately turned to look at his solemn Dada. Oman timely noticed the dissipated bluish-purple light, his face instantly darkened, his polite demeanor completely gone, replaced by an unignorable chill. Along. Beast. Lino roared in orc dialect. Kill these 4 guys. They are Bone Drinkers. Ah. Along raised his power hammer and smashed the O'Neill helmsman with a clang. Amidst the bloody pulp, bluish-purple light flickered slightly, then was crushed into fine powder by Along's steel foot, the parasitic spores dying on the spot. Beast lightning fast pulled out the logging gun from his waist, firing a burst of shots with bangs, accurately killing the O'Neill navigator and captain. Blood splattered, organ fragments sprayed outwards, the O'Neill navigator and captain were torn apart by the barrage. But Oman was unharmed. His body was protected by a psychic shield, and he rapidly transformed from solid to ethereal, his gaze piercing Lino like a cold blade. Damn green orc bastard. You got lucky this time. We'll settle the score with you next time. Lino snorted heavily, raised his staff, and struck the ground, expending a massive amount of foolish mushroom to activate the brain freeze technique. Oman's cold expression instantly froze, his pupils dilated, his eyes unfocused, the psychic shield around him disappeared, and his previously faded body returned to its solid state. Beast raised his gun, aimed, and shot, 2 shots to the chest and 1 to the head. Along raised his power hammer and smashed 3 times in a row with loud thuds, pulverizing Oman from the inside out. Within the bloody remains, a dozen bluish-purple light spots emerged, these were the parasitic spores inside Oman's body. Beast switched firing modes, spewing a long stream of flames, igniting the remains. The bluish-purple light spots melted in the high heat, turning into ashes along with the remains. Keep killing, leave none alive, Lino pointed at the O'Neill spaceship outside the porthole. Beast and Along accepted the order, picked up their noise kid boxes, and commanded their boys to kill all non-green orc-breathing creatures on the O'Neill ship. Lino looked at the finder below the high platform, his brows deeply furrowed. The finder was operating normally, and the biological identification work targeting the Bone Drinkers had been ongoing, but the finder had not issued a warning from beginning to end. This phenomenon was entirely possible in both theory and practice. The principle of biological identification is to monitor metabolic products. Different metabolic products reflect different electromagnetic signals during the scanning process. Once the scanner detects specific electromagnetic signals, it feeds back the corresponding results. The unique metabolic product of the Bone Drinkers is a macromolecular phosphate compound. By simply changing the molecular structure of this compound, the Bone Drinkers can evade biological identification. The failure of the finder meant that the Bone Drinkers had found a way to mask their biological characteristics, preventing themselves from being scanned by scanning devices. As thoughts raced through his mind, Lino turned his head and instructed. Along, go to the O'Neill's ship and grab me some bluish-purple light spots. Remember, be sure to put them in bottles and do not directly touch them. Beast, arrange for manpower to carefully check the condition of every boy. Any boy whose lump on the neck has ruptured must be revaccinated. Ah. I'll go now. Along strode away. All right, Dada. Beast patted his chest and walked out of the bridge. A moment later, Along returned carrying a large glass jar, with a dozen spores emitting bluish-purple light floating inside. The Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores themselves have no senses like sight, smell, or touch, they rely purely on the villi on their outer membrane to identify whether a contact object is a living organism and whether it can be parasitized. As long as Lino did not directly touch the spores, the Bone Drinkers would not discover that he was conducting research. He focused his gaze on the spores through the glass of the jar and activated the system's simulation function. You are conducting a simulation experiment of metabolic products using the Bone Drinkers' parasitic spores as experimental subjects. Day 1. You used the spread plate method to separate and purify the experimental subjects, obtaining 15 experimental samples. You hypothesized that the metabolic products are fat-soluble, so you chose ethyl acetate to extract the metabolic products. Day 2. You used thin-layer chromatography to separate and purify the metabolic products, obtaining 15 samples of metabolic products. You used a mass spectrometer to determine the molecular weight of the metabolic products. The results showed that it is a phosphate macromolecular compound, with a 30% similarity to previously discovered similar compounds. It was indeed so. The Bone Drinkers had changed their metabolic products. Lino nodded to himself and started a new simulation. This time, he used both fat-soluble and water-soluble metabolic product determination methods to experiment on the new metabolic products. Time passed in simulating and clearing parasitic spores. When all hidden dangers on both ships were eliminated, the simulation experiment also yielded results. Upon seeing the final results, Lino grew even more wary of the Bone Drinkers. Their new metabolic products had more hydrocarbon groups, thus possessing both fat solubility and water solubility. Whether it was fat-soluble or water-soluble depended on the molecular structure. If the metabolic product had more hydrocarbon groups, it would exhibit fat solubility. If it had more phosphate groups, it would exhibit water solubility. After further simulation, Linyou discovered. When bone drinkers fed on fat, their metabolic products had more hydrocarbon groups, exhibiting fat solubility. When they fed on spinal cord and muscle, their metabolic products had more phosphate groups, exhibiting water solubility. Bone drinkers could freely choose their food, changing the molecular formula of their metabolic products to evade different types of scanners. Such changes occurring at the microscopic level were difficult for people to detect. Fortunately, ever since he learned about the bone drinkers, Linyou had paid great attention to preventive measures, otherwise, he would have definitely suffered. He settled the simulation, saved the new metabolic product molecular structure, and labeled it Generation 2 Bone Drinkers Metabolite. He activated the fungal simulation again, writing the molecular structure of the Generation 2 metabolite into the yeast cartridge. He inserted the cartridge into the finder's slot, updating the finder's database. As soon as the data update was complete, the finder detected the spores in the glass jar and immediately emitted a high-pitched alarm. Bone drinkers have snuck into our nest capital. Quickly kill them. Don't let them suck your bones. Chapter 161 The Green Man's Thought Space. The finder's alarm blared loud and clear. Linyou's mood was heavy and complex. He had discovered a very tricky problem. He couldn't input the newly acquired molecular formula for the second-generation bone drinkers metabolite into HiveAPimite's security database. This was because HiveAPimite currently lacked the conditions to discover this molecular formula, and there was a chance that the Steel Brave tribe could discover it. Importing the molecular formula into HiveAPimite's database would indeed allow for the discovery of bone drinkers with updated metabolic patterns, but one must not forget that bone drinkers are a Gestalt civilization. HiveAPimite had just discovered traces of the bone drinkers and was carrying out extermination work. The question of how HiveAPimite could discover the bone drinkers' whereabouts would then spread throughout the bone drinker civilization. The bone drinkers might realize that there was some connection between the orcs and HiveAPimite. This possibility was low, but definitely not zero. Unbeknownst to him, his existence would have a certain chance of being detected by the bone drinkers. This would not do. Why was he able to repeatedly thwart the bone drinkers' schemes and escape unscathed? Was it not because he was operating behind the scenes? Inside the space station, it was the invisible enemy which was Special Ops Kid, Bond, who prevented Maggie from blowing up the space station. On the steel ingot, it was the orc tribe's weird boy, Sack, who saw through the bone drinkers. The bone drinkers' current targets of hatred were all orcs. With the orcs acting as a shield in front, Linyou could remain firmly behind the scenes, operating with ease. Importing the molecular formula of the second-generation metabolite into the Nest Capital database had a chance of exposing him. Similarly, promoting the vaccine against the bone drinkers to the Nest Capital was also not feasible, as it also carried the risk of exposure. These two restrictions made Linyou feel as if he had a bone stuck in his throat, incredibly uncomfortable. He had to find a way to protect HiveAPimite without putting himself in the spotlight. Linyou fell into deep thought, and the atmosphere on the bridge became silent. The beast, having a good understanding of his boss's style, lowered his voice and discussed with Along. The two walked out of the bridge, leading the boys to inspect the ship again, ensuring no spores were left behind. After an hour, Linyou came up with a plan. Along, blow up that ship. Beast, after returning to the ground, have the Pain Boys make more vaccines, and then synchronize the finder's database on the bridge with the finder on the ground. Yes, boss. The orcs evacuated from Oman's ship and returned to the steel ingot. Oman's ship was a battleship-class vessel, quite large in size. Two medium-sized tic-tac bombs paralyzed the ship's engines, turning it into a giant fireball plummeting towards the surface. The steel ingot returned to the ground camp. Here stood an iron tower over 100 meters tall, with an electromagnetic emitter on top connected to a giant finder underground. After the database was updated, a strong electromagnetic pulse emanated from the iron tower, rapidly sweeping through the orc camp. The scan results were good, no parasitic spores remained. Beast, from now on, scan once every hour. Suspend the construction of the two shafts and reassign the boys to build more scanning towers, expanding the scanning range to the entire globe as soon as possible. Especially the oceans. We cannot overlook the seabed. The beast realized the seriousness of the matter from Linyou's expression and nodded repeatedly. All right, boss. I'll personally supervise the boys in building the scanning towers. Also, although celestial bodies are sparse outside the galaxy, we cannot relax our vigilance. During peacetime, have Pengpa explore areas beyond the galaxy more often, striving to find the exact location of the Rendan Alliance as soon as possible. Boss, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on it. Linyou patted the beast's arm with satisfaction. I'm leaving now, there are important matters I need to attend to. I'll be back tomorrow. The production and inoculation of vaccines must also continue. I will research a new generation of vaccine formulas, and then you will still be responsible for organizing their production and inoculation. All right, see you tomorrow, boss. After the current vaccine takes effect once, the antibodies in the orc's body will only last for about 2 days, requiring re-inoculation to maintain immunity against the bone drinkers. The new generation of vaccines aims to solve the problem of repeated inoculations, striving for lifelong immunity with a single dose. Linyou logged off on the spot. This YAOX simulation has ended. Settlement in progress. You led the orc tribe to a victory. Your orc tribe annihilated approximately 120,000 enemy troops, score plus 120,000. Your orc tribe destroyed 7 alien ships of light cruiser class, score plus 14,000. You received 60,743 praises from the orc tribe, score plus 157,000. You earned approximately 290,000 points in total. Remaining simulation points, 2.74 million. In Hive Pimite, Wangting District, inside the office. The setting sun's rays pierced his eyes. Linyo rubbed his eyes, awoke from his chair, and found a blanket draped over him. You're awake. Tai Duo poured a cup of warm water and placed it in front of Linyo. I saw you fell asleep, so I went to Brandy's to get a blanket. Linyo smiled at Tai Duo, took a sip of water, and asked. Have you contacted ZEXI? Yes, I have. She suggested we customize heavy repair servo automata. Based on Lava City's current surplus production capacity, she can provide me with 500 servo automata per month. She can accept synthetic starch as payment for thrown coins. Tai Duo smoothed her long skirt and sat on the edge of the office desk, calculating with her fingers. I've calculated it. We can currently form a combat servo automata team of up to 10,000. For this, we will bear the expenses of servo automata purchase, maintenance, tech priest commissions, and servo automata workshop construction. If these costs are paid with starch, the servo automata purchase cost will be exactly 100 million tons of synthetic starch, and the remaining costs will total approximately 1 million tons of synthetic starch per month. Linyo quickly did some mental math. So, we only need to save money for half a year to raise a combat servo automata team of 10,000. Yes. Tai Duo pressed her fingertip to her chin. As for the logical conduits of the spiritual network, ZEXI said that this cannot be installed separately. It needs to have microintegral calculation modules, skull armor, neural contacts, internal battery packs, and intracranial circuits implanted first. After all these basic implants are installed, then the logical conduits of the spiritual network can be installed. So many implants need to be installed first. I thought I could just install the spiritual network. Linyo didn't know much about the Mechanicus's biomechanical modifications, and now he realized he had been a bit presumptuous. Yes, I just found out there are so many procedures to go through. Tai Duo hugged her arms, gently rubbing the fabric of her sleeve with her fingers, her expression a bit conflicted. Moreover, ZEXI told me that after installing so many implants, half of my face would require artificial skin grafting to cover the metal casing of the skull armor. I don't really want to do that. However, you're right, it is necessary for us to firmly control the top armed personnel in the Nest capital, so I guess I should be able to adapt to the skull armor. Tai Duo was forcing herself to sacrifice her appearance and part of her body for the future of the Nest capital and Linyo's arrangements. Linyo listened in silence. He reckoned that if he used his I reckon power on the spiritual network, he might be able to retrieve the corresponding mechanical witchcraft blueprints. By then, he would have more options to choose from. Linyo held Tai Duo's hand, rubbed it, and said. Let's put the spiritual network aside for now. We can take a step back and use the thinker array to control the servo automata. By protecting the thinker array, we can still firmly control the servo automata team. Tai Duo smiled, both delighted and guilty. Linyo said. Contact ZEXI again. We need to go to Mars as soon as possible. I want to see the logical conduits of the spiritual network and finalize the servo automata customization contract with her in person. Additionally, I have some research questions I'd like to ask her. Okay, then I'll go find Ms. Shitana. Tai Duo took the blanket off Linyo, folded it, and walked towards the door, pondering what to say to ZEXI. The door opened and closed, and the room became quiet. Linyo sat up straight, bent his arms on the desk, rested his chin on the back of his hands, his eyes flickering rapidly. To prevent his orc disguise from being seen through by the bone drinkers, Linyo planned to find a proxy. By inducing the proxy to discover the bone drinkers' second-generation metabolites and vaccines, he could transfer the hatred from the bone drinkers and avoid his orc disguise being exposed. The only regret was that most of the honor and rewards that came with it were destined not to fall to him. This could be said to be a trade-off. Sacrificing some honor and rewards in exchange for his own safety and that of the Nest capital was a worthwhile deal. Considering everything, Linyo felt that ZEXI was a good candidate for the proxy. Before the Horus Heresy, Linyo planned to find an excuse to bring ZEXI to the Nest capital to help her avoid the Great Schism of Mars and preserve her life. When Mars descended into chaos, ZEXI would have nowhere to go, and then he could justifiably invite her to become his personal tech priest. That's what I'll do. Linyo nodded to himself, opened his communicator, and checked information related to the Rendon Alliance. As a few lines of text came into view, Linyo gradually realized that the news of the Rendon Alliance's return might be true. These lines read. 890.M30, several Space Marine legions and mortal auxiliary forces achieved a great victory over the Rendon Alliance. Since then, the Rendon Alliance has vanished from the galaxy. A great victory is not a complete victory, and vanishing is not complete annihilation. This indicates that more than 100 years ago, there might indeed have been a refugee fleet that escaped the galaxy. Linyo looked at the alien images on the wall of the secret room, silently adding the Rendon Alliance to his mental list. 2 days later, in the early morning, a Moon-class cruiser from Mars entered the Epimedius spaceport. Linyo and Tai Duo boarded the ship under the escort of the governor's agents, setting off for the lava city on Mars. The Martian atmosphere was even harsher than Epimedius. It never rained there, thick smoke and dust constantly floated in the air, and the foul clouds produced by the foundries were suffocatingly dense. Lava City was located on the edge of the Deadless Plain, south of Mount Arcia. Molten lava poured down from the volcano, flowing along the charred mountain into the lava lake at its base. In the center of the Crimson Lake water, a massive complex of buildings constructed from steel and rock stood tall. This was Lava City, a foundry city embraced by lava. Directly above Lava City, at an altitude of about 100 kilometers, the steel ring, composed of countless space stations, occupied Mars's near-surface orbit. This was truly a steel ring, it was connected end-to-end, perfectly encircling the entire Mars. Countless cargo shuttles and elevators connected the steel ring to the foundry cities on the ground, continuously transporting personnel and supplies. The Moon-class cruiser docked in the steel ring's shipyard, where Linyo and Taiduo met Roma-31, who was waiting for them. This Guardian Army was ZEXI's personal bodyguard. He and his subordinates were connected through ZEXI's spiritual network, sharing vision, senses, thought data, and memories. Therefore, every one of ZEXI's bodyguards could be called Roma-31. Talking to any of them was talking to Roma-31. Welcome, both of you. Roma-31 stepped forward, his dark red cloak carrying a faint scent that dispelled the awful oil boy smell and exhaust fumes in the shipyard. Please follow me. Ms. ZEXI has specifically set aside 5 hours today to meet with both of you. Roma-31 led Linyo and Taiduo into an elevator, taking an orbital lift directly down to Lava City below. Rows of black buildings magnified in their view, and countless servo-automata and assembly lines came into sight, everything appearing orderly. As they got closer, the decorative patterns on Lava City's outer walls came into view, carvings made with unknown equations and diagrams, dazzling to the eye. The orbital elevator's cabin passed through a window on the central rooftop of the city, entering a magnificent palace. Black and white marble tiles formed the floor, the doorways and windows were Gothic in style, and the glow of the lava streamed through the stained glass, casting brilliant pillars of light into the room. The elevator doors opened, and Linyo and Taiduo saw the main person, Coriel Zeth. This lady was definitely an anomaly among tech priests, an anomaly among anomalies. She was tall, with full breasts, draped in a red cloak with gold trim, and wore a bronze-cinched armor, making no attempt to hide her curves. Such practices often drew rebuke and ridicule from her peers, but ZEXI paid it no mind, even using perfume and sunglasses instead of the incense and masks commonly used by her colleagues. Linyo had seen fan art of ZEXI and was mentally prepared for this. Taiduo was caught off guard, this was her first time seeing a female tech priest dressed like this. This wasn't a rigid oil boy at all, she was practically a cover girl for a fashion magazine in the Nest capital's first district. Wow, big sister, you're so beautiful. Taiduo's eyes sparkled with little stars, and she couldn't help but exclaim. ZEXI was startled at first, then smiled sweetly. Hehe, Taiduo, you were so serious in the astropathic communication, I didn't expect you to be quite cute. Taiduo smiled awkwardly and shyly. Linyo bowed. Good day, Ms. ZEXI, I am Linyo Weirxi. I extend greetings to you on behalf of Nest Capital Epimedius. Taiduo lifted the hem of her long dress with her right hand, placed her left hand on her chest, and crossed her feet front and back, performing a lady's greeting. ZEXI gestured to Roma-31, giving a command through the spiritual network, and Roma-31 turned and walked away. ZEXI snapped her fingers and led the way towards a gilded door guarded by combat servo-automata not far away. Both of you, follow me. I'll first show you my collection. ZEXI wore long boots with magnetic modules, and her walk was powerful and dashing. Taiduo watched from behind, practically drooling. Linyo was a bit puzzled by this. Why did he, a man, have no particular thoughts about ZEXI's appearance and figure, while Taiduo's reaction was so strong? Could it be that sometimes, women are more lustful than men? Linyo didn't understand, so he quietly poked Taiduo, telling her to restrain herself. Taiduo lowered her head in embarrassment. Big sister ZEXI is so cool, I thought all tech priests smelled bad. Linyo glanced at Taiduo, she has audio implants. Taiduo pursed her lips, not daring to speak. ZEXI turned back and smiled, twitching an eyebrow slightly, seemingly a little proud. The combat servo-automata guarding the display room opened the gilded door, and the three entered. Soft red carpets were laid here, with rows of glass display cases neatly arranged. In the very center of the area, within a 2-meter square display case, a black and gold logic pipeline was placed. Now it was Linyo's turn to show an enraptured expression. That logic pipeline was incredibly exquisite, like a computer motherboard scaled down to 1/3 the size of a palm, with dense wires and contacts forming a bar graph with mechanical aesthetics. The last time he saw such artistic and regular patterns was in the microscopic structure diagram of a warp energy monocrystal. Taiduo poked Linyo, telling her fiancé to restrain himself. Ahem. Linyo lightly coughed, regaining his composure, and asked. Ms. ZEXI, is this the logic pipeline of the spiritual network? ZEXI curled her lips and smiled. That's right. However, I must correct one thing. This thing wasn't actually invented by Master Cass, Master Laszlo, and me. Its technical blueprints came from a lost dark age of technology ruin. We merely built it according to the blueprints. Oh, so that's how it is. Linyo was hearing this hidden truth for the first time. Can I take a closer look at it? Of course, please do. ZEXI snapped her fingers at a servo-automata skull in the corner. The servo-automata skull floated over with a low engine hum, providing goggles to Linyo and Taiduo. The goggles had a magnifying effect, allowing them to see more details of the logic pipeline when worn. Linyo put on the goggles, stood close to the glass display case, and observed intently. He opened the system interface in his mind and manually redeemed the 5th reward option of the WarHammer40k simulation. Reward 5, 1 offline retrieval opportunity. Redemption price, several simulation points. The point consumption is linked to your final selected retrieval result, being 10 times the learning cost of the retrieval result. Retrieving Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's genetic knowledge base, searching for mechanical witchcraft related to his spiritual network. Retrieval complete. Retrieval results, 1 item. Name, Gao Mao Goggles. Redemption price, 10,000 skill points. Description: Do you want to know if the Gretchen are working properly? Have you ever had a headache from the boys' unruly brawling? Do you want to figure out who smeared snot in your shoes? Good, you're in luck. Quickly put on these goggles. Even if the orc boy and Gretchen are standing behind cover, you can still see them through the goggles. Command them. Of course, the prerequisite is that these boys and Gretchen recognize your status as boss. Remaining simulation points, 2.74 million. Linyo was tempted. He had previously used a noisy box to command the orcs. This method of command was somewhat inefficient, and the communication channel was easily intercepted by enemies. After obtaining the Bone Drinker's gene template, he originally wanted to try extracting the gene fragments related to the spiritual network and implanting them into the orcs, which would greatly improve the orcs' coordinated combat ability. But then he thought about it, and Linyo felt a bit uneasy. If the Bone Drinkers defected, then the orcs carrying the Bone Drinker's gene fragments would have a slight possibility of defecting. Thus, Linyo abandoned this idea. The spiritual network had 3 functions. First, wireless command, second, shielding chaos code, third, an intracranial visual data interface. The Gao Mao goggles replicated the first function. Since these goggles were orc technology, they were inherently immune to chaos code, so the Gao Mao goggles came with the spiritual network's second function. Of the 3 functions, only the visual data interface was not replicated. A visual data interface was actually unnecessary. He had a system, and the system interface alone took up some field of vision, so there was no need for an additional virtual interface. As for Taiduo, after she put on the Hunter Lord Armor's holographic goggles, she could still see a virtual interface in her holographic field of vision. Therefore, the key function of the spiritual network was wireless command. The Gao Mao goggles replicating this function was already enough to meet all their needs. Linyo manipulated the system interface with his mind, redeeming the blueprint. Chapter 162 Long-Term Partner Get. You consumed 1 million simulation points to redeem reward 5. You activated offline retrieval and learned the mechanical witchcraft blueprint for the Gao Mao goggles. The knowledge of mechanical witchcraft surged in Linyo's mind, and he was momentarily dazed before recovering. The Gao Mao goggles were an orc technological creation. To openly use these goggles to protect the nest capital, they must first be whitewashed. This process is similar to whitewashing the water orb fungus bioreactor. To complete the whitewashing, the parts of the Gao Mao goggles that use universal Chinook material need to be replaced with components that the nest capital's industrial facilities can autonomously produce and assemble. Linyo read the newly acquired blueprint in his mind while comparing it to the logic pipelines in the spiritual network, contemplating the whitewashing plan. Taiduo was not very interested in the thought pipelines, so she simply found Zexi and conversed with her in a low voice. The two left Linyo by the display cabinet in the spiritual network and wandered around the exhibition hall, chatting. Linyo found a train of thought in his contemplation. The core technology by which the Mechanicu's controls servo-automata is related to an implant called a decision module. By surgically removing part of the brain tissue, the servo-automata lose emotional capacity while retaining the most basic thinking ability. On this basis, a decision module is installed, and this module makes decisions on behalf of the servo-automata. By inputting wireless commands to the decision module, the tech priest can control the servo-automata. A sample of the decision module was in a display cabinet near the spiritual network. This was a metal block the size of a fingernail, with electrodes on both sides and a tiny wireless signal antenna in the middle of the front casing. The display card stated that this item would only receive wireless data using a specific encryption method. Any data encapsulated with this specific encryption method could be captured, unpacked, and read by the decision module, then converted into the servo-automata's action commands. Linyo nodded thoughtfully, a plan forming in his mind. By having the Gao Mao goggles emit correctly encrypted data, these goggles could be used to control combat servo-automata. Once this was achieved, the spiritual network could be perfectly replaced by orc technology. Linyo found Taiduo and Zexi chatting in a corner and suggested discussing the customization plan for combat servo-automata. The three moved to the reception room, deliberated for over 3 hours, and reached a preliminary trade agreement. The servo-automata workshop for maintaining combat servo-automata would occupy at least 3,000 square meters, with equipment procurement and workshop construction costs offset by synthetic starch. At least 2 tech priests would be responsible for maintaining the servo-automata. Zexi suggested that her students undertake the maintenance work, which would provide them with practical experience. Currently, Zexi has 15 students. They were born in the cultivation facilities on Mars. From embryonic growth to a 15-year-old physique, they only took 2 years. After leaving the cultivation facilities, they underwent hormone and neural regulation, quickly mastering the basic knowledge of the Mechanicus. Due to the excellent effects of the regulation, such artificially stimulated products were favored by tech priests and experts, becoming their students. The 2 students Zexi recommended, 1 male and 1 female, had already become low-ranking priests. They looked at most just turned 20, but in reality, their total time living in this world was at most 7 years. The 2 students partially inherited Zexi's style, disliking singing praises to machines and preferring to diligently tighten screws. ZEXI did not explicitly state this. After all, at this time, not worshipping the machine spirit was considered heretical. Ladies and gentlemen, my students do not like to be disturbed when working. Therefore, I suggest that you try not to enter the servo automata workshop. Only then can my 2 students fully utilize their talents inside. No problem, madam. Linyo paused and asked. I wonder if you still remember the Bone Drinkers plague that occurred in the Needlehaven Star Zone. The Star District Governor of the Needlehaven Star Zone was gone, and the name of the Star Zone had not been changed yet, so it could still be referred to by the former Star District Governor's surname. ZEXI's Akashic Reader retrieved 2 prophecies from the warp. The first prophecy was related to the Needlehaven Star Zone. This prophecy helped Morg, an alien physiologist in the Star Zone, discover that some of the Star District Governor's close associates were infected by the Bone Drinkers. Of course, I remember that, ZEXI said, leaning back on the sofa, arms crossed, and one leg crossed. Are you worried about your nest capital being infiltrated by the Bone Drinkers? Yes, madam, that is precisely what I have been concerned about recently. Linyo clicked twice on his datapad, opening a pre-edited document. I have carefully studied the historical data of the Bone Drinkers. I found that our current scanning and prevention methods may have some issues. Regarding these issues, I have put forward my own hypotheses and would like to ask for your help in verifying their feasibility. ZEXI extended a mechanical tentacle from her cloak. The tentacle's end was a data interface. After inserting it into the datapad, ZEXI read Linyo's hypotheses in 0.1 seconds. Your thinking has some depth, and the feasibility of your hypotheses is higher than I expected. ZEXI retracted her tentacle, pinched her chin with her fingers, and said thoughtfully. The first hypothesis, that the Bone Drinkers might evade biometric identification by changing their metabolic products. This hypothesis is valid. I thought of 3 ways to change metabolic products, each of which can bypass existing biometric methods. The second hypothesis, if the Bone Drinkers, as fungal xenomorphs, can be killed by a mycophage virus, then could a vaccine be made from a mycophage virus that is harmless to humans, plants, and animals but lethal to the Bone Drinkers, to pre-vaccinate humans and prevent Bone Drinkers infection? This hypothesis is theoretically feasible, but very difficult. The viral gene fragments are unstable and may change during transmission, for example, from only harming fungi to becoming life-threatening to humans. The third hypothesis, whether the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network can be physically blocked. ZEXI analyzed each of Linyo's hypotheses one by one, giving her insights. Linyo waited for her to finish speaking, then smoothly presented his true purpose for this visit. Madam ZEXI, I would like to ask you to upgrade the biometric database, invent a vaccine to eradicate the Bone Drinkers, and find a way to block the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network. I am willing to pay throne coins or synthetic starch for this. The price is negotiable. After saying this, Linyo inevitably felt nervous. Whether his spokesperson plan would succeed depended on whether ZEXI agreed to take on this big deal. Linyo had calculated this before coming. The cost of upgrading the biometric database should be 200,000 throne coins per month. As long as the money kept coming, the database could continue to be upgraded until the Bone Drinkers were completely eradicated. Linyo had the formula for the Bone Drinkers eradication vaccine in his hands, but he couldn't use it yet. He planned to act as ZEXI's source of inspiration, finding opportunities to throw out key materials from the formula, greatly reducing the vaccine's research and development process. For example, the most crucial material, the mycophage virus TT011 PSV. If ZEXI started with this virus, she could save at least 30% of the research and development process. The only project Linyo couldn't help with was blocking the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network. This project involved a military device under strict Mechanicu's control, called a spiritual communication jamming barrier. When the 8th Legion and Space Wolves encircled and suppressed the Bone Drinkers, they extensively deployed this equipment to block the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network. The reason for its strict control was to prevent it from being easily accessed by the Bone Drinkers, otherwise, it might be deciphered by them. ZEXI was a high-ranking tech priest of the Mechanicu's and happened to have sufficient authority to produce a noble customized version of the spiritual communication jamming barrier. I accept your proposal, but regarding compensation, I have one requirement. ZEXI's eyes twinkled behind her sunglasses, and she said with a smile. Don't you have an umbrella group responsible for making money? I want shares in this group, at least 5%. The future profits that Umbrella could generate from synthetic starch and refined promethium could be described as astronomical. According to Linyo's plan, before the Horus Heresy arrived, Umbrella's average annual net profit could reach 400 million throne coins. 5% of 400 million throne coins is 20 million. ZEXI's appetite was indeed large. Linyo said with some difficulty. Madam, Umbrella's current profit projects are mainly synthetic starch. But in 6 months, after the starch formula sale is complete, Umbrella will begin to enter the promethium refining industry. Lord Vogues is responsible for rebuilding Granite 5, which will provide Umbrella with extremely cheap promethium ore. At that time, Umbrella's net profit level will probably multiply several times. The implication was that even if all the combat servo automata orders and Bone Drinkers related orders were added up, they would not compare to the future value of 5% of Umbrella's shares. ZEXI knew what Linyo meant. She propped her chin with one hand, and rubbed her fingers with the other, summoning the servo automata skull. A holographic document was projected in front of Linyo. I won't let you suffer a loss. These are the casting services my forge city and I can provide. As long as you give me 5% of the shares, you can enjoy these casting services long term. Lin Yo stared at the holographic document, secretly excited. His hesitation was feigned, his goal being to advance by retreating, firmly binding Zexi to his war chariot. In fact, Zexi herself had the idea of joining Epimedius. What she valued was the continuous inflow of throne coins, which would provide tremendous impetus for her research work. This was evident from the content of the document. From heavy weapons controlled by the Mechanikus, to customized power armor, and long-term updates and replacements for Nest Capital security equipment, all options appeared in the document. The only requirement was 5% of Umbrella Group shares. As long as the monthly expenses did not exceed the dividends brought by 5% of the shares, Lin Yo would not have to pay extra fees for it. Lin Yo and Taiduo exchanged glances, both seeing the joy in each other's eyes. Okay, madam, 5% of the shares, no problem. It's truly our honor to cooperate with a high-ranking tech priest like you, who is proficient in casting and biomodification. Lin Yo spoke openly, Taiduo followed with a compliment, and Zexi accepted it with a smile. The three drafted the final version of the transaction plan in the reception room. After Lin Yo and Taiduo confirmed it was correct, the three signed it on the spot, making it effective. At this point, Lin Yo welcomed his first tech priest with whom he formed a stable cooperative relationship. Later that day, Lin Yo and Taiduo set off on their return journey, taking a Mechanikus Moon-class cruiser back to the Nest Capital. When they returned to the Wangting district, it was already 3 in the morning, past midnight. 5 days had passed since Vogues went to Granite 5. Lin Yo began to take on the Star District Governor's duties at the beginning of the year, and so far, he has been getting along well with the heads of various important departments. Even if Vogues was not in charge in the Wangting district, the daily affairs of the Nest Capital remained in stable operation. It is estimated that later today, Shitana will receive a psyker message from the 131st Regiment, confirming whether Vogues has safely arrived in orbit around Granite 5. Lin Yo escorted Taiduo to her residence and returned to his own living area alone. Guarding the gate tonight were Wick and Madsen. Madsen was originally a member of the 8th Guard. After the Planetary Defense Force was brought under control, the 8th Guard no longer needed to closely monitor the movements of the Planetary Defense Force. At Lin Yo's arrangement, the personnel of the 8th Guard were dispersed to other guard units. Madsen was the first member of the 8th Guard who, under Vogues' order, came to test Lin Yo. He was immobilized by Lin Yo using the brain freeze technique, and Lin Yo cut his neck, nearly killing him. Fortunately, he proved his identity in time and thus saved his life. Every time he met Lin Yo, Madsen would greet him with a hint of reverence. Good evening, sir, Madsen bowed respectfully and seriously. Wick, standing by, winked at Lin Yo and mimicked Madsen's tone, saying, Good evening, sir. Wick had known Lin Yo for a long time and was most relaxed when interacting with him, but when it was time to be serious, he was very serious and would not slack off at all. Lin Yo smiled at the two at the door and stepped into the catalyst laboratory. As he walked through the laboratory, he suddenly paused, turned his head to look at the potted plant in the corner, and let out a soft "Oh." Amy. Ah, how did you find me? That fool Wick, I snuck in right in front of him, and he didn't even react. But why were you able to detect my presence so quickly? The light and shadow near the potted plant subtly shifted, and a figure became more prominent from the mosaic-like curtain of light. This person was Amy, who had perfectly blended herself with the environment using an optical stealth cloak. This girl maintained her chubby round face, lovely with a hint of heroism, and the changing expressions in her brows were increasingly similar to Delton's. Her height had sharply increased from 1.6 meters half a year ago to 1.7 meters now. She lifted the optical stealth cloak, took off her helmet and held it in her arms, looking Lin Yo up and down. I thought you'd be tired and let your guard down coming back so late, but you're quite energetic. That puts my mind at ease. You're at ease? At ease about what? Lin Yo thought for a moment, then seemed to understand. I get it, are you imitating what your father did when he was young? Looking for loopholes in the guard's work? Yes. This is much more interesting than reading books. Amy raised an eyebrow towards the door, tightened her facial features, and said with a serious expression. We need to upgrade the agent's scanners. Their scanning precision is a bit low, they can't identify optical stealth units moving slower than 1 meter per second. That's the first loophole. The second loophole is, why isn't your catalyst laboratory equipped with scanners? I've been here for so long, and I've only collected Brandy's scan signal, no other scan signals have appeared. This is too lax. Lin Yo was at a loss for words. Actually, the Black Knight's finder was working and had already detected Amy's presence. It was only because Amy's biological features and agent identification code were defined as friendly that she was not expelled by the Black Knights. As for why Amy only collected Brandy's scan signal and didn't detect the finder. The reason for this is very simple. The Black Knight's finder was protected by the Mao-Ge quietly force field, and its scan signal was disguised as the electromagnetic signal of scientific instruments. If Amy could discover that, then Mao-Ge quietly wouldn't deserve the name Mao-Ge anymore. Mao-Ge is best at sneak attacks and concealment. Lin Yo waved his hand and replied. As for upgrading the scanning precision of the agent's armaments, when Tech Priest Zexi students arrive, you can discuss it with them. I don't need to install additional scanners here, I'll tell you the specific reason later. But you, Amy, staying up so late, can you still get up on time for school? Amy twitched her lips and scoffed disdainfully. It's the weekend, okay? No school. Oh, well, after becoming the Star District Governor, I work every day, so it's normal for me to forget which day is the weekend. I'm going to rest now. Lino casually explained and walked towards the gate of his residence. Then I'm going to rest too. Amy put on her helmet, draped the optical stealth cloak over her shoulders, and walked out of the laboratory door openly. Wick thought it was Lino coming out, but it was Amy, and he was instantly startled, making a blade parry motion. Whoa. When did you go in? You guess. If you guess correctly, I'll tell you. Amy chuckled, put on her helmet, activated optical stealth, and left silently. Wick and Madsen at the door looked at each other. The two whispered in disgust, then adjusted their guard duty. The next morning, Lino went out to his office to slack off. As the laboratory door opened, he saw two backs blocking the doorway. Wick and Madsen turned around, felt all around the door frame with both hands, and only after confirming that only Lino was entering and exiting did they clear the path at the doorway. This method of dealing with invisible enemies was a bit foolish, but it was undeniably effective. The air nearby wrinkled in the dim light, and Amy lifted her cloak, revealing herself, startling Wick and Madsen again. Not bad, not bad. Amy slowly nodded, looking like a little kid with big ideas, and re-entered stealth, showing her approval of Wick and Madsen. Lino smiled without speaking and walked towards the office. After the office door opened, he snapped his fingers, vibrating the air behind him. Pop. A crisp sound. Lino stepped inside the door, and the air behind him struck the invisible object like a hammer, knocking Amy out of her optical stealth state. Amy mumbled, holding her helmet. Dad was right, Lino, although he's about my age, he's more cautious and seasoned than he appears, with a mental age equivalent to a 30 or 40-year-old man. Lino's hearing had been greatly enhanced by the alchemy potion. He heard Amy's mumbling and couldn't help but feel a line of black on his forehead. What does mental age of 30 or 40 mean? According to my age before transmigration, I'm at most 28, okay? Chapter 163, It is imperative to suppress the rebellion at the speed of light. Hovandi Sector, Granite Subsector, same named star system, Granite 5. The warp exit appeared in the void over 1,000 kilometers from the surface. The Solar Auxilia's 131st Regiment and Epimetheus's auxiliary army entered reality. This fleet was commanded by an Opaline-class battleship, with the remaining vessels being battlecruisers, guardsmen, and heavy transport ships. The fleet, consisting of over 30 ships, completed self-checks and spatial information calibration in the void, then steadily sailed towards Granite 5. Dense black clouds enveloped the planet, containing numerous dust particles and chemical pollutants, originating from promethium mining and pre-processing stages. Violent air currents on the surface pushed the black clouds, and looking down from near-surface orbit, the clouds undulated like a turbulent sea, with large and small tornadoes forming spiral-shaped eyes. Amidst the boundless black sea of clouds, the orbital tower steadfastly extended its spire out of the dark, sunless cloud mass. The space dock around the spire had been destroyed, corridors were broken into segments, and plastisteel flooring was dragged by steel cables, swaying in the air. Also swaying in the air were the dried, blackened corpses of the former planetary governor's entire family, their original appearance no longer discernible. My Terra, what a sin this is, Commander Ron murmured, then said to the several deputy governors below the command platform. Maximize the auger matrix's power and scan every corner of this planet. Send a guardsman to collect the former governor's family's bodies. Be careful to discern if it's a trap, only proceed when safety is confirmed. Notify the bombardment fleet to prepare for ground bombardment. Yes, sir, the audio array master responded, opening the internal broadcast channel to relay Commander Ron's orders. A guardsman, under command, left the formation and approached the orbital tower's spire. During its approach, the guardsman discovered explosives hidden among the bodies. A tech priest on board operated the ship's external engineering robotic arm, remotely disarming the bombs and retrieving the bodies, transporting them back to the fleet. This desecration of the bodies undoubtedly enraged the fleet sent to suppress the rebellion. Their wrath would descend with artillery fire, bringing death and repentance to the enemies on the surface. However, the auger matrix's scan results were somewhat unfavorable. Commander, the pollutants in the clouds have weakened the scan intensity, but we still obtained essential information. Scan results show that the main production facilities on the surface have gathered a large number of humanoid life forms. I found that these individuals only wore simple miners' uniforms and carried basic mining tools, they were not equipped with thermal weapons. The tech priest operating the auger matrix opened the holographic projection, displaying the planet's scan results, and continued. As you can see, Commander, in the underground mines, train tracks, dormitories, and workshops, I detected many faint life signals. They carried weapons, ammunition, explosives, are suspected to possess plastisteel armor, and are all in motion. In deeper underground areas, specifically below 100 meters, I found no signal sources. This is very unusual. According to this planet's layout map, that area should be an underground warehouse for stockpiling promethium ore, which should reflect strong chemical signals. I reasonably suspect someone has deployed signal jammers to evade our scans. Upon hearing that the surface was populated by unarmed humans, the air on the bridge became a bit tense. The leader of this rebel army is extraordinary, he knows how to use civilians to resist orbital bombardment. Ron pondered, looking at Delton in another corner of the command platform, wanting to hear his old superior's insights. Delton shrugged slightly at him. We'll follow your arrangements, Commander. I'm retired. The tip of Ron's goatee twitched. He withdrew his gaze, clasped his hands behind his back, and addressed the crowd below the command platform with a serious expression. New recruit Marine Company, listen up. Dispatch shuttles into the atmospheric environment. Use broadcasts and wireless communications in the air to guide surface refugees to gather at the base of the orbital tower. Veteran Marine Company, prepare for aerial deployment. Establish a 30-kilometer radius warning area with the orbital tower as the center. Marine 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Companies, patrol in shuttles. If any personnel carrying thermal weapons are discovered, immediately issue a warning. If the warning is ineffective, eliminate them on the spot. Ron issued orders quickly, and the ships within the fleet began to move. The Imperial Army's ground forces were responsible for combat within the atmospheric environment, including traditional ground combat on the surface and aerial combat. After Ron finished giving orders, Vogue stepped forward and whispered to him. The first step in rebuilding the planet was to let the planet's refugees know the new governor's name and spread the new governor's mission of rebuilding the planet. To quickly establish prestige and a positive image, Vogues would have his guardsmen bring necessary supplies to the ground and distribute them in an orderly manner under the protection of the marine companies. In addition, essential basic facilities such as water purifiers, sewage tanks, dry toilets, heaters, and medical stations would also be constructed by the Epimedius Auxiliary Army. After some discussion, Ron issued formal combat orders to the Epimedius Auxiliary Army, and Vogues' auxiliary army was ready to depart at any time. The commander of the auxiliary army was Delton, not Vogues. Vogues only understood production and management, he did not understand command. Under Delton's arrangements, the auxiliary army's veteran company was responsible for maintaining order on the ground, while the other companies undertook construction tasks. Vogues' guardsmen would communicate with potential leaders among the refugees in Vogues' name. Thus, the auxiliary army from the 3 heavy transport ships began to land. The dark clouds and strong winds caused some difficulties during the landing process, and the violent turbulence nearly scared the auxiliary army, who had never performed an orbital descent, out of their wits. Fortunately, everything went smoothly, and no one was injured during the landing. Vogues' personal guardsmen were the first governor's guard. This time, all of them came. The captain of the guard was the man Leonio first met at the governor's office door when he first met Vogues. After he arrived on the surface, he reached into his backpack and fumbled around, taking out a device similar to a drone. After activating the device, the drone's fan blades spun rapidly, emitting a stream of air. Buzz. The drone flew out like a missile, disappearing into the surface haze shortly after. Captain, what was that just now? A team member asked, looking confused. The captain of the first guard shook his head. That thing was given to me by Lord Vogues to release on the ground. It's said to be the deputy governor's little invention. I'm not too sure about its purpose either. The team member shrugged. Oh, okay. The captain took out his communicator and said to Vogues on the bridge. Lord, the deputy governor's device has taken flight. Good, I understand. Vogues ended the communication, wrote a star language message on a data slate, and handed it to the fleet star language team, Note 1, to send to Epimedius. Epimedius, Wangting District, Shatana's cottage. Leonio was processing the accumulated star language letters at Shatana's place. Ever since the news of selling the synthetic starch formula spread from the solar system to the other 4 sectors, new star language letters arrived in Shatana's hands every day. Leonio came every few days to process them in bulk, and incidentally, discuss the details of the transaction plan with Shatana. The transaction date had been set for May 31st of this year, 1 month earlier than the originally planned end of June. The transaction location was in Epimedius's first district, at the reception manor under Vogues' name. That place had previously hosted a banquet for auctioning ghost mushrooms, and Leonio was quite familiar with it. Speaking of ghost mushrooms, Leonio couldn't help but praise his wise decision. Terra recently announced that experiments on ghost mushrooms had failed, and the Imperial Medical Department could not remove the negative effects of this mushroom. The legal department's ban should be sent to various governors this month. Everyone who received the ban must obediently and voluntarily hand over their ghost mushrooms to the legal department. From then on, anyone who secretly cultivated ghost mushrooms or made ghost potion would face a thorough raid by the legal department. Would those buyers who paid high prices for mushrooms back then feel resentment towards Epimedius? Didn't you claim that the mushrooms wouldn't be banned by the legal department? We bought the mushrooms at a high price precisely because we listened to your nonsense. Aren't you, Epimedius, going to offer some compensation to show your goodwill? Show goodwill? What a joke. All the guys who told you the mushrooms wouldn't be banned are dead. Want compensation? Sure, go ask them down below. Leonio had received no less than 10 star language letters demanding compensation in the past few days, all of which he rebuffed. There would be no compensation, but a small discount of a few million throne coins could be offered when purchasing the synthetic starch formula. With letters going back and forth, the one demanding compensation became the buyer of the formula. As of today, the transaction volume on May 31st reached 9.1 billion throne coins. This amount is substantial at the planetary governor level, but it's just a drop in the bucket at the subsector and sector levels. However, no matter what, this was an enormous fortune Leonio couldn't even dream of before he transmigrated, truly giving him the illusion of living in a dream. Alright, I've finally dealt with all the accumulated correspondence from the past few days. Leonio stood up from the table, stretching his shoulders and neck. Shatana sat in the sofa knitting, a faint psychic fluctuation suddenly emanating from her, and a subtle light flickered in her eyes. Leonio, there's news about your father. Shatana used her mind to control a pen and paper, writing down Vogues' astropathic message. Leonio read it once, and a look of joy flashed in his eyes. They've finally arrived. Madam, I must take my leave now. I'll come back tomorrow to discuss the encryption coding. Linyo temporarily bid Chitana farewell and returned to his office. Tai Duo now came to his place every day to use his computer, spending 10 minutes handling official business, then half an hour checking the computer's processing results, and the rest of the time compiling crisis plans for the nest capital. Linyo told Tai Duo about Vogue's successful arrival at Granite 5, then found an excuse to enter his private laboratory. He clicked on the system interface and selected the second reward for WarHammer simulation. Reward 2, search for a designated orc and simulate it. Please precisely describe the orc you wish to simulate. A Special Ops Boy developed from Special Ops Spores. Special Ops Spores was a shorthand for Special Ops Boy's reproductive spores, a name Linyo came up with himself. Searching for orcs related to your description. Search complete. Found one simulation target matching the search criteria. Linyo nodded in satisfaction. As expected, the small device he researched and manufactured was operating smoothly. It was a miniature aircraft controlled by a Gretchen's brain, with an external metal shell that had anti-electromagnetic properties, making it immune to detection. The metal shell's interlayer had an anti-psychic lead layer, providing a second layer of anti-detection. Inside the aircraft were Special Ops Boy spores, as well as several alchemical potions related to development and growth. In addition to these, Linyo also installed a Breaker's Bane, ensuring that if the object was violently disassembled, it would explode its contents and the disassembler into oblivion. Such a device would be the starting point for him to accelerate the suppression of the rebellion on Granite 5. Linyo didn't have the leisure to wait 1 or 2 years. In his plan, before receiving the throne coins on May 31st, Granite 5 had to resume production, perfectly aligning with his plan to enter the Prometheum industry. Time is money, friend, let's get to work. Linyo selected the search result and started the simulation. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is a Special Ops Boy, and the starting price for simulation is 10 magic spores. The simulation target has undergone deep genetic modification, and its genetic purity is only 20% compared to a standard Special Ops Boy, increasing the simulation price by 500%. The final simulation price is 20*1 plus 500% equals 120 magic spores. Remaining simulation points, 1.74 million. Number of magic spores, 13,353. You consumed 120 magic spores to start the simulation. His consciousness left his body and rapidly traversed through the starry sea. Before long, Linyo saw Granite 5. The dark clouds were oppressive, and the fleet in orbit around the planet was bustling, with numerous landing craft and shuttles traveling back and forth between orbit and the surface. Linyo's descent deviated from the fleet, eventually landing in a valley tens of kilometers away from the orbital tower. His consciousness entered the body of the slender Special Ops Boy, and his vision was consumed by darkness. He opened his eyes and looked down at his feet. The drone was burning, its shell and contents turning to charcoal in the flames. Don't panic, this is normal. After the Special Ops Boy was successfully born, the Gretchen in the drone would execute a self-destruct command, sending itself off with a brilliant display of fireworks. Linyo looked down and scanned his body. 5 feet tall, bald, with bronze skin. Very good, another Alfarius named Bond. Linyo spent points to create a character save, saving Bond 2.0. The valley he was in was covered by a thick layer of black ash, and many black suspended particles, like scraps of cloth, drifted in the air, resembling an ash rain near a volcano. There were a few faint footprints on the ground, the imprints covered by black ash, almost invisible. Based on the rate of black ash accumulation, these footprints should have appeared no more than 72 Terran hours ago. There were no living creatures or insects in the valley, and the chilling wind howled, making one's heart grow cold. Looking into the distance in the direction of the footprints, about 2 or 3 kilometers away, a very faint firelight flickered in the haze. Linyo activated fungi ability, vibration sensing. The sound of the wind filled his mind. Pebbles, blown by the wind, rolled down the cliff, crackling. Several different sounds came from the direction of the firelight. Someone was throwing solid promethium into a fuel barrel, stirring the promethium blocks with a metal rod to make the fire inside the barrel burn more fiercely. Above the fuel barrel, a kettle gurgled, emitting steam, and the voices of several men could be heard nearby. The Imperial Army has arrived. I know. Are we waiting for them to come and pick us up, or should we go to the base of the orbital tower together? Let them send a shuttle to pick us up. I'm too lazy to walk such a long way. The new governor definitely wants to make a good impression. If we don't take advantage of him, wouldn't that be disrespectful? As the group conversed, the creaking sound of a door opening entered Linyo's mind, and new personnel appeared on the scene. The newcomer had a deep voice and an unquestionable tone, seemingly the leader of these people. Headquarters has a command. Everyone who hears the broadcast must gather at the orbital tower. When enough people have arrived, someone will give a signal. Upon hearing the signal, immediately start a riot. Do you all understand? Damn. They want us to walk there? Are you kidding me? Boss, wouldn't it be better if we waited here for a shuttle to transport us? Bang. The leader of the group hammered the tabletop. No more nonsense. We do what headquarters says. There's food and drink in the restricted area, first come, first served. If you don't go, don't blame me for not saving you a share. Alright. Then let's go. Rustle, rustle, rustle. The group packed their belongings inside the house. Broadcast? What broadcast? Linyo was puzzled by the broadcast these people mentioned. Just then, the roar of a thruster came from the distant sky, and the so-called broadcast was transmitted simultaneously. We are Solar Auxilia 131st Army. We are the Imperial Army's security guards, the defenders of order, and the executors of justice. All who hear this broadcast, proceed immediately to the orbital tower. There is food, water, and medicine in the restricted area, and your safety will be guaranteed. So that's what it was. The 131st Army was concentrating the surface refugees near the orbital tower for unified resettlement. The people who were just talking seemed to have ulterior motives. They planned to disguise themselves as refugees, infiltrate the restricted area, and seize the opportunity to create a riot. They mentioned the word headquarters, indicating that they were organized and premeditated. It seemed the rebels on this planet had long been planning. They had devised corresponding countermeasures in response to the Imperial Army's arrival. Lin Yo pondered for a moment, then took out Mao Ji's black hair from the fungus warehouse and applied it evenly over his body. After some preparation, a detection immune special ops boy appeared. Lin Yo activated fungi ability, optical stealth, and ran quickly and steadily towards the firelight. Before long, a corrugated iron house embedded in the rock face appeared in his vision. Firelight flickered inside the window, and several figures were preparing for a long journey. Lin Yo observed from outside the house, and after confirming that there were no traps nearby, he quietly slipped inside. He threw out a few brain freeze techniques, then snatched daggers and gave each person a swift stab, the brief battle ending with the sound of heavy objects falling. There was only one survivor in the room, who was the leader of the group. Lin Yo used brain freeze technique to control the opponent, took out a ghost potion from the fungus warehouse, and plunged the needle into the opponent's neck. Note 1, Astropathic Team, later renamed Astropathic Choir after the ecclesiarchy. The name sounds better, but the efficiency became even worse. Chapter 164, Echoes of the Perfect City. Pfft. Pushing the piston, injecting the potion, Lin Yo's truth serum, replicated from fungus warehouse materials, entered the target's body. After the brain freeze technique was dispelled, the truth serum began to take effect, and indistinct grumbling sounds filled the room. What's your name? Lin Yo asked in a low voice. My name is Fremont. Fremont had an ordinary appearance, rough skin, large finger joints, and calluses covering the base of his palms and his palms themselves. Judging by the thickness and distribution of the calluses, he must have worked as a miner for a long time. The dust from mining solid promethium ore had been inhaled into his lungs, accumulating over time, making his voice hoarse. Fremont had received orders from headquarters to participate in the riot within the 131st Regiment's warning area. Lin Yo trusted the Solar Auxilia's military professionalism, they surely had contingency plans for the so-called riot. In contrast, the location of the headquarters and intelligence on the rebel leader were what truly concerned Lin Yo. Tell me, who is your commander? Our commander is Diffia Silverlight. Where is your headquarters? Lin Yo asked, pulling out a second syringe and jabbing it into Fremont's neck. This syringe contained a vaccine specifically for bone drinkers. Since he didn't have time to make a finder, Lin Yo chose to use the vaccine to confirm whether the man in front of him was infected by bone drinkers. This step had a bit of a PTSD implication. There was no other way. Oman's incident had quite an impact on Lin Yo. When Lin Yo controlled Weirdboy, sake to talk to Oman, he never detected that the latter was infected by bone drinkers. It wasn't until the vaccine on the orc took effect that the fact of Oman's parasitism by bone drinkers was exposed. This kind of covert, highly deceptive infiltration method forced Lin Yo to be extremely vigilant, using various means to verify whether the people he encountered were hosts for bone drinkers. When the liquid entered Fremont's body, a small lump quickly formed on his neck. The lump was the same color as his skin, without swelling or redness. This indicated that Fremont was not infected by bone drinkers. Lin Yo nodded inwardly, relieved, and listened to Fremont's answer. Our headquarters is in the 5th District City Hall. It's been converted into Silverlight's base. Silverlight? What is this Silverlight you keep mentioning? Silverlight is our hope. A strange smile appeared on Fremont's face. His eyes were unfocused, saliva from the truth serum hung at the corners of his mouth, and his smile broadened from a slight grin to a wide, toothy one, as if he were seeing some glorious vision. Silverlight will guide us to build our own world. We will eliminate the Imperium of man's running dogs and defend our homeland. Even if we can't eliminate the Imperial Army, we can die together with them. Fremont's voice became high-pitched, and his unfocused pupils rapidly dilated and constricted, looking as if he was about to break free from the truth serum's control. Lin Yo took out a new truth serum and injected the other party, having some guesses about the so-called Silverlight. This should be the concept the rebel leader used to brainwash armed personnel, carrying a strong heretical connotation. As the new truth serum took effect, Fremont's state stabilized, and he answered all of Lin Yo's questions without reservation. After about 10 minutes, Fremont breathed his last. Lin Yo activated mechanical witchcraft, using scrap materials in the tin shack to create firearms, armor, a finder, a scrap shield generator, a Mao Ge quietly force field generator, and other equipment. From Fremont's confession, the rebel leader Diffia Silverlight rose to power by secretly spreading the heretical ideology of Silverlight. Over the past 6 years, Diffia, with his excellent speaking and promise-making abilities, quickly gained control over a large number of laborers eager to escape mining work. Not only that, but he also extended his influence to the local planetary defense force and governor's guard. By the time the former governor discovered Diffia's existence, it was already too late. Diffia instigated the rebellion, personally leading the rebels to attack the governor's mansion, exposing the truth of the former governor's extravagant lifestyle. After burning down the mansion and destroying the orbital tower, Diffia returned to the 5th district to plan a mutual destruction with the Imperial Army. Yes, mutual destruction. Diffia knew from the beginning that the rebels were doomed. When he promoted the Silver Light ideology, he always emphasized the phrase, when Silver Light descends, the planet will be silent. All those who rebelled with him were basically mentally prepared to die with the Imperial Army. There were two reasons that led them to make such a decision. One was that their past mining life was simply too hard. These people had been locked in the mines for generations, seeing no hope of escaping mining work. When idealists meet a destined tragic fate, an extreme revenge movement is inevitable. The second reason that prompted them to decide on mutual destruction with the Imperial Army was related to Silverlight. Diffia claimed that when Silverlight descended, those who dared to resist the Imperium of man's tyranny and bloody suppression could ascend to a carefree spiritual realm. Diffia named this so-called spiritual realm the perfect city. On one side was a nightmare-like reality, and on the other was an ideal spiritual realm. Most people who dared to resist reality were willing to embrace the spiritual realm. These people might have known in their hearts that it was a false vision described by Diffia, but what did it matter? It was better than being executed after being captured by the Imperial Army, or being branded as criminals. In short, in this god-forsaken Warhammer world, death is not scary, living a life worse than death is the most terrifying. Lignio had reason to believe that if a subspace demon extended an olive branch to Diffia at this moment, Diffia would not hesitate to lead the rebels to collectively defect. Of course, mortals are like ants, their power too insignificant to be worth mentioning in the face of Chaos's mighty power. Diffia and the rebels who defected would only end up as Chaos Spawn, Plague Ghoul, Blue Horrors, Daemonettes, Bloodletter, or other rotten things. Lignio didn't know how to evaluate the cruel and ruthless side of the Imperium of Man, he could only silently prepare the tools he needed. Oh, right, I need to figure out how to get to the 5th district. Lignio slapped his forehead, suddenly remembering that he didn't know the way. Fremont Orly described the route from the surface to the underground city. Lignio needed to find a map to avoid getting lost while following the route to the 5th district. He thought for a moment, gave Bantu a command to maintain vigilance and create tools, and went offline on the spot. Closing and opening his eyes, his consciousness returned to his human body. Lignio operated the communicator, bringing up the layout map of Granite 5. The surface minerals had been fully exploited, and it was perpetually shrouded in black sandstorms, so miners and main building complexes were concentrated underground. The building complexes were distributed around the underground rail network. There were two routes to the 5th district. One route went via the surface, requiring crossing mountains and enduring sandstorms, which was obviously unsuitable. The second route was by taking the underground rail train, but control of the train was in the hands of the rebels. Lignio copied the map onto a yeast cassette, stored it in the fungus warehouse, and activated WarHammer simulation again. His consciousness passed through the Star Sea, arrived at Granite 5, and entered Bantu's body. The necessary weapons, equipment, and tools had been made. Lignio stood up, reached out to touch Fremont's body, and activated his transformation ability. You used genetic recombination technology to grant Special Ops Kid, Bantu the alien ability to change its own form. During the activation of this ability, 1 unit of Universal Shinic material is consumed per hour. Please ensure that Universal Shinic material is sufficient to prevent the transformation effect from ending prematurely. Current Universal Shinic material quantity is 15/15 units. System text flashed across his vision, and ripples appeared on Lignio's body. His height increased from 1.5 meters to 1.7 meters, and his skin color, facial features, and physique became identical to Fremont's. Lignio stripped Fremont's clothes and put them on, packed his weapons, equipment, and tools, used corpse dissolution to destroy the body and erase his traces. After confirming there were no omissions, he opened the door at the deepest part of the tin shack. Behind the door was a downward-sloping stairwell. The staircase and handrail were rusty iron. A gloomy wind, carrying the scent of smoke and dust, blew from below, and the low rumble of a passing train could be faintly heard. Following the stairs down to the underground area, a simple platform appeared before his eyes. Dim promethium lamps provided negligible light, their shades blackened with soot. Clang, chug, clang, chug, clang, chug. The sound of a train grew from far to near, and a transport vehicle fully loaded with solid promethium ore emerged from the tunnel on the right. There were 5 figures in the train's cab. Upon seeing Fremont on the platform, the train slowed down and finally came to a screeching halt. Hey! Fremont! Why are you still here? Didn't I tell you? Your team needs to get to the orbital tower as soon as possible to prepare for the uprising and delay the Imperial dogs as much as possible. The speaker wore a miner's helmet, from which a beam of white light shone. These individuals were both members of the train's freight crew and responsible for relaying orders from headquarters. Diffia, fearing that the Imperial Army might intercept their communication signals, abandoned convenient wireless communication in favor of human messengers. Lignio faced the light shining on him, showing appropriate excitement and anticipation in his eyes. I want to go to District 5 for one last prayer before I leave. Help me out, guys, it won't take much time. The 5 people in the driver's cabin looked at each other and whispered amongst themselves. The leader waved to Lignio. All right then, there are still 5 or 6 days until the uprising anyway. It's the same whether you go after your prayer. Get on board. Lignio passed through the iron gate and entered the driver's cabin. The leader of the freight crew started the train and asked without looking back. Where are your team members? Aren't they coming? My team members were already picked up by the shuttle before I brought the order to the surface, Linyo casually explained, quickly glancing around to see a group of dusty faces, all young, with no elderly people, as the average lifespan in the mining world did not exceed 30 years. The train started, slowly accelerating, and the leader tilted his head and smiled at Linyo. Your team members are lucky, they don't have to walk there themselves. Instead, you were left behind because you delivered the order. Perhaps this is a trial from Silverlight for you. The more trials, the better our lives will be in the future, right? Linyo nodded, saying nothing more. The train's speed increased to 30 km per hour, passing through 6 checkpoints and 3 inspection stations, smoothly entering District 5. Contrary to Linyo's expectations, he did not see ordinary people being consumed by the rebels along the way. In fact, according to Fremont's confession, all ordinary people who did not participate in the rebellion were driven to the surface by the rebels and were currently gathering at the orbital tower's warning area. The food the rebels ate underground was the planet's reserve grain, plundered from the former governor's warehouse, and their drinking water came from industrial water purifiers. After getting off the train, Linyo entered District 5 of Granite 5. Tin shacks were piled together, forming a dirty slum, with muddy roads covered in dust, and various sewage collecting in low-lying areas, emitting a foul odor. 3 months ago, the various districts of Epimedius's lower nest were also like this. However, after Linyo became deputy governor, the streetscape there underwent a significant change. Sewage was completely collected by newly built water treatment plants and converted into pure water. Previously, lower nest residents could only drink sewage for free, now they could drink filtered water with higher mineral content. Once the rebellion on Granite 5 is quelled, Vogues will extensively renovate the planet's existing infrastructure, using Epimedius's current lower nest as the standard. Doing this was not entirely out of kindness, it also involved an economic calculation. Improved water quality and living conditions would lead to a steady increase in the lower nest's population, increasing the consumption of food and water, and raising the nest capital's operating costs. Therefore, most governors did not treat lower nest residents as people, as long as they did not starve or die of disease before being used to pay population taxes. But Linyo's transformation of the lower nest revealed another path to Vogues. While improved water quality and living conditions would certainly increase the cost of supplying the lower nest population, the resulting larger population could be used to offset material taxes, implicitly saving a large sum in material expenses. This principle also worked in the mining world. When miners were scarce, the governor of a mining planet needed to pay out of pocket to apply to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs for population support. After living conditions improved, miners lived longer, reducing the mining world's dependence on external populations, and the throne coin spent on population recruitment would naturally decrease significantly. Many governors of mining worlds knew this principle. But they were unwilling to do so. Miners could potentially negotiate with the governor by deliberately damaging expensive water purification equipment. The governor would not only have to pay for the repairs but also pay out of pocket to meet the miners' demands, and finally, still have to send people to eliminate the troublesome miners, which was both exhausting and financially detrimental. Therefore, for most governors of mining worlds, they would rather let miners die from illness, exhaustion, or tragic accidents in production before the age of 30 than provide them with a healthy living environment. This made the miners' lives bleak, without a glimmer of hope. Rejoice, for I bring you the gospel of hope. Many people gathered in front of the District 5 City Hall, surrounding the nearby streets, and even the tin roofs of the surrounding houses were full of people. Linyo couldn't squeeze to the main entrance of the City Hall, so he simply found a high point on the periphery of the crowd, activated vibration sensing, listened to the speaker's voice, and searched for Defy's whereabouts. Feeding this rebel leader and head of the Silverlight cult a bullet would complete most of Linyo's mission on this trip. He looked into the distance, gazing towards the main entrance of the City Hall. The speaker stood at the very top of the steps in front of the door. He was dressed in priestly attire, projecting his voice through a simple megaphone. He walks among us. Wherever he sees, there will be natural disasters, man-made calamities, plagues, and despair. He says, natural disasters are trials, man-made calamities are atonement, plagues are purification, and despair is the path to salvation. Do not fear the suffering that destroys the flesh, for he brings the liberation of the soul. The more Linyo listened, the more something felt off. Why did this sound like content from the Book of Holy Words? And also, the name Defy gave to the mental realm was Perfect City. Linyo had found it strange before, but now, combining it with the speaker's words, it was clear that the faith the rebels followed was definitely linked to the Word-Bearer's Legion. As thoughts raced through his mind, a voice sounded beside him. You've come at just the right time. The last round of preaching just ended. Now is the new round of preaching. The priest on stage will start telling the story of Perfect City from the first section of the Book of Holy Words. The speaker moved silently, with no heartbeat, no breathing, no footsteps. He was like a massless spirit, arriving silently beside Linyo. Linyo became alert, turned his head slightly, and his heart tightened. Defy Silverlight. This person's appearance was identical to Defy Silverlight as described by Fremont. A broad forehead, high nose bridge, deep-set eyes, light gray irises, sharp facial features, but with a soft and melancholic expression. Linyo's right hand rested on his waist, his fingertips gripping the handle of his laser pistol. With a slight flick of his finger, muzzle flash would erupt. I beg you, do not disrupt the peace in these people's hearts. They have nothing else. Defy bowed slightly. Linyo glanced at the rebels listening to the sermon, his right hand on his abdomen, making no further movements. Defy bowed again, gazing towards the city hall, and asked in a low voice. Do you know the origin of perfect city? No, Lianyo replied coldly. He knew the meaning of perfect city but had no intention of revealing what he knew. Diffia spoke as if to himself. Perfect city was the city where I once lived. We praised the emperor's great deeds in sacred and solemn churches, carving lifelike marble angels for the emperor. My daily work was to write oath papers and create prayer scrolls, recording the emperor's glory with holy words and parchment. Diffia paused. Until one day, the deity we revered and followed came to our home. Everything there filled him with disgust. He was filled with rage, sending swarms of angels to bring down calamity. His wrath made the sky burn, and raging flames engulfed our home. 6 billion faithful who welcomed the holy word were turned to ashes. The scene of that day is deeply etched in my memory. Chapter 165, Fuck the Word Bearers. 964.m30, the 964th year of the 30th millennium, which is 29,964 AD. World number, 47 to 10. World capital, Monarchia, the perfect city. Fiery meteors descended from the sky, approaching the city center of the perfect city. When the meteors were close enough to the ground, people realized they were not stars, but rather Thunderhawk gunships painted blue. After the gunships landed, angels of the emperor, as recorded in the holy scriptures, emerged from them. They were as tall, strong, and burly as rumored, covered in hard metal armor, and bore the sacred aquila on their backs. The residents of the perfect city knelt before them, chanting praises, but were met only with cold muzzles and stern commands. Residents of Monarchia, capital of planet 47 to 10, heed these words. We are the 13th army of the Empire. We are commanded to visit the 10th world brought into the Imperial Dominion by the 47th Expeditionary Fleet. We shall deliver the Emperor's will. With immense sadness, the Emperor demands that you immediately abandon the city. This city must be completely evacuated within 6 days. Gather your belongings and withdraw from the city as quickly as possible. Resistance will inevitably lead to casualties. The crowd fell silent and bewildered. A female voice came from the stunned crowd. This is our home. Where can we go? The angel of the Emperor turned his gun, pointing it at the woman in the long dress. The surrounding people, fearing the merciless gunfire, quickly moved away from the speaker, instantly creating a large empty space. The girl, with the gun pointed at her, swallowed with difficulty, not daring to speak. The angel of the Emperor repeated the command, his gun aimed at the woman, as if the next second he would unleash a barrage of bullets, executing the resistors on the spot. At that time, Diffia was still a naive scribe. To help the girl, he picked up a glass bottle from the ground and threw it. The bottle shattered against the angel's faceplate, igniting the crowd's will to resist. Curses and shouts followed, and a rain of bricks and glass shards poured down, engulfing the angel of the Emperor. Run! Diffia whispered to the stunned girl. The girl suddenly snapped back to reality and fled in a panic from the increasingly chaotic crowd. Diffia also escaped amidst the chaos. Soon after, the roar of heavy bolter rounds echoed in the city center. The angels of the Emperor had opened fire on the rioting crowd. The girl who shouted at the 13th army was named Shirani Valentine, Note 1. I knew her, we were desk mates when we were studying. The perfect city was destroyed by the 13th army 6 days later, and Shirani was one of the few survivors. It is said that she was later taken away by the Word-Bearers Legion. I don't know how she is now. Diffia recounted the destruction of the perfect city from a mortal's perspective. Lianyo asked. Are you also a survivor? No, I am not a survivor, I am a defector whose faith was not firm enough. I once felt ashamed of it. Diffia gave a self-deprecating laugh. On the day the 13th army arrived in the city, I left the city to gather at the assembly point designated by the army. The army's mortal auxiliary forces were responsible for settling residents like us who knew our place. They used a lottery system to decide our destinations, and so I became a miner on Granite 5. Lianyo connected the dots, pondering as he asked. Are you spreading religious rhetoric related to the perfect city here, inciting rebellion, and fighting against the Imperial Army to avenge your former home? No, I am saving the Empire. Diffia slowly shook his head, saying in a deep voice. I want to use my actions to tell the high and mighty Imperial Grand Master, Imperial Prime Minister, and the Emperor that the foundation of the Empire is ordinary human beings, who work hard just to make a living. These hard-working and honest people are never the true enemies of the Empire, the corrupt and incompetent governors, the bureaucratic officials who occupy their posts without performing their duties, and the tyranny that has no legal basis are the true adversaries of the Empire. Lianyo's eyes flickered, his mind racing, and he found a loophole in the other party's words. Then, Diffia, have you ever considered that the soldiers of the Imperial Army are also ordinary people? Why do you want your people to perish with them? By harming ordinary people in this way, what difference is there between you and the Empire's adversaries? A light lit up in Diffia's eyes, a look of approval and affirmation. I knew the Imperial Army would send agents to gather intelligence, or even assassinate me. I have been waiting for you. You are wiser than I expected, Mr. Assassin. In fact, the so-called mutual destruction is only aimed at the new governor, not the soldiers of the Imperial Army. Lianyo frowned. What do you mean? Diffia turned around, facing Lianyo. It means exactly what it says. I want to have a fair negotiation with the new governor. I will use his life as a bargaining chip to secure a better future for the miners. After that, I will die without regret. As an assassin, you should have the opportunity to face the Imperial Army's commander and the new governor, right? I hope you can help me achieve this. As his voice fell, light burst from Diffia's eyes. Linio had previously used light technique to ambush enemies, now it was his turn to experience the same treatment. In an instant, a blinding flash of light filled his vision, and a strong sense of dizziness assailed him. The next second. Ding! A crisp sound came from about half a meter in front. Linio's waist shield generator on his waist automatically responded to the attack, blocking the metal injector aimed at his neck with a light green energy barrier. Diffia was startled. You actually have a shield generator. Linio activated fungi ability, infrared blindness. Diffia in front of him took an attacking stance, thrusting the injector from various angles, and the dinging sounds were continuous. The nearby crowd was alarmed and quickly moved away from the combatants. Many of them recognized Diffia. Your Holiness! Do you need help? We are always ready to serve. Diffia shouted. Trap this guy for me. Call the guards. Don't let this person escape. Don't hurt him, I want. Before he could finish speaking, Diffia suddenly froze, and the surrounding crowd also stood still at the same time. The scene instantly became quiet, as if everyone was playing red light, green light. This was the effect of brain freeze technique. Linio cast a healing spell on himself, his vision quickly recovered, and his sight became clear. Under the effect of brain freeze technique, Diffia's action of waving the injector was paused, his facial expression frozen at the moment he was shouting loudly, his expression hideous and distorted, no longer the compassionate look he had before. At this moment, Linio had a clearer understanding of the people associated with the word bearers. Compared to directly using weapons against enemies, they preferred to gain the enemy's trust with words, and then gradually convert them. When you approve of their methods and do not explicitly object, they will take advantage of you and act inappropriately. In a word, these are a bunch of silver-tongued scumbags who know how to play with words and manipulate emotions, and who like to use half-truths to bewitch the ignorant. Regarding such scumbags, the Emperor was a radical, and Linio considered himself a conservative. The Emperor radically believed that he should destroy the perfect city, tell Lorgar he was wrong, and that his father was very disappointed. Linio felt the Emperor was too conservative. When destroying the perfect city, the Emperor should have eliminated Lorgar himself, Lorgar's adoptive father Corfarin, Lorgar's chief priest Erebus, and the entire Word-Bearers Legion. Thank you, Diffia. Thank you for reminding me. I will no longer be soft on people like you in the future. Linio walked up to the stunned Diffia, took out 3 injectors, and plunged them into his neck. Bang bang bang. Gunshots erupted not far away, and a torrent of bullets flew towards him. A light green shield appeared beside Linio, and the curved barrier blocked the barrage. Damn assassin! Let go of his holiness. The rebels around the city hall noticed Diffia and Linio, and rushed to support their leader. As luck would have it, bullets deflected by the shield landed on Diffia, and a series of blood spatters erupted. Under the stunned gaze of the rebels, their commander's head was blown open, his body riddled with bullet holes, and he fell to the ground like a pile of mud, becoming a corpse whose body temperature was gradually fading. Linio and the rebels were both caught off guard by the scene, and the moment fell into a deathly silence. Just then, a blue-purple light emerged from the back of the corpse. Linio threw an analysis fungus at the light, his expression slightly changing. Bone drinker's parasitic spores. Looking at his waist, the finder had no reaction. This indicated that the metabolic product of this spore was a completely new substance, different from what he had encountered before. In the unseen, Linio felt a meticulously woven net gradually taking shape. The day this net took shape would be the day of a large-scale bone drinker's plague outbreak in the Dim Star region. Suddenly, the 4th-floor balcony of the city hall was opened, and a figure burst out from inside, standing high up and shouting through a megaphone. Catch that assassin! Don't let him get back to the ground. Quick! Catch him! Everyone looked over at the sound and were startled. The figure on the balcony was none other than Diffia Silverlight. Why were there 2 Diffias? The rebels' expressions froze, bewildered and helpless. Linio's finder on his waist vibrated, and an alarm sounded in his earpiece. Kid, be careful, a mudman has appeared nearby. It's quite far from you, we'd better smash its head before it slips away. Mudman. A cursor representing the mudman appeared on the simple holographic goggles. The figure pointed to by this cursor was the Diffia on the city hall balcony. Linio's finder on his waist was miniature, with limited scanning power, making it difficult to penetrate buildings with anti-detection effects. Once the mudman went outdoors, the finder immediately detected its presence, reacting quite quickly. But the rebels did not know about the mudman's existence and were still in a bewildered state, which annoyed the Diffia on the balcony. What are you waiting for? Didn't I say before that I am the voice of the Lord in this world? Until my mission is complete, I am unkillable. One of me falls, and thousands more will rise. Diffia pointed at Linio and screamed hysterically. This guy is disguised as Fremont, the captain of the 19th Squad of the Riot Company. Don't let him out of your sight, or he'll change his face and escape from here. In the name of Silverlight, for our perfect city, quickly capture him. For the perfect city. Shouts rose from the rebels, and everyone snapped back to reality, swarming towards the assassin. Linio activated fungi ability, optical stealth, and ran like crazy, leaving behind a group of astonished rebels. How did the assassin disappear? Damn it! What's going on? The rebels fired wildly, sweeping the area where Linio had been, but apart from accidentally injuring a few people, they gained nothing. Diffia was burning with anxiety, pulled out a communicator, and gave a loud order. Within a few seconds, all channels connecting the 5th district to the outside were closed. This place became a sturdy container, and Lino was a turtle in a jar in the eyes of the rebels. But what the rebels didn't know was this. This body of Lino was just a consumable. As long as he had enough magic spores, he could possess as many special ops boys as he wanted, completely fearless of death. After confirming that mudmen and bone drinkers appeared simultaneously in the 5th district, Lino decided to completely overturn this damned place, so as to prevent Vogues from being ambushed. With this thought, Lino's killing intent was set. He activated fungi ability, vibration sensing, extending the listening range to over 10 kilometers, covering the entire 5th district. In an instant, all kinds of sounds flooded into his mind. Shouts, footsteps, gunshots, gurgling in liquid pipes, rustling of rodents digging holes in the soil. Every sound frantically squeezed Lino's brain cells, impacting his mind like a tide. Lino found a corner to hide, leaning against the wall, barely standing upright, gasping for breath. The noise was like a raging storm, but Lino forcibly steadied his mind, concentrated, and carefully searched for the sound of the plasma reactor. Soon, he found it. About 1 kilometer to the front left, approximately 60 meters underground, there was the unique static noise of a plasma reactor. Lino ran like a whirlwind through the streets, passing by many rebels searching for him. A Mechanicum monastery appeared in his sight. The jagged skull pattern on the plaque was sprayed with black ink. The bodies of Tech Priest and Guardian Army hung like wind chimes on the wall. Outside the wall, there were defense lines built with cement and metal baffles, with fully armed rebels standing guard, constantly paying attention to any disturbances nearby. The finder vibrated, sending a warning. I've detected more than a dozen shrimp scanning signals. Protect your butt, don't let the shrimp see it. More than a dozen light cursors appeared in the holographic field of view, most of them inside the monastery, and a small number on the rebels outside. Lino thought for a moment, took off his clothes, returned to his original appearance, and took out Mao Ji's black hair to color himself. After confirming that his whole body was covered with black paint, Lino entered the stealth state, crouching low as he approached the factory area. He accelerated into a sprint, leaped forward, and simultaneously activated vibration art. The air under his feet was transformed by vibration art into highly elastic air bricks, lifting Lino's body over the 3-meter-high wall and landing steadily into the monastery occupied by the rebels. The scene here was extremely tragic. It was clear that the rebels hated the local tech priest to the bone, with dismembered fragments and shattered mechanical prosthetics visible everywhere. The monastery's illuminator's quarters were quite conspicuous, a low-rise building with 2 cylindrical batteries standing at its entrance. A sign stood at the building's entrance, bearing words such as reactor chamber, no open flames, no strong magnets. Behind this sign, double metal doors blocked the way, guarded by dozens of rebels wearing carapace armor. Their carapace armor was plundered from the governor's guard, and even the guard's paint, markings, and insignia had not been removed. When Lino arrived, the rebel guards at the gate had just received an order from Defia. Guard the plasma reactor chamber door, don't let anyone in. That assassin is trapped in the 5th district and can't get out, he might risk detonating the reactor. Do you understand? Yes, Pontiff. Lino stopped 20 meters from the door. He activated vibration sensing to listen to the sounds inside and outside the door. Inside the door, there was only the static noise of the reactor, there were no footsteps or breathing, which indicated that there were no living people inside the reactor chamber. Since that was the case, Lino had no intention of wasting time. He raised his right hand, aimed at the reactor chamber door, tightened his index finger, and slowly clenched his right hand into a fist. You used 500 tons of Lee's vibration mushrooms to activate vibration art. System text flashed across his vision. Rumble. The low rumble quickly escalated into a violent earthquake. The heavy doors blocking the entrance shook, trembled, vibrated, and deformed at a visible rate. Rumble rumble rumble. Bang 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 bang. The door hinges and locks successively burst under the immense tremor, and dense cracks appeared on the wall surrounding the door frame. This scene terrified the rebels at the door, who retreated away from it. My heavens! What happened to the reactor chamber? Is it an earthquake? I feel like everything is shaking. Quick! Run! The reactor chamber seems to be about to explode. The metal door panel was pushed open by the massive tremor, creating a gap, and bright plasma-strong light spilled out, illuminating terrified faces. Whoosh! A gentle breeze brushed past, and Lino moved like a startled rabbit, passing through the hastily retreating crowd and slipping into the half-meter-wide door crack. He spread his arms as if embracing a lover, crashing straight into the humming plasma reactor. With a thought, 2 head-sized chitin cans appeared in his hands, filled with orc fuel refined from ancient fuel fungi. He swung both arms, and the cans arced through the air, falling towards the reactor. Lino pulled out the laser pistol from his waist, took a deep breath, filled his chest with air carrying a slight electric current, and suddenly pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. The crimson laser flashed incessantly, instantly igniting the high-octane promethium, followed by boundless plasma sparks. Near ground orbit, inside the bridge of the Opaline-class battleship, Commander Ron was watching real-time surveillance footage of the warning zone. He raised his hand, pointed at several figures in the footage, and said to his deputy beside him. Have the Marine Company arrest these people and interrogate them thoroughly. They are not refugees, they might be saboteurs sent by the rebels to incite riots in the warning zone. Yes, Commander. The surveillance footage switched to the next perspective, and Ron again singled out several refugees with unusual expressions. This skill of identifying the true identity of refugees through facial micro-expressions was learned by Ron from Delton, and it helped him avoid many malicious incidents that hindered the suppression of the rebellion. Generally speaking, these saboteurs knew the location of the rebel base. As long as their mouths were pried open, his side could arrange for assassins to infiltrate the rebel base and assassinate the leaders. Rebels without their leaders would have their combat effectiveness drop by several levels, making the suppression operation smoother. Beep beep. A sharp alarm suddenly sounded. Ron looked intently at the tech priest in front of the auger matrix. What happened? The tech priest's mechanical tentacles rapidly tapped on the panel, speaking at an extremely fast pace. Commander, I have detected an extremely strong plasma signal. The intensity of this signal is astonishing. I strongly suspect someone has detonated a sacred creation of the Omnissiah. Look. Look quickly. My Terra. The tech priest's words were interrupted, and people exclaimed loudly, looking at the dark sea of clouds outside the bridge. Amidst the rolling clouds, dazzling blue light pierced through the clouds, projecting pillars of light towards the near-ground orbit. Rumble. The clouds were pushed away by an extremely violent shockwave. In an instant, the sky brightened. A hemispherical blue plasma light cluster appeared on the surface. This light cluster appeared only the size of a glass marble from near-ground orbit, but the energy it projected outwards was incredibly astonishing. In just an instant, the bridge was filled with alarms. The divining instrument, sensors, and auger matrix monitoring energy reactions flashed warning lights. A full half-minute passed before the strong light finally dissipated, leaving black, shimmering after images on everyone's retinas. When the energy readings returned to normal levels, local communication barely recovered. Beep beep beep. The sound array device sounded a communication alert. The sound array master rubbed his eyes and said, Commander, a communication signal identified as a former governor's guard wants to access our external channel. The other party claims to be the captain of a rebel squad and wants to surrender to us. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Dozens of signals poured in, causing the sound array device to ring non-stop. Each signal represented a rebel squad coming to surrender. The number of communication signals rapidly increased, breaking through to over 300 within half a minute, and still rising. The atmosphere inside the bridge became strange, with everyone gaping, their expressions stunned. A large-scale rebellion suppression operation ended unexpectedly soon after it began. Chapter 166, The Governor's Life of Hard Work and Money. This chaotic simulation has ended. Settlement is in progress. The plasma explosion you created annihilated approximately 2.12 million rebels, gaining plus 4.24 million points. The plasma explosion you created destroyed 375 rebel vehicles, gaining plus 270,000 points. You have obtained a total of 4.51 million points. Remaining simulation points, 6.25 million. Special Ops Kid, Bond 2nd generation has been killed. Save file 7 is invalid. 4.51 million points were added to the account. The inventory of simulation points reached 6.25 million, a difference of less than 4 million points from redeeming the Netherworld Access Device's Witchcraft Blueprint. Linio trembled with excitement, taking more than half a minute to calm down. Such a huge points income actually came at a tremendous cost. The reactor in the Mechanicu's monastery was not a geothermal reactor, it would not destroy the entire planet if detonated. But even so, it could not be denied that it was a Titan-class reactor. This level of reactor could power a warlord Titan in a planet, was extremely expensive to build, and required approximately 0.3% of Mars's production capacity. The cost of rebuilding a reactor of the same level would be borne by Epimedius, estimated to reach 100 million throne coins, with the cost doubling for expedited service. In addition, the radiation pollution formed by the plasma explosion would require a large amount of funds for purification, estimated to be 20 million throne coins. The living areas, mining areas, train tracks, and loading platforms destroyed by the plasma explosion would also need to be rebuilt by Epimedius out of his own pocket. Linio calculated in his office that his explosion had created a massive bill of up to 300 million for Epimedius. 300 million in exchange for 4.51 million simulation points, 1 point equals 66 throne coins. This pay-to-win ratio was too terrifying. Linio suddenly felt a pang of pain. I can't afford it, I really can't afford it. I'd better take it easy in the future. The system text in his vision refreshed again, displaying another piece of information. This chaotic simulation score exceeded 1 million points. You have unlocked a new reward item. Reward 6, Simulation Companion. Before starting a chaotic simulation, redeem this reward option, and you can make a non-orc sentient being your simulation companion. You will conduct the chaotic simulation with your simulation companion. The simulated object possessed by the simulation companion must be a save file of your simulated character. Redemption price, several simulation points. The amount of points consumed is determined by the simulation companion's comprehensive data. The next reward option will be unlocked when you obtain 10 million points in a single chaotic simulation. Simulation companion? Linio reread the description text of the sixth reward repeatedly, confirming that he had not misread it. He could now conduct chaotic simulations with others. The orc possessed by the simulation companion had to be from a character save file, random selection was not allowed. Linio crossed his arms and pondered for a few seconds, feeling that he probably wouldn't need this reward option in the short term. Taituo, Mona, Leia, Wick, Vogues, and others were trustworthy. But they had almost no resistance to chaos corruption. Taking them into a chaotic simulation would involve a great deal of risk. What if someone suffered chaos corruption? Wouldn't his cheat be exposed? How could that be allowed? Linio deliberated for a moment, choosing to put the newly unlocked reward option on the back burner, without too much consideration. After lunch, daily work proceeded as usual. 2 of ZEXI's students arrived at the Nest capital earlier today to begin constructing the servo automata workshop, and Tai Duo was responsible for liaising with them. Regarding the human source for the servo automata, Linyo and Tai Duo discussed it carefully. Normally, death row inmates and criminals serving life sentences were the lowest cost candidates, they could be directly brought in for modification. However, Linyo, as a cloud hammer, had watched game streamers play Rogue Trader. He knew that servo automata could lose control. Especially after coming into contact with unnatural forces, the servo automata's soul might break through physical limitations and affect the machine body. Simply put, whatever a servo automata was like before becoming a servo automata, it would exhibit that personality when it lost control. Death row inmates and criminals serving life sentences, when converted into servo automata, would exhibit criminal tendencies if they lost control. This was known by the tech priests within the Mechanikus who frequently performed modification surgeries. To avoid damaging the Mechanicus's reputation, those who knew the truth kept silent. Linyo, as one of the informed, did not intend to expose the Mechanikus, he only wanted to select more stable human bodies for combat servo automata. After much discussion, Linyo and Tai Duo made a decision. Workers in the lower nest were prone to injuries from heavy labor, often leading to lifelong disabilities and loss of work capacity. Linyo had the lower nest's medical department recruit volunteers. Anyone willing to become a combat servo automata would have their dependents receive free educational services from the academy. To prevent intentional severe injury to oneself for free education opportunities, and to prevent vicious social phenomena like preying on vulnerable families. Linyo specifically allocated funds to establish an audit committee to ensure that every person undergoing modification was willing, and not forced, induced, or exploited. This expense could have been avoided. But Linyo was an ordinary commoner before transmigrating, and he believed that he acted with a conscience. Spending money for peace of mind, why not? It was expected that the workshop for manufacturing and maintaining combat servo automata would be completed within a month. The Nest Capital Security Database update was proceeding simultaneously, with new data constantly being entered into the database, covering various variants of Bone Drinker's metabolic byproducts. ZEXI's Foundry City had a thinker array, a vast system occupying at least 1,000 square meters, which the Nest Capital's array could not compare to. After she input the Bone Drinker's metabolic patterns into the thinker array, the array would automatically deduce all variants of Bone Drinker's metabolites. Every day, dozens of new metabolic product molecular formulas were entered into the database, including the hydrocarbon-containing metabolite Linyo had previously discovered. To ensure his father-in-law was not infected by the Bone Drinkers, Linyo would transcribe the daily updated data, which Chitana would then send to Vogues via astropathic communication. Upon receiving it, Vogues would share the data with the 131st Army. Epimetheus and the 131st Army synchronously updated their security data, and the practical effect was unexpectedly good. Among the surrendered rebels and refugees, new Bone Drinkers were being identified daily by divining instruments, scanners, and auger arrays. These Bone Drinkers were either executed on the spot or taken as experimental samples by the tech priests in the fleet and dissected on operating tables. Imperceptibly, the Imperial Army's understanding of the Bone Drinkers deepened, and many details Linyo had previously overlooked were unearthed by the tech priests. The tech priests found synapses on the Bone Drinkers that could transmit neural signals. By connecting these synapses to the Mechanicus's neural regulation devices, the Mechanikus could inversely penetrate the Bone Drinkers' spiritual network. This technology was originally discovered when the 8th Legion and the Space Wolves besieged the Bone Drinkers. The tech priests extracted a vast amount of information from the spiritual network, while also suffering corruption from chaos forces. Chaos corrupted code flowed out of the spiritual network, causing several thinkers to fall into confusion. The tech priests' method for dealing with chaos corrupted code was simple, summarized in one word. Electricity. Electrocute them fiercely. In the game Rogue Trader, a tech priest was infected with chaos corrupted code, and the protagonist's party's method of treating him was also electroshock therapy. The Mechanicus's professional term was to cleanse the filth with the sacred spark of the Omnissiah and fill every conduit with pure energy. After powerful electroshock therapy, 2 thinkers were rescued, and 1 was scrapped. At this cost, the tech priests obtained valuable intelligence. By filtering, analyzing, and classifying this intelligence, the Imperial Army gained knowledge of the Bone Drinkers' distribution, infection pathways, plans, and objectives, and began targeted large-scale purges. Just as Linyo had expected, the 5-star sectors where the plague had previously appeared were areas where the Bone Drinkers were rampant. These 5-star sectors became the Imperial Army's priority care targets, with constant cleanup operations targeting the Bone Drinkers. What concerned Linyo more was the change in the Bone Drinkers' approach to infecting humans. Previously, the Bone Drinkers mainly infected key personnel in the Star Sector, such as the Star District Governor or the Star District Governor's confidants. Now, they turned to infecting mid-level personnel, such as the Fleet Commander's deputy, a ship's fire control leader, key department staff in the Nest Capital, factory owners, and senior managers. These individuals did not have the same influence as a Star District Governor, but they were as inconspicuous as sand in the desert, making them difficult to identify. As the security database of the 131st Army was updated in sync with Epimetheus's database, the Bone Drinkers' plan to infiltrate the middle levels of some Imperial worlds was thwarted. The 131st Army sent its research findings to the Imperial Department of Military Affairs, which then reported them to the War Council. Malkador, as the chief of the council, reviewed and approved the report. Through a series of procedures, Epimedius's security database was appropriated by the Imperial Department of Military Affairs, becoming military data shared with various imperial worlds. The Department of Military Affairs' appropriation of the data was compensated. They sent a representative to Epimedius to present Lienio with a commendation letter and a bounty of 3 million throne coins. Lienio felt a mix of joy and concern upon reading this commendation letter. The joy stemmed from it being a merit that would add points to his record within the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs. The concern was that it was a public commendation letter and would be disseminated through the spiritual network. His collaboration with ZEXI on upgrading the database and developing the vaccine would become known to many Star District Governor-level individuals, and there might be Bone Drinkers informants among them. Unbeknownst to him, his hatred value among the Bone Drinkers had risen even further. Great demons are easy to provoke, but chosen ones are hard to guard against, and Lienio certainly didn't want to be targeted by the Bone Drinkers because of this. However, there was no use in saying anything now, he would just let nature take its course and be prepared. When Lienio met with the representative from the Department of Military Affairs, he also brought up the vaccine. Khan, Master ZEXI and I have discussed the hypothesis of the phagomycete virus. Inside the Deputy Governor's office, Khan, a commissar from the Department of Military Affairs, sat across the table from Lienio. Khan had a rugged, chiseled face, with short light grey hair and a beard of the same color. He came from the Imperial Fist's mortal auxiliary troops and had been stationed on Terra for a long time. It was this man who delivered the commendation letter and the throne coin reward to Lienio. Lienio had a servo-automata open the holographic screen, displaying the discussions between him and ZEXI regarding the phagomycete virus, and he began to explain. The idea of making a vaccine using the phagomycete virus has been approved by Master ZEXI. However, there are two difficulties that we need to overcome as soon as possible. One is that the phagomycete virus is not stable enough and may infect humans, causing accidental harm, with a fatality rate of about 15%. The other difficulty is that the vaccination process is easily detected by the Bone Drinkers, leading to their countermeasures. Khan sat upright in his chair, quickly reading the text on the holographic screen, a hint of approval showing through his stern expression. Your idea is very good. After I return, I will submit your research report to the Department of Military Affairs. The Terra Medical Department will evaluate the feasibility of the vaccine. If the evaluation results prove that the cost of the vaccine is acceptable, I believe the War Council should not reject your proposal. Lienio quietly breathed a sigh of relief. By himself, ZEXI would probably take several years to produce a finished vaccine. With the Imperial Medical Department assisting in the evaluation and research, the vaccine's progress would accelerate rapidly, and perhaps a finished product with a human fatality rate of less than 10% could be produced in just 1 or 2 months. The two discussed the details of the vaccine, and the topic gradually shifted to synthetic starch. Khan's visit this time was not just to hand over the bonus and commendation letter. The Imperial Fists had calculated that approximately 15 million tons of synthetic starch capacity would be at Lienio's disposal each month. The Imperial Fists specifically sent Khan to secure the allocation of this synthetic starch. We'll see, we would like to purchase at least 8 million tons of synthetic starch at market price, and the same amount every month thereafter. Khan took out a letter from the Imperial Fist's scribe, placed it on the table, and pushed it towards Lienio. Lienio opened the envelope, read it once, first nodded in agreement, and then showed a slight hint of difficulty. Khan, do you know about the plasma explosion on Granite 5? There was indeed such an incident, Khan replied thoughtfully. The Solar Auxilia 131st Army reported that it seemed to be a disaster caused by a rebel's misappropriation. They accumulated a large amount of explosives and high-octane promethium in a promethium warehouse 100 meters underground, intending to perish with the Imperial Army. Unexpectedly, it caused an octane gas leak, triggering a plasma reactor explosion. Khan's eyes flickered slightly, his commissar's wisdom allowed him to instantly understand why Lienio would bring this up. Khan smiled slightly. We regret this explosion. We'll see, if there's anything we can help with, just let us know. Is that so? That's truly wonderful. I'm currently worried about a new plasma reactor, Lienio said, feigning surprise and clapping his hands lightly. To be honest, I urgently need a plasma reactor right now. With it, Granite 5 can begin reconstruction. It's estimated that within 3 months at most, a complete production system will be in place there, and the miners' living and working conditions will be greatly improved. 3 months later, Epimedius's monthly starch production capacity will increase by at least 30 million tons. I am willing to allocate up to 10 million tons from that to solidify our friendship. Khan stood up and extended his right hand. This is truly my honor. I will report your request. Mars happens to be delivering several plasma reactors to us soon. I believe the predicament on Granite 5 will not last too long. Thank you for your help, thank you Terra, thank you Imperial Fists. Lienio reached out and firmly shook Khan's hand. After they released their grip, both men spontaneously performed an Aquila salute, and the atmosphere in the office was solemn yet harmonious. After seeing off the commissar from Terra, Lienio let out a long sigh in his office, finally having filled the pit he dug by blowing up the plasma reactor. Heaven knew how much effort he had expended over the past half-month trying to get a plasma reactor as quickly as possible. After asking Ms. Shitana to make inquiries through various channels, Lienio learned that the relationship between the Imperial Fists and Mars was very close. As the Space Marine Legion guarding Terra, the Imperial Fists' needs were always given priority. Weapons, equipment, reactors, and ships produced on Mars were first selected by the Imperial Fists. Only after the Imperial Fists had made their choices did it become the turn of other factions. Asking the Imperial Fists to help him cut in line and get a plasma reactor early was reasonable, it just needed a suitable excuse. With Commissar Khan's visit, Linyo successfully resolved the issue of the reactor's source. Now he just had to wait for old man Rogaldorn to nod his head. Would Rogaldorn agree to help him cut in line? Most likely, yes. It wasn't because Linyo had great influence, but because synthetic starch was simply too appealing. As Terra's personal guard army, the Imperial Fists absolutely could not allow even a tiny riot to occur on Terra. Hunger was the greatest source of riots. The 18 million tons of synthetic starch Linyo provided to the Imperial Fists each month were enough to reduce the probability of riots on Terra to virtually zero. Compared to such a great accomplishment, a plasma reactor was truly nothing, and there was no reason for Rogaldorn to refuse to help cut in line. The security database is stably updated, the plasma reactor is settled, and now we just have to wait for the vaccine to pass the Imperial Medical Department's review. Once the vaccine starts to be distributed, even if the bone drinkers infiltrate, it will be too late to turn the tide. Linyo stood up with a smile, tidied his clothes, and headed to his residence for dinner. He was looking forward to tonight's WarHammer simulation. On one hand, he had made the Gaomao goggles last night, and he planned to try them out online today. On the other hand, a very rare squig had appeared on Paraplanet. This squig could eat radioactive waste and excrete oxygen, hydrogen, and radioactive substances. Linyo specifically asked Zalger to help him keep an eye on the squig, just waiting to study it after going online today. At 9 p.m., the WarHammer simulation started. His consciousness traveled through the starry sea, arriving at the planet where the greenskin pair were located. 3 circular buildings, over 100 meters tall, stood on the vast, boundless plain, with thick white steam rising from their tops. These were the completed shafts, constantly delivering heat and electricity to the camp every minute. His consciousness rapidly descended, falling towards a farmland at the foot of a mountain, and plunged into Wuji Boisake's body. Opening his eyes, a large expanse of glowing green ghost mushrooms appeared before him. Gretchen, wearing steel loincloths, moved among them, watering, fertilizing, loosening soil, and harvesting, a scene of bustling activity. Paraplanet was thriving, with prosperity everywhere. Every time Linyo saw such a scene, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Chapter 167 Accidentally digging into Chaos's corner. Linyo averted his gaze from the bustling scene, rummaged in his pocket, and pulled out his Gaomao goggles, putting them on. These goggles had a wasteland style, which was exactly what the orc Dadas liked. Their frames were painted in a red and green checkered pattern, with the left lens red and the right lens green. Upon wearing them, a line of system text appeared. You have equipped the Gaomao goggles. Appraisal technique temporarily gains enemy/ally identification and orc boy panel functions. You can issue commands to orc boys through the panel. The meaning of the new function was easy to understand, taking the Gretchen watering as an example. When Linyo looked over, a green arrow appeared above the Gretchen's head, indicating that the Gretchen was his subordinate, not an enemy. After poking the green arrow with his mind, the Gretchen's panel popped up in his vision. Name, Yaya. Type, Agricultural Gretchen. Fullness, 75/100. The higher the fullness, the higher the work efficiency. Eating can increase fullness. Work, watering ghost mushrooms with liquid alchemy fertilizer, work in progress. Available commands. Don't be lazy. Shoot him. Beat him. Handstand/somersault/dance/pat belly. Linyo poked the fourth command with his mind, telling Yaya to do a somersault. Chinook fluctuations emanated from him, passing through rows of ghost mushrooms in the farmland and entering Yaya's body. Yaya looked towards Linyo as if by telepathy. He put down the watering can, jumped up, spun 360 degrees, landed in a graceful manner, and grinned, making a peace sign. At that moment, Linyo genuinely felt like he was playing a game called Greenskin Peru. The awesomeness of these goggles was not limited to this. They had a hidden function. That was to cast fungi ability from a distance. Linyo changed angles to test it out. The goggles' detection range was on par with the naked eye's visible distance, and as long as orcs and Gretchen were within the line of sight, they could be detected by the goggles, even if they were behind cover or underground. For example, orcs working underground. When Linyo looked down, he could clearly see dozens of green outlines, and with a mental poke, he could open their panels. Aiming at these underground orcs, he activated fungi ability, full stomach technique, and a line of system text popped up. You have used the Gaomao goggles to penetrate obstacles and cast fungi ability. This requires an additional 1 unit of universal Chinook material. Do you confirm the consumption? See, now he could cast fungi ability on friendly orcs through obstacles, which was simply awesome. Among the many functions, this hidden one was the coolest. Zalger. Linyo called out to his attendant next to the shed. Zalger replied. What is it, witch doctor? Bring me a few buckets of green light mud. All right. Zalger strode quickly, running towards the custom transport nearby. The orc camp now covered an area of hundreds of thousands of hectares, encompassing 2 forests, a plain, and a mountain range. Zalger's original motorbike was not enough, so Linyo had the tech boy get him a custom transport. Orc aircraft emphasized simple operation, so even a dummy could use them. After Zalger got in, he twisted the throttle like he was riding a motorbike, and with a roar, he shot into the sky, leaving a trail of white exhaust. The shed door was rammed open by Stupid Dog, and the fat, gas can-like Stupid Dog ran out, followed by a peculiar squig. This squig was called hydrogen-oxygen skig, and as its name suggested, its purpose was to produce hydrogen and oxygen. Its appearance was similar to an ordinary meat squig, with a patch of grass on its back, and on the grass grew 2 large trumpet flowers, one white and the other blue. Every substance it consumed would eventually be expelled from the trumpet flowers in the form of pure oxygen and hydrogen. The white trumpet flower expelled oxygen, and the blue one expelled hydrogen. It was very miraculous. The number of members in the Iron Tribe had grown to 600,000 orc boys, 750,000 Gretchen, and 300,000 squigs. Yet, only one hydrogen-oxygen squig was born from such a large base. This showed how rare this type of squig was. Most importantly, even when fed radioactive materials, the gases it expelled were still non-radioactive. Radioactive materials would be separated from water through metabolism and eventually expelled from the body as solid radioactive waste, while the squig itself would not carry any radiation. This indicated that there was a mechanism within the hydrogen-oxygen squig that could perfectly separate radioactive waste from water. Linyo's login today was for this very purpose. Stupid dog, come here. Linyo shouted, calling back the wildly running stupid dog. Stupid dog and hydrogen-oxygen squig played well together, the two little ones were always together wherever they went. Stupid dog came to its master's feet, and Linyo bent down to pet it a few times, then held down the hydrogen-oxygen squig to obtain a genetic sample. Stupid dog thought its master was going to dissect its little companion and barked anxiously until its master released the hydrogen-oxygen squig, at which point it quieted down. Don't worry, I'm just collecting a gene fragment, why are you so nervous? Linyo placed the hydrogen-oxygen squig on the ground and waved his hand outwards. Go play. Don't ruin my mushrooms. Stupid dog grinned, wagging its tail and leading its companion away. Linyo aimed at the sample in the gene library and activated analysis fungus. Analysis complete. Name, hydrogen-oxygen squig's gene sample. Description, this sample contains fungal, animal, and plant genes. Fungal genes determine the hydrogen-oxygen squig's reproduction method. Animal genes determine the hydrogen-oxygen squig's growth path. Plant genes determine the hydrogen-oxygen squig's appearance and metabolic method. Consuming light water radioactive materials and expelling oxygen and hydrogen, this process should be related to metabolism. Linyo selected the plant gene fragment and activated gene recombination. You are attempting to write the hydrogen-oxygen squig's plant genes into CVCPSEABB15 yeast. Gene recombination complete. You have obtained yeast with plant genes. You activate analysis fungus on this yeast to obtain detailed analysis results of the plant genes. Analysis results are as follows. Gene fragment, frag 000001. The hydrogen-oxygen squig's plant gene fragments refreshed, and dense text appeared like a waterfall. Linyo specifically looked for content related to radiation and quickly found the truth about the hydrogen-oxygen squig's digestion of radioactive materials. Gene fragment, frag 01144759. Function, this fragment is related to the hydrogen-oxygen squig's antioxidant capacity. Affected by this fragment, the hydrogen-oxygen squig can produce a certain tripeptide compound, thereby acquiring antioxidant capacity that is almost immune to oxidation. Is there a relationship between radiation and oxidation? Yes, and a very strong one. Radiation causes cells to produce a large amount of reactive oxygen species, which promote cell oxidation and cause severe oxidative damage. Oxidative damage includes DNA strand breaks, chromosomal aberrations, protein denaturation, lipid damage, etc. Therefore, theoretically, as long as the production of a large amount of reactive oxygen species in cells is prevented, all radiation sickness can be avoided. Antioxidants are key among them. In addition, oxidation is also one of the primary causes of aging. Skin oxidation can lead to decreased elasticity, increased wrinkles, and pigmentation. Cardiovascular oxidation can promote cardiovascular hardening, damage vascular endothelial cells, and lead to myocardial infarction. Brain oxidation can damage nerves, lead to neurotransmitter metabolic disorders, and significantly decrease cognitive function. Antioxidation is anti-aging. From this perspective, the hydrogen-oxygen squig is not just an oxygen production tool, it's a treasure that produces an elixir of immortality. Of course, not all antioxidants can be used on humans. If an antioxidant is toxic, it cannot bring about the effect of prolonging life, instead, it will poison people to death. Linyo had originally planned to dissect the hydrogen-oxygen squig, but seeing how well Stupid Dog played with it, he changed his mind. Selecting the reproductive spores and the hydrogen-oxygen squig's gene sample from the fungus warehouse, Linyo started a new gene simulation. The gene sample was written into the reproductive spores, and the reproductive spores were buried in the soil. He took out the growth spirit and watered the spores. When Zalger returned with 2 large buckets of radioactive materials, the new squig had just broken through the soil. This second squig was only palm-sized, like a small doll. Linyo extracted its sample to obtain its genetic purity. The result was good, although this squig was a product of gene editing, its purity reached 98%, which could be said to be a genuine hydrogen-oxygen squig. Glancing at Stupid Dog reveling in the farmland, Linyo turned around, facing away from Stupid Dog, pulled out a dagger, and plunged it into the heart of the small squig. With a few whimpers, the newly born hydrogen-oxygen squig died. Linyo completed the dissection and sampling in a few quick movements. When he turned back to face the farmland, the squig in his hand had already become parts. After casting several appraisal techniques and analysis fungus, Linyo obtained several panels, 2 of which came from the palea fungus he had envisioned. Name, palea hydrogen-oxygen fungus. Type, old one's creation. Analysis result. The life form of this fungus is similar to yeast. It can convert water into oxygen and hydrogen through metabolism. The mechanism of the paleo-hydrogen-oxygen fungus was similar to electrolysis of water. The advantage was that it didn't consume electricity, and the disadvantage was that it consumed a portion of hydrogen and oxygen during metabolism, leading to a lower unit yield than electrolysis of water. This type of paleo-fungus was not the focus of today's research. The second type of paleo-fungus was. Name: paleo-antioxidant fungus. Type: Old One's creation. Analysis result. The life form of this fungus is similar to Ganoderma lucidum and can be classified as fungi kingdom, Basidiomycota, Agaricomycetes, Polyporales, Ganodermataceae, Ganoderma genus. When growing in an oxygen-rich environment, its antioxidant enzyme system will be activated, actively generating antioxidant compounds to prevent the hydrogen-oxygen SCIG from oxidative damage due to the oxygen it produces. This new paleofungus looks similar to Ganoderma lucidum, with a fan-shaped cap and a pale green color. Lignio stored it in the fungus warehouse and activated fungi simulation for mass cultivation. Just like ordinary fungi, paleo-antioxidant fungus could be cultivated using synthetic starch, purified water, decaying matter, wood, and other materials. After obtaining 1 ton of finished product at once, Lignio began antioxidant experiments. He called Stupid Dog and hydrogen-oxygen SCIG back, took out a bag, and put it over the white trumpet flower on the squig's back. The white trumpet flower expelled pure oxygen, and the blue trumpet flower expelled hydrogen. Half a minute later, 1 cubic meter of pure oxygen was collected, and Lignio used it as a consumable to activate fungi simulation. Day 1, you used synthetic starch, orange sugar, purified water, and soil to create a culture medium and nutrient solution. You used a sterile chamber as a container to cultivate paleo-antioxidant fungus, supplied pure oxygen, and sealed the container. Day 2, a large amount of light white powder appeared on the cap of the paleo-antioxidant fungus. You collected the powder and used a transmission electron microscope to obtain its molecular structure. The microscope's view appeared, showing the molecular structure of the white powder in a clear, intuitive way. It was a dense planar grid, similar to the microscopic structure of graphene, with molecules arranged in an orderly fashion, forming many regular polygons. The appraisal technique result showed that this substance was the antioxidant enzyme produced by the paleo-antioxidant fungus. Next was the most crucial experimental step. Lignio selected the water orb fungus from the fungus warehouse and initiated a new round of fungi ability simulation. Please set the experimental parameters. Lignio pointed to the large iron barrel in front of him, which was filled with green light mud light water radiation. Use this barrel of radioactive waste as the culture medium to cultivate water orb fungus. Ventilation, light, and humidity should follow the previous water orb fungus cultivation plan. Before cultivation, inject the water orb fungus with an aqueous solution of antioxidant enzyme. The solution concentration is temporarily set at 5%, and the injection dosage is 10 mg/1 g. Simulation parameters set. Day 1. You prepared the aqueous solution of antioxidant enzyme and completed the injection, obtaining a total of 100 water orb fungus samples with antioxidant enzyme. You completed the cultivation work on the radioactive waste. Day 2. Among the 100 samples, 75 mutated due to radiation, while the remaining 25 performed normally. Lignio paused the simulation, increased the solution concentration from 5% to 20%, and started a new simulation. Day 2. None of the 100 samples mutated. You removed the samples from the culture medium, squeezed out the water, and conducted a water quality test. The test results showed that after injecting the antioxidant enzyme solution, the water stored by the water orb fungus contained no toxicity, miscellaneous bacteria, or radioactive metal ions. At this point, what do you decide? I decided to cultivate water orb fungus again, but without injecting the antioxidant enzyme solution. I want to see how long the antioxidant effect lasts after a single injection. Day 2, you cultivated water orb fungus again. Day 3, you tested the water inside the water orb fungus and found no radiation. Day 14, you tested the water inside the water orb fungus and found slight radiation. Okay, everyone, the experiment can be declared a success here. A single injection of a 20% antioxidant enzyme solution, with an injection dosage of 10 mg/1 gram, can give water orb fungus a radiation immunity effect lasting 13 teradays. During this period, the water in the light water radiation will be absorbed and stored by the water orb fungus, while radioactive substances will be excluded, perfectly achieving the separation of radioactive substances and water. The water inside the water orb fungus can be recycled. Radioactive materials have various uses, such as powering waste shield generators or serving as reactor fuel. In short, after separating water and radioactive materials, radioactive waste turns from waste into valuable, recyclable good stuff. Lignio instructed the system to start automatic simulation to acquire antioxidant enzymes in large quantities. Half an hour later, he took out a can of antioxidant enzyme dry powder from the fungus warehouse, preparing to conduct toxicity experiments to see if it was toxic to orcs, animals, and plants. If it wasn't toxic, wahahaha, then he would have hit the jackpot, meaning he had made breakthroughs in both anti-radiation and anti-aging fields simultaneously. Even if it was toxic to the human body, it didn't matter, it just meant it couldn't be used for anti-aging. Just the anti-radiation property alone destined today to be a memorable day. Lignio called the Gretchens, gave each of them an injection, and activated the finder to monitor their vital signs. He then instructed Zalger to bring some insects and small animals for injection experiments. After the insects and animals were injected, next were plants and grains, and finally fungi. The injection process for fungi was the simplest. Lignio just had to select all fungi in the fungus warehouse and activate the automatic simulation. As he was selecting the fungi, an ancient fungus he had acquired long ago came into view and immediately caught his attention. This fungus was the ancient crystal fungus. It had two metabolic modes. When physical nutrients were present, it would decompose impurities in the nutrients and purify the main components to form crystals. When physical nutrients were absent, it would absorb warp energy to form energy crystals. There were 3 tons of warp energy monocrystals in the fungus warehouse, but no ling bone. Lienyo was reluctant to use monocrystals for experiments. So, he did something very bold. He set the environment for the simulation experiment in reality, providing no nutrients to the ancient crystal fungus, forcing it to absorb energy from the warp. This was very dangerous. According to past experience, the simulation could only go up to day 5 at most. Beyond that, the chaos inimical powers in the warp would detect the presence of the ancient crystal fungus and come to corrupt it, twist it, and destroy it. However, this time was different. Under the protection of the antioxidant enzyme, the ancient crystal fungus continuously absorbed energy from the warp, generating warp energy monocrystals. It wasn't until day 14, when the effect of the antioxidant enzyme disappeared, that the chaos inimical powers finally noticed the presence of the ancient crystal fungus. Lienyo was utterly shocked by this. He immediately started a new simulation experiment, adding antioxidant enzyme to the ancient crystal fungus every 13 Terra days. Repeating this over and over, the simulation days rapidly increased from day 1 to day 6789, when the chaos inimical powers finally broke through the protection of the antioxidant enzyme, detected the ancient crystal fungus, and began to corrupt and destroy it. From day 1 to day 6788, the ancient crystal fungus colony expanded to half a meter in diameter, accumulating 1 kilogram of warp energy monocrystals. Although it was only 1 kilogram, it was enough to make one ecstatic. Previously, when cultivating the ancient crystal fungus, the nutrients used were the ling bone of the Eldar. Now, Lienyo used nothing but antioxidant enzyme, yet he conjured 1 kilogram of monocrystals out of thin air. This process was nothing short of creation from void. But why could the antioxidant enzyme protect the ancient crystal fungus? Lienyo frowned deeply, pondering. After much thought, he found an explanation. The ancient crystal fungus was currently in a state of partial atavism. Is there such a possibility? A perfectly atavistic ancient crystal fungus could inherently shield itself from the corruption of the chaos inimical powers and freely absorb warp energy. A partially atavistic fungus inherently lacked the ability to shield itself from the chaos inimical powers, but the antioxidant enzyme stimulated it in some way, temporarily granting it this ability. If that's the case, then could antioxidant enzyme be used to induce the ancient crystal fungus to undergo further atavism? Lienyo's eyes lit up, having discovered a crucial point. System, initiate the chemical induction mutation experiment. Please select the chemical mutagen. The key to mutagen lies in the induce part. Using antioxidant enzyme alone would have limited mutagenic effects, some conventional mutagens must be added. Lienyo turned and returned to the shed, searching the shelves, and took out a dozen cans. These contained common mutagens, including alkylating agents, base analogues, frameshift mutagens, etc. Atavism is a benign genetic mutation, usually caused by base pairing errors, so an alkylating agent could be used here. Lienyo picked out a can of alkylating agent and silently thought. Use this can of ethyl methane sulfonate mixed with antioxidant enzyme as the chemical mutagen, with a temporary mixing ratio of 1:1. Other simulation parameters remain unchanged. Chemical mutagen set. Starting simulation. Day 1, you prepared the chemical mutagen and created a bacterial suspension at a concentration of 10 μg/ml. You used the spread plate method to prepare culture plates and samples. You obtained 100 experimental samples. You did not provide physical nutrients to the samples. Day 2, among the 100 samples, more than half lost activity. Upon identification, they died from malignant mutations. The remaining 43 samples developed normally. Day 3, the number of surviving samples decreased to 15. Day 11, only one sample remained alive, and the colony it formed appeared dark green. Day 6788, the sole surviving sample was not corrupted by chaos and developed normally. Lienyo held his breath involuntarily. Day 6789, the sole surviving sample developed normally and was not detected by the chaos inimical powers. What the F***ck? Day 10,000, the sample developed normally, with no signs of corruption. What, the F***ck? Day 16,789, the sample developed normally, with no signs of corruption. What the F***ck? Day 29,789, the sample developed normally, with no signs of corruption. Day 39,789. Day 49,789. Day 59,789. The sample developed normally, with no signs of corruption. What? They. F***ck. It worked. Lienyo jumped up, cheering, and threw an analysis fungus at the sample on the interface. Name, Ancient Crystal Fungus, 60% atavism. Type, Old One Creation. Analysis result. This fungus was set with a genetic self-limiting mechanism by the Old Ones. A single individual will self-destruct after 5 Terra days of growth and development, thus allowing it to repeatedly absorb warp energy without being detected by the chaos inimical powers. When absorbing warp energy and producing monocrystals, this fungus can only be cultivated using the system's fungibility simulation function. Every 10,000 simulated days, it consistently produces 1 kilogram of warp energy monocrystals. Increasing the degree of atavism can increase the yield of warp energy monocrystals. 1 tera-hour in reality is equivalent to 10,000 simulated days. In other words, a 60% atavistic ancient fungus can produce 1 kg per hour, which is 24 kilograms a day, and 8,760 kilograms a year. The yield was a bit low, but it was stable and secret. Stealthily digging at the Chaos Inimical Powers corner felt exciting just thinking about it. He. Chapter 168 The first day of becoming the mastermind. Today was destined to be an extraordinary day. Currently, there are 5 types of fungi in the fungus warehouse. Paleovenom fungus, which separates toxic and non-toxic substances, producing highly toxic compounds and edible synthetic starch. Paleofuel fungus, which feeds on promethium ore, producing orc fuel with a calorific value of 80 mJ/kg and promethium refining residue. Paleohydrogen oxygen fungus, which decomposes water to produce hydrogen and oxygen, with lower efficiency and unit output than electrolysis. Paleo-antioxidant fungus, which produces antioxidant enzymes in an oxygen-rich environment, and ancient crystal fungus, with a 60% reversion level, possessing 2 metabolic modes, it can directly absorb warp energy to produce single crystals, or convert ling bone into single crystals. Following the formula alkylating agent plus antioxidant enzyme equals paleofungus reversion mutagen, Lignot conducted mutation experiments on the other 4 paleofungi. The paleo-antioxidant fungus did not undergo reversion, which was expected, otherwise the antioxidant enzymes it produced would have already caused it to revert. The paleohydrogen oxygen fungus did not undergo reversion, which was also expected. This fungus and the paleo-antioxidant fungus were found within the same squig, so if it could revert under the induction of antioxidant enzymes, it would have already done so. The paleofuel fungus showed signs of reversion. The reversion level reached 60%. The calorific value of the orc fuel it produced reached 160 mJ/kg, doubling its original calorific value, which can be described as a qualitative change. The paleovenom fungus also underwent a qualitative change, with its reversion level also at 60%. After reversion, the carbon elements in the toxic substances were further separated, increasing the proportion of edible synthetic starch in the product. Lignot quickly calculated that using the 60% reverted paleovenom fungus to produce synthetic starch increased efficiency by exactly double compared to before. What does this imply? Simply put, it means the production capacity of the synthetic starch industry has doubled. By the end of this year, the planned production target was 90 million tons of synthetic starch per month. Now, this value has increased by 100%, reaching 180 million tons. Lignot was completely stunned, carefully rechecking several times before confirming he hadn't miscalculated. How was the additional synthetic starch produced? Was the system creating something out of nothing? No, it wasn't creation out of nothing. In the original preparation process, 10 kilograms of residue was converted into 2 kilograms of synthetic starch, 1 kilogram of highly toxic concentrate, and 7 kilograms of byproducts. The byproducts were mainly carbon dioxide, nitric oxide, and water. When using the 60% reverted paleovenom fungus to process the residue, the additional synthetic starch came from the byproducts. 7 kilograms of byproducts became 5 kilograms, with the missing 2 kilograms transforming into synthetic starch. Ultimately, from the same 10 kilograms of residue, the products were 4 kilograms of synthetic starch, 1 kilogram of highly toxic concentrate, and 5 kilograms of byproducts. This is why the synthetic starch output directly doubled. Holy crap! I'm rich. I'm really rich now. Lignot was uncontrollably excited in the shed, his body trembling with his back to the door. Zalger at the doorway looked bewildered, although he didn't understand what the weird boy was doing, it seemed very impressive. Creak, creak, metal soles crushed the turf, bending the green grass blades, as a figure ran from the distant helipad. The newcomer was Beast. His current height was nearly 2.5 meters, his body thickness reached 1 meter, and his barrel-like waist and thick arms contained astonishing explosive power. The shiny metal armor he wore made Zalger's eyes widen in envy. Where's the weird boy? Beast stopped at the door, curiously looking into the room, only to see a back facing the door, trembling. What's he doing? I don't know either. Zalger scratched his head. I only heard words like I'm rich, am I dreaming, this is too awesome, and so on. Maybe the witch doctor has another amazing new idea. Ahem. Lignot heard the movement at the door, put the fungi in his hand into the fungus warehouse, wiped his mouth, and turned around. What's up, Beast? Is there something urgent? Beast and the weird boy exchanged glances, confirming that their boss now occupied the weird boy's body, and immediately grinned. Boss, I have good news. That boy Pengpa found the Randon Alliance's territory. Oh, really? Lignot's expression became serious. He picked up his staff and walked towards the door. Let's go, we'll go take a look. How far is the Randon Alliance from us? About 5,000 light years. 5,000 light years is neither too far nor too close. Within the range of the star beacon's light, 5,000 light years could be traversed in as little as 2 months. However, outside the galaxy, there is no star beacon, nor can its light be seen. How long it will take the Randon Alliance to reach the galaxy depends on whether their faster-than-light travel technology is reliable. If interstellar travel technology hasn't been innovated over these many years, the Randon Alliance's faster-than-light travel method should still be warp jump plus triangulation. This interstellar travel technology is suitable for starfields without star beacon guidance. In simple terms, it works like this. After each warp journey of no more than 100 light years, the ship enters real space and confirms whether it has deviated from its course by calculating the coordinate information of 3 points, initial point, termination point, and destination. Rogue traders use this navigation method when they encounter situations where the star beacon's light disappears in the Midlook expansion area. Theoretically, the Rendon Alliance could return to the galaxy by performing 50 consecutive short jumps and triangulations. But that's in theory. In practice, the Rendon Alliance fleet would most likely get lost in the warp. Their emergence point might be severely off course, and their emergence time might be a year after, a year before, or even decades after or before their departure. After all, the flow of time in the warp is not linear, and it's not impossible to travel back to the past or further into the future through warp travel. It is said that an orc warlord once traveled back in time and met himself from a few minutes ago. Both warlords held their favorite weapons. So, to possess two of their favorite weapons simultaneously, they fought to the death. This simple example is enough to illustrate how wondrous the warp is. Lin Yo flew to the steel ingot aboard a click transport, then entered the bridge. Peng Pa, submerged in his amniotic tank, chuckled when he saw the weird boy. Witch doctor, I'm sure that's the worm people's territory. Look, this is the dot map I drew. Worm people is a collective term for the Rendon, named because the main members of the Rendon Alliance are worm-like life forms. The physiological structure of these life forms is very peculiar. Thousands of worms can gather together to form a humanoid creature. When dispersed, they crawl around like cockroaches, and their intelligence is not low, they know how to hide themselves and avoid enemy pursuit. They transmit information by exchanging bodily fluids. The bodily fluids contain pheromones, neurotransmitters, hormones, stimulants, and other substances. This method of information transmission is somewhat slow but highly faithful, easy to store, and extremely confidential. When the three Space Marine legions dealt with the Rendon Alliance, they spent considerable effort deciphering the worm people's pheromones and neural signals. Returning to the main topic. The dot map projected a holographic screen into the air, showing a planet transformed into a steel jungle, surrounded by 3 orbiting asteroids. The asteroids showed clear signs of modification, with surface-to-space heavy cannons and orbital space stations encircling the planet. The planet enclosed by the asteroids looked somewhat monstrous at first glance. It was connected to the asteroids by 3 thick space corridors, and its surface was covered with dense steel structures, resembling a massive computer matrix or a Mechanicu's forge city. Clearly, after leaving the galaxy, the Rendon Alliance discovered a planet rich in mineral deposits. This situation was like winning the lottery, and specifically, the jackpot. Why say that? Because the density of celestial bodies outside the galaxy is much lower than within the galaxy. Within the galaxy, a 1x1x1 light-year cubic space on average contains 1.3 stars and several non-luminous celestial bodies. Outside the galaxy, the density of celestial bodies sharply decreases, roughly only 20% of that within the galaxy. This is why both the Imperium of Man and the Ildari remain in the galaxy. Peng Pa, sense how many life forms are on the planet. Alright, let me see. Bubbles emerged from Peng Pa's amniotic tank, with gurgling sounds rising and falling. After about half a minute, Peng Pa spoke. I sense several 100 billion of them. Several 100 billion? Are you sure? Lin Yo raised an eyebrow. Gurgle, gurgle. The liquid in the amniotic tank churned, and Peng Pa nodded. Yes, there are indeed several 100 billion. Lin Yo asked. Then what is their method of interstellar travel? It's jumping, I'm sure it's jumping. Jumping is the abbreviation for short distance jumps and triangulation. However, I feel like their method of interstellar travel has changed recently. Peng Pa exhaled a string of bubbles, thinking, the worm people's jumps have become more and more precise recently. I think someone is guiding them. Guidance. Lin Yo fell into contemplation, slowly pacing around the dot chart. There are 2 main ways to guide others in the warp. One is to establish a stable warp beacon, such as the star beacon. The other is to pray for help from subspace demons, which involves brutal sacrificial rituals. The area where the Rendon Alliance is located does not have the light of the star beacon, so the so-called guidance should be the sacrificial method. Does this mean that the Rendon Alliance has also joined the Chaos Inimical Powers? Lin Yo thought about it and did not deny this conjecture. During the Great Expedition era, many Xenos civilizations, driven to desperation by the Imperium of Man, eventually turned to the Chaos Inimical Powers. The Rendon Alliance is just one of them. A way must be found now to divert the Rendon Alliance's attention and create more development time for the Orc planet. Lin Yo stopped, an idea forming in his mind. Peng Pa, open the star map of the Midlook expansion area. Alright. The holographic screen of the dot chart transformed into an extremely vast flat map. The expansion area map is 30,000 light-years long and 3,000 light-years wide, starting from the northern part of the Taiping Star territory and extending east to the northwest corner of the Far East Starfield. The place where the Imperium of Man and the Rendon Alliance fought back then was in the Dim Star region, south of the Midlook expansion area. The specific location is the Mole sector in the northeast corner of the Dim Star region. This sector originally had 8 subsectors ruled by the Rendon Alliance, which have now been cleared and transformed into Imperial worlds. The main Imperial armed forces in the Mole sector are the Imperial Army, the 51st Regiment of the Dark Angels Legion, the Obsidian Griffins, and the Claw Monastery, which is strictly protected by the Obsidian Griffins. The most crucial among them is the Claw Monastery. This monastery was established specifically for the Rendon Alliance, with the main purpose of guarding Rendon ruins and preventing the Rendon Alliance's restoration and counterattack. Currently, the Claw Monastery has not received news of the Rendon Alliance gathering outside the galaxy. Lin Yo's idea is to guide the Claw Monastery to discover the O'Neill's planet. This way, with the Claw Monastery holding the front, the pressure on his side will be much less. As for whether the Claw Monastery will discover the Orc planet, to be honest, Linyo is not very worried. The Imperium of Man's technology tree is skewed, they haven't deeply researched deep space remote sensing technology, relying entirely on rogue traders and expedition fleets to explore with their faces. There are only two risky areas. One is that the O'Neill have the spatial coordinates of the paraplanet. The other is that the archives of the Midnight Lords and Space Wolves contain information from several hundred years ago when the two armies came to annihilate the Bone Drinkers, which should include the spatial coordinates of the paraplanet. Linyo mused that he should find an opportunity to infiltrate the O'Neill star system and erase the coordinates of the paraplanet. As for the information in the Space Marine archives, let it be. The paraplanet is simply too far away for the Imperium of Man. If it weren't for chasing the Bone Drinkers, the Space Marine Legion wouldn't have come here. Linyo asked. Pengpa, how far is the purple-skinned people's star system from the Mole's sector? Pengpa observed for a few minutes and replied. The straight line distance between these two places is 5,500 light-years. Linyo looked thoughtfully at the beast. Are there any remnants of the purple-skinned people's derelict ship left? Yes, there's a light cruiser wreck that hasn't been dismantled yet. It has a navigation computer, a warp engine, a warp travel field generator, and the purple-skinned people's reactor. Very good, don't dismantle this ship for now. You fix it for me, as long as it can fly. Also, you select a group of special ops boys who can pilot ships for me. I want to officially form a clan composed entirely of special ops boys. Wow, a clan made entirely of special ops boys. The beast pulled out a notebook, scribbling down what his boss said, and asked in amazement, Boss, what does this clan do? Linyo propped himself with his weird boy staff in one hand, his other hand behind his back, and said meaningfully, the mission of this clan is to infiltrate, penetrate, scout, assassinate, and steal, rather than engage in direct combat. Their numbers are not large, but each of them is good at stealth, lockpicking, and pilfering. When necessary, they can launch deadly sneak attacks on enemy leaders and strategic locations. The beast's eyes slightly brightened. Sounds incredibly awesome. So what is this powerful clan called? It's called a... no. Linyo originally wanted to name it the Alpha Clan, but when he thought of the prophecies EXI obtained through the Akashic Reader, he felt a bit awkward. After much thought, a brilliant idea surfaced. I have an idea. Since this clan, composed entirely of special ops boys, is very good at infiltration, assassination, and theft, let's call it the Blood Raven Clan. Blood Raven Clan. All special ops boys, just thinking about it makes me feel cool, wahahaha. The beast seemed to imagine some scene, leading to a cranial climax. Linyo had Zalger move him onto his shoulder, tapped the beast's head with his staff to make him focus, and then used the noisy box to call Along to the bridge. After Along arrived, Linyo and the few people present discussed a plan. Rebuilding the derelict ship that hadn't been dismantled yet would be time-consuming, taking at least 2 months to give it cruising and warp travel capabilities. Linyo calculated and decided to convert this derelict ship into a barge. A barge generally refers to a ship without its own power, which can only be towed by other ships. Linyo arranged for a guardsman to tow the barge for warp travel. Both the guardsman and the barge would adopt the O'Neill ship style. These two ships would form a temporary fleet. The fleet would depart from the paraplanet, first visit the O'Neill star system to accurately record the spatial coordinates there, and then log them into the barge's navigation log. Then, the fleet would erase the paraplanet's location from the navigation log and tow the barge to the Mole's sector. This step is the most dangerous. The guardsman must drop the barge right in front of the Claw Monastery, then immediately unhook from the barge and bypass the warp outside the star beacon's light to return to the Orc planet. An Xeno civilization's barge stranded in the Claw Monastery's territory would inevitably attract in-depth research by the local Mechanikus. With such research, the O'Neill star system would naturally surface. As long as the Imperial Army and the Claw Monastery make a few inquiries, the news of the Rendon Alliance's return will naturally enter the Imperium of Man's view. Here, a special point in the interstellar background must be mentioned. During periods of ground warfare, directly entering the hinterland of a country from its exterior was an extremely difficult task. But in an interstellar context, there is no technology to intercept warp travel midway. Theoretically, the green-skinned Dada could even travel directly from the paraplanet to Terra, jumping directly onto the Imperium of Man's face to unleash their full power. To ensure that the barge would be 100% captured by the Claw Monastery, Linyo planned to use his governor's authority to query the Mole's sector's star map in the public database. At this point, the plan to pit one against the other was largely decided. Linyo called the beast and assigned the task of modifying the guardsman and the barge. Beast, calculate the time it will take to transform a guardsman and a derelict ship into O'Neill-style vessels. How long will it take in total? The beast rubbed his chin, his eyes flickering, quickly calculating mentally. I reckon it'll take about a month. The main thing is that the O'Neill ship style is quite difficult to imitate. The tech boys will need to study historical footage extensively to build it well. If we shut down one shaft and move the boys to shipbuilding, it might be done in half a month. Stopping the shaft to build ships. Linyo paced a few steps, shaking his head slightly. The shaft cannot be stopped, it is our foundation on this planet. Let's stick to the 2-month construction period. If you're short on manpower, you can get growth spirit from this body of mine and get more boys and Gretchen to work. Alright, leave it to me. The beast jotted down Linyo's words in his small notebook. Chapter 169 Gamma Class Psychic Bone Drinker. Linyo awoke at his residence in the Wangting district, just as a new day dawned. Over the next few days, he developed the second-generation toxin-converted amylase, based on the 60% atavistic paleovenom fungus. Building on this, a fresh formula for second-generation synthetic starch preparation was produced. Experiments showed that the new formula and catalyst indeed doubled the yield of synthetic starch. However, there was a significant problem: insufficient water. Currently, there is no cheap and efficient way to expand the water supply, so the promotion of the second-generation synthetic starch formula had to be postponed. The reconstruction of Granite 5 was on track. As Linyo had anticipated, the Imperial Fists helped him cut in line and acquired a plasma reactor from Mars. This reactor was priced at 130 million throne coins, but the Imperial Fists offered 150 million throne coins plus priority purchasing rights for 18 million tons of synthetic starch each month. Raising the price by only 20 million throne coins was very reasonable, so Linyo did not haggle and readily signed the transaction contract with the Imperial Fists representative. These 150 million throne coins were nominally paid by Linyo, but in reality, Vogues advanced the payment. As for whether Linyo needed to repay the 150 million once he had money, Vogues said it didn't matter, repaying or not was the same, as everything would belong to Linyo and Taiduo after he died. How to put it? Vogues was right, but it felt like he had heard it somewhere before. Upon reflection, it seemed his father had said something similar before he transmigrated. Linyo attributed this to the common rhetoric of parents in the multiverse. The governor's mansion, mining area, and minor living quarters on Granite 5 were being rebuilt. Building materials were sourced locally, processed by smelters and forges, and then put into use. The mining equipment in the mining area was damaged and dismantled by the rebels, with less than 1/10 remaining, so Linyo needed to purchase new equipment. After consulting multiple industrial worlds through Ms. Shitana, an industrial world named Mesraiton came into Linyo's view. This was a very advanced industrial world, which before joining the Empire, was a technological civilization ruled by Xenos. After the Xenos were eliminated, their heretical technology was recovered and utilized by the Mechanikus, leading to the current Mesraiton. Linyo planned to purchase thousands of sets of mining equipment clusters from Mesraiton, and including installation and maintenance costs, the total amount of this order would reach 50 million throne coins. Upon hearing this, the governor of Mesraiton specifically dispatched a delegation to Epimedius to draft the contract with Linyo on site. Originally, this should have been a mutually beneficial transaction. But as an agent's voice message reached Linyo's ear, things became interesting. "Sir, we found bone drinkers in this delegation. What should we do now?" Mona sent a warning via encrypted communication. She was currently with the welcoming party, waiting for the delegation to land at the spaceport. Since ZEXI's 2 students joined Linyo's command, the agent's equipment underwent an upgrade. The original handheld divining instruments became shoulder-mounted scanners, which were more portable and had stronger scanning penetration, allowing real-time scanning of personnel inside a ship from thousands of meters away. As the armed freighter carrying the delegation entered the berth, a clear alert sound told Mona that among the 12 people about to disembark, 3 showed the biological signals of bone drinkers. Whether the other 9 people were bone drinkers was a question mark. The metabolites produced by the parasitic spores on their bodies might not yet have been recorded in the database, which is why they weren't scanned. In any case, facing such a delegation mixed with bone drinkers, their side had to proceed cautiously. Linyo paused his work, took out the agent chief's identity chip, inserted it into the communicator, and retrieved Mona's combat recorder footage. From her perspective, Linyo saw the ship that had just docked. In the footage, 3 crimson exclamation marks moved with 3 figures. "Mona, have Isabel find out the identities of those 3 bone drinker infected individuals within the delegation." "Yes, sir." Mona raised her hand and lightly patted Isabel in front of her, whispering a few words to her. "Are you sure those 3 people are problematic?" Isabel's expression became a little serious, then quickly returned to normal to avoid being noticed by the bone drinkers. "Yes, I'm sure those 3 people are problematic," Mona quietly cautioned. "It's not just those 3, the other 9 might also be problematic. Try to avoid physical contact with them later." "Okay, I understand." Isabel pursed her lips. Under Linyo's arrangement, Isabel was responsible for liaising with the delegation. She had long heard of the bone drinkers and knew how dangerous these fungal xenos were. Now, knowing that there were at least 3 bone drinkers in the delegation, how could she not be nervous? Hiss. The armed freighter's hatch opened, propelled by pneumatic devices, and the delegation, escorted by armed crew members, exited the cabin. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed as a senior manager, with greasy slicked-back hair, wearing a light grey suit and a dark red striped tie. "Mr. Mesraiton, I am Isabel Clam, and I, on behalf of the governor, welcome you and your team." Isabel extended her right hand to the leader of the delegation. The middle-aged man, called Gennaro Mesraiton, smiled, scanned Isabel, who was wearing a black belted work uniform, up and down, and said with a smile as he shook her hand. "Hello, Isabel, I am Gennaro Mesraiton. I prefer you call me by my first name rather than my last, it makes me feel we are closer." A show-off middle-aged man. Isabel muttered to herself, then nodded slightly with a polite smile. "Pleased to meet you, Mr. Gennaro. And who are these gentlemen?" Gennaro turned and gestured behind him. "These 2 beside me are my assistants, and the rest are my friends, they are here for tourism. They heard that the first district of Epimedius is a beautiful garden city and insisted on coming to see it. I suppose you wouldn't mind, Isabel?" "Ha ha ha, of course. Please come this way." We will arrange special vehicles and tour guides for your friends. Isabel and Mona exchanged glances, then led Gennaro and the others towards the transport vehicle. Mona lagged half a step behind, closely monitoring every move of the delegation with two other agents. Sir, those 3 bone drinkers are Gennaro's friends. Yes, I heard the conversation just now. Leonio tapped a few keys on the communicator and instructed in the encrypted channel. You keep an eye on Gennaro and his 2 assistants at the scene. I'll arrange another team of agents to monitor Gennaro's friends. Oh, what day is it today? Saturday, sir. Oh, so Amy isn't in school today, right? Yes, sir. Leonio snapped his fingers. Then I'll leave this to Amy. Her father told me that Amy inherited excellent agent chief genes, so today's mission shouldn't be difficult for her. Brandy, call Amy. Yes, master. The servo skull's mechanical claw poked at the data pad. The call connected. Amy's end had huffing and puffing sounds, like she was running. What's up, Leonio? I'm sparring with Leia. Bone drinkers have appeared in the nest capital. Come and lend a hand, Leia too. See the document on the data pad for details. My requirement is to first figure out how many bone drinkers are in this delegation, then precisely eliminate them, without harming innocent people. Leonio sent Mona's combat recorder footage. Amy understood after watching it, dropped a sentence, and hung up the communication. Just you watch, what Dad can do, I can do too. Communication closed. The next second, dozens of lines of command records appeared on the agent department's command interface. These commands were issued by Amy using her authority. She completed the deployment with extreme speed. 2 agent squads departed from their stronghold in the 1st district, riding armed transport vehicles disguised as civilian cars towards the orbital tower. At the same time, the Legal Department Oversight Office in the 1st District of the Upper Nest received an alert from the Agent Department, and the bailiffs and Hazmat team immediately sealed off the streets around the orbital tower. All of this happened within 30 minutes. When the delegation arrived on the ground level of the 1st District via the orbital tower's elevator, they were greeted by bustling street scenes and governor's agents perfectly blended in with passers-by. Gennaro and his 2 assistants left in Isabel's transport vehicle, while the 9 tourists boarded another transport vehicle. The driver and tour guide in this vehicle were both played by governor's agents. After the 9 tourists got into the car, the tour guide enthusiastically introduced them to Epimetheus's local red wine and cigarettes, then conveniently handed out corresponding samples. The male tourists received gold label cigarettes from Cram Cigarette Factory and red wine samples from Wilsey Winery. The female tourists received women's menthol cigarettes and fruit wine samples from Wilsey Winery. For tourists who didn't like to smoke or drink, the guide set out snacks, desserts, and non-alcoholic beverages on the table. A special ingredient, called Bone Drinker's Verification Agent, was contained within the tobacco, alcohol, and various snacks and desserts. This ingredient was developed by ZEXI. At normal temperature and pressure, it was a powder with a slight fragrance, and could be added to tobacco, alcohol, and food as a seasoning without losing its effect when heated. The 9 tourists in the carriage didn't notice the presence of the verification agent. Those who liked to smoke smoked, those who liked to drink drank, and those who liked desserts ate desserts. After a few minutes of eating and drinking, the accumulated dose of the verification agent in their bodies reached the threshold, and its effects began to manifest. The cheeks of the 3 tourists already confirmed as bone drinkers flushed red, their breathing became somewhat rapid, and a hint of pain flickered across their faces. The same was true for the other 6 tourists. Tiny beads of sweat appeared on their foreheads, and the veins in their necks protruded, forming prominent blue veins. It feels a bit hot. A bone drinker unbuttoned his shirt, fanned himself with his hand, and extended his right hand towards the car window. The guide and the driver exchanged glances, then counted 3, 2, 1. The next second, the transport vehicle braked sharply. Screech. An ear-piercing screech of friction echoed through the street. The guide and the driver pushed open the car doors like lightning and tumbled out of the carriage. At the same time, several vehicles belonging to the legal department and the anti-chemical warfare unit stopped around the transport vehicle. A force field generator was installed on the top of one of the transport vehicles. When this device was activated, a white energy bubble emerged, covering an area of 1,000 meters, encompassing the transport vehicle where the bone drinkers were located. What followed was a storm of crimson lasers. Buzz, 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 buzz. Red rays burst horizontally, instantly riddling the 9 bone drinkers inside the transport vehicle like a hornet's nest. A strong smell of char permeated the air, and the temperature rose under the scorching of the lasers. Blue-purple light separated from the corpses, attracting a new round of laser bursts. At this point, all 9 bone drinkers whose identities had been verified were dead. It was impossible for them to transmit warning messages through the spiritual network. Because the energy barrier covering the scene was precisely a controlled substance capable of blocking bone drinker psychic communication, authorized for use by Epimetheus by ZEXI. The anti-chemical warfare unit injected vaccines into the 2 governor's agents who had put themselves in harm's way. Small lumps formed on their necks from the vaccine. The lumps did not turn red, swell, or crack, which meant that they were safe and had not been infected by the bone drinkers. Leonio saw the entire process of the scene through his communicator and silently praised the rapid response capabilities of the legal department and the anti-chemical warfare unit. Of course, those 2 governor's agents were also very brave and must be given substantial rewards. Now, it depended on the situation with Isabel. Leonio switched the monitoring perspective on his communicator and brought up Mona's screen. The transport vehicle Mona was in was a box-type reception vehicle, with a very spacious interior. 2 rows of seats were placed facing each other on either side of the carriage, with a long table in the middle for tea, drinks, and desserts. Isabel and her assistant sat on the left side of the carriage, while Gennaro and his 2 assistants sat on the right. When the 9 bone drinkers died, there was no change in the expressions of Gennaro and his 2 assistants. The 3 of them chatted and laughed with Isabel as usual, making it impossible to discern anything amiss. But half a minute later, one of the assistants suddenly changed his expression slightly, his brows furrowed, and his eyes involuntarily looked towards Gennaro. As time passed, his expression became increasingly solemn. The same was true for the expressions of Gennaro and the other assistant. There was no verbal communication between the 3 of them, but they all became taciturn at the same time. The force field blocking psychic communication could indeed prevent the 9 bone drinkers from sending out information. But when other bone drinkers actively contacted those 9 bone drinkers, the former would not receive any feedback, thus noticing the anomaly. The expressions of Gennaro and his 2 assistants changed because of this. This indicated that all 3 of them were also bone drinkers. Amy's voice sounded in Mona's perspective, "Prepare to act." Received. Mona whispered in the communication channel. "Close your eyes." This communication was directed at Isabel and her assistant. Isabel and her assistant immediately closed their eyes, and Mona threw a flashbang onto the table with a flick of her hand. Crack. The combat recorder was a blinding white, an ear-piercing screech of brakes sounded, followed by the sound of a car door opening. When the white flash on the screen disappeared, Isabel and her assistant had already been moved out of the transport vehicle by the agents. Vehicles belonging to the legal department and the anti-chemical warfare unit appeared near the transport vehicle. A bubble-shaped white force field rose, blocking the bone drinkers' psychic communication. A crimson storm horizontally pierced the transport vehicle, unleashing firepower on the figures inside. "Stop!" The chief raised his right fist, and the laser rain abruptly ceased. Thick smoke billowed from inside the transport vehicle, obscuring everyone's vision. The thick smoke quickly dispersed, and 2 corpses emerged from inside the vehicle. 2? Shouldn't it be 3? Everyone present felt a sinking feeling. After the anti-chemical warfare unit finished examining Mona and the others, they had the 5 of them stand outside the encirclement. Just then, Amy's voice came from Mona's screen. "Mona, 7 o'clock direction, look at the rooftop. I see someone there from the street's surveillance view. Can you confirm it?" Mona followed Amy's instructions and shifted her gun to point at 7 o'clock. There was a 10-story Gothic building there. A figure stood at the very tip of the pointed arched roof. The outline of his body was blurry under the artificial sunlight, but it was vaguely discernible as a middle-aged man. "There!" Mona roared fiercely and opened fire. The legal department officers suddenly turned around, looking up in the direction Mona pointed. Buzz, 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 buzz. A crimson rain swarmed towards it. Before being hit by the lasers, the figure on the pointed arched roof vanished into an illusion, leaving behind only bizarre fragments of light and shadow. When this figure disappeared, Mona's psychic reading showed a steep curve, the highest point of which remained at a horrifying indicator. Gamma level. That figure was a gamma level psyker. 1 in a billion people awakens gamma level psychic abilities. Of 1,000 people who awaken gamma level psychic abilities, 999 will die on the spot. In other words, the figure standing on the pointed arched building was a 1 in a trillion existence. His power was beyond doubt. A gamma level psyker bone drinker, an entity of this level actually came to Epimedius. What was he after? Lignio slowly stood up, sensing an unusual aura. He could vaguely feel that a meticulously woven conspiracy had quietly unfolded days or even tens of days ago. If it weren't for the thorough arrangements made against the bone drinkers, he would never have been able to discover the existence of a gamma level psyker bone drinker. "Mona, confirm who the deceased in the transport vehicle are." Amy's voice came from the screen. Received. Mona used a scanner to specifically scan the corpses in the vehicle and replied. "I confirm the deceased are Gennaro Mesraiton's 2 assistants. It seems that the gamma level psyker bone drinker just now was Gennaro himself." "Sir, what do we do now?" "Let me discuss it with Lignio first." Amy switched to her encrypted channel with Lignio. Before she could speak, Lignio spoke first. "Amy, I've seen the situation on site. I'm going to ask Ms. Shitana to request aid from Terra and apply for the Silent Sister to intervene. You have the agents return to the Wangting district, and starting today, raise the alert level to the highest setting." Received. Lignio called Shitana, asking her to send a star language message requesting aid from Terra. A gamma level psyker was completely beyond the Nest Capital's ability to handle. Although Lignio had many trump cards yet to play, he didn't dare to be overconfident. The necessary reinforcements had to be called in. After finishing the call with Shitana, Lignio then called Taiduo, telling her to stay with Brandy from today onwards and not to go out for work until the invaders were caught. After a series of arrangements, Lignio opened the secret room in his office. This secret room displayed crisis plans for various crisis situations. The holographic projection automatically activated, and information and response plans for Xenos and violent individuals appeared on the walls. Gamma-level illegal etheric nullifiers were prominently listed, and bone drinkers were among them. Examining these 2 emergency plans together, the gamma-level psyker bone drinker's intention became clear. So that's it. A flash of understanding flickered in Lignio's eyes. He knew what the gamma-level psyker bone drinker's objective was. Chapter 170. I said, you are too weak. Lower Nest, 7th District. Forge World Demos was responsible for rebuilding this area. The fragments of the ceiling piled on the ground were removed. After multiple smeltings, these massive fragments made of ceramite were completely purified of impurities. They would be poured in the form of hot plasma into the foundation framework of the 7th district, forming a hard and heavy base for the area. At the busy pouring site, tech priests commanding servo-automata heard a series of alarms. The sensors in their bodies detected etheric nullifiers fluctuations, and the etheric nullifiers readings rose significantly, with binary signals symbolizing approaching danger sweeping through their logic conduits. 110-010011000001. The tech priest reached for the power axe on his mechanical backpack, his scarlet bionic eyes flickering rapidly, trying his best to capture the source of the etheric nullifier's signal. Soon, the etheric nullifier's readings peak curve smoothed out, the value dropping from gamma level to soft level, indicating that the strong etheric nullifier's signal source had left. Sensor self-check / self-check complete / no logical errors / confirmed etheric nullifier's reading abnormal / issuing alarm. The tech priest's self-talk came from the sound array device. As a mid-level Mechanic-Use member responsible for commanding engineering projects, he clearly understood his duties. Confronting a gamma-level psyker was not his job. It was only about earning some throne coins and credits, so there was no need to risk his life. Just as he was about to send the alarm to the Nest Capital's public network, a small sharp point protruded from the smoothing etheric nullifier's curve. Zzzzz. A faint electrical current sound swept through his cranial circuits, and the tech priest's body trembled. His mechanical hand, resting on his mechanical backpack, slid down weakly, and he seemed to lose himself, as if he had crashed. After half a minute, the tech priest came to his senses, forgetting that he needed to send an alarm, and continued to command the servo-automata to pour the foundation. The same scene recurred in the following half an hour. Tech priests from one engineering team after another detected abnormal etheric nullifiers readings, and they all gave up on alarming in a daze, acting as if nothing had happened. The Planetary Defense Force's new recruit company was responsible for guarding the bottom nest and its entrance. Behind the barricades made of sandbags and metal plates, the new recruits were changing shifts. A 5-person squad walked along the winding passage to the camp on the first floor of the bottom nest. The route taken by this squad was the very one the Hunter Lords had used to launch their assault on the Church of Amalgamation headquarters. After entering the hole in the ground, the first thing they encountered was the Howling Chasm. The etheric nullifier's effects of this passage had completely dissipated, and the human coccyx carvings on the walls had oxidized and peeled off, leaving meaningless mottled patterns. Faithless ones. A faint sigh, as if there, as if not, echoed within the winding passage. The new recruit walking at the end of the squad heard this strange sound, and his steps involuntarily slowed. He looked back in the direction of the sound. He didn't find anyone. The sound just now was like an auditory hallucination. Hey, keep up, don't fall behind. The squad leader turned and waved to his teammates. Didn't you hear a sound? The new recruit pointed behind him, his face full of strangeness. It sounded like someone was talking just now. Tisk, I didn't hear anything. Another teammate quipped, are you missing your mom? Haha, I think he is. You're not going to cry, are you? The teammates chuckled and teased. The new recruit's face flushed red then paled, and he returned to the team, clutching his laser rifle. The captain clapped his hands. All right, stop the nonsense. Our mission today isn't over yet. Follow me, we're going to patrol the very bottom of the bottom nest. The squad followed the spiraling downward passage to the first floor of the bottom nest. There was a hole on the floor here, approximately 10 meters in diameter. It was from here that the Hunter Lords, led by Ozjas, went directly to the deepest part of the bottom nest. They used explosives to blow up the floor, layer by layer, eventually forming a vertical shaft over 1,000 meters long. This vertical shaft was modified by the tech priests, who added a traction device and a lift platform, making it a fast passage for new recruits to reach the very bottom. The squad boarded the lift platform and descended amidst the roar of the traction device. The first floor of the bottom nest was the new recruit company's camp, and the second floor was the training ground. Only these two floors were allowed access, all other floors were sealed with engineering foam, prohibiting anyone from entering. Of course, there was one exception, the Xeno Civilization vault at the very bottom. The Mechanic-Use believed it had certain research value, so they established a Xeno Civilization research base within the vault. Research into Xeno Civilization has been continuous since the second half of last year. Although the artifacts in the vault had been emptied, the shelves remained. These shelves were made of heavy stone, with Bone Drinker's language and unidentifiable graffiti on them. Through the study of this Xeno Civilization information, the Mechanic-Use discovered an interesting point. One item was missing from this vault. To be precise, it should have been a stone tablet. This stone tablet should have appeared in the center of the vault, an undeniable presence for visitors. But when the Hunter Lords entered this vault, this stone tablet was already gone. The Xeno Civilization information recorded on the stone tablet had also disappeared with it. The Mechanic-Use had reason to believe that this was the work of the Church of Amalgamation, whose purpose was to conceal some truth. The excavation and exploration of truth often mark a dangerous beginning. Establishing 115th scan archive / activating multispectral optical sensor / energy pulsar / chemical signal monitor. The tech priest stood beside the base of the stone tablet, emitting one energy pulse after another, extracting data from the Xeno's artifact. Da-da-da. Footsteps approached from afar. The new recruit squad on patrol approached the base of the stone tablet and saw the tech priest scanning the artifact. The tech priest, while emitting a blue scanning beam, turned to the new recruit squad and gestured for silence. In the name of the Omnissiah // I need to figure out the purpose of the stone tablet within the last week / otherwise, I will miss my thesis defense / so, silence / listen to the music of the Omnissiah. Beep beep beep. A crisp working prompt sounded from the cranial scanner. The new recruit squad waited by the side, the captain holding a data slate awaiting the tech priest's signature to confirm everything was normal. After a few minutes, the tech priest sighed regretfully and walked towards the squad. Another failure / scan results consistent with previous records / shown as a Xenos artifact that cannot be further researched / abandoning scan equals thesis failure equals defense failure equals repeating a grade / Omnissiah above, a new round of restudy awaits me. The new recruits didn't understand much else, but they understood the word restudy. Our condolences, priest. Next time you'll definitely find a more suitable thesis topic. The captain handed out the data slate, signaling the tech priest to sign. Suddenly, a voice came from within the squad, the speaker being the new recruit who had previously suspected an auditory hallucination. Don't you want to know what's written on the stone tablet? Yes, of course, but what's the use of just wanting? Didn't you see that even the tech priest is helpless? A teammate sneered. The new recruit said. I think we can make a bold guess. Look, the bone drinkers are a fungal Xenos civilization, both predatory and parasitic. They certainly didn't build a vault here just for humans to visit. They could have set up defenses here, but they didn't. Not only that, they even allowed humans to take artifacts from here and use them freely. Do you think there's such a good thing in this world? His teammates were indifferent. The tech priest, however, was quite intrigued, his cranial logic conduits buzzing with continuous static noise, indicating that his mind was rapidly working. Interesting suggestion equals feasible idea equals thesis likely to pass defense / continue speaking / rookie / I'm listening. Everything has a price. The new recruit spread his hands. Putting ourselves in their shoes, if we were fungal Xenos, why would we allow humans to brazenly possess our artifacts? Isn't it because we hope humans will help us spread parasitic spores? The tech priest suddenly understood, turning sharply to look at the base of the stone tablet. Excellent and theoretically grounded speculation / I partially agree with your point of view / new logic inference archive created / following the logic of putting oneself in their shoes, deducing the purpose of the Xenos civilization allowing humans unlimited possession of artifacts / deduction complete, deduction result is to encourage humans to spread parasitic spores. / new problem discovered / what happens if humans only possess the collection but do not spread the spores? / new logical deduction file created / deduction complete / the deduction result is that humans will suffer retaliation from the bone drinkers. The tech priest excitedly raised his hands and cheered in an electronic synthetic voice. Praise the Omnissiah / a new hypothesis is established / the content on the steel may be a contract / whoever possesses the collection must spread the parasitic spores, otherwise they will surely be liquidated by the bone drinkers. His teammates looked at the greenhorn, not expecting him to solve the tech priest's problem with just a few words. I didn't expect it. You've got some tricks up your sleeve. Your brain is so useful, you should try your luck at the academy in the lower nest, maybe you can get a scholarship. His teammates praised him cheerfully, but the greenhorn, contrary to his usual self, did not smile. He scanned his teammates and the tech priest with indifferent eyes. Everyone he looked at trembled, their eyes lost their luster, and they entered a dazed state. The scene was paused at this moment, everyone in every servo-automata except for the new recruit stood still. The new recruit walked towards the base of the steel with his hands behind his back, his appearance rapidly changing from a fresh-faced new recruit to the likeness of Gennaro Mesraiton. Epimedius's bone drinker's vault stored a vast amount of ghost mushroom mycelium. This was an extremely generous reward. But the Epimedius people were insatiable, taking benefits without doing their part, only caring about using ghost mushrooms to make money and conduct experiments, completely forgetting that all of this came with a price. To this day, all the bone drinkers' parasitic spores in this vault have been destroyed, not a single one remaining. Epimedius only took from the bone drinkers, but did not help the bone drinkers spread the parasitic spores. Their actions will surely suffer severe punishment from the bone drinkers. Gennaro came for this very reason. No, it should be said, the bone drinkers came for this very reason. Gennaro extended his right hand towards the vault door, and a blue-violet band of light shot out from his palm. The light contained countless dense light points, which were parasitic spores greatly enhanced and modified by etheric nullifiers. Gennaro used etheric nullifiers to create a strong wind, blowing the spores into the shaft at an extremely high speed. These spores only need 10 minutes to complete their parasitism on an ordinary person. After 10 minutes, everything of the infected will belong to the bone drinkers, to my lord. One tech priest and 5 new recruits in the vault became the first to be infected. The rest of the people in the bottom nest will soon follow in their footsteps. A nest capital that is extensively infected has only one outcome, and that is death. Either they die from the bone drinkers' disaster, or they die at the hands of the Imperium, becoming another dead world under an extermination order. The deputy governor of Epimedius is very keen on fighting the bone drinkers. He collaborated with high-ranking tech priests of the Mechanikus to produce a large number of scanning templates targeting the bone drinkers, and it is said that he is also researching vaccines. This unfavorable trend for the bone drinkers must be immediately curbed. The bone drinkers will use the demise of Epimedius to warn those imperial worlds that have unearthed the vault. If they do not spread the spores, they will only face death. One horror attack after another is already on the way. Gamma-level psyker bone drinkers will destroy worlds hostile to the bone drinkers. Die, Epimedius, we will step on your grave to begin our revenge. What is that? The strong wind, carrying spores, rushed towards the entrance of the lift platform, but was blocked by an air wall that appeared out of nowhere. No matter how the wind howled and how strong it was, it could not advance another step. The air behind the spores also turned into an air wall. The two walls, front and back, attacked the spores in a pincer movement. Countless dazzling blue-violet splashes exploded in the air, and the parasitic spores died in swathes, forming a beautiful picture scroll covered with blue-violet specks. Gennaro was not in the mood to appreciate this beautiful scenery. This scene indicated that an enemy had appeared here. Perhaps it was some kind of technological device, or perhaps some kind of etheric nullifiers. In any case, the enemy blocked the path of the parasitic spores. If he did not deal with them, the destruction process of Epimetheus would only stall. Pausing the wind and spore emission, Gennaro raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Click. The crisp sound was like a thunderclap, and a spherical shockwave visible to the naked eye spread outwards, instantly sweeping through every corner of the vault, not even sparing the passage and lift platform outside the door. The light and shadow distortions caused by the shockwave changed when passing through a certain spot. The curved impact texture was warped by a transparent object into a human figure. I found you. Gennaro curled his lips, pointed at the transparent object, and electricity shot out. Serpentine lightning leaped and ran, instantly striking the transparent object, but all of it vanished without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. The electric light disappeared, just like that, it disappeared. The transparent object was like a giant abyss mouth, swallowing all the lightning into its belly. This. Gennaro's gaze narrowed slightly, his brows furrowed, realizing something was wrong, and he quickly called for help on the spiritual network. But the spiritual network had been unknowingly blocked. Within the walls of this vault, there actually existed a force field that blocked mental communication. Gennaro, completely unprepared, became an isolated island in the sea of mental information. Just as his mind trembled, the vault door rapidly closed with a roar. The tech priest and new recruits inside the vault were crushed by the vibrating air, and so were the spores within their bodies. Clang. The door slammed shut. Inside the vault, there was a deathly silence. The hydraulic device responsible for opening and closing the door had not been activated at all, and Gennaro had not sensed a second etheric nullifiers appearing around him. Yet the vault door just closed, which was truly inconceivable, as if he had encountered a ghost. Gulp. Gennaro swallowed with difficulty, then snapped his fingers repeatedly, releasing shockwaves that swept the entire area. Wave after wave of sound erupted, the shockwaves continuously sweeping over the same location, but the transparent object stood there, motionless like a statue. Who are you? Gennaro summoned an etheric nullifier's shield. His left hand was poised in the act of snapping his fingers, ready to strike. His right palm was spread upwards, electric snakes slithering at his fingertips. After a crackle of electricity, a long spear of electric light, condensed from lightning, appeared in his hand. He gripped the electric spear and swung it forcefully. Crack! A thunderous sound exploded, and the violent electric spear, with the momentum of thunder, struck the transparent object. The expected explosion did not occur. The electric spear struck the transparent object, and like a stone sinking into the sea, it disappeared into thin air. Damn it! What on earth is this thing? Gennaro took 2 steps back, his expression turning panicked, the light of fear flowing in his eyes. Crack! 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 One electric spear after another shot out. Gennaro frantically swung his right hand, and electric light flashed wildly within the vault, accompanied by continuous thunderous roars. 1, 2, 3, 10, 20, 30, 100, 200, 1000. The gamma level psyker shot out a full 1,000 electric spears, but nothing changed. Pant, pant. Gennaro panted heavily, veins bulging on his forehead, his face pale. He stumbled back a few steps, leaning against the hard stone surface of a shelf to rest, trying to suppress the intense dizziness brought on by the repeated use of etheric nullifiers. The floor tiles around the transparent object had been completely shattered by the lightning, forming a large, deeply sunken, curved hollow, covered with black scorch marks. The surface of the pit was covered with a layer of shimmering substance, which were crystals formed by the stone being baked by the electric light. Let alone stone, even the ceramite power armor of a space marine would have long since melted in this furious torrent of lightning. Yet, the invisible object remained motionless. What on earth are you? Gennaro moved towards the vault door while vigilantly watching the transparent object. He had asked this question countless times today, and had never received a response. But this time was different. He heard a clear, cold male voice. You are weaker than I imagined. What? Gennaro's body stiffened, he repeatedly confirmed that he had not misheard, this voice was indeed coming from the transparent object. I said, you are too weak. The transparent object began to move. His steps were unhurried, silent, seemingly light as a feather, like a nimble leopard cat. But it was this kind of quiet movement that made Gennaro feel an extremely strong sense of oppression. The transparent shell of the transparent object receded, and a dark body gradually emerged, an indescribable black shadow becoming prominent. Chapter 171 The Bone Drinker's base is actually there. With each step the shadow took forward, Gennaro retreated a step, until he bumped into the storage shelf. Who are you? Astartes. Gennaro asked nervously. Leonio did not answer Gennaro's question. He drew the special firearm from his waist, activated fungi ability, light technique, and inserted white light with a luminous intensity of 10 million lux into the energy magazine. The light entered the barrel along the optical path, processed by the focuser into a scorching laser. Buzz. A low hum, like the heavy breath of a beast sitting up from its sleep. A white laser, 10 centimeters thick, instantly landed on Gennaro's etheric nullifier's shield. The dazzling ray was completely offset by the shield, and ripples spread out in circles on the shield's surface. Buzz 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 buzz. White lasers, one after another, Lienyo squeezed the trigger, sweeping the etheric nullifier's shield. Gennaro was startled at first, thinking he would suffer a brutal attack and die instantly. But the scene before him almost made him laugh. Ha, judging by your tone, I thought you were much more powerful, but it turns out you only have this much power. Gennaro, unharmed under the protection of the etheric nullifier's shield, wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a long sigh, scoffing. Your laser weapon looks unusual, but it's nothing special, no different from an ordinary Imperial standard laser weapon, at most it's just a brighter flashlight. You think you can shoot through my shield with just this thing? Dream on. The principle of the etheric nullifier's shield is similar to the void shield, both transfer attacks to the warp. However, the former is a personal defense method for etheric nullifiers, while the latter is a shipboard device built on the tech side. Theoretically, as long as the etheric nullifiers concentrates and transfers every attack to the warp, he will not be harmed by enemies bypassing his shield. Facing Gennaro's mockery, Lienyo remained silent, only pulling the trigger repeatedly. The 10 million lux light cluster quickly dissipated, replaced by a 20 million lux one. The thickness of the white laser did not change, but the temperature instantly rose to 4000 degrees Celsius. The 20 million lux light cluster disappeared, followed by 30 million, and the laser's temperature reached 6000 degrees Celsius. After the 30 million lux light cluster, 40 million, 50 million, and 60 million appeared in sequence. When the intensity of the light cluster reached 100 million lux, beams of light scattered from the special firearm, and a burning smell and black smoke appeared simultaneously. Crackling. Sparks flew from the firearm, and the strong light ignited the lens as it passed through the focuser. A white laser with a temperature of 20,000 degrees Celsius became the swan song of this weapon. This laser landed on the etheric nullifier's shield, and the shield shook violently, showing faint signs of cracking. But in the end, the shield blocked this attack, and the special firearm simultaneously burst into flames, burning from the inside out into charcoal. Heh, your weapon is too fragile. Gennaro was about to mock, but suddenly saw the black shadow take out a second weapon, forcing his mocking words back down his throat. This second weapon was a hilt. Bright white light was transformed into a laser by the focuser, and then bound into a blade by the mechanical witchcraft's force field. 100 million lux of white light brought a high temperature of 20,000 degrees Celsius. The white blade slashed at the etheric nullifier's shield. The shield and sword light flashed simultaneously, and waves of heat rushed forward. Gennaro's expression changed slightly, and he casually threw out 2 electric guns. The lightning landed on the black shadow's surface, melting like ice and snow. Damn it, what kind of armor is this you're wearing? It can actually neutralize my etheric nullifier's lightning. Lienyo remained silent, continuing to slash. How could he miss such a good target? 1 sword, 2 swords, 3 swords, the sword wind roared, and the force field sword transformed into a nimble butterfly, flying up and down in Lienyo's hand, each strike bringing a deadly high temperature. Gennaro was overwhelmed, unable to even counterattack, only able to desperately resist the blade storm. Half a minute later, electric sparks emerged from the hilt. The focuser could no longer withstand the 20,000 degree high temperature, ending its lifespan by self-ignition. Lienyo casually flung away the burning hilt, and under Gennaro's gloomy gaze, took out a third weapon. Don't bother, lasers can't penetrate my shield. As long as I can keep up with your attack rhythm, whether you fire red lasers or white lasers, they will all be transferred to the warp. Before he could finish speaking, Gennaro was astonished to find that the light appearing this time was not white, but green, a ghastly green that caused a faint stinging sensation when it shone on his skin. Gauze weapons. Congratulations, you guessed correctly. Lienyo raised the special firearm, pressed the glowing green muzzle against the shield, and pulled the trigger. Buzz 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 buzz. The sound of swarming bees was terrifying, and the flickering green light illuminated Gennaro's pale face. His etheric nullifier's shield trembled violently, constantly enduring highly destructive radioactive attacks. No. I must escape from here quickly. This large black figure in front of me is clearly prepared. If I stay here, I will only die. Gennaro's figure rapidly transformed from solid to ethereal, entering an invisible state, and a strong wind propelled his body sideways, swift as lightning. However, an air wall just happened to block his path. Bang! Caught off guard, the etheric nullifier's shield collided directly with the air wall, and the shield was squeezed into a thin energy film tightly adhering to Gennaro's body surface. Gennaro was unharmed under the protection of the etheric nullifier's shield, but the subsequent air walls completely blocked his path. Don't move, just stand still. Once I've tested all my weapons, I'll give you a quick death. Lienyo's voice was like a devil whispering, calm yet carrying a chilling magic. Speak. What conditions do you want to negotiate with me? Gennaro leaned against the wall, his etheric nullifier's shield fixed by the surrounding air, only able to move within a very narrow space. He shouted with an open mouth, trying his best to make his voice override the roar of the gauze weapons. You should know who I am. I am a member of the Bone Drinkers. Killing me will be useless. Why don't we sit down and talk, state your conditions, as long as they're not too excessive, we will consider accepting your proposal. The barrel of the gauze weapons cracked inch by inch, and a ghastly green light escaped from it. A second later, the firearm disintegrated into fragments and dust by radioactive metal particles, sliding to the ground, leaving a green flare on Linyo's glove. Is it over? Can we talk now? Gennaro's breathing was heavy like an ox, and he was drenched in sweat. No. Linyo uttered a single word faintly, and drew out the fourth weapon from behind him. This was a gauntlet. After putting it on and pouring irradiation technique into the energy magazine, 5 sharp gauze razors extended from it, forming a chilling light claw. The sharp claw tore through the air, and its tips left 5 dark green scratches on the shield. A new round of weapon testing began, and the two once again fell silent, one frantically slashing, testing the limits of the weapon, the other passively taking blows, not daring to be distracted, fearing that he would be erased by the high-speed weapon. A minute later, the gauze energy claw turned to dust. Linyo, under Gennaro's woeful gaze, took out the fifth weapon, a one-handed gauze force field axe. Gennaro's will was about to collapse. This strange black shadow in front of him was no different from a cold machine. He simply tested his weapons, spoke no nonsense, and accepted no negotiations. What exactly do you want to do? Gennaro roared hoarsely. State your conditions. Let's sit down and talk properly. This is our ultimatum to you. My ultimatum to you. Linyo asked faintly, and the gauze force field axe in his hand hummed and glowed with a ghastly green light. Yes, you heard me right, this is our final ultimatum to you. Gennaro gnashed his teeth and said. You wouldn't think that by using outdated psychic communication disruption technology to seal this vault, I wouldn't be able to get the message out, would you? I tell you, stranger, we bone drinkers had long anticipated the situation where our psychic communication would be disrupted. For this, we sacrificed our faith to a great existence. As long as I pray to him, I can transmit the message and tell my brethren. Oh, so this was the reason the bone drinkers had defected. It seemed they had suffered a lot from psychic communication disruptors years ago, so much so that they pledged allegiance to Tsianch soon after their revival. A small doubt in his mind was resolved. Linyo replied with his usual expression. I advise you not to make a foolish move, that will only make you face death sooner. The indifferent tone made Gennaro feel immense mental pressure. His body trembled slightly. Before the black shadow could swing his blade, he immediately closed his eyes and called out to his lord's prophet in his heart. Great Zeal Phaex, the Shadow Weaver. Gennaro suddenly stopped moving. His actions and expression froze at the moment he had just uttered the title. His etheric nullifiers vanished into thin air, completely exposing his true form. This was the effect of the brain freeze technique. Linyo shook his head slightly, a hint of regret in his eyes, and swept the gauze field axe in his hand in a horizontal arc, cutting Gennaro's fragile body in half. A green flare lingered on the cross-section of the wound, and highly radioactive metal particles devoured Gennaro's body at a visible rate. The parasitic spores buried in his spine were engulfed by the massive radiation, turning into radioactive dust in an instant. Without the control of the bone drinker's spores, Gennaro's original consciousness took over. The gamma-level psyker ability granted him extraordinary vitality. He lay on the ground, looking blankly at the dark figure in front of him. Am I going to die? Yes. Linyo knew that the consciousness speaking at this moment belonged to Gennaro's original self, not the bone drinkers, so he softened his tone slightly. Do you remember how you got infected by the bone drinkers? I remember. I remember. Gennaro laughed miserably, his eyes filled with sorrow. A gamma-level psyker bone drinker kidnapped our entire family and forced us to submit. We agreed. It demanded that we hold regular sacrifices, voluntarily offering humans with high intelligence and education. I was chosen by the Mesladen family to be the first sacrifice. Gennaro's full name was Gennaro Mesraitan, born into the governor's Mesladen family of the industrial world of Mesladen. When he said entire family, he was likely referring to the direct main members of the Mesladen family. This meant that the entire industrial world had, in essence, betrayed the Imperium of Man. This betrayal was very secretive. Because according to Gennaro, apart from him, the other direct members of the Mesladen family had not been infected, and the Empire Justice Department might not be able to find strong evidence. Were you originally a gamma-level psyker? Linyo asked. No, I was just an ordinary person. Gennaro's breathing became faint and ethereal. After I was sacrificed by my Mesladen family, the bone drinkers took me into the warp. They had a ship there, and I drank a large amount of ghost potion and became a gamma-level psyker. A light of recollection flickered in Gennaro's eyes. He let out a long sigh before he died, as if he had remembered something. I never knew there were so many strange things in the warp. The Emperor. The Emperor lied to me. He said there was nothing in the warp, he lied to all of us, all. You foolish Huangpitsi. Linyo squatted down and asked in a deep voice. Do you have any last words? To thank you for your information, I will try to avenge you. Gennaro's pupils shifted slightly, and he weakly uttered a few words. Solania, my daughter, save her, or let us be reunited. Thank you. The air grew quiet. Gennaro stopped breathing, and the green flare devoured his heart, taking away the last trace of life. Linyo swept his hand across the ground, activating fungi ability, corpse transformation technique. He spent some time cleaning up the traces of the battle. Aside from the craters, no other clues were left at the scene. Opening the vault door, Linyo activated fungi ability, optical stealth and controlled this Black Knights to return to the upper nest. Half an hour later, the Black Knights successfully reached the private laboratory through the secret passage. Linyo opened his eyes in his office, Ending the WarHammer simulation. This WarHammer simulation has ended. Settlement in progress. You killed 1.14 million bone drinkers parasitic spores corrupted by Tsianch, earning plus 114,000 points. You killed 1 gamma level psyker bone drinker, earning plus 50,000 points. You thwarted a conspiracy by Zeal Fayex, the Shadow Weaver, earning plus 300,000 points. You earned a total of 464,000 points. Remaining simulation points, approximately 6.8 million. It was indeed another conspiracy by Zelfix. That guy never does anything good. Linio snorted, stood up from his chair, walked into the secret room, and manipulated the holographic device inside. He brought up the Bone Drinkers' crisis plan and added a line to it. The Bone Drinkers are suspected of setting up their base in the warp. This was information revealed by Gennaro's true consciousness before his death, and it was extremely important. From the perspective of the Bone Drinkers, setting up a base in the warp had 3 advantages. First, normal Imperium of Man ships could not discover the base. When Imperium of Man ships travel in the warp, they activate their Geller field and lower the shields of their portholes to ensure that no crew member can see the warp. Second, the Imperium of Man's legitimate etheric nullifiers would find it difficult to discover the base. The Imperium of Man's legitimate etheric nullifiers all know that the warp is very dangerous, so when they must interact with the warp, they actively shield dangerous elements and only interact with relatively safe warp energy. Take navigators as an example. When navigators observe the warp, they only observe areas with star beacon light and do not, and dare not, look at other areas. Similarly, psyker experts of the Star Language Court, and librarians of the Space Marine Legion also tend to draw warp energy within the range of the star beacon light. If the Bone Drinker's base was hidden in a place where the star beacon could not reach, then the possibility of the Imperium of Man's legitimate etheric nullifiers discovering it would be infinitely close to 0. The third advantage of setting up a base in the warp was, even if the Imperium of Man knew where the base was, they would not dare to attack it. That's the warp, a forbidden zone explicitly outlined by the Imperium of Man's truth. Whether they dare to turn off the Geller field and attack the Bone Drinker's base is beside the point. Just admitting that there are things in the warp alone would already seriously violate the Imperium of Man's truth, a serious crime that would lead to being sent to the gallows by the Empire Justice Department. So, in summary, the Imperium of Man is in big trouble this time. When the sky falls, the tall ones bear the brunt first. I just need to take care of my paraplanet and nest capital. As for the rest, let the Huang Pitzi worry about it. Luckily, I reacted quickly enough this time and predicted the Bone Drinker's appearance in advance, otherwise, by the time the Silent Sister arrived, Epimedius would probably have received an extermination order. Linio recorded all the information provided by Gennaro, grumbling inwardly. The results of the weapon tests were also written into the document. Of course, Linio encrypted this data. He planned to find time to conduct further research and tests on the paraplanet, striving to extend the lifespan of gauze weapons to over 1 hour. Beep beep beep. A communication alert sounded. Brandy controlled the servo skull to fly over and opened the data pad for Linio. Master, it's a communication request from the spaceport. Connect it. Yes, Master. Brandy used the servo skull's mechanical claw to press the answer button. The voice of the spaceport orbital tower commander came through. Deputy Governor Wilsey, a Star Language Court ship is docking. They claim to be here to aid Epimedius and apprehend a gamma-level illegal psyker. Linio was stunned for a moment and glanced at the time on the data pad. By his calculations, only an hour had passed since he had Chitana send out the star message for help, so how could a Star Language Court ship already be here? Within the solar system, the star beacon light was strong, and warp travel was basically unimpeded, but it shouldn't have taken only an hour for someone to arrive. Linio was a bit unclear about the situation, so he replied. All right, I understand. I will arrange for someone to receive them. Have them wait on the ship for a while. Yes, sir. The communication ended. Linio closed the secret room and went to his residence to find Taiduo and explain the situation. The two quickly prepared and, accompanied by the guards, went out together, rushing to the orbital tower as quickly as possible. There could be no hesitation at this time. The gamma-level psyker Bone Drinker had been killed by Linio, but others didn't know that. Linio was currently playing the role of a deputy governor whose life was threatened by an illegal etheric nullifiers. Of course, he had to immediately request protection from the Star Language Court's psyker team, and it would be best to stay by their side at all times to ensure his own safety. The group hurried along and finally arrived at the scene before the Star Language Court's ship entered the dock. When Linio saw the ship, he seemed to understand what was going on. This was a Black Knight's, specifically used to collect and transport etheric nullifiers, not a Star Language Court warship. Linio mused that this ship was probably on its way to a target planet to collect etheric nullifiers when it received Chitana's star message, and thus came to lend a hand. Hiss. The black hatch made of ebony metal slid open, and a team of fully armed arbitrators walked out. In the center of the team was a silent sister with an upright braid and a psyker expert holding a force staff. Leading the way at the very front of the team was a bearded inquisitor. Linio felt a sense of familiarity. He hadn't yet managed to remember where he had seen this inquisitor, but the inquisitor recognized him first. Chapter 172, Whatever the Sister of Silence Says. Aren't you the kid who went to White Fruit Manor to discuss business? How did you become the deputy governor? The bearded judge looked surprised, scanning Linio up and down in disbelief, then quickly realized that his astonishment was a bit unseemly. He turned to look at the psyker expert and the silent sister, cleared his throat, and said, Linio Wierxai, what's the situation now? Are there any clues about that Gamma-level psyker? Lienyo recognized the judge. About half a year ago, when he went to White Fruit Manor to acquire shares in the manor, he happened to encounter the other party's group visiting the manor. At that time, the judge, the psyker expert, and the Silent Sister were pursuing a group of illegal etheric nullifiers who had deliberately damaged the production facilities in the upper nest. The mastermind behind these etheric nullifiers was Kidori of the Liwei family. At that time, he was unknown, so it was no wonder the judge was so surprised. Lienyo extended his hand to the other party. We speculate that the Gamma-level psyker might have gone to the lower nest and bottom nest. The garrison there is searching for traces of the illegal etheric nullifiers, and we believe clues will be reported soon. May I ask your name? Oh, I was negligent. The terror-looking judge shook hands with Lienyo. I am Judge GST Eloa with Macron and L, you can just call me Andrew. If you permit, we would like to look around the nest capital. You know, regarding how to capture a fugitive illegal etheric nullifiers, we have our own set of battle-tested methods. No problem, please do. Lienyo took a data slate from Taiduo and handed it to Judge Andrew. The data slate contained the key to non-controlled areas, which would ensure unimpeded passage for the legal department and the Star Language Court in the nest capital. The judge discussed with the Silent Sister in the team. The latter gestured a series of signs and led a team of Silent Sister from the Black Ship to leave independently, taking the data slate Lienyo had given them before leaving. The Silent Sister are nominally subordinate to the Star Language Court, but in reality, they only obey the Emperor's commands. They are an independent armed force with clear internal divisions of labor and flexible functional transformations. This current team of Silent Sister consisted of 5 people and was classified as a hunter team. They were usually responsible for searching for and transporting etheric nullifiers, and when encountering illegal etheric nullifiers, they would act as armed investigators and etheric nullifiers catchers. The team leader was High Sister Vashi Yakuan, with sharp eyes and a heroic demeanor, possessing an aura of dignity without anger. The 4 team members behind her were Hollow Maidens who had taken the vow of silence in the past 2 years. They were official members and followed Vashi Ya for experience outside. The 5 sisters silently passed through the crowd and commandeered the transport vehicle Lienyo had brought to leave the spaceport. As they walked away, the oppressive atmosphere on site gradually dissipated. The Silent Sister possessed the inherent ability to isolate the warp. People near them would feel a vacuum and silence at the soul level, which is a mental reaction caused by the disconnection of the soul from the warp. All accompanying personnel, including Taiduo, showed a certain degree of discomfort. They had endured without making a sound, and now they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Lienyo, however, felt somewhat surprised. The Silent Sister had been as close as 2 meters to him just now, but the discomfort he felt was not as strong as Taiduo and the others. This might be related to his psyker field. His psyker field could weaken all negative effects from the soul level, and the Silent Sister's characteristics were among them. Therefore, the Silent Sister's characteristics might not be a big deal for him. Let's go, we'll see, we'll escort you back to the Wangting district. We will temporarily protect your safety until Lord Vashiya catches that Gamma-level illegal etheric nullifiers. Judge Andrew waved his hand casually, and the arbitrator team behind him boarded another transport vehicle. Lienyo smiled at the other party. Thank you for your help. It's a great relief to receive aid from the Terra Legal Department and the Star Language Court so quickly. Not really. He was scared to death, okay? The Gamma-level psyker had already been killed by him. Even if the Silent Sister turned the nest capital upside down, they wouldn't be able to find any trace of this etheric nullifiers. If he had known the Silent Sister would arrive so quickly, Lienyo would have gritted his teeth and pretended he didn't know the Gamma-level psyker would go to the bottom nest. Now, it's done. The person is already dead. What will he tell the Silent Sister? As thoughts raced through his mind, Lienyo boarded the transport vehicle and began discussing the Gamma-level psyker's origin with Andrew. Andrew, that illegal etheric nullifiers is named Gennaro Mesraitan, from the industrial world Mesraitan. He is the 6th in line to inherit the governorship of that world. Lienyo recounted the transaction between himself and Mesraitan, using surveillance footage of local law enforcement and bone drinkers fighting as corroboration. Epimedius's legal department was directly under Terra's jurisdiction. As a judge of the Terra Legal Department, Andrew had the authority to access data from the Nest Capital Legal Department. After verifying Lienyo's statements through his own authority, Andrew gradually realized the seriousness of the situation. From the flight records of the armed freighter Gennaro was on, this guy visited 3 other hive worlds before arriving at your Nest Capital. Oh, is that so? Lienyo and Taiduo exchanged glances, and some speculations arose in their minds. Andrew continued, flipping through the data records. The interesting thing is that when Gennaro's delegation first departed from Mesraitan, there were 15 people. When they passed through the first Imperial world, 1 person left the team and stayed in that Imperial world. The same happened in the subsequent 2 Imperial worlds they visited. 1 person was arranged to stay in each Imperial world. By the time they reached your place, the delegation's number had decreased from 15 to 12. Andrew paused, then asked with emphasis. I need to reconfirm, Mr. Wilsey. You indeed only took action after determining that all 12 of these individuals were bone drinkers, correct? That's right. Lienyo explained. Among these 12 people, 3 were scanned by the agent's sensors, 6 were exposed after consuming the bone drinker's authenticity agent, and the remaining 3 revealed themselves because they lost contact with their kind. What is an authenticity agent? Andrew asked curiously. Lienyo snapped his fingers at Mona. The female agent guarding the corner of the carriage took out a glass bottle containing white powder from her person. Lienyo took the bottle and placed it in front of Andrew, gesturing for him to take it. This is the bone drinker's authenticity agent. When the dosage reaches 10 mg/10 kg, its authenticity effect will quickly manifest. Normal people will not have any external changes, but the host of a bone drinkers will show discomfort due to rapidly rising blood pressure, such as bloodshot eyes, red earlobes, and significantly accelerated heart rate and breathing. This invention is really good. Is it your masterpiece? Andrew's eyes lit up as he picked up the glass jar to carefully observe the powder inside. Of course not. Linyo chuckled, this is the work of tech priest Coriel Zeth. She is the mistress of Mars Lava City, a true mechanic use master. Praise Zexi's titles and identity. With this shield, Linyo felt much more at ease, no longer burdened by excessive genius halos. Andrew seemed to understand after hearing Zexi's name. As expected of Master Zexi. With her advising you, the public security of Epimedius will definitely be guaranteed. Do you mind if I take this bottle of authenticity agent? No, I don't mind. There are many more in the Wangting district. You can have as many as you want. Andrew tucked the medicine bottle into his pocket and offered a praising smile. Thank you for the material support. I will record it. I strongly suspect that the 3 Imperial worlds Gennaro passed through have also been infiltrated by bone drinkers. I need a more efficient way to detect enemies, such as your authenticity agent. It is my honor to serve the Imperium. I wish your team a swift victory in advance. Linyo had already learned this routine spiel, offering blessings to Andrew with a sincere smile. This commercial flattery came to an end after entering the Wangting district. Andrew led the arbitrator team to assist in defense in the Wangting district, while Linyo and Taiduo went to the office to handle official business. Shitana remained calm, not asking Linyo to increase the security of her small house. From this point of view, the strength of this psyker lady was probably not low, as she did not take the threat of the gamma-level illegal etheric nullifiers to heart at all. That being said, Linyo still sent a guard team to garrison in advance and introduced his private psyker to Andrew, making sure to do a thorough job of the formalities. After a moment, the Planetary Defense Force in the bottom nest sent an alert, stating that the team patrolling the vault had lost contact, and the tech priest stationed in the vault had also disappeared. Linyo relayed the message to Andrew, who then forwarded it to the Silent Sister. A little while later, the Silent Sister arrived at the vault in the bottom nest and found a crater 5 meters deep and approximately 20 meters in diameter at the scene. The surface of the crater showed severe crystallization and carbonization, as if a large fireball had exploded there. However, what was strange was that apart from this pit, there were no other traces at the scene, and even the new recruit team and the tech priest were gone. 5 Silent Sisters gathered around the pit, performing deductions and arguments, finally reaching a reasonable conclusion. This gamma-level illegal etheric nullifiers exploded. Yes, he exploded. Due to his extreme confidence in his psyker, he activated an extremely powerful psyker spell in the bottom nest's treasury. During the spell's activation, the new recruit team and the tech priest put up some resistance, triggering a fatal psyker backlash. Ultimately, the new recruit team and the tech priest, at the cost of their lives, caused the gamma-level etheric nullifiers to self-destruct, forming a massive psyker fireball or electric ball with a temperature exceeding 20,000 degrees and lasting for 1 minute. The surging energy wave vaporized those at the scene, leaving behind a huge pit. This was the course of the incident. The brave new recruits and the tech priest defended Epimedius with their lives. Whatever the Silent Sister said was true, they were professionals, how could they make a mistake? Linyo clapped his hands in admiration upon hearing this deduction and immediately drafted an announcement to publicly commend the new recruits and the tech priest. The families of the 5 new recruits were promoted to live and work in the middle nest, thus shedding their identity as bottom nest residents. How to commend the sacrificed tech priest became a minor issue. Linyo reviewed the database and found that this tech priest had no biological or legal parents, he was born in a cultivation factory on Mars, a product of artificial synthesis, truly without father or mother. After careful consideration, Linyo decided to send the commendation letter and bonus to this tech priest's mentor. Additionally, Linyo prepared to purchase mining equipment from other sources. He had an idea, he would buy from wherever the Imperial Fists bought. The Imperial Fists were a Space Marine Legion guarding Terra, and they would certainly exercise strict control when selecting equipment suppliers. Upon inquiry, the mining equipment distributed by the Imperial Fists to their subordinate Imperial worlds came from Pyrolaven, an industrial world in the solar system. The price was higher than Mess Raytons, but since it was selected by the Imperial Fists, it must be a quality product. After a star language court communication, Linyo readily placed an order, instructing Pyrolaven to ship the equipment directly to Granite 5. A farce triggered by the Bone Drinkers' retaliation thus came to an end. Linyo had a premonition that such incidents would recur in the future until the Bone Drinkers were completely eradicated. After seeing off the black ship, he began to address the security vulnerabilities exposed by this incident. First, the scanning intensity was still insufficient. Currently, the main scanning force consists of Governor's agents patrolling the spaceport and the spaceport's armed guards. Scanning one ship at a time was too slow, too inefficient, and lacked sufficient deterrence. Linyo invested in building a 10-meter-high scanning tower that would use a high-power auger matrix to regularly scan the entire spaceport. Every vessel within 100 kilometers of the spaceport would be scanned by the scanning tower. Coupled with a dynamically updated security database, this level of scanning intensity would absolutely detect the Bone Drinkers at the first opportunity. However, Taiduo raised an objection. Many vessels were unwilling to be scanned, and even though the spaceport control tower stated that the scan was only for the Bone Drinkers, these ships expressed strong opposition and protest. Linyo was somewhat puzzled as to why this was the case. After Taiduo explained, Linyo understood. Wind can enter, rain can enter, but the king and scanning signals cannot. Linyo, we cannot scan every corner of their ships, nor can they use an auger matrix to scan our nest capital. Especially the Wangting district. Scanning the Wangting district is tantamount to provocation. Tai Duo sat at the table and patiently explained. If someone else's ship has bone drinkers, that's their business. If the bone drinkers don't leave the ship and enter the dock, we cannot take any coercive action against them, because the ship they are on is not our territory. Similarly, scanning signals cannot enter other people's ships without authorization. The scanners of agents and spaceport guards have low power and are not easily detected. But a scanning tower is different, its signal is very strong and difficult to bypass the ship's auger matrix. Therefore, I suggest you try a different approach. A different approach. Linyo paced by the table, deep in thought. Scanning was not the main point, the real point was that Linyo was worried the bone drinkers might become desperate. For example, by piloting a cargo ship into the spaceport, and after docking, overloading the ship's engines to deliberately create a plasma explosion. An explosion of this magnitude could completely destroy the spaceport and orbital tower, leading to immense losses. He would have to pay hundreds of millions of throne coins for this, while the bone drinkers' loss would only be a few infected individuals in a randomly acquired cargo ship. It was precisely out of concern for such terrorist attacks that Linyo wanted to extend the scanning signal to 100 kilometers around the spaceport, to deeply scan every vessel. However, Tai Duo also had a point. Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. If he didn't want others to scan the Wangting district with an auger matrix, then he shouldn't scan other people's ships with a scanning tower. This principle of reciprocity also applied in the Imperium of Man in the Warhammer world. Tai Duo, do you have any good suggestions? Linyo sat back at the table and asked. My suggestion is that you share the security database with visiting vessels, allowing them to use their own auger matrix to scan themselves. It takes at least half an hour from when a ship leaves the warp until it completes docking procedures. This half hour is enough for us to transmit bone drinkers related security data to them. Tai Duo raised her index finger and wiggled it. However, there's one undeniable drawback to doing this. If there are bone drinkers on board, our security data will fall into their hands. They will then adjust their methods to evade our scans. Tai Duo had a point, sharing the security database was an idea, but the fear was that the database would fall into the hands of the bone drinkers. Linyo and Tai Duo invited the heads of the Nest Capital departments to join them. Everyone in the conference room brainstormed for several hours, finally coming up with a relatively perfect solution. The inspiration for this idea came from the Spaceport Orbital Tower commander. His name was Hen Labby Winger. He was a man about 50 years old, with salt and pepper hair. Years ago, he suffered from lung disease due to cosmic radiation and had to replace his respiratory system with artificial implants, and his vocal cords became a sound array device. Lord Wilsey, I think we can start with supply materials. Winger said through his throat sound array device. Based on my experience, every ship performs two supply operations after docking, one is discharging sewage, and the other is replenishing fresh water. The spaceport charges a fee for this. Only after payment can visiting vessels proceed with water-related supplies. You implemented a series of sewage pond monitoring measures in the bottom nest, right? Perhaps you could apply the same measures to monitoring the sewage discharged by ships. Olowin, the head of the engineering department responsible for the bottom nest sewage pond monitoring project, nodded. I agree with Winger's suggestion, but there's a technical hurdle that needs to be overcome. The sewage ponds we monitor in the bottom nest are mainly used to hold domestic wastewater. Ship sewage contains not only domestic wastewater but also lubricant from propulsion systems, coolant from ship engines, condensate from air circulation systems, etc. The molecular formulas of some of these chemical components overlap with some of the bone drinkers' metabolic byproducts, which could lead to misjudgment. Everyone nodded slightly in agreement. Linyo sat at the head of the table and asked. Winger, when ships discharge sewage, do they separate the water? No, my lord, they mix all the sewage together and discharge it, and it's uniformly processed by the spaceport's water purification plant. Linyo asked again. Can we require ships to separate different types of sewage first, and then discharge them by category? Winger pursed his lips and shook his head, lines appearing on his forehead. I'm afraid not, my lord. We don't have the authority to require them to do so. Linyo thought for a moment. How much engine coolant do we collect from visiting vessels each year? The so-called engine coolant refers to light water radioactive material with a large amount of water. Compared to general light water radioactive material, ship engine coolant contains more water, accounting for over 90% of its total mass. Therefore, in many extreme situations, crew members can sustain life by drinking engine coolant. Winger pulled up relevant records on his data pad. Last year alone, we collected approximately 500,000 cubic meters of this type of pollutant. The radioactive waste within it accounted for one-third of the Nest Capital's total radioactive waste production last year. Chapter 173, First Visit to the Webway. 500,000 cubic meters of coolant annually. That much? Linyo raised an eyebrow, a plan to turn passive into active and waste into treasure forming in his mind. Yes, sir. Winger calculated on his data slate and said. According to the airport control tower's measurements, this year's airport visit volume is 4 times that of last year, mainly due to a significant increase in synthetic starch export trade. Conservatively estimated, the engine coolant we handle throughout this year will reach 2 million cubic meters. The economic revenue we generate by receiving coolant is 20 million throne coins. 2 million cubic meters of engine coolant, assuming water accounts for 90%, contains 1.9 million cubic meters of pure water. After the second generation poison to starch catalyst appeared, what Lienyo lacked was water. The palea antioxidant fungus provided him with an efficient method for purifying light water radiation. In Lienyo's eyes, these 2 million cubic meters of coolant were not just coolant, but the pure water he had longed for. The key was that he had to pay for pure water, but when others gave him coolant, he could collect money. It was equivalent to others not only giving him pure water but also giving him money. Where could one find such a good business that earns twice from one transaction? Wenger, discuss with your department members and draft a preferential project for sewage diversion. For any vessel willing to cooperate with us in sewage diversion before discharging wastewater, we can offer a discount when they resupply, for example, reducing the discharge price of engine coolant by 30%. Do you think this is feasible? I think it's fine. The bulk of the sewage treatment cost is engine coolant, and a 30% discount is quite substantial. They will agree. Very good. Lienyo turned his head to look at the head of the engineering department. I'll even arrange an engineering team to modify the airport's sewage collection pipelines to separate different types of sewage, to be treated by different water purification plants. Among these, the water purification plant responsible for treating light water radiation will be constructed by my umbrella group. The remaining water purification plants will be arranged according to existing water purification plans. For the ship's domestic wastewater, use the method of monitoring the lower nest sewage pools to monitor them, and report any abnormal monitoring results to the legal department at any time. Yes, sir. Everyone discussed some details, and Lienyo then announced the meeting adjourned but did not get up to leave. He kept Taiduo and called Isabel, explaining his treatment plan for light water radiation to them. I recently invented an antioxidant that is toxic to the human body. Its toxicity is ineffective against water orb fungus. Water orb fungus cultivated with this antioxidant can be used to separate pure water from radioactive material. I need you two to build a water purification plant specifically for treating light water radiation, based on this second-generation water orb fungus reactor blueprint. The safety level of the new equipment and plant will be top secret. Once everything is ready, we can try to procure light water radiation from external sources to create a new source of profit. Lienyo sent the encrypted document to Taiduo and Isabel via data slate. The antioxidant he mentioned was an artificial compound made from the antioxidant enzyme of the palea antioxidant fungus, with a technical treatment approach consistent with poison to starch amylase. This enzyme is harmful to the human body, causing problems such as tooth loss, dry hair, and yellowing and wrinkling of the skin, so it cannot be used for prolonging life for now. After Lienyo's treatment, the chemical composition of the antioxidant had no direct relation to the antioxidant enzyme, allowing for safe and bold use. In terms of technology, Taiduo and Isabel admired Lienyo wholeheartedly and could not offer any advice. But in terms of practical application, the two still had some insights. The impact of your new technology is no less than that of synthetic starch. By then, the Mechanic-Use will probably send a sage to inspect it again, Taiduo said, her concern outweighing her joy, and faint vertical lines appearing between her eyebrows. The new synthetic starch turns waste into food, which can alleviate riots caused by hunger and has significant social implications. However, the synthetic starch industry has few competitors, so the conflicts arising from it are not intense. But the radioactive waste industry is different. Profits are high, and there are many competitors, most of whom are governors with no bottom line, caring only about money and material taxes. If they knew that the governor of Epimedius had invented a perfect formula for separating pure water from radioactive material, the entire radioactive waste treatment market would definitely fall into chaos. By then, it is highly probable that many star district governors, who have influence in the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, would jointly request the Ministry of Internal Affairs to make the formula public. This situation is definitely not something a single planet governor can handle, and it is absolutely likely to occur. Boss, I think the madam's concerns are valid. Isabel pushed up her glasses and advised. I suggest we keep a low profile and not procure light water radiation externally for now. At least until we complete the first transaction of the synthetic starch formula, it's not suitable to make new moves, otherwise, it's too easy to attract malicious schemes from ill-intentioned people. Lienyo nodded slowly, agreeing with what the two said. He had the Orc Pair army at hand, but he couldn't use them openly, so he was essentially still a small planet governor. He couldn't be overly ambitious and should keep a low profile. We'll go with your suggestion, act discreetly, not expand business externally, and only handle light water radiation within the nest capital. Lienyo set the tone for the implementation of the plan. Taiduo and Isabel breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing was more reassuring than a governor who listened to advice. The three discussed in the conference room until evening. Lienyo invited them to his place for dinner, and they continued discussing details after dinner. Near 9 o'clock in the evening, after seeing off Taiduo and Isabel, the day's work came to an end. The security of the new plant and new equipment was the responsibility of Amy. The girl had suffered a minor setback at the hands of a Gamma-level psyker last time and was afraid that Lienyo would think she was not capable enough, so she had always wanted to perform well. Before entering the bedroom, Lienyo sent a message to Amy, asking her to meet Taiduo and Isabel tomorrow to discuss security work. Wait, what day of the week is tomorrow? Lienyo checked his data slate. Tomorrow was Friday, and the weekend was the day after tomorrow. Lienyo changed the wording of the message, moving the meeting time between Amy and Taiduo to the day after tomorrow. With the matters related to separating pure water and radioactive waste arranged, there were two main priorities before him. One was to upgrade the lifespan of gauze weapons. Currently, under high-intensity combat conditions, the weapon only had a lifespan of 1 minute, which was too low, at least 1 hour would be enough. Secondly, he had to find a way to utilize the radioactive waste after separating the light-water radiation. Lin Yo pondered that he might find a feasible solution in orc technology. The main component of radioactive waste is radioactive isotopes, which can be separated and purified through ion exchange. This step is completed by the new water orb fungus bioreactor. Now the question is, what can the recovered radioactive isotopes be used for? This touched upon Lin Yo's blind spot in knowledge. After consulting relevant material in the database, he found that recovered radioactive isotopes had quite a few uses. Refabricating them into fuel rods and reusing them in plasma reactors was the first option. In addition, they could also be used for sterilization, cancer treatment, tracer production, and dating. All these options were feasible, the only drawback being the high cost, far less economical than directly launching radioactive waste into the sun. Lin Yo pondered that he should be able to find a more cost-effective solution in orc technology. For example, making radioactive isotopes into ammunition and adding them to the magazines of gauze weapons. This way, the gauze weapons he developed would no longer rely on irradiation techniques and could be publicly revealed. Perhaps he could even gain the attention of the Imperial Department of Military Affairs and become an emerging Imperial Army arms dealer. Thinking this, Lin Yo clicked on the save interface and looked at the save file of Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. Save to, Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. Save brief. After obtaining the Black Bean Sprout's Netherworld access device, the Tech Boss and Tech Boys of the Orc Pirate Fleet fully dedicated themselves to deciphering this device. They spent half a month repairing the damaged access device and another month understanding how to operate it. In the past few days, the Tech Boss has been trying to open the webway entrance. If all goes well, Big Black Tooth's fleet will be the first Orc fleet to enter the webway through normal means. Not bad. With the Orc Pirate Fleet paving the way for me, it will be much easier for me to lead my own fleet to open the webway entrance in the future. Lin Yo smiled slightly, quite satisfied, and took out a magic spores to eat before loading the save. His consciousness traversed the Star Sea, and soon arrived at a vast void. Here, apart from 3 Orc Pirate Fleet vessels, there were no other void entities. It should be an uninhabited area specifically chosen by Big Black Tooth to attempt entering and exiting the webway. His consciousness passed through layers of ship compartments into the ship's bridge, and Lin Yo awoke inside Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. The first thing that caught his eye was the Netherworld access device snatched from the Black Bean Sprouts. After repairs and modifications by the Tech Boss and Tech Boys, this device presented a unique artistic style. The eerie aesthetic of the Dark Eldar intertwined with the rugged style of the Orc bosses, forming a strange beauty that was both bloody and terrifying, yet somewhat comical. The outer casing of the Netherworld access device was a deep black alloy, its surface covered with complex runes and patterns, inlaid with bone carvings and dried flesh as decoration. Under the light, the casing reflected a hazy, oily sheen, instinctively causing a physiological aversion. But don't forget, when this device fell into the hands of the Orc, its shell was corroded by strong acid by more than half. The damaged parts were covered with rough metal plates, full of rivets and weld marks, and red and purple paint formed a red and purple checkered pattern, full of the roughness of the Orc, forming a stark contrast with the twisted taste of the Dark Eldar. These two vastly different styles merged into one, leaving Lin Yo stunned. Listen up, all of you. We're about to begin the 10th activation experiment. All of you, be energetic, don't be wishy-washy like a shrimp. If anyone dares to make a mistake, I'll kick his butt. Did you hear me? Heard you, heard you. Hurry up and start, Tech Boss. I can't wait. The Tech Boss stood on the high platform of the bridge, directing, while the Tech Boys gathered around the Netherworld access device, responding loudly. The Tech Boss pointed to the corner of the bridge. Power on. The Tech Boy who received the order pulled down the switch, and crackling electrical sparks traveled along the wires on the ground to the Netherworld access device. The access device shook for a while, clattering like an old car, and black smoke billowed from the cracks in its shell. It's smoking now, does that mean the experiment failed again? Lin Yo watched with wide eyes, and Guga's instinct told him that smoking and catching fire were normal phenomena, no need to make a fuss. Pour in the squig stinky water. The Tech Boss shouted. The Tech Boy opened the valve of the water pipe, and yellowish-green liquid flowed through the pipe into the access device. The squig stinky water is an insulating coolant, not squig excrement, it got its name because its smell is as bad as squig excrement. The yellowish-green liquid gurgled and bubbled in the access device, and a strong stench wafted out, causing the boys on site to put on their respirators in unison. Connect the dotted line pipes. Get the weird boys moving. A metal plug the size of a wash basin was inserted into the access device's slot, and sparks crackled from the pipes, with static electricity traveling from the access device to the dotted line nearby. There were a total of 10 weird boys responsible for operating the dotted line, all submerged in amniotic fluid tanks. Upon receiving the information flow from the access device, the weird boys began to shriek, wildly absorbing universal shinic material from the surrounding orcs. The weird boy absorbed 1 unit of universal shinic material from you. The weird boy absorbed 1 unit of universal shinic material from you. Several lines of system text floated across Lin Yo's eyes. The 10 weird boys suddenly shouted in unison. We succeeded. We see the nearby webway nodes. Quick, show me. Big Black Tooth heard the cheers and rushed onto the high platform like a whirlwind. At his command, the weird boys exerted their full power, outputting shinic encoding to the dotted line's holographic device. Whoosh. The holographic device projected a light screen, presenting a magnificent webway node map in front of the orcs. This was a 3-dimensional dot matrix map, with vast stardust, like a brilliant nebula. The map's scope covered all webway entrances and exits within 1 light-year, with each node marked by a flickering light point. At first glance, this map was magnificent and splendid, but in reality, it concealed deadly dangers. Most of the webway entrance and exit light points were dim gray, meaning they were damaged due to disrepair over the years and had long since lost their function. These nodes were like forgotten ruins, silently floating in the void, unnoticed. Occasionally, a few nodes flickered with strange, iridescent light, the colors of which were red, green, blue, or purple, and some even displayed several different colors simultaneously. This was a sign of corruption by chaos demons. It goes without saying that these corrupted nodes portended ill, and entering them was tantamount to seeking death. Fortunately, in addition to the damaged and corrupted nodes, there were also a very small number of nodes flickering with golden light, a healthy and precious color. These safe nodes were like lighthouses in the dark. In the past, they only served the Slann and the Eldar. Now, the orcs would officially intervene in the webway, becoming a new force of speedsters within it. Big Black Tooth raised his power sword, pointing to the nearest golden node, excitedly gesticulating. Go. To here. I can't wait. Get moving, boys. Hurry. The bridge received the order, and the ship set sail with a slight tremor. A warp rift appeared in front of the fleet, and 3 ships entered it, returning to real space 3 minutes later. At this time, the fleet's position was more than 5,000 kilometers from the webway node, making warp travel unsuitable. They could only approach it using normal cruising mode. Linyo aimed at the golden node on the webway node map and cast appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, Star Bridge, T19-00A06. Type, Safe Webway Node. Description: Star Bridge, T19 is a transportation hub located within the webway, built by the Old Ones. After entering this hub from the webway node, one can travel to other areas of the webway or return to real space through the hub's webway entrances and exits. Please note, node safety only means that passing through this node can reach the designated destination, it does not mean the destination is also safe. The most crucial information on the panel was the last sentence. Node safety only meant that the node's destination had not been tampered with, it did not mean that the destination was absolutely safe. Linyo aimed at the colored nodes and gray nodes and cast appraisal technique, and the appraisal results confirmed the importance of the above sentence. For example, the panel information for one red node was as follows. Name, Eldar Scar, T8, EGT88. Type, Webway node corrupted by Kern. Description: The destination of this node has been tampered with, visitors will enter Kern's Chaos Realm and face Kern's Daemon Guards directly. The red nodes were corrupted by Kern, the green by Nurgle, the blue by Tsianch, and the pink by Slaanesh. The pink nodes were the most numerous, at least half of the corrupted nodes were Slaanesh's masterpieces, and these nodes were all built by the Eldar, bearing the Eldar Scar tag. Linyo pondered for a moment, deciding to figure out the mechanical witchcraft for handling radioactive waste before entering the webway, to avoid any accidents that might delay him after entering. With this thought, Linyo turned and drilled into Guga's workshop, digging out a palm-sized green cube from a box. This object was recycled radioactive waste. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a very faint tingling sensation. Linyo placed it with the laser gun and activated his I Reckon power. You are searching Guga's gene knowledge base for mechanical witchcraft that uses radioactive waste as ammunition. Search complete. Search results, 2 items. Search result 1, green slime bullet. Learning cost, 100 skill points. Description: cut radioactive waste into small pieces, roll them into pellets, and fire them from a railgun to obtain green slime bullets with electric shock and radioactive damage effects. This pellet is a variant of plasma bullets. Search result 2, green treasure dot. Learning cost, 1000 skill points. Description: green treasure used well, electricity will not be lacking. This is a portable plasma reactor that can convert radioactive waste into electrical energy or radioactive particle beams at any time. You can decide what kind of energy the green treasure outputs by switching buttons. Green treasure? Good stuff. Green slime bullet is also good, its difficulty to whitewash is lower than that of green treasure and it can be used in conjunction with self-developed gauze weapons. Linyo's eyes lit up, and he exchanged both mechanical witchcraft blueprints. Witchcraft knowledge surged in his mind, and at the same time, the pirate fleet's speed rapidly decreased, finally coming to a complete stop. When Linyo came to his senses, Big Black Tooth was excitedly urging the tech boss to open the webway entrance. A large amount of universal Shinik material was absorbed by the Weird Boys, and the webway access device's shaking intensified, giving a faint feeling of impending collapse. A black beam of light shot from the ship's bow focuser, and the brass-colored webway outer wall appeared in front of the ship. Big Black Tooth waved his hand forward, his power sword pointing at the webway outer wall. Go. Full speed ahead. Waik. Now I can also slip around as fast as the black bean sprouts. The pirate fleet accelerated again and again, 3 ships rushed towards the outer wall, and a giant entrance appeared on the outer wall, completely dark inside. Before the 3 ships were about to drill into the webway node, Linyo suddenly remembered something. How did the webway access device determine which ships had access and which did not? Was it judged by whether the ship had an access device installed? If so, then wouldn't only one pirate ship be able to enter, and the other 2 couldn't? As Linyo thought of this question, Big Black Tooth suddenly let out a strange cry. No. Stop. All stop. My other 2 ships don't have access devices. Stop quickly. Stop quickly. Marilla. Boom. The battleship plunged headfirst into the pitch-black webway. The webway entrance instantly closed, and the webway outer wall vanished without a trace. The other two battleships glided for a distance before stopping, the boys and Gretchen on board staring at each other. The scene became a bit awkward. Chapter 174 The Hole Under the Golden Toilet. Lienyo had envisioned countless ways to enter the webway. When he actually entered, only two words echoed in his mind: darkness and silence. Especially the silence. The silence here was not just quiet, without sound, but also a magnetic field level of tranquility. The cosmic background radiation disappeared. The disturbance caused by warp energy to the physical universe vanished without a trace. The emotional fluctuations of living beings were no longer affected by the warp. Even orcs, who were naturally boisterous, became peaceful at this moment. Lienyo personally saw the mischievous Gretchen gradually relax his facial muscles, the lines changing from tense to soft, his eyes turning from sharp to placid, as if a part of his emotional mechanism had been stripped away. However, this situation quickly became a thing of the past. When the boys saw the crystal city outside the porthole, the atmosphere on site was immediately ignited, switching from silence to revelry. Wow, so many shiny things. Waik. I didn't see wrong, did I? The whole city is made of shiny and glittering stuff. This is too cool. I want that pointy tower. Well, Lienyo retracted his previous opinion. The disappearance of cosmic background radiation and the warp did not turn orcs into quiet creatures, they were merely adapting to the environment earlier. Turning his head to look out the porthole, a magnificent city came into view, breathtakingly beautiful. Countless crystal-like spires and arches interconnected, forming complex yet orderly three-dimensional geometric patterns, each building resembling a meticulously carved gigantic diamond, gem, or gold ornament. Big Black Tooth's pirate ship was only the size of a grain of rice compared to this crystal city, and the city itself, compared to the webway space, was merely a small ping-pong ball on a football field, equally tiny, equally insignificant. Soft light scattered from within the buildings, illuminating the space for thousands of kilometers around, while the area below the city was pitch black, like a terrifying abyss, and directly above the city was a perfectly circular opening. This opening was connected to the city by a long, narrow metal corridor. The metal material of the corridor was out of place with the city's crystal buildings, possibly built by other visitors. What is this place? Is it the webway central city built by the old ones? Lienyo thought to himself, then suddenly heard a popping sound from the amniotic tank. The boys were shouting and yelling at the distant crystal city, and apart from Lienyo, no one noticed the anomaly in the amniotic tank. One weird boy's head exploded, and the fragments of his brain were tumbling in the artificially synthesized amniotic fluid, with dense bubbles accumulating at the top of the water. Lienyo was slightly startled, a premonition of ill omen rising in his heart. His gaze swept over the weird boys in the other 9 amniotic tanks, and the ominous feeling grew even stronger. The weird boys, who had originally been lively and enjoying the sensation of absorbing universal shinic material in their tanks, now became taciturn, their expressions dull, their eyes vacant, as if their brains had crashed. Lienyo waved his arm at Big Black Tooth on the high platform. Boss, a weird boy is gone. The bridge was noisy, with an incessant din. Lienyo called out several times before Big Black Tooth finally looked down at the tech boy below. What? What did you say? I said. The weird boy is gone. Pop. Another crisp explosion, and a second weird boy with an exploded head appeared on the scene. This time, Big Black Tooth noticed the anomaly on the dot map without Lienyo needing to remind him. Holy crap. There's bad stuff. Very powerful and awesome bad stuff. As an orc pirate boss, Big Black Tooth was well traveled and immediately understood the situation, urgently shouting at the top of his lungs. Raise the green dam, open the bad stuff shield, hurry. Everyone stop yelling. You, quickly raise the green dam, open the bad stuff shield. Big Black Tooth jumped up and down anxiously, even leaping down from the high platform and kicking the boys controlling the green dam and the bad stuff, one kick each. Buzz buzz. A dull sound came from deep within the ship, the green dam's light lit up first, followed by the bad stuff shield that filled the entire ship. Under the illumination of the 2 green lights, one after another, dense black lines were pushed out of the ship by the bad stuff shield, and unwilling roars and sharp explosions echoed throughout the bridge. Unbeknownst to them, many dark figures had actually sneaked into the orc pirate ship. The bad stuff shield was used to isolate chaos demons. Therefore, these black figures pushed out by the shield were all chaos demons. Lienyo took a sharp intake of breath, aimed at a black figure, and cast appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, Murder Demon of Drachnien. Type, Minor Daemon of an Undivided Chaos Gods. Description: Drachnien is an undivided chaos gods not belonging to Nurgle, Kern, Tseanch, or Slaanesh, born from humanity's first murder. The black figure you encountered is merely a minor daemon under Drachnien. These minor demons inherit their master's talent for murder, capable of silently killing opponents. Drachnien. Lienyo rummaged through his memories for anything related to this, finding that he had no impression of this undivided chaos gods. However, judging from the description of the appraisal result, this daemon and its child should not be underestimated, otherwise, they would certainly suffer a nasty defeat. Looking at the amniotic tanks on the dot map again, the remaining 8 weird boys regained consciousness, jabbering and cursing the bad stuff. Damn bad stuff, they almost messed up my brain. I'm gonna shove their heads up their butts. Everyone shut up. Big Black Tooth jumped back onto the high platform and shouted. Turn the finder's power to maximum, I want to know what treasures are in that shiny city. Also, weird boys, get to work, find the webway node to return the way we came, my 2 ships are still waiting outside. Hurry. The finder emitted beeping sounds, the 8 weird boys closed their eyes, and bubbles churned in the amniotic tanks. After half a minute, the finder emitted a high-pitched alarm. Beep boop, listen up, boys. That city is very tricky, full of tough stuff made by the Eldar. I saw many shiny robots and shrimp. If we just sail in like this, we'll definitely be blown to pieces. Hiss, shiny robots, this is a bit difficult. Big Black Tooth muttered, then glared at the weird boys. Have you found the way back? Boss, I have to tell you some bad news. The weird boy gestured towards the stern of the ship. The webway node to return the way we came is right behind our ship, but we can't open it. Can't open it? Why? Because that node is covered by bad stuff. The weird boy manipulated the dot map, projecting a holographic image of the ship's stern. In the image, the brass-colored wall of the webway was not far behind the ship, but a thick black curtain had appeared there. Looking closely, this black curtain was clearly composed of countless black shadow demons. They covered the entrance and exit of the webway node, preventing the open signal from the netherworld access device from reaching the node. Open fire, blast these bad stuff away. Big Black Tooth urged the helmsman kid to adjust the ship's position, and the gunnery team quickly loaded the macro cannons. Bang! The ship vibrated violently, and a metal cannonball 300 meters in diameter shot out. The black shadows covering the wall instantly moved away, clearing a large area. Under the orc's gaze, the metal cannonball crashed against the webway wall with a clang. Boom! Crack 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 crack! After the huge explosion, a chilling cracking sound followed, and spider-web-like cracks spread across the wall. The weird boy shrieked. Oh no! Boss! Oh no! We blew up the node. What? Big Black Tooth was furious, jumping 3 meters high. Oh well, this is screwed. Linyo was speechless for a moment, his mouth twitching, preparing for the loss of Guga. He had certainly learned a lesson this time. Webway travel was not as good as imagined. Except for a very few well-maintained nodes, most webway nodes that looked safe on the outside were actually big traps, or even traps set by demons. Before he brought the Green Dam Peru in the future, he must make foolproof preparations. Rushing in carelessly like Big Black Tooth would definitely be a one-way trip. Now look, he can't get out, and can only stare blankly at that crystal city. Not to mention the so-called shiny robots on that city, just the food problem alone could wear down the orcs on this ship. Oh, food. A faint light lit up in Linyo's eyes, realizing he had overlooked a very important detail. When navigating the webway, the most feared thing was not getting lost, nor encountering demons and black bean sprouts, but rather a lack of supplies. Linyo was unsure about the state of the webway during the old one's time, but in this era, there were no agricultural planets in the webway like in the physical universe. From the raw materials of food, farmlands, and production lines, to the purification plants after food becomes waste, all are basic issues that need to be resolved before entering the webway. From this perspective, Linyo found that he had a huge advantage in exploring the webway. He can transport materials inside and outside the webway through WarHammer simulation. For example, in the Nest Capital, accumulate edible fungi as a human, store them in the fungus warehouse, and then perform WarHammer simulation to transport the food to the ship exploring the webway. Similarly, waste accumulated on the ship can also be taken out after being biodegraded by fungi. This solved the most basic survival problem. Linyo rubbed his hands excitedly, clicked on the system interface, and wanted to confirm whether he could end the simulation normally. The message popped up by the system made him quite satisfied. You are about to perform a simulation settlement. Your simulated character Guga is in the webway, and your main body is in the physical universe. When settling this time, the system needs to additionally levy 10,000 simulation points and 100 magic spores. Do you want to end the simulation immediately and settle? System prompt: when the simulated character is in the webway, the price of possession will increase. Please refer to the fee list before starting the next simulation for details. The additional levy of 10,000 points and 100 magic spores was just a drop in the bucket. Compared to the convenience of transporting materials across the webway, this extra expense was really nothing. A vast plan emerged in Linyo's mind. He might be able to build his own stronghold in the webway, and move rare items obtained in the physical universe into the stronghold in the webway. When these collections are needed in the future, they can then be brought to the physical universe through WarHammer simulation. Following this line of thought, things like ships, space fortresses, and the Gun's army can also be moved into the webway. Wouldn't this avoid the Horus heresy? Linyo clenched his fist and hammered his palm, his heart burning, and he found his goal for the next 10 years. Beep beep da. The noise kid in the bridge sounded a prompt, and the noise kid shouted. Boss, a shrimp communication signal wants to connect. Shrimp? Connect and see. Alright. Big Black Tooth traveled north and south, and has not been caught until now, relying on cross-racial communication and exchange. As the pirate lord, he had long mastered Low Gothic, and communicating face-to-face with the shrimp was no problem. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Static crackled across the bridge, and a golden shining man was projected onto the holographic device, with a bright red feather crest on top of his helmet, like a horse's mane. It's the Custodes. The Emperor's golden corn. Big Black Tooth was startled, his aura weakened by several points, and his body trembled slightly. The Custodes on the communication screen spoke in a cold tone and Low Gothic. From your appearance and ship markings, you are Big Black Tooth, the orc pirate leader roaming the Dim Star region, right? I'll give you a piece of advice, head towards 4 o'clock from your bow. At the end of the route, there is a webway node not yet occupied by demons. Leave from there. This custode seems quite easy to talk to. Lin Yo's gaze moved from the communication screen to the crystal city outside the bridge, then slid upwards along the metal corridor on the city's high tower, finally stopping at the opening at the top. Behind the custodes was the street scene of the crystal city, with glistening white crystals paving the road, and on both sides of the road whirling bone structures created by the Eldar, seemingly called Wraith Knights, which should be the shining robots in orc slang. The custodes' background matched the distant view of the crystal city, which meant the custodes was currently standing in that city, and the city's highest tower was connected to the opening above through a metal corridor. Lin Yo's pupils contracted slightly, and his eyes slowly widened. He seemed to know where he was. It is said that there is a damaged webway entrance under the Emperor's golden toilet, and the webway entrance needs to be repaired and modified before ships can pass through. Before that, only human-sized objects could pass through. After entering the webway from this entrance, one would encounter a webway hub city built by the Eldar more than 10,000 years ago. The Mechanikus and top scientific researchers on Terra were stationed there to repair the webway, with the custodes serving as guards. Lin Yo couldn't remember the name of this hub city. Anyway, in the official novel Lord of Humanity, Magnus made a phone call that destroyed the part of the webway entrance that the Emperor had rebuilt with his people, causing demons to pour into the webway, and this hub city also changed hands, turning from human territory into a demon paradise. So, am I under the golden toilet right now? Then wouldn't the opening in the sky be the Emperor's future butthole? Lin Yo felt suffocated by this sudden truth. On the other side, Big Black Tooth, facing the unexpected golden corn, was stunned for several seconds before responding. That, Big Corn, you're not trying to do something bad, are you? The address Big Corn angered the custodes. The golden armored tough guy in the image raised his halberd and slammed it to the ground with a bang, his voice becoming colder and deeper. Listen up, Big Black Tooth, if you dare to approach this city, our heavy artillery will immediately destroy you. We haven't acted yet because you are in a pile of demons, and your corpses will strengthen that group of rabble. Do you understand what I mean? Do as I say, 4 o'clock from the bow, at the end of the route there is a safe webway node, leave from there. There were many dark shadows lurking on the dot map, which were small demons circling the ship. As the custodes said, dying here, bodies and souls would only become nourishment for demons, giving rise to more demons. Of two evils, choose the lesser. Whether to be devoured by demons, or destroyed by the custodes, or to obediently leave, it all depended on Big Black Tooth's choice. Big Black Tooth's eyes rolled around, quickly weighing his options, and finally chose to believe the custodes' words. All right, I understand, I'll leave now. Remember, don't get close to the city. The custodes left a sentence and ended the communication. The holographic communication screen disappeared. The helmsman kid asked. Boss, should we listen to the shrimp? Let's see what's at 4 o'clock first. Big Black Tooth gave the weird boy a look. The 8 weird boys started scouting, and soon came back with a response. Boss, at the end of the 4 o'clock direction, there is a safe webway node, we can open it and get out from there. Alright, then let's go, my 2 ships are still outside. Big Black Tooth urged the helmsman kid to set sail quickly. The ship accelerated, entering the outermost edge of the hub city's illuminated area, and the shadows outside the ship were dispelled by the light. The finder sounded an alarm, reminding Big Black Tooth that the ship had been locked by multiple auger matrix fire signals, and shelling was just a thought away. Big Black Tooth stomped a few steps on the high platform, sighing unwillingly. Forget it, I'll come back to this shiny city to treasure hunt next time. Let's get out first. Boys, full speed ahead, hugging the edge of the shelling range. Okay, boss. The helmsman kid pulled the lever. The ship noticeably accelerated, drawing an arc at a distance of over 1,000 kilometers from the hub city, heading towards the predetermined destination. The hub city had an artificial atmosphere and gravity environment. At a distance of over 1,000 kilometers, the influence of atmosphere and gravity on the ship was negligible, and the orc pirate ship's cruising speed smoothly increased to over 2,000 kilometers per hour. A moment later, the webway node indicated by the custodes was close at hand. The tech boss directed the tech boys to activate the netherworld access device, and a black webway entrance appeared on the wall, with the orc boys cheering as they rushed in. After that, a scorching aura rushed towards them, and dazzling fire pierced their eyes. Lin Yo never expected that the webway exit would be right next to the surface of a star. Quick! Turn! They! Helm! Big Black Tooth roared hoarsely. The helmsman kid sharply turned the rudder, putting the helm hard over, but the ship was still captured by the star's immense gravity, becoming burning cosmic dust a few breaths later. Inside the hub city, the tech priest tapped the keyboard with his mechanical finger, broadcasting a string of information through the sound array device. Lord Ra Endymion, those greenskins have left. From the ship's cruising speed and heading angle, their chances of crashing on the star's surface are 100%, and the chances of total annihilation are also 100%. By the Emperor, we have once again protected the secret here. Stay vigilant. As you wish, Lord. Ra Endymion picked up his halberd and began a new round of patrol. Chapter 175 We dug up the ribs. The YAOX simulation has ended. Settlement is in progress. Big Black Tooth gave you 1 like, score plus 1000. A total of 1000 simulation points were obtained. Indiana. This simulation Remaining simulation points, approximately 6.8 million. Attention! Simulation character Tech Priest Boy, Gujia has died. Save 2 is invalid. Alright, so this is how we're playing. The webway can be rebuilt if it's broken, but Golden Corn truly cannot be rebuilt anymore. What kind of good person would trick an orc boy into the sun? Linyo woke up in his residence in the Wangting district, lying on the bed, feeling both amused and frustrated, gaining a deeper understanding of the methods of the Imperium of Man's Adeptus Custodes. As the Emperor's most loyal subordinates, the Adeptus Custodes would never show goodwill to Xenos and Chaos Demons. If they did, it would definitely be a conspiracy. Poor Big Black Tooth, his lifetime of glory ultimately ended up in an unknown sun, and Tech Priest Boy, Gujia was buried with him. Linyo felt a moment of sadness, then quickly shook off the fleeting negative emotion. Guga's death brought him several revelations. First, don't trust the Adeptus Custodes' words, unless you are the Emperor. Second, don't trust the appraisal technique results of webway nodes. The word healthy appearing on a node's panel information does not mean that the space connected to the node is safe. When entering the webway from the physical universe, there might be chaos demons, humans, Eldar, black bean sprouts, etc., inside the webway. When entering the physical universe from the webway, be careful of the changes that have occurred in space over the years. The original webway node might have been connected to an empty space, but the webway's establishment was tens of millions of years ago, and in such a long period, an empty space might have dangerous celestial bodies such as stars, neutron stars, or black holes. For such healthy but unknown destination webway nodes, it's best to first send an orc boy squad for reconnaissance, and then proceed deeper. His YAOX simulation has great potential in this regard. Possessing the scouting orc boy, he can obtain first-hand information in real time, thereby judging the quality of webway nodes. This reconnaissance efficiency is absolutely T0 level. Linyo composed himself, opened the system interface, and prepared to start a new simulation. Tech Priest Boy, Gujia's death freed up an empty save slot. Linyo prepared to replace him with a tech boss from the paraplanet. Select the second simulation reward and click Redeem. Reward 2, search for a specified orc boy and simulate him. Please precisely describe the orc boy you wish to simulate. The tech boss of the Steel Warriors tribe. Searching for orc boys related to your description. Search complete. 1 simulation target matching the search criteria found. Calculating simulation price. The simulation target is a tech boss. The starting price for simulation is 30 magic spores. The simulation target is located in the asthenosphere at the top of the mantle. Environmental danger index is 300%. Simulation price increased by 300%. The simulation target has undergone mechanical modification. Modification degree is 90%. Simulation price increased by 900%. The simulation target is in combat. Simulation price increased by 100%. The final simulation price is 30 * 1 plus 300% plus 900% plus 100% equals 420 magic spores. Number of magic spores, 53,647. The first tech boss of the Steel Brave tribe was named Nazg, and he died during the development of a plasma reactor, becoming the ashes of a plasma spark. The current tech boss is the second one. If Linyo remembered correctly, this tech boss was named Guladan, and his obsession with steel was second only to Along. When the plasma reactor exploded, Guladan survived by relying on his steel creations, becoming the new tech boss. Since the construction of the megalith began, the tech boss has been leading a large group of boys in extensive infrastructure construction in the asthenosphere at the top of the mantle. The environmental temperature there can reach over 1000 degrees Celsius, and the pressure is more than 1.5 times that of normal atmospheric pressure. The metal armor commonly used by orc boys is extremely fragile in high temperature and high pressure environments, first turning red from the environmental temperature, then being flattened by the immense pressure. Red-hot metal pieces sticking to the skin would be unbearable even for an orc boy. After much research and experimentation, Linyo discovered that warp energy single crystals are extremely powerful in terms of heat insulation and pressure resistance. Thus, Linyo personally funded and supported the Steel Brave tribe with 1 ton of single crystals, working with tech boss, Guladan to create a single crystal coating. Applying this shiny coating to the external armor can isolate high temperatures and high pressures. As long as the coating is not damaged, the tech boys will not be in danger of losing their lives. Linyo had anticipated the environmental factors in the simulation price calculation, but what was the situation with combat? Were the orc boys having an internal conflict? Was Paraplanet under attack? It shouldn't be, otherwise he would have received a save brief. Linyo pondered for a moment, clicked the interface, and confirmed to proceed with the simulation. The system automatically consumed 420 magic spores from the fungus warehouse, and Linyo's consciousness flew out of his body, traveling through the star sea. He arrived above Paraplanet, quickly scanned the situation on the surface, which was peaceful, with no signs of enemy invasion, indicating that the danger tech boss, Guladan encountered came from underground. Could it be that monsters spawned in the asthenosphere? Could monsters survive in such temperatures and pressures? That would be too bizarre. Consciousness plunged into the ground, falling straight down along the vertical shaft under construction. Along the way, Linyo saw many orc boys moving through the caves around the vertical shaft. The megalith-class orc space fortress has a complete ecological environment, and this ecological environment is established beneath the surface of the megalith, not on it. According to the megalith construction blueprints plan, 20 to 30 kilometers underground is the deep mining area and resource reserve area. This area has a large amount of low-temperature rock formations, with temperatures consistently below zero, suitable for storing perishable food, crops, seeds, embryos, specimens, and data. After orc boys finish mining rare metals, they will transform the ore beds into warehouses for storing resources, achieving a situation where mining areas and reserve areas are constructed sequentially. 5 to 20 kilometers underground is the industrial and energy area. Tech boys will build supercritical fluid-driven turbines to extract heat from the asthenosphere and convert it into electrical energy and waste heat using silicon carbide pipes. Silicon carbide can directly convert heat into electrical energy, with power generation efficiency comparable to traditional coal power. The massive electrical energy thus generated will be used for the production and construction of orc boy industries. From silicon carbide, it is not difficult to see that there is a clear difference between the Imperium of Man's power generation technology and the orc boy's existence. The Imperium of Man generally uses plasma reactors as the power source for Imperial worlds, which is a centralized energy supply solution. Orc boys are very different, they use a distributed energy supply solution, which means evenly distributing the silicon carbide pipes that produce electrical energy in every corner of the megalith. Both power generation technologies have their pros and cons. The Imperium of Man's power generation technology is quick to yield results, with a short project construction period. As long as there is a plasma reactor and a power grid, it can supply electricity. The orc boy's power generation technology is based on extremely long basic construction, usually starting at 10 years. However, before the first silicon carbide power grid is laid, Paraplanet's power source will still be plasma reactors. The 300 meters of soil near the surface act as a natural barrier to block scanning signals and are not developed or utilized. Below 300 meters and above 5 kilometers is the three-dimensional combat readiness zone. All military facilities in the combat readiness zone can be raised to the surface for use. These military facilities include mobile electromagnetic cannon arrays, used to intercept attacks from hypersonic weapons and atmospheric aircraft. Nano sandstorm generators, used to create sky-obscuring sandstorms, with sand particles composed of tungsten carbide, which can both disable the optical modules of various scanning devices and outline invisible objects through the sandstorm, then capture them with a finder. Distributed missile silos and laser arrays, used to destroy small aircraft below the stratosphere, such as low-altitude drone swarms. At a depth of 5 kilometers underground, there is a 100-meter-thick artificial magma moat, made of artificial magma. This planet-wide magma moat can provide kinetic energy buffering to prevent the three-dimensional combat readiness zone from collapsing due to orbital bombardment, and also completely separate the area below 5 kilometers underground from the surface. In addition to these facilities, there are also horizontal rail trains connecting different vertical shafts, and ground-to-air shells accelerated and launched by vertical shafts. The shells are divided into two types, cluster and heavy artillery. The former can disperse into countless warheads in near-surface orbit and space, creating an extremely wide-ranging anti-air net, while the latter focuses on one-on-one lethality, capable of crushing the void shields of ships below battleships with its own mass alone. Once the megalith is complete, Liño won't be afraid even if the Imperium of Man uses whirlwind torpedoes to cleanse the area. Of course, such an awesome space fortress will take a long time to even take shape. Liño calculated that he could get the construction progress to about 30% within 10 years. By then, Paraplanet will have the ability to withstand continuous bombardment from whirlwind torpedoes. After 30 years, when the construction progress reaches 90%, the megalith will possess gravity wave weapons. At that time, no matter how many enemies come, they will die. There will be no such thing as a natural enemy. In that situation, the only way to destroy the megalith head-on would be a super horizon strike launched from outside the local solar system. This terrifying long-range strike capability, in the WarHammer40k world, seems to be possessed only by the Necron. Wait. Necron. Oh my gosh. We wouldn't have dug into a Necron tomb, would we? Liño's heart skipped a beat, and his consciousness plunged into Tech Boss, Gulatin's body. As he abruptly opened his eyes, dozens of metallic beetles crawled on the pitch-black ground. The surrounding tech boys fired their weapons, killing these beetles on the spot. Looking towards the source of the beetles, a faint green light entered his vision, and Liño's pupils constricted sharply. It was a black, living metal wall, with a distinct liquid texture, its surface covered with hollow geometric patterns. The edges were sharp like knife cuts, and fluorescent green light flowed through the patterns, ancient yet advanced. The double doors on the wall slid 20 centimeters to the sides, revealing a vertical slit, from which metallic beetles crawled out in groups. The space inside the door was vast and complex, with faint glimpses of canisters and humanoid shadows standing on either side of the path, and specks of green light flickering in the depths. This is truly a huge mess. Deep beneath Paraplanet, a Necron tomb was hidden. This is messed up, this planet can't be kept. Liño felt a chill run from his tailbone straight to the top of his head. He forced himself to calm down and look down at his own situation. Tech Boss, Gulatin's mechanization was very high, reaching 90%, which meant that apart from his head, heart, and spine, all other parts were mechanical constructs. Mechanical arms, mechanical legs, bionic endoskeletons, mechanical organs, artificial nerve bundles and blood vessels, artificial muscle groups composed of hydraulic pistons. The surface of all these components was covered with a layer of warp energy monocrystalline coating, designed to withstand high temperatures and pressures. Gulatin had also equipped himself with a holographic vision system. From the environmental data of the holographic view, a certain tech-based force field was active, isolating the high temperature and pressure near the asthenosphere, creating environmental parameters similar to the surface. The source of this force field, needless to say, was the Necron tomb 100 meters ahead. However, is this really the entrance to a Necron tomb world? Why does the entrance seem a bit small? Linyo squinted his eyes slightly, aimed at the living metal wall, and cast appraisal technique. Appraisal successful. Name, ruined disassembly furnace of the Aiden dynasty. Description: Millions of years ago, the Aiden dynasty intended to establish a tomb world on your paraplanet, but for unknown reasons, Pharaoh Aiden of that dynasty ultimately abandoned the plan and left behind a disassembly furnace on the planet. Due to lack of necessary maintenance, this disassembly furnace has lost most of its functions. Oh, I scared myself. So it wasn't a tomb world, just a disassembly furnace responsible for producing living metal within a tomb world. Linyo let out a long sigh of relief, recalling the Warhammer lore he once knew. The construction of a tomb world begins with disassembly furnaces, resource-type facilities operated by living metal beetles and Necron tech priests. The beetles consume planetary matter and convert it into living metal. Necron tech priests, according to construction blueprints, command the beetles to consume matter in the underground space in batches, replacing it with living metal mixed with black stone. This construction method is extremely efficient. It only takes about 10 years to build the resource network of a tomb world, and then it's about building hyperdimensional reactors to obtain endless energy. This disassembly furnace has been abandoned, and it's likely that there are only beetles and Necron tech priests inside, at most some low-health Necron warriors remaining, and probably no tricky things like flayed ones. I just don't know if there are Necron reanimation chambers in such an abandoned disassembly furnace. The so-called reanimation chamber is where Necron reanimate. When a Necron is destroyed, its consciousness is transmitted back to the reanimation chamber via quantum signals, and the reanimation chamber reconstructs its body. This process is called the reanimation protocol. The time taken for the reanimation protocol varies, depending on the scale and completeness of the tomb world. The larger the tomb world, the higher its completeness, and the more abundant the living metal production, the shorter the reanimation protocol takes. Linyo narrowed his eyes and estimated the scale of the disassembly furnace ruins, feeling that there was a higher possibility of reanimation chambers existing inside. If there were no reanimation chambers inside, then over the years, the living beetles should have all been consumed, not continuously emerging in sporadic numbers as they are now. It would be great if I could get my hands on the living metal formula. Oh, and black stone. Necron buildings and core facilities generally contain black stone. This material has bipolarity and must be used with extreme caution. Positively polarized black stone can sever the connection between the material universe and the warp. Negative polarity can strengthen the connection between the two, even opening a semi-permanent warp rift. Linyo plans to eliminate the 3 major figures of the Word-Bearers Legion in the future. These 3 figures are the Legion Primarch, Lorgar, the Legion's Chief Chaplain, Erebus, and the Legion's first company captain, Kor Farron. These 3 have pledged allegiance to the Chaos Goddesses, and simultaneously sworn fealty to the 4 Chaos inimical powers and all Chaos demons. The benefit of turning to Chaos is that after death, as long as the soul is not annihilated, there is a chance to be resurrected by a subspace demon. To completely eliminate these 3 scumbags who incited the Horus Heresy, Linyo must get himself a black stone weapon. Using the positive polarity of black stone to sever the connection between the Word-Bearers' 3 major figures and the warp, fixing their souls within their bodies, and then completely eliminating them, could greatly delay the outbreak of the Horus Heresy. Of course, there are 2 points to note when doing this. First, verify whether the 3 major figures of the Word-Bearers have truly turned to chaos. The Alpha Legion does not exist in this current world, which indicates that the history of this world deviates from the official history Linyo remembers. It's possible that the ultimate leader of the rebellion isn't Horus, but Guilliman, and the one who entices Guilliman to chaos isn't the Word-Bearers, but other Space Marine Legion Primarches. To avoid mistakenly killing innocent people, Linyo will test the Word-Bearers' true intentions before acting against them. The second point to note is the polarity of black stone. The Chaos side knows how to reverse the polarity of black stone. It's possible that when using a black stone weapon to eliminate a target, Chaos might interfere, causing the black stone's polarity to flip, ultimately leading to disaster. From the above 2 points, it's not difficult to see that changing the Great Betrayal is incredibly difficult. A slight mistake could lead to complete annihilation. To prepare for failure, the construction of strongholds within the webway must precede any actions to interfere with the Great Betrayal. I remember the Word-Bearers Legion also wanted to buy my starch formula. By May this year, I can contact the Word-Bearers representative at the trade site to see if their situation aligns with official history. Linyo pondered for a moment, dismissed distracting thoughts, and focused his attention on the ruined disassembly furnace in front of him. He picked up the noisy box at his waist and sent a communication request to Beast. Oh hey, Beast. Hey? Boss? How did you end up in Gulatin's body? We'll talk about that later. Have you picked out the special ops boys I asked you to choose earlier? Pick them out. I picked 300 of the coolest special ops boys for you. They're all great lads who've been through several big battles, they'll definitely satisfy you. Good. You did well. Linyo gave Beast a thumbs up, then instructed. I've found some Necron ruins here, and there might be bad guys with green fire inside. Bring them here to me, remember to bring your gear and choppas, and wear your fireproof hard armor. Alright, boss, I'll bring the boys over right away. Chapter 176 Hey. Pork ribs. To be safe, Linyo boarded his big sake and personally led the orcs to explore the Necron ruins. You consumed 10 points to create a character archive for Tech Boss, Gulatin. Archive created. Gulatin has been saved in the second archive slot. You consumed 1 magic spore to load Wooji Boysake's archive. Archive loaded. The view switched from the asthenosphere over 100 kilometers underground to the surface. Sake's recent work focus has been on cultivating ghost mushrooms and producing magic spores. The daily output of magic spores increased from 1,000 to 1,300, and the daily consumption of meat squigs was 32,500. Linio planned to increase the daily output of magic spores to 1,500 before a large-scale population boom, raising the orc population on Paraplanet to the million level. Why not increase the population to 100 million in one go? Isn't it true that the more people, the greater the strength? Hey, don't mention it. Before transmigrating, Linio saw a short WarHammer video that mentioned a few million orcs on a planet and thought the number was too small, it should at least be in the hundreds of millions. After truly beginning to manage the orcs, Linio finally understood that a million orcs was already terrifying. We can calculate to understand why. Every 10 orc boys eat 1 meat squig per day. 1 million orc boys eat 100,000 meat squigs per day. A mature meat squig weighs about 1 ton, is full of fat, and its meat, organs, fat, and skin combined weigh 900 kilograms, with a 100 kilogram skeleton. After a brief calculation, it's not hard to realize that a million-strong orc tribe is simply a ruthless defecation machine. 1 million orc boys produce about 10,000 tons of excrement daily. What does this mean? The standard agricultural fertilization method is to spread a 5 cm thick layer of fertilizer. Spreading these 10,000 tons of excrement evenly over farmland for fertilization would cover 200,000 square meters, or 20 hectares. Fertilizing 20 hectares every day, it's not hard to imagine what the Steel Brave tribe's territory smells like, it's truly reeking. Linio pondered that before raising the orc population to the million level, he would have to teach the orcs to use toilets, which would facilitate concentrated waste disposal and prevent Gretchen from playing around and causing trouble with dung balls during collection. He didn't want to see a situation where dung balls were flying everywhere. Only after the infrastructure is built can the population boom begin. Zalger, follow me, we're going underground. Linio put away the magic spores on the table, pushed the door open, called Zalger at the door, and had him drive the transport plane to the shaft where the tech boss was located. Zalger responded gruffly and lifted the weird boy onto his shoulder. In a short while, the two arrived at the shaft. This well is over 30 kilometers deep, extending directly from the surface to the engineering platform above the asthenosphere. Its steam facilities haven't been built yet, so there's no white steam inside the shaft for now. Taking the elevator down was too slow, so the green-skinned big guys chose freefall. After putting on fire-resistant armor, they leaped into the well, surrendering their bodies to gravity, with the whooshing wind and construction noise from both sides filling their ears. As they neared the end, a wondrous slow fall field enveloped their bodies, rapidly decelerating their descent, allowing Linio and the orcs to avoid the tragic fate of being splattered. When Linio arrived, Beast and 300 special ops boys were assembling at the scene. Boss. You're here. These are the fine lads I picked out for you, their boss is Crone Bloodhand. Beast led a short special ops boy to Linio. This special ops boy was no more than 1.6 meters tall, with a strong physique, well-defined muscles, and a balanced build. He stood tall and proud like Beast, unlike ordinary orcs who hunched over. He wore a pair of blood-red mechanical gloves, the symbol of the Bloodhand clan. The Bloodhand clan was a small orc clan, mainly composed of special ops boys, that the Steel Brave tribe had taken in a few months ago. More than half of the 300 special ops boys Beast selected for Linio came from the Bloodhand clan. The other half of the special ops boys came from the Steel Brave tribe's Fang clan, Bomb clan, Gangyong clan, and Space Wolves. These special ops boys also wore blood-red mechanical gloves, which puzzled Linio. Why are they wearing the Bloodhand clan's mechanical gloves? Boss, you don't know yet, but the Saint Thief gloves invented by the Bloodhand clan are awesome. Almost every special ops boy will get a pair of these gloves for himself. Oh, really? Show me, Linio said, patting the beast hide pouch at his waist, to Crone Bloodhand in front of him. Try to steal something from my pouch with your Saint Thief gloves. Alright, witch doctor, watch closely. Crone grinned, baring his large teeth, and a cunning glint flashed in his slightly narrowed eyes. He bent down, lowered his center of gravity, and circled Linio with light, cat-like steps, making no sound at all. When he returned to Linio's front, Crone opened his right hand, and a small, light green bead appeared in the palm of the mechanical glove, a concentrated pill of an alchemy potion. Linio raised an eyebrow, feeling somewhat surprised. He had been watching Crone's every move just now, yet he had completely failed to notice the act of theft. Interesting. No wonder you dared to name these gloves the Saint Thief gloves. Linio aimed the appraisal technique at the blood-red mechanical gloves, and his heart suddenly understood, secretly exclaiming how awesome they were. Appraisal successful. Name, Bloodhand Clan Saint Thief gloves. Description, special ops gloves meticulously developed by Crone Bloodhand, the leader of the Bloodhand clan, possessing two unique functions. The first function is telekinesis. A miniature tractor beam generator is placed on the fingertip. When activated, the generator can project a tubular tractor beam with a diameter of no more than 10 centimeters, used to pull objects weighing no more than 10 kilograms. The second function is dynamic camouflage. The Mao-Ge quietly field, calibrated by Crone, can perfectly conceal all traces, preventing the theft process from being discovered by the owner. Turn off the Mao-Ge quietly field and steal something again for me to see. Alright. Crone cracked his fingers and aimed a tractor beam at the weird boy's beast hide pouch. This time, Linio saw it clearly. A light green beam of light shot from the fingertip of the glove, precisely piercing into his waist pouch, pulling out a small green bead. This process happened extremely quickly, lasting at most 0.3 seconds. Good, I'm very satisfied with your invention. You can have these 2 beads to eat. Thank you, Dada. Crone grinned, putting the 2 beads into his mouth. His body swelled up like a balloon, then slowly deflated back to its original state. His body shape and height didn't change, but his muscles became more defined, as sharp as blades. These little beads are so cool. I feel like I could punch a meat squig to death with one blow. Crone excitedly clenched his fists and jumped up and down, making the surrounding special ops boys envious. Witch doctor, I want to eat the little beads too. Me too. I'm dying of craving. Alright, complete this mission, and you'll all get some. Now listen carefully. Linio struck the ground with his staff, making a loud thud, and said in a deep voice. We are about to face the ruins left by the Necron on our planet, and there might be bad guys with green flames inside. I want you to go in and scout, figure out the layout of the ruins and the distribution of the bad guys, try to eliminate all enemies, and dismantle all traps. Anyone who dares to be lazy, I'll kick their ass. I'll be watching you. Is that clear? Clear. X300. Linio raised his Word Boy staff and chanted a spell, casting Word Boy magic, collectively strengthening the special ops boys, imbuing them with high fighting spirit, and anchoring unyielding morale. Crone, lead the team out. Yes, Dada. Crone waved his hand, wrapped himself in a purple cloak with optical stealth effects, and rushed into the entrance of the ruins first. 299 special ops boys collectively entered optical stealth mode, following closely behind. Zalger, Beast, you two wait for me here. Alright. X2. Linio instructed his personal bodyguard and follower, then took out his Gaomao goggles and put them on. These goggles allowed Linio to see orc boys in stealth mode and issue commands to them from a distance. After putting them on, green human outlines appeared in his vision, which were the 300 special ops boys. Linio activated fungi ability, optical stealth, and followed the special ops boys into the ruins. Zalger was stunned to see him disappear. Wow, Witch Doctor doesn't have a stealth cloak, does he? Why can he go invisible? Beast smiled knowingly, saying nothing, looking like he knew but wouldn't tell. Zalger scratched his head, completely baffled. Linio turned his head, his gaze lingering on his bewildered personal bodyguard. Zalger's clueless demeanor made Linio realize a potential danger. He had focused too much on stealth capabilities and neglected research into counter-stealth. He needed to find an opportunity to devise a set of counter-stealth devices or alchemical potions suitable for individual soldiers, to avoid being ambushed by stealthy enemies. Linio secretly noted this plan in his mind, then squeezed through the ruins entrance and entered the building's interior. The moment he stepped into the ruins, the unique technological aura of the Necron assaulted him. The facilities and terrain here were full of metallic textures, with geometric shapes and cold, precise lines. A faint green light emanated from the patterns on the walls, and the air was filled with the chilling silence characteristic of the Necron. In the corridor after entering, energy containers stood on both sides of the path. These devices emitted a low hum, and a faint static noise spread from inside the containers to deeper underground. Linio slowed his steps and activated his fungi ability, vibration sensing. The footsteps of 300 special ops boys entered his mind, and the pattering of metal beetles crawling through pipes was incessant. A dull thudding sound from something heavy came from 100 meters underground, and the direction of the static noise matched the source of this thudding. Around this thudding, Linio heard emotionless electronic synthesis. ZZZZT, crackle, ZZZZT, beep, ZZZZT, beep, beep, ZZZZT. It sounded like the language of the Necron. Linio took out a speaking spirit from the fungus warehouse and ate it, while silently reciting in his mind. I want to learn the language of the Necron. You have consumed a speaking spirit. You are attempting to learn the Necron Citan language. This requires consuming 100 units of Universal Shinic material. Current Universal Shinic material, 1000/1000 units. Confirm learning Citan language. Confirm. Sake's psyker field produced a slight fluctuation. Transparent, intangible pieces of Universal Shinic material peeled off from it and merged into Sake's body. Knowledge of the Citan language surged in his mind. A few seconds later, Linio regained his senses and once again listened to the sounds from 100 meters below. This time, he understood the Necron's words. Identification code, Disassembly Furnace Tech Boss, 88,479. Sleep protocol interrupted, detected invasion signal source, orc biomass. Disassembly Furnace core system damaged, efficiency reduced to 3.3%. Request Aiden Dynasty support protocol. Repeat, invasion threat level fatal. Request Aiden Dynasty support protocol. For Pharaoh Aiden, for the eternal rule of the Silent King. As expected, there was still a Necron tech boss alive. This guy had been in a dormant state until the greenskins on Paraplanet dug up the disassembly furnace, which woke him up. He absolutely could not let the Necron tech boss contact the Aiden dynasty. Linio did not want to face Necron tomb ships and various long-range strike weapons. He quickened his pace, following the metallic corridor deeper into the ruins, and found a staircase where all traps had been removed. The Special Ops Boys' frontal combat capability was not outstanding, but their infiltration ability was quite good. Disintegration ray traps, living metal spike traps, gravity field traps, and other mechanical devices in the stairwell were all found and disabled by the Special Ops Boys. Linio paused by the dismantled traps, aiming his appraisal technique at various components. His eyes lit up slightly, and he bent down to pick up a black stone. This heavy, smooth stone was black stone. Its density was similar to ceramite, yet it could easily withstand macro cannon bombardment. This particular black stone had been polarity modified by the Necron and was in a positive polarity state, allowing anyone in contact with it to completely shield themselves from the warp. Unlike standing near a silent sister, while both cut off warp connections, the sensory experience brought by black stone was much weaker than that of a silent sister. Lianyo felt no discomfort. This might be because black stone acts on the warp, while the silent sister's characteristic acts on the soul. Black stone affects the warp, and silent sisters affect the soul, hence the latter causes more intense discomfort than the former. Lianyo moved down the stairs, collecting all the black stone along the way. Walking and collecting like this, he reached the bottom of the ruins 5 minutes later. Here was a steel hall, with 3 rows of 3 regeneration pods displayed. The regeneration pods hummed, and the printing devices inside were constructing living metal beetles, spiders, and Necron warriors. About 100 Necron warriors patrolled the hall. They walked with a limp, not in good condition, with many damages on their shells, looking old and in disrepair, though the gauze weapons in their hands still gleamed. Of particular note was the Necron tech boss in the center of the hall. This Necron tech boss's appearance was similar to that of a Canopitek scarab. It held a terrifying phase blade in its left hand, while its right hand and mechanical arms on its back controlled ancient Necron devices, repeatedly sending out distress signals. The ground around the Necron tech boss was covered with beetles and spiders, tightly guarding against the orcs infiltrating the ruins. After the 300 special ops boys infiltrated the hall, they dispersed at Krone's command, silently searching the hall for mechanisms and traps, and looking for weaknesses in the enemy. As Beast said, these 300 special ops boys were definitely elites, each equipped with a Mao-Ge quietly field. Even with beetles and spiders everywhere, they were able to nimbly maneuver while avoiding all living metal constructs that would expose their presence. After about 5 minutes of stealthy reconnaissance, a special ops boy discovered a fatal flaw in the Necron. It was a metal pipeline protruding from inside the wall, with one end connected to the disassembly furnace's energy container, and the other connected in parallel to the regeneration pod array. Cutting this pipeline, connecting a greenskin-made orc power source, and adjusting the energy container's parameters would simultaneously terminate the regeneration protocol and detonate the ruin's energy device. With the regeneration protocol terminated, the Necron would lose their ability to resurrect and would eventually die like shrimp. However, the special ops boys did not carry heavy individual weapons for ease of movement, so their firepower was inferior to the Necrons. Starting a battle now would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory, which was not the outcome Lianyo wanted to see. He planned to dispatch a team for reinforcement. Lianyo stared at Krone, consuming universal Shinik material, and used the command function of the Gaomao goggles to say, "Krone, I'll send a batch of boys to support you immediately. Wait until the reinforcements arrive before you make your move." Shinik encoding emanated from Sake's psyker field and merged into Krone's psyker field. Krone received Lianyo's order, clearly stunned for a moment, and whispered, "By Gork and Mork, which doctor can actually speak directly in my head?" Krone gestured a series of hand signals, issuing commands to his boys. They wore special goggles that allowed them to see their stealthy comrades in a holographic field of vision. These goggles relied on the orc's psyker field and could not be used by other species, so there was no need to worry about them being cracked by the enemy. Lianyo looked up, his gaze penetrating 100 meters of floors to land on Beast. "Beast, bring the tech boss, tech boy, and 500 boom boys in." "All right, boss." Beast paused. Boss, how can you talk in my head? It's just a new gadget I invented." "Less talk, more action, quickly bring the boys over." "Ah." A moment later, dense footsteps echoed into the underground hall, alerting the Necron warriors. Beast led the fully armed boom boys, tech boss, tech boy, and ammo Gretchen charging through the stairwell. The Necron warriors raised their gauze weapons, vigilantly watching the stairwell exit, and a battle was about to break out between the two sides. Just then, Krone clenched his right fist and swung it down, ordering his boys to act. One special ops boy cut the pipeline, and another special ops boy connected the greenskin power source. The Necron tech boss suddenly twisted its head, letting out a shriek towards the pipeline with its altered energy parameters. "Damn greenskins!" Its response was the roar of explosions from upstairs. Boom. 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 The energy containers arranged on the upper floors exploded one after another, and the underground hall violently shook as if a shockwave had passed through. The regeneration chamber, which was originally glowing green, became dim. Beast charged into the hall, laughing heartily, holding a twin-linked heavy bolter in each hand, and wildly spraying bullets. "Ha! Necron whelps, prepare to die. Waik! Waik! Waik!" Where did he learn all these catchphrases? Lianyo's mouth twitched. Chapter 177 Auni people, I will lead the way for the Rendan Alliance. The orc army charged into the battlefield, a mighty torrent. The tech boss and tech boys were equipped with mechanical backpacks, the lids of which sprung open from the inside, and rocket barrages flew high into the sky with a whoosh, arcing down towards the Necron. These rockets were fitted with airburst melta warheads, detonating simultaneously about 3 meters above the ground. Bang 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 bang. Crimson magma exploded in the air, forming scorching fireworks. In a few breaths, the living metal constructs were engulfed by the magma. The regeneration chambers were covered in scalding magma, their metal shells rapidly melting, leaving behind black slag. The living metal beetles bounced a few times on the ground, ultimately following the same fate as the regeneration chambers. The living metal spiders possessed short-range flight capabilities, maneuvering sideways propelled by their anti-gravity engines, narrowly avoiding the magma. The Necron warriors were the primary targets of this fiery bombardment. Over 30 melter rockets exploded above their heads, and a thick layer of magma, more than 2 meters high, directly enveloped these 100 Necron warriors. As the magma melted their living metal shells, the Boom Boys' bolt gun barrage swept horizontally across the field, dense shrapnel scattering with high temperatures, forming countless bright sparks that cut through metal like mud. In just one encounter, the orcs eliminated 2/3 of the beetles and a full 100 Necron warriors on sight. The Necron Technomancer was furious, letting out a frantic mechanical sound, and pressed a button on a device. Damn orcs! All of you, die! The emergency energy of the disintegration furnace was activated, and a faint green light reappeared within the geometric patterns. A dozen black windows emerged on the wall, and turrets equipped with various gauze weapons extended their barrels from within the windows. Die! Die! The Aiden dynasty lives forever! The Necron Technomancer roared, and the surrounding turrets fired in unison. The beast shouted. Raise the green dam! The tech boss slapped his chest, and the armor plates on his chest sprang open to reveal a green dam generator embedded in his chest cavity. Buzz! A spherical green barrier enveloped the orcs, just barely blocking the concentrated fire from the gauze turrets. The tech boss's body shook violently, the green barrier trembling like a sieve, with dazzling flashes, resembling a rave party. At the same time, a vast ocean of living metal beetles and spiders crawled out from beneath the turrets, swarming towards the orcs. The Necron Technomancer pointed his mechanical arm at the Necron warrior remains on the ground, projecting a green light curtain, and his mechanical voice resonated like an exalted melody. Reconstruction Protocol. The Necron warrior debris writhed under the green glow, the living metal attempting to reshape their bodies. This method of resurrection had significant drawbacks, causing Necron to lose some consciousness data, but in a crisis, it was enough to turn the tide. Just as the scales of victory began to tip, the special ops boys lurking in the shadows moved. Blow up the Bone Man's turrets! Crone roared, throwing explosives at the nearest gauze turret. All 300 special ops boys acted together, and the sound of explosions quickly drowned out the roar of the gauze weapons. The turrets were also made of living metal and possessed a certain degree of self-repair capability. With the help of the beetles, those dozen turrets were visibly regenerating at a rapid pace. Chrome led the special ops boys to shoot the turrets and beetles to prevent their repair. The beast bellowed, and the Boom Boy and Tech Boys turned their muzzles, unleashing firepower on the Necron Technomancer on the high platform. The Necron Technomancer's metal shell was extraordinary, bolt gun rounds only left shallow dents upon impact. Bending his 4 metal legs, the Necron Technomancer lunged through the air, his phase blade pointing at the special ops boys unprotected by the green dam. These special ops boys were too troublesome. First, they destroyed the main energy of the disintegration furnace, and now they were tying up the turrets. They absolutely had to be wiped out. Die, you mongrels! The phase axe whirled wildly. 2 special ops boys, unable to dodge, were about to be cut in half by the eerie green blade when Linyo, who was secretly supervising the battle, immediately intervened. Brain freeze technique. Invalid. Target does not possess self-awareness or a brain. Oh. Right. Almost forgot. Necron have no souls, no consciousness, their thought processes operate purely on data. In that case, I'll switch to another fungi ability. In a flash of thought, the vibration art, already practiced to perfection, filled the void left by the brain freeze technique. Bang pop. The air in front of the Necron Technomancer violently compressed then suddenly expanded, letting out a crisp firecracker sound. The phase axe was pushed away by the sudden air vibration, and the 2 special ops boys narrowly rolled and dodged the blade, saving their lives, then immediately pulled out their guns and fired. Close-range shooting had little effect. The laser pistols carried by the special ops boys focused on silencing and had weaker power, failing to even leave a scorch mark. Linyo scanned the Necron Technomancer, who remained motionless amidst the barrage, and felt that this guy shouldn't be just a simple Technomancer. What kind of Necron Technomancer uses a phase axe for close combat, and he's too tough to beat? This won't do. Once their ammunition runs out, this Necron Technomancer will be unstoppable. Linyo opened the fungus warehouse and took out a can of cationic explosives from inside. This item was refined from ancient crystal fungus, and thus could be temporarily stored in the fungus warehouse, only allowed to be taken out, not put back in. Linyo used vibration art to restrict the Necron Technomancer's movement while looking for an opportunity to throw the cationic explosives. Crone and the beast saw the witch doctor throw the item and immediately told their subordinates to temporarily cease fire, to avoid accidentally shooting the kin in the air. Linyo consumed a full 1 ton of Lee's vibration mushrooms in one go, firmly pinning the Necron Technomancer in place. The explosive arced and landed on the target, scattering cationic explosive powder. Fire! Linyo commanded loudly. Bang 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 bang! Da-da-da-da! Buzz 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 buzz! The briefly silenced gunfire resumed. The explosive powder was ignited by the sparks from the bolter rounds and lasers, and a golden-white cationic storm suddenly appeared. The Necron Technomancer analyzed the composition of the explosive and shrieked in terror. No. The cations penetrated its metal shell, burning out the living metal conduits, and the quantum signals within were instantly interrupted. With a soft hum, a green light flashed across the Technomancer's surface, a certain force field device shut down in response, and the defensive power of the metal shell plummeted. The living metal body that could originally withstand the barrage instantly became scrap metal in the steel torrent. The Necron Technomancer died in an instant, the phase axe in its hand lost its luster, and the surrounding turrets, beetles, and spiders all trembled, then went still, becoming silent dead objects. A battle between orcs and Necron thus ended. Why-ay-ay-ay-ay. Witch Doctor Dada is awesome. Wahaha. We won. The scene was boiling, the green-skinned people cheering. The conflict between orcs and Necron had existed since ancient times. Originally, the Old Ones created species like orcs, Eldar, and space apes precisely to eliminate the Necron. The battle that just ended, in a sense, could be seen as a small aftershock of the war in heaven tens of millions of years later. Alright, stop yelling. Clean up the battlefield. Collect these black stones for me, I have a use for them. Linyo tossed a black stone to the beast, telling him to gather his boys to collect them, then called Crone over, rewarding him with small alchemical beads that strengthened the body. All 300 special ops boys, each received one small bead. The tech boys, tech boss, and boom boy who participated in the battle also received them. Gretchen were excluded. These tiny creatures were already the laborers in orc society, so there was no need to strengthen them. The earlier explosion that destroyed the energy tank caused a collapse near the entrance of the ruins. Zalger outside the ruins was responsible for leading the boys to clear the path. After a busy period, the disintegration furnace ruins were cleaned up by the orcs, and all valuable items were sent to the surface, personally inspected by the weird boy. The most valuable was, of course, the black stone. The Necron's metal bodies contained black stone, the turrets had black stone, the walls had black stone, and the mechanical devices also had black stone. These black stones were piled together, forming a small mountain, with a total weight of about 1 ton. Linyo possessed Tech Boss, Gulatin, aiming at the black stone and activating I Reckon power. Unfortunately, the Tech Boss's genetic knowledge base did not contain any mechanical witchcraft related to black stone. This phenomenon also occurred with several other Necron creations. Regeneration chambers, gauze turrets, gauze weapons, living metal armor, beetles, spiders, various traps, etc. The search for information on these items also yielded nothing. It made sense, if orcs could activate I Reckon power on Necron creations, the ancient orcs wouldn't have been defeated by the Necron tens of millions of years ago. Linyo felt some regret in his heart, but he didn't let that emotion linger for too long. He aimed at the Bloodhand clan's Holy Thief gloves and activated a new I Reckon power. Searching Tech Boss, Gulatin's gene knowledge base for anti-stealth mechanical witchcraft. Search successful. Search results, 6 items. A large amount of system text refreshed, forming an information waterfall in Linyo's vision. The 6 mechanical witchcrafts each had different focuses, some projected force fields to prevent stealth units from approaching, while others filled the surrounding space with floating objects to determine the presence of stealth units by observing changes in their orientation. Looking at various anti-stealth methods, Linyo's favorite was Gork's Gaze. Name, Gork's Gaze. Type, Orc Mechanical Witchcraft Creation. Learning cost, 50,000 skill points. Description. The core component of this item is a polarized display crystal. When visible light passes through this crystal, it projects a beam that reveals stealth units. This beam is composed of tens of millions of different spectral lights. If a stealth unit cannot process all the light, it will inevitably be exposed. Gork's Gaze came in different specifications, miniature for single person carrying, and small and above for installation on buildings or vehicles. Linyo exchanged the blueprint, used materials from the surface workshop to create a miniature finished product, and called Crone over for an experiment. This special ops boy's leader donned a deep purple optical camouflage cloak, activated the Mauge quietly on his waist, and entered a silent, stealthy state. Linyo activated the fungi ability, light technique, placing a tiny light source into Gork's Gaze. White light illuminated inside the crystal, transforming into a colorful beam as it passed through the crystal tube. This beam fell on Crone, immediately outlining his figure. The next second, the Mauge quietly force field generator on Crone's waist emitted black smoke due to overload, and his deep purple cloak also billowed smoke at the same time. Linyo nodded thoughtfully, somewhat understanding the principle of Gork's Gaze. Simply put, it's like this. Both optical stealth cloaks and Mauge quietly have a threshold, which is the maximum number of electromagnetic wavelengths they can handle per unit of time. When the number of electromagnetic wavelengths emitted by the scanning device far exceeds the threshold of the stealth item will be paralyzed due to overload, thereby exposing the stealthed person. This is a brute force decryption type of anti-stealth method. Not bad. Once the simulation is over, I'll install these polarized display crystals in the core area of Wangting district, so I won't have to worry about being ambushed by stealthy assassins. Linyo was quite satisfied in his heart and prepared to make a new generator and cloak for Crone as compensation. At this moment, a beast's voice came from the noisy box. Dada, Pengpa received a warp message from the O'Neill. Those purple-skinned people want to cause trouble. Linyo thought for a moment, switched his consciousness to the weird boy, and let the tech boss make the cloak and generator for Crone himself. Weird boy Sake happened to be on the bridge of the steel ingot, along with Elong, Zalger, and Beast. They were listening to Pengpa recount the warp message he had just received. Those purple-skinned people said they'd give us 2 choices. Either join the Rendon Alliance and fight the shrimp together, or move out of here, the farther the better. Pengpa bared his teeth in the kin, looking utterly enraged. Elong crossed his arms and rumbled. Why don't we go fight those purple-skinned people? They've got some nerve, daring to tell us what to do. We might not be able to beat them, Beast analyzed rationally. We currently have 1 battleship, 20 guardsmen, and 2 battlecruisers under construction. The purple-skinned people have 2 planets. Although their combat ships are mainly guardsmen without shields, and a small number are cruisers with shields, they have a lot of them, at least 10 times more than us. We probably won't have an advantage if we go there to fight. A Long counted on his fingers, realizing how huge the disparity in ship numbers was between them and the enemy, and mumbled. It would be great if they could come here to die. We've built 3 of Gork's big black tubes, we're not afraid of how many ships they send. Zalger responded, yeah, I think so too. While the 3 were discussing, Lin Yo checked the dot map nearby. From Peng Pa's observations, the purple-skinned people's civil war had ended. Oman, who had previously come to perform a bitter act and pretended to defect to the orcs, was infected by the bone drinkers, as were his crew. Considering this, Lin Yo reasonably suspected that the bone drinkers were currently ruling the purple-skinned people. The purple-skinned people who refused to submit to the bone drinkers had likely been slaughtered. Furthermore, the purple-skinned people knew the exact location of Paraplanet. This made Lin Yo feel troubled. His original plan was to divert the Imperium of Man's attention to the purple-skinned people, thereby helping the Imperium of Man detect the Rendon Alliance's intention to counterattack the Northern Galaxy. Now, it seemed that doing so carried significant hidden dangers. If Paraplanet's coordinates fell into the hands of the Imperium of Man, wouldn't that mean he would have to go to war with the Imperium of Man? Lin Yo slowly paced, leaning on his weird boy staff, deep in thought. Based on the intelligence currently at hand, the Bone Drinkers had adopted a multi-pronged strategy. Within the Imperium of Man, they corrupted the Imperium's middle-level personnel. Outside the Imperium of Man, they corrupted Xeno's civilization hostile to the Imperium. Under this internal and external encirclement, the Dim Star region was bound to see a proliferation of Bone Drinkers. The purple-skinned people, seemingly ruled by the Bone Drinkers, had repeatedly brought news of the Rendon Alliance, and Lin Yo felt this indicated that the Bone Drinkers and the Rendon Alliance had already reached a secret cooperation. Following this line of reasoning, when the Rendon Alliance counterattacked the Northern Galaxy, the Bone Drinkers would inevitably provide them with intelligence on the Imperium of Man. Ultimately, the Rendon Alliance would pierce into the Dim Star region like a sharp sword, brutally carving a piece of flesh from the Imperium, and then retreat outside the galaxy to recuperate. Outside the galaxy, there was no light from the star beacon, and the Imperium of Man would inevitably be blind when facing the Rendon homeworld outside the galaxy. If this continued, with the Bone Drinkers and the Rendon Alliance working in concert, the former responsible for infiltration and intelligence gathering, and the latter for striking at the Imperium of Man's weak points, the Dim Star region would know no peace. An unstable grand environment would also cause setbacks in the development of Paraplanet. Therefore, regarding the alliance between the Rendon Alliance and the Bone Drinkers, Lin Yo's vision, both as the governor of the Nest capital and the leader of the green-skinned Peru, was consistent with that of the Imperium of Man, the permanent eradication of the Rendon Alliance and the Bone Drinkers. Lin Yo stopped in front of the dot map and asked. Peng Pa, look at the situation of the purple-skinned people now and display what you see in real time on the dot map. Okay, I'll take a look. Peng Pa closed his eyes. The holographic display of the dot map refreshed, and 2 purple-skinned people's planets appeared. The left planet had been ravaged by war, with most of its surface buildings reduced to ruins. On the surface of the right planet, a pointed object appeared, estimated to be over 300 kilometers tall at its peak, like a spike growing out of the planet's surface. Between the 2 planets, numerous ships traveled back and forth, a very busy scene. A Long pointed at the sharp object on the right planet and asked in confusion. What is this? Beast pondered and replied. If I'm not mistaken, this looks like an orbital tower. Its height is about 200 kilometers, exceeding the standard specifications of most orbital towers. Isn't this a bit too long? I found that this new orbital tower is emitting warp signals outwards. Peng Pa blew a string of bubbles in the kin, displaying the corresponding warp image of the O'Neill star system. A gray line extended outwards, surrounded by constantly changing color blocks. This gray line was the only thing that didn't change its shape or color, and it indeed looked like some kind of warp signal. Lin Yo raised an eyebrow, vaguely having a guess. Peng Pa, can you determine the direction of the signal's emission? Let me see. Peng Pa closed his eyes tightly, drawing some universal Shinnik material from the people around him. I see where the warp signal is going. I'm sure it's heading towards the Rendon Alliance. It seems like the purple-skinned people are guiding the Rendon Alliance. Chapter 178, The Word-Bearer's Imperial Guard's Idiot Aura. The purple-skinned people are guiding the Rendon Alliance. To be precise, the Bone Drinkers are guiding the Rendon Alliance. After the Rendon Alliance completes signal calibration, their fleet will be able to travel directly to the galaxy through the warp, without needing to rely on triangulation for short-distance jumps. It seems that the 2 planets of the purple-skinned people have become a bridgehead for the Rendon Alliance to return to the galaxy. The slender objects on the planet's surface should be some kind of warp beacon. Lin Yo was a bit curious about the structure and principle of this thing. In his impression, the Imperium of Man had 2 beacons. One was the well-known star beacon, a typical warp beacon. The other was the Pharos device used by Gilliman when he secretly established the Second Imperium during the Horus Heresy. This thing was a technological product of the Necron, achieving point-to-point connections within the physical universe through quantum entanglement. Peng Pa determined that the purple-skinned people's planet was emitting warp signals, so the slender buildings should be some kind of psyker device. Lin Yo probably guessed how this psyker device worked. The purple-skinned people create warp fluctuations through live sacrifices, and then, through a certain psyker ritual taught by the blue-haired bird, convert the warp fluctuations into warp signals and transmit them. The principle of this method is similar to Terra's star beacon. The live fuel will ultimately die tragically, but one uses the despair of the sacrifices, while the other consumes the mental power of etheric nullifiers. Destroying the warp beacon of the purple-skinned people can delay the arrival of the Rendon Alliance. However, this cannot solve the problem of Paraplanet being disturbed by the Bone Drinkers and the Rendon Alliance. Lin Yo looked at the beast and thought. How much ionic explosive do we have in stock now? The beast took out a data pad and flipped through it. About 100 tons, enough to make one giant flash bomb. 100 tons, one giant flash bomb. Lin Yo secretly estimated the power and felt it wasn't enough. Medium ones are more than enough to attack ships below the flagship level, and giant ones can hit flagships and large space fortresses. The ionic storm formed by an ancient giant flash bomb can cover 1/3 of a planet. Small planet level can destroy a moon. Moon level can destroy a planet. To wipe out the purple-skinned people in one go, at least a moon-level flash bomb would be needed. Roughly estimated, such a flash bomb would require about 1 billion tons of ionic explosive. How long would that take to produce? Lin Yo secretly mused that it would be great if he could get 2 whirlwind torpedoes from the Imperium of Man. There should be weapons in orc technology that are as powerful as the whirlwind torpedo. But the problem is that the I reckon power needs orcs to have seen specific things to trigger, it cannot be imagined out of thin air. The Suandong device, finder, ionic bombs, and other things Lin Yo had previously reckoned were all because he had seen the physical objects. The whirlwind torpedo is the same. Lin Yo would first have to see the actual object before he could activate the I reckon power. But for such a vital national asset, even seeing it once is an impossible feat. How can others sleep soundly beside one's bed, but one's overall strength is insufficient, making things truly difficult. Lin Yo thought about it for a long time and couldn't come up with a good countermeasure, so he could only instruct. We need to prepare for the worst, which is the purple-skinned people and the Rendon Alliance joining forces to attack our planet. I have prepared a set of crisis plans, listen carefully. While Lin Yo was preparing crisis plans for the Nest capital, he also prepared several for his paraplanet. From Exterminatus, to the Necrons over the horizon strikes, to the combined encirclement and suppression by the Space Marine Legion, every crisis was within Lin Yo's consideration. First, ground production facilities such as farms, ranches, mushroom fields, mechanical workshops, smelters, and forging plants are gradually moved underground. Sunlight required for crop growth is guided underground through optical pipes during peacetime, and artificial sunlight is used during wartime. Air and water are also handled this way, obtained from the surface during peacetime, and from artificial sources during wartime. Hydrogen-oxygen skid will come in handy. Lin Yo provided the beast with a bag of genetically modified yeast. This yeast was named hydrogen-oxygen yeast and is specifically used to decompose water to produce hydrogen and oxygen. Hydrogen will be made into a combustion aid for plasma reactors, and oxygen will be directly discharged into underground facilities to participate in the air circulation of the artificial ecosystem. The source of water is easy to solve. Seawater is drawn from the ocean and heated into steam through steam shafts to obtain clean water. With light, water, air, food, pollutant purification, and recycling all handled in place, an artificial ecosystem capable of operating long-term underground is thus formed. Finally, we need to cover the entrances and exits of the shafts and disguise them as ordinary turf, hills, or forests. This way, when we all hide in the underground space below 300 meters, the surface landscape will be similar to a pristine jungle. The enemy's scanning signals cannot penetrate 300 meters of thick soil, so they cannot find our traces. We can catch them off guard. Lin Yo finished speaking the crisis plan in one breath. A Long and Zalger's brain capacity was insufficient, so they listened in confusion, but the beast kept up with the boss's thinking. My head is so itchy, I feel like I'm growing a brain, A Long mumbled, scratching his head. Me too, Zalger added. The beast recorded what the boss said on the data pad and asked. Boss, what if the enemy uses extermination weapons like whirlwind torpedoes against us? We'll just have to deal with it, what else can we do? Lin Yo chuckled and said. I've considered that. First, we'll use the ground-to-air weapons in the combat readiness zone to intercept. If successful, great. If not, we'll hide in the area below the artificial magma belt, where we won't be affected by extermination weapons. Understood, I'll remember that. Lin Yo checked the content recorded by the beast and added a few missing points. Oh, right, beast, how much longer until our counterfeit purple-skinned people's ship is ready? About half a month. Lin Yo calculated the date. It's May 19th now, so half a month later would be around June 3rd. On May 31st, he would trade for the synthetic starch recipe. After the recipe trade was over, he could fully dedicate himself to dealing with the Rendon Alliance and the Bone Drinkers, and he would be able to personally command the imitated ship. Lin Yo nodded. Then let's get to it. Just do as I say. I will find a way to deal with the purple-skinned people and the Rendon Alliance. All right. Understood. Lin Yo poked the tank with his staff. Pengpa, keep a close eye on the purple-skinned people's movements. If they send another warp message, you must tell me immediately. Got it. Lin Yo and the beast exchanged glances, then logged off on the spot. At his residence in the Epimedius Wangting district, Lin Yo opened his eyes in the glow of dawn, and the system text refreshed. This YAOX simulation has ended. Settlement in progress. You received 1,719 likes from the Steel Brave tribe, score plus 5493. You led the Steel Brave tribe to eliminate 104 Necron warriors, score plus 1040. You led the Steel Brave tribe to eliminate 1,743 living metal spiders and beetles, score plus 8715. You led the Steel Brave tribe to eliminate 1 Crypt World Chief Technician, score plus 100,000. You led the Steel Brave tribe to destroy 1 Necron stronghold, stronghold integrity 3.3%, score N33,000. Total simulation points obtained in this simulation, 148,248. Remaining simulation points, approximately 7.12 million. Hey? The Necron kill score is so high. The points provided by one Necron warrior are actually similar to those from a low-level subspace demon. And destroying Necron strongholds also earns points. The main enemies of the Old Ones in the War in Heaven were the Necron, subspace demons, and C'tan. Judging from the kill-reward rules, it is a certainty that his system originated from the Old Ones. Lin Yo thought for a moment, then sat up, quickly dressed, and began his day's work. It was now May 19th, only 12 days until the recipe trade on May 31st, and preparations were being expedited on all fronts. The number of trading partners who had signed trade contracts reached 120. 1/10 of the trading partners paid in full, enjoying a 40% discount, with a transaction amount of 600 million throne coins. The remaining trading partners opted for installment payments, with a down payment ratio of 15% and a down payment amount of 150 million throne coins. To welcome the upcoming trading representative, Lin Yo began preparations half a month in advance. The sewage diversion and renovation work at the spaceport had been completed, and visiting ships would discharge domestic wastewater, engine coolant, exhaust oil, and other pollutants separately. After domestic wastewater enters the sewage treatment plant, specialists will inspect it for the presence of bone drinkers' metabolites. Lin Yo improved the inspection method. The original inspection method involved releasing a fluorescent tracer into the sewage treatment plant. It's different now. The sewage will pass through a dense filter screen, which is coated with a permanent fluorescent tracer. Regardless of the metabolite concentration, as long as there are bone drinkers' metabolites in the sewage, the filter screen will glow. After this new type of wastewater detection pipeline system was put into use, the detection results received successively truly amazed Lin Yo. Almost every day, bone drinkers arrived at Nest Capital with the ships. The density of these bone drinkers was not high. On average, only one would appear per day, and it would not disembark, merely stopping briefly at the spaceport with passing cargo ships before leaving. It was clear that the bone drinkers had designated Epimedius as a key target, sending someone over daily to assess the situation, ready to counterattack at any moment. Lin Yo dared not be careless. He had Amy, the acting commander of the governor's secret agents, the inspector of the Metropolis Justice Department, and Harper, the commander of the Planetary Defense Force, jointly conduct a meticulous search inside and outside Nest Capital. Amy was responsible for commanding the governor's guard to search the Wangting district and the 1st district. The Metropolis Justice Department searched the 2nd to 10th districts of Nest Capital. The Planetary Defense Force conducted a carpet search in the wilderness. After the entire paraplanet was searched, no bone drinkers were found, and Lin Yo felt relieved, focusing his efforts on strictly guarding the spaceport, and incidentally planning a scheme to test the word bearers. Here, he had to thank Epimedius's climate. When Nest Capital was built years ago, the governor's family paid for the construction with the planet's forests, minerals, and water resources, leading to an extremely harsh ecological environment across the entire paraplanet. Sandstorms, acid rain, and thunderstorms appeared alternately, completely unsuitable for the survival of bone drinkers' parasitic spores. The natural barrier formed by the harsh weather just happened to cut off the path for parasitic spores to spread in the wild. As long as the paraplanet was bad enough, no living beings could survive, and only the artificial environment of Nest Capital had a glimmer of hope. This could also be considered a dark joke of the Warhammer world. In a flash, the time came to May 31st. To welcome the arriving trading representative, Lin Yo, quite uncharacteristically, put on the governor's attire. This was a layered robe, consisting of 5 layers from the inside out. The innermost layer was a soft cotton shirt, as delicate as a young girl's slender hands, while the outermost layer was a richly colored, magnificent coat with gold and silver embroidery. The 3 middle layers were responsible for bulletproofing, fireproofing, electrical insulation, strong acid and alkali resistance, and poison protection. Beneath this voluminous robe, Lin Yo was laden with personal protective gear, a scrap shield generator, an anti-etheric nullifiers device, a gas alarm, and force field beads. Anything that could save his life, he carried on his person. After such an elaborate get-up, he transformed from a well-proportioned young man into a tall person with a slightly bulging belly. His extreme caution was purely because there were simply too many and too diverse people arriving today. To ensure the foolproof escort of the formula, representatives from all parties were accompanied by formidable armed personnel. The trading representative of the Space Marine Legion was followed by First Company veterans and librarians, all wearing master-crafted power armor. The Star District Governor's trading representative was served by the Governor's Guard, each wearing an extremely expensive custom-made power armor. The Star District Governor, who was on good terms with the Mechanikus, even entrusted a squad of cyber constructs to escort the formula. The rogue trader also refused to be outdone. Custom-made power armor, an anti-gravity motorcycle squad, hired psyker experts from the Star Beacon Court, legal department inquisitors who had somehow colluded with the rogue trader, and Ogren bodyguards wearing specialized power armor. The Imperium was truly militarily prosperous during the Great Expedition, with an explosion of weapons and equipment, and various Imperium of Man combat units appearing in turns like a reality show. The good news was that on this day when multiple forces gathered, the bone drinkers did not dare to cause trouble, and Nest Capital inside and out was peaceful. The bad news was that the future rebellious factions had also sent their representatives, and were showing goodwill to Lin Yo, attempting to draw this governor, who focused on scientific research, into their camp. First and foremost were the word-bearers, who loved to spout rhetoric. Lorgar, Erebus, and Kor Farron were not present. Their trading representative was named Zafin. Zafin wore a suit of master-crafted power armor, With the serrated sun emblem on the metallic curve of his shoulder, the power armor's livery was predominantly red, and the pious scripture worn on his right shoulder had no characters, only a blank paper. From the red skull pattern on his shoulder pad, Zafin should be a priest of the serrated Sunday. The Word-Bearers Legion was the only army during the Great Expedition that established the position of priest. As for the meaning of serrated sun, Lienyo had already learned about it through public data. It was a warband from the Word-Bearers Legion. Lord Wilsey, it's a pleasure to meet you. I am Zafin, a priest of the 7th Company of the Serrated Sunday. As a space marine, Zafin kept his posture very low, even bowing slightly to Lienyo, expressing a certain purposeful kindness and gentleness. His appearance bore distinct features of a Caucasus native, high cheekbones, prominent nasolabial folds, thin lips, making him appear formidable when serious, yet bringing a refreshing feeling when preaching. Of course, public preaching was a thing of the past. Ever since the Perfect City was destroyed, the Word-Bearers Legion had abandoned their former doctrines under the supervision of the custodes. They burned the Lectitio Divinitatis, bid farewell to their past faith, and expanded territory like a normal space marine legion. But this was just an appearance. If the Word-Bearers had truly embraced the Imperium's truth, they should not have retained the position of priest within the army. Yet the truth was, after the Perfect City was destroyed, the Word-Bearers Legion not only retained the position of priest but also permitted priests to regularly hold internal lectures with clear missionary characteristics. The custodes stationed with the Word-Bearers knew about these matters but turned a blind eye to them. Note 1. This situation was simply incredible. As a cloudhammer, Lienyo truly felt the custodes were unreliable when he saw related short videos. They were preaching right in front of you, and you, for crying out loud, didn't do anything about it. Then what good were you golden corn to the Emperor? No wonder the Emperor's backside was pierced by a webway demon. Lord Zafin, you are too kind. Lienyo smiled and bowed in return. It is truly an immense honor to receive friendship from the Word-Bearers Legion. Zafin smiled faintly. Lord Lorgar hopes to forge a more enduring trading pact with you after this transaction concludes. In the name of the Primarch, this will be a mutually beneficial pact, and I hope to discuss it with you in detail after the formula trade is complete. No problem, Lord Zafin. Lienyo extended his right hand towards the banquet hall door behind him, inviting the other party to enter. Then, I await your good news. Zafin nodded slightly, his ceramide-encased feet leaving indentations on the soft carpet. He entered the venue with a few retainers, completely unaware of the slight tremor in Lienyo's lips. Amy, the Word-Bearers people have arrived. Prepare to execute the prophecy plan. Received. Commencing operation. Lienyo used the COMMB to converse briefly with Amy, who was behind the scenes, then put on a smile to welcome the next trading team. He intended to test today whether the Word-Bearers had already been corrupted by chaos. In normal Warhammer history, the Word-Bearers Legion at this time had already completed their pilgrimage. The Serrated Sun Warband, instructed by Lorgar, entered the Eye of Terror, shut down their ship's Geller fields, and confronted the truth of the warp. Space Marines who returned alive from this pilgrimage all became Blessed Sons. The so-called Blessed Sons had another name, Enchanted Warrior, meaning Space Marines with demons residing within their bodies. In normal Warhammer history, Zafin was an Enchanted Warrior, and one of the earliest Word-Bearers members to become an Enchanted Warrior. Lienyo planned to test Zafin, finding an opportunity to force the demon within him out, thereby exposing the truth of the Word-Bearers Legion's fall to chaos. The custodes responsible for supervising the Word-Bearers had never discovered the demons within the Enchanted Warrior, and Lienyo believed his chances of successfully forcing out the demon were not high. But regardless, he intended to try. Chapter 179, Listen to the questions. It's hard to imagine seeing such a grand spectacle outside of Terra. After passing through the manor gates, Chapin and his group strolled leisurely along the garden avenue towards the main building. This was the manner used by successive Epimedius governors to entertain foreign guests, with vast lawns and flower beds between the gate and the main building. To the right upon entering was a sea of interwoven red and white flowers. Deep red dahlias were even more prominent against the backdrop of milky white irises, their vibrant buds shimmering under the artificial sunlight. Undoubtedly, the Blood Angels will appreciate this setting. Chapin and his accompanying warriors exchanged quiet words, their gazes sweeping over several Space Marines standing by the flower beds. The four were clad in Mk3 pattern power armor, painted in dark red with small amounts of gold, featuring reinforced rivets on the right shoulder's metal curve and the Blood Angels emblem on the left shoulder. The identification mark of a sergeant veteran was affixed to their right knee, while Company 277 was painted on their left knee. The Blood Angels army boasts over 300 companies, with higher company numbers indicating a greater focus on logistics. These four Blood Angels bore the mark of sergeant veterans yet belonged to Company 277, suggesting they were veterans of at least 3 centuries, whose physical functions had declined due to age, leading to their transfer to a logistics company for relatively less demanding work. As experienced veterans, their nerves were as hard and cold as steel, so why would they stop before the red and white flower sea? With curiosity, Chapin slowed his steps, pausing briefly behind the four Blood Angels. Following the Blood Angels' gaze towards the sea of flowers, Chapin and his companions couldn't help but murmur in admiration. In front of the flower bed stood an information board, inscribed with the words Sacred Blood Flower Bed. Standing before this sign, visitors could see a pattern formed by dahlias, which was precisely the emblem of the Blood Angels army. This design, using red flowers as pixels, immediately captivated the hearts of the four Blood Angels veterans, causing them to stop and observe, lost in thought for a long time. This Governor Wilsey is truly a creative person. Chapin and his companion chuckled, wrong key, Do you think Wilsey will arrange similar artworks for us word bearers? I think he will. We might as well take a stroll around the manor, perhaps we'll soon find works related to the word bearers. A complex expression, a mix of anticipation and a hint of sadness, flickered in the eyes of the word bearer named Ronki. The word bearers recalled that humiliating scene. Their perfect city was destroyed. Amidst the ruins, their gene-seed primarch was forced to kneel before Robert Gillimon, the primarch of the Ultramarines army. The man they once revered as a god had given them a merciless rejection. Lignio Wilsey could appease the warriors of the Blood Angels with their culture, but he could never appease the word bearers with their past faith, for the latter had been abandoned by this empire, becoming dust and waste paper in history. I'm a bit curious what kind of work Wilsey will arrange for us. After all, we are now completely out of step with the past. Chapin murmured as he walked, and the atmosphere of the squad became somewhat oppressive. They successively passed by over a dozen meticulously arranged artworks, sculptures, flower beds, fountains, fireworks displays, and silent iron anvils. Each item was related to a trading partner team. Finally, in the vine-covered corridor near the main building, the word bearers found the artwork the governor had arranged for them. Vines intertwined like giant serpents, weaving a verdant canopy. Countless parchment scrolls hung from the ends of the tendrils, the paper-thin scrolls rustling softly in the wind. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the vines, casting dappled golden light, and the parchment scrolls swayed in the breeze, creating a sacred and serene atmosphere in the corridor. Such a unique arrangement caused the four word-bearers to simultaneously fall into a slight trance, their eyes trembling. The atmosphere here reminds me of Primarch Aurelian's library. I remember there was also a corridor like this in the largest garden of the perfect city. Perhaps we should take a few photos for our brothers to appreciate Wilsey's work. I was just thinking the same thing. Chapin was about to put on his helmet to take photos with its built-in scanner when he suddenly noticed writing on some of the parchment scrolls. He then rehung his helmet on his waist and walked closer. Most of the parchment scrolls were blank, a few had several lines of text. Chapin held one scroll, gently unfolding it. The text on the scroll was written with special ink that would decompose in sunlight. Their color was rapidly fading, just like the fading past of the word-bearers. Before the text completely disappeared, Chapin read its content aloud. The chains of praise are stronger than the shackles of punishment. For he who is bound by chains will kiss every iron link. And call them sacred patterns. Note 1. Hiss. Chapin and his three companions took a long, deep breath. This seems to be some kind of prophecy, somewhat like our style. However, I don't recall this phrase in any of our past works. Chapin murmured softly, his brow furrowed, gazing at the blank scroll, pondering the deeper meaning of this prophecy. Ronki found another parchment scroll with text in the corridor. Just like the previous one, the text on the scroll was disappearing, but the difference was that the content of this parchment scroll was a question. If the chains are forged and kissed by your own hands, should you call them sacred emblems? Or an invisible prison of shackles? Ronki read the question on the parchment scroll, his expression somewhat grave. Chapin, this question seems to connect with the prophecy just now. Ronki recalled and repeated the contents of the two parchment scrolls. The chains of praise are stronger than the shackles of punishment, for he who is bound by chains will kiss every iron link, and call them sacred patterns. If the chains are forged and kissed by your own hands, should they be called sacred patterns, or an invisible prison of shackles? Bang! A loud sound. Chapin and Ronki were startled, turning their heads simultaneously to look at their companion at the corridor entrance. The word-bearer warrior, wearing gloves made of ceramite and leather, had punched a pillar in the corridor, veins bulging on his face, which was contorted as if in pain. Hoo-hoo, his breathing was heavy like an ox, and his 2 hearts and 3 lungs beneath his breastplate heaved violently. Nabil, what's wrong? Chapin asked with concern. The space marine named Nabil's voice was hoarse. It's stirring. Are you referring to our inner demons? Chapin didn't utter the latter half of the sentence, but everyone present knew what he was referring to. Yes. Nabil nodded with difficulty, leaning against the pillar and sitting down on the spot. He was drenched in sweat, struggling to calm his rapid breathing, filled with confusion. Wasn't it asleep? Why was it awakened? Is it because of the prophecies on these parchment scrolls? Are they new shackles we've put on ourselves? Low voices echoed in the corridor, and the 4 word-bearers fell silent for a moment. They had once praised the Emperor, viewing him as the only true god in this world, but the Emperor had rejected their faith with cold actions. The gene-seed primarch of the word-bearers, Lorgar Aurelian, thus fell into confusion until he found the true gods in the Great Eye and offered his soul and loyalty to them. This act was undoubtedly taking off old shackles and putting on new ones, euphemistically calling them sacred patterns. Brothers, we have no retreat. Chapin was the first to break free from the thoughts brought by the prophecy, saying in a deep voice. We have witnessed the truth of the world, seen through the lies of the imperial truth. It is necessary for the entire empire to know the true nature of the warp. Chapin scanned the surrounding parchment scrolls, a cold glint in his eyes. Tear all these scrolls. Don't let the false words compiled by Lignio Wilsey shake our minds. We are word-bearers. Only we can interpret the divine scriptures. How dare a mere nest capital governor trespass on our domain? Tear them all. When the chaplain spoke, the 3 team members dared not disobey. Chapin wildly waved his large hands, tearing off scrolls and ripping them apart before throwing them down. Ronki swung both hands, tearing off a dozen scrolls and violently shredding them. Nabil climbed up from the ground, his face full of indignation, as if humiliated by having his stance disturbed by the content of the parchment scrolls. He not only tore up the parchment scrolls but also stomped on them fiercely with his ceramite-clad feet a dozen times, not stopping even when the floor tiles cracked. Lianyo will see. This guy, he actually dared to shake me. Damn him, that guy. The fourth word bearer on site was a bit slow. When faced with a blank parchment, he would tear it off and shred it, but upon seeing parchment with writing, he would snatch it up, read it quickly, and then destroy it. Unsure of what he had read, he froze, rooted to the spot. The true God needs no offerings, only an eternal gaze. Bard Hussein Naruk. What are you doing? Chapin roared Naruk's full name, his eyes wide with anger. Tear up all the parchments. Don't read the words on them. Understand? Yes, yes. Naruk vigorously shredded the parchment, but the words on the scroll were branded into his mind like an imprint. God is omnipotent. He can accomplish anything by himself. Therefore, God needs no offerings. Conversely, one who needs offerings is not God. This reasoning was simple, yet every word was profound, capable of crushing all the scriptures written by the army chaplains with just a few phrases. At this moment, Naruk wavered. He began to deeply doubt whether the entity within him was truly a divine blessing. The four word bearers shredded all the parchments and tore down the vines in the corridor. As the vines were pulled down, more artificial sunlight entered the corridor, and the sacred aura grew stronger, yet the word bearers felt a deep-seated revulsion towards it. Let's go, we're going to settle scores with Wilsey. Chapin, seething with anger, led the squad out of the corridor, coming face to face with over a dozen trading representative teams entering the main building. Wilsey seemed to have anticipated that the word bearers would be displeased by the words in the corridor, and thus deliberately placed the corridor near the main building's entrance. This area was densely populated, with people coming and going, all of them trading partners whose status was on par with that of the word bearers' warriors. They were not of the same mind as the word bearers. Most visitors disliked these preachers from the bottom of their hearts. Ultramarines, space wolves, imperial fists, salamanders, blood angels, steel warriors, white scars. The trading representative of these armies cast wary glances, their eyes like those observing an unstable element that could betray the Imperium at any moment. Their gazes were like knives pointed at the heart, hard and sharp. The four word bearers immediately halted. Forget it, let's just complete the formula transaction and leave. Chapin's face was grim, suppressing the anger in his heart. Naruk asked. What about the cooperation agreement that Aurelian instructed? Chapin glanced at Naruk, his gaze chilling. Didn't you notice that Wilsey was using those prophecies to subtly mock our act of establishing faith? Clearly, he is a loyal adherent of imperial truth, he opposes acts of faith. He is not like us. Chapin couldn't be bothered to talk to the trading representatives at the entrance and led his team directly into the main building. A moment later, the trading representative teams gathered in the main hall on the first floor. Lianyo walked from the main gate of the manor towards the main building, preparing to preside over the transaction. As he passed the vine corridor, he glanced at the scene inside the corridor. Shredded paper covered the ground, green vines and leaves were crushed into powder, and there was a clear fist print on one of the corridor pillars. These were all pieces of evidence that the word bearers had lost their composure, they had vented their frustration in the corridor before leaving. Amy, report the situation. Lianyo activated the encrypted communication. Amy's voice came from the communication bead. Those four word bearers had excellent scanners, so I didn't dare to monitor their every move up close. I could only use surveillance cameras to collect data from hundreds of meters away. From the information I gathered, they started tearing up the parchments in the corridor when they read content related to the shackles of faith, appearing extremely enraged. One person even had to crouch down, as if about to explode from anger. Amy paused, a bit worried. Isn't what we're doing too bold? That's the word bearers' army, you know. Although the Emperor opposes them being worshipped, he hasn't forbidden them from proselytizing. Will the prophecies you wrote enrage them? If it could enrage them, drive them to extreme fury, and expose their demonic possession, then it would not be a bad outcome. With so many space marines here, most of whom were veterans, 4 enchanted warriors were nothing. It was a pity. That chaplain named Chapin ultimately held back and did not explode on the spot. Lianyo felt a touch of regret. It's all right, Amy. I'm not Lupercal, how could I possibly satisfy everyone, right? You're right about that. Keep an eye on the spaceport for me, don't let the bone drinkers cause trouble. Got it. The encrypted communication ended. Lianyo tidied his attire and entered the main hall of the building. The hall was a scene of bustling activity, with bank employees assisting with transactions moving between various counters, guiding trading representative teams to sign contracts for payment. Tai Duo, dressed in a beautiful long gown, sat on the rostrum, liaising with banks and trading representative teams from Terra, helping Lianyo organize the contracts in advance. More than 100 trading partners, through over a dozen banks on Terra, transferred a total of 26 billion throne coins. Whenever a payment contract was signed, a star message would be sent from the local star language court to Terra, and the bank headquarters receiving the star message would complete the subsequent work. Such high-frequency transfer transactions could only be achieved by imperial worlds within the solar system. The transactions continued from morning until evening, with a total of 135 trading representative contracts signed, adding a massive sum of 26 billion to Lianyo's bank account. Next, it was his turn to fulfill his trading representative duties. Amy, send in the formula. Received. A doorway appeared on the wall of the lobby, and a female attendant, protected by governor's agents, walked in carrying a tray. On the tray was a silver-white metal box, containing the formula for the first generation of synthetic starch. After receiving the formula, the trading representative teams immediately conducted a theoretical verification of its feasibility on site. Once verified, they would set sail for home, immediately rushing to their own laboratories for experimentation. One trading representative team after another escorted the formula away, and the Manor's main building and spaceport docks became empty. Individual trading representative teams requested a private meeting with Linyo. Linyo successively invited the trading representative they sent into the reception room, while Tai Duo oversaw the trading representative scene in the lobby. Finally, late that night, the last trading representative team concluded their private meeting with the governor and departed the Nest capital by ship. The transaction for the first generation synthetic starch formula thus concluded. Subsequent buyers who came to purchase the formula could receive it on the day of payment, without waiting. However, for Linyo, today's work was far from over. He needed to use today's trading representative scenes to confirm whether his future allies and enemies aligned with Warhammer lore. Agent Base, Thinker Array. The force field light source illuminated the area brightly, leaving no blind spots. On the 4 screens in front of Linyo, surveillance footage of various trading representative teams was playing. In Warhammer lore, there are 9 loyalist space marine armies, namely 1st Army, Dark Angels. 5th Army, White Scars. 6th Army, Space Wolves. 7th Army, Imperial Fists. 9th Army, Blood Angels. 10th Army, Iron Hands. 13th Army, Ultramarines. 18th Army, Salamanders. 19th Army, Raven Guard. Pulling up the surveillance footage and public data for these 9 armies, and repeatedly watching and reading them, Linyo confirmed that most loyalist armies remained unchanged, with only the Dark Angels army showing significant differences from the lore. The Dark Angels trading representative team appeared dispirited, seemingly in a state of internal turmoil. The number of army companies recorded in their trading representative contract was too small, only over 200. Linyo couldn't recall the exact number in the lore, but it certainly wouldn't be fewer than the Blood Angels. The Dark Angels army's insufficient troop strength might be due to the Alpha Army's absence from the Rendan War. Without the Alpha Army's support in the Third Rendan cleansing campaign, the Dark Angels army not only suffered heavy losses but also allowed a Rendan exile fleet to escape. Now, let's look at the traitor space marine armies. Linyo keenly noticed an anomaly. Excluding the Alpha Army, there were 8 traitor armies, yet their company numbers combined were even greater than those of the 9 loyalist armies. Especially Lorgar's word-bearers. In Linyo's impression, the word-bearers army should have fewer members than the Ultramarines. But the actual situation was that the word-bearers army had a full 30% more members than the Ultramarines, reaching as many as 320,000. Ah, how could this be? Chapter 180, Lorca's Painful Literature. Hiss, Lorgar is quite something, to be able to govern over 300 imperial worlds so well. In Epimedius, Wangting District Office. Linyo marveled at the data on the screen. He didn't know until he checked, but now he understood why the Word-Bearers Legion had more members than the Ultramarines. Before the Perfect City was destroyed, the Word-Bearers' development trajectory was exactly the same as in official history. The army had the most members, their ship count was top-notch, but the number of worlds they could conquer was at the bottom. After the Perfect City was destroyed, the Word-Bearers' development trajectory diverged from official history. Firstly, Lorgar's pilgrimage only lasted 2 months, not the several years as in official history. In official history, Lorgar first went through 2 years of confusion, and then, persuaded by the army's chief chaplain Erebus and his adoptive father Cor Phaeron, he set off to find the true traces of the gods. Ultimately, he led the Word-Bearers Legion, under the guise of expanding imperial territory, into the Eye of Terror, secretly cooperating with chaos demons. But the Warhammer world he was currently in was different. Almost immediately after leaving the ruins of the Perfect City, Lorgar went straight to the Eye of Terror, throwing himself into the embrace of chaos demons. This process developed too quickly, too rapidly, as if he had long known that chaos demons were waiting for him in the Eye of Terror. After returning from the Eye of Terror, the Word-Bearers Legion frantically attacked and conquered territories, like rabid dogs. As of the end of last year, the Word-Bearers had conquered 27 worlds by force and purchased 110 worlds from other expeditionary forces. The worlds they bought were all severely damaged by rebellions, plagues, and wars, with reconstruction costs far exceeding the world's revenue for the next 10 years. But even so, the Word-Bearers still bought them with throne coins and equivalent materials, and converted all of them into nest capital worlds that produced a large population. Yes, the tithes these worlds paid were mainly population, not materials. The imperial worlds controlled by the Word-Bearers were very, very, very fertile. According to the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs statistics, a newly married couple, from marriageable age until 50, could give birth to more than 20 offspring, almost immediately starting a new round of production after completing the previous one. The production efficiency was comparable to the Mechanicus's cultivation facilities, and every generation could receive a good education. The reason for their high fertility was related to a series of measures promoted by Lorgar, and this content was recorded in a set of scriptures called Love and Pain. This collection of scriptures primarily discusses how to achieve high welfare and freedom from illness and disaster. It is a guide for governors to manage imperial worlds. Linyo did not know the specific content of the scriptures, only governors who were on good terms with Lorgar could obtain this collection. Based solely on the publicly available information that could be found. Due to providing a large amount of population tax to the Imperium, the worlds controlled by the word bearers received massive amounts of living supplies. Their sanitation, medical, and educational conditions were top-notch. The only shortcoming was that food was often insufficient. Now, the word bearers had obtained the formula for the new synthetic starch, fundamentally solving the food problem. Linyo, unknowingly, facilitated a new round of population explosion in over 300 imperial worlds. After the population exploded, more population tax was submitted, and the material support received became even more abundant. Linyo used the Suandongdong device to perform a deduction, reaching a heart-pounding conclusion. Assuming the word bearers still only had over 300 imperial worlds before the first year of the next millennium. Then, the word bearers' legions numbers would increase from the current 320,000 to 400,000. The number of active army members did not increase significantly. But the number of reserve members who could complete the final gene seed modification surgery and transform into new word bearers recruits was estimated to be 500,000. What does this concept mean? Linyo once heard a post calculate that during the Horus Heresy, the Ultramarines Legion, most skilled at producing troops, produced a total of 200,000 Space Marines. These 200,000 were all converted from the Ultramarines reserves, and compared to the Word Bearers Legion's 500,000 reserves, the Ultramarines reserves were less than half. The Word Bearers' potential for troop production was terrifyingly immense. There was no Alpha Legion in this world, yet it did not weaken the overall strength of the rebel faction at all. Linyo stood up with his hands behind his back, pacing back and forth in the office, his mind racing. Since it was confirmed that the absence of the Alpha Legion did not reduce the number of Loyalist legions, he would now start helping the Loyalists produce troops, striving to surpass the Word Bearers as soon as possible. Alas, in the end, what the Alpha Legion couldn't do, I still have to do. The Bone Drinkers are like this, the Rendon Alliance is like this, and the missing numbers of the Dark Angels are still like this. Where the hell did the damned Alpharius and Omega run off to? I haven't enjoyed the benefits of a Primarch, so why should I suffer for them? Linyo grumbled to himself, feeling a bit aggrieved, but he had no choice but to help the Dark Angels Legion, which currently had the fewest members, for his own life. When trading the formula with the Dark Angels before, the trading representative they sent had a brief private conversation with Linyo. To be honest, the conversation went quite well. Influenced by their gene seed Primarch, the members of the Dark Angels Legion were generally more rational, they liked to speak directly and often offended people due to a lack of social skills. They were all very intelligent, easily perceiving the true thoughts of their interlocutor and pointing them out directly. This action would make slippery people uncomfortable, but Linyo liked it. The Dark Angels representative who spoke with him in private was a mortal monk. The two of them only spoke 7 sentences in total in the reception room. Hello, I am from Caliban, the homeworld of the Dark Angels, a monk from a local monastery. You can call me Keen. Welcome, Keen, I am Linyo Weirksai, and as I introduced earlier, I am temporarily serving as acting governor during Lord Governor Vokes's absence. How may I help you? The Dark Angels require technical guidance to quickly complete the synthetic starch production line. No problem, you can send technical personnel to visit and learn at our preparation workshop until you complete the construction of the production line. By the way, this is free. Thank you for your support and understanding. It is a pleasure for the Dark Angels Legion to have a friend like you. After the 7 sentences were exchanged, Linyo and the monk with thick eyebrows and a square face exchanged psyker codes and codebooks, and the secret conversation ended. Psyker codes were used to send and receive psyker messages to each other, and codebooks were used to translate the other party's encrypted messages. Linyo originally thought that providing free technical guidance to the Dark Angels would be enough to compensate for the Dark Angels' numerical disadvantage. Now, seeing the Word Bearer's troop producing potential, he realized this was far from enough. Let me see, what is Keen's psyker code? A string of text on the document came into view, and Linyo nodded slightly, recognizing it as a private psyker's code. It seemed Keen was not just a simple monk. Linyo composed an encrypted psyker message in the office. Golden wheat whispers, lightning patterns etched on silver frost blades. Starlight shines, floating clouds do not return to the azure sky. This encrypted message referenced 14-line poems from the ancient Terra period, astronomical parameter conversions from the star calendar, and dynamic syllables, with an extremely high encryption coefficient. No one without the codebook could decipher its content. Most importantly, Linyo provided different codebooks to different trading representatives. The sentences translated by these representatives were not exactly the same, only the Dark Angel's translation result was correct. This avoided the awkward situation where his own psyker's secret message was deciphered by someone who was not the intended recipient but possessed the codebook. Translating this secret message into Low Gothic, all content could be summarized in just 3 sentences. I have discovered a more efficient synthetic formula than the first-generation synthetic starch preparation technology. I can upgrade for you. I wish to discuss my demands in person. On the other side, Word Bearer's Chaplain Chapin departed with the synthetic starch formula. The ship their group was on was a Moon-class heavy cruiser assault ship. This ship possessed mobility and cruising capabilities comparable to a Moon-class cruiser. Its powerful defensive performance allowed it to withstand enemy fire in combat while forcibly jumping into the warp. Heavy cruiser assault ships were very suitable for transporting valuable artifacts, holy relics, and technological data, but their cost was twice that of a regular cruiser, so only certain wealthy legions would have surplus ships to use for armed escort. The Word Bearer's Legion was a typical example of a wealthy army. Before the Perfect City was destroyed by the Ultramarines, the Word Bearer's Legion's numbers already held the 2nd position firmly. After the Perfect City was destroyed, Lorgar found his future direction during his pilgrimage. In recent years, he fought in all directions with 100 times more enthusiasm than before, recovering lost worlds for the Empire at a much faster pace than in the past. At the same time, he did another thing. That was to embrace the Empire's pain, holding rebellious worlds and worlds on the verge of destruction in his arms with his love and care. Rebellious worlds needed to be pacified, and worlds on the verge of destruction needed to be rebuilt, both required a large amount of funds and energy. Lorgar bought them from their original owners and had his governors rebuild these tragic worlds. The governors had no complaints, and Lorgar didn't even need to provide them with funding. Because Lorgar promised his governors that when their worlds were unstable due to natural and man-made disasters such as food shortages and rampant diseases, they would also receive equal aid and would never be sold, abandoned, or shelved. God did not love the word-bearers, but Lorgar, as the gene seed primarch of the word-bearers, loved every one of his people. This was his golden signboard, sung by all the imperial worlds he conquered. All worlds that submitted to Lorgar were freed from plague after he completed his pilgrimage, and their populations exploded. With the preparation technology for new synthetic starch, these worlds would completely bid farewell to hunger and usher in a second transformation. Kalkus, the home world of the word-bearers' army, was the most typical example. White stone bricks formed spires and courtyards, and the omnipresent praise and hymns filled the city with a sacred aura. The street noise was blocked out by 3 layers of vacuum glass, and inside the scriptorium at the top of the capital's tower, the atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. Lorgar was hunched over his desk, transcribing a classic unearthed from ancient ruins. A whisper came from the corridor outside the scriptorium. Chapin, is the mission complete? Erebus, the mission is half complete. Facing the inquiry from Erebus, the army's chief priest, Chapin's voice sounded both remorseful and fearful. We brought the complete formula, but due to some matters, we failed to sign a further cooperation agreement with WarHammer40k. Erebus asked with a tone of reproach. What prevented you from executing Aurelian's orders? Sir, it's like this. The whispers in the corridor disturbed Lorgar's thoughts. As a gene seed primarch, his hearing far surpassed that of ordinary people, even if the people outside the door lowered their voices, he could hear them clearly. Erebus, come in and talk. I also want to know why Chapin failed to sign the agreement with Wilsey. Yes. Erebus responded from outside the door, gently pushed open the door, and walked in with a poker face showing deep nasolabial folds, followed by a somewhat indignant Chapin. Lorgar put down his pen, stood up from the transcription desk, and walked to the window with his hands behind his back, gazing at the prosperous scene outside. His white scholar's robe shone like pure wings. Speak, Chapin, take your time. I can see that the flames of anger flow within you. I will listen to your words, and may you find peace from the ripples in your heart. Chapin knelt on one knee, looking up at the figure by the window, his eyes reflecting the faint light on the other's white robe. Father, WarHammer40k arranged artworks matching their cultural traditions for every trading team that visited. The Blood Angels saw their army emblem constructed from dahlias and irises there, the Imperial Fists saw metal sculptures made of gold, and the Salamanders were greeted by dark iron anvils and roaring furnaces. Near the main building of the manor, our team saw a long vine corridor hung with parchment scrolls. Those parchments recorded words that blasphemed our doctrine. It was because of this that I was angry and decided not to sign a deeper cooperation agreement with Wilsey. Continue, what was written on the parchment? Lorgar stood with his hands behind his back, his white robes fluttering, merging with the clouds in the sky. Chapin said cautiously. The chains of praise are stronger than the shackles of punishment, for those bound by chains will kiss every iron link and call them sacred patterns. If the chains are forged and kissed by your own hands, should they be called sacred patterns, or a prison where the shackles are unseen? As soon as the words fell, Lorgar's body visibly trembled, and the aura around him changed from warm to icy. Even the bright sunlight outside the window could not dispel this chill. The nasolabial folds on Erebus's face deepened by several points, his eyes grew even more gloomy, and his hands clenched into fists, his knuckles cracking. As the army's chief priest, Erebus was Lorgar's mentor and prophet on the path of faith. His conjectures about human nature were often incisive, and he was skilled at launching fatal attacks on the enemy's weakest psychological points. He immediately understood Wilsey's worldview and the intention behind the vine corridor he had arranged. Erebus said coldly. WarHammer40k adheres to the false emperor's imperial truth, he simply does not understand the weight of faith. Such a person is not worthy of being our partner. We misjudged him. He invented the new synthetic starch purely to earn throne coins, not out of benevolence and good intentions like Aurelian. Lorgar turned around and slowly walked towards Chapin, helping him up from the ground, and asked gently. Did you destroy these heretical words? Father, we absolutely would not tolerate such words existing in the world, and we tore up all the parchments on the spot. Lorgar nodded faintly, his eyes showing approval. It was wise of you not to sign a deeper cooperation agreement with Wilsey. I have no reason to punish you. In fact, your steadfastness and faith is evident to both Erebus and me. Now go and rest, a new expedition awaits us. Yes. Chapin bowed respectfully, backed out of the scriptorium, and closed the door behind him. Show me the formula. Lorgar took the paper document from Erebus, walked to the table, sat down, and said as he read. Erebus, I happen to want to discuss our plan with you. Are there any important updates recently? Yes. Erebus pondered as he replied. The construction of the Corridor of Pain is proceeding smoothly, as is the Hook of Self-Sacrifice. The rebellious Imperial worlds are tying up 1/10 of the entire Imperial army, and the war in Olaner is tying up nearly half. It is estimated that in a few months, when the Orc Scourge rages throughout the Empire, more Imperial army and armies will be drawn into the quagmire of fierce battle. At that time, the Randan fleet will bring true pain to the Corridor of Pain, that series of star systems will become scars on the Empire, and only you can heal them. In addition, the hook of self-sacrifice targeting that one is evolving. When the time is right, it will bring unforgettable pain to that existence. Lorgar asked, how much longer until the Randan Alliance returns to the Northern Galaxy? Erebus said. According to Mocha's message, the Randan fleet will need at least 5 more months to enter the galaxy. The reason for this delay is attributed to the O'Neill. The quality of the warp beacons they built is really not good, and the navigation calibration work has been consistently unsuccessful. Lorgar was not surprised by this. A bunch of pigs obsessed with mating, it was already good that they managed to build a warp beacon. Lorgar returned the formula to Erebus, picked up the quill he had just put down, and prepared to continue transcribing the classic. Let's give Mocha some more time, there's no need to rush it. In the meantime, we need to establish the industry for preparing new synthetic starch and use food to build good relationships with the governors rebuilding the Corridor of Pain, pulling them into our camp as much as possible. Erebus must have thought of some wicked idea, as a venomous, cunning glint flashed in his eyes. I heard that Epimedius's current governor is rebuilding a planet on Granite 5 in the Corridor of Pain. His name is Viladric Vogues, and he is Lenio Weirxai's prospective father-in-law. Perhaps when executing the Corridor of Pain plan, we can do this. Erebus's voice lowered, blending with the sound of the wind outside the window, like the rustling of sneaky rats scurrying in a corner. All right, go and prepare. I hope that by then, the imperial truth that Lenio Weirxai adheres to can save his father-in-law. Lorgar and Erebus exchanged a smile, and the latter stood up and took his leave, leaving Lorgar alone in the scriptorium. The room was filled with sunlight, yet it strangely lacked any warmth. Chapter 181, Webway Empire Plan. Shatana's hut. Lenio handed the letter written to Monk Keen to his private psyker for inspection. Shatana read the letter from beginning to end, and asked with a light hum. Lenio, why did this monk named Keen use a private psyker's communication code? Is he really just a monk from a monastery? Lenio had noticed this earlier and had some guesses in his heart. Madam, Keen should have used an alias. I think his true identity should be an important person on Caliban, but for some reason, he didn't use his real identity to attend the transaction. Let me see whose private psyker's communication code this is. Shatana walked to the bookshelf and rummaged through the parchment scrolls on it. After a while, she pulled a scroll from the shelf and spread it out on the table. The private psyker's communication code has a fixed format, consisting of 3 paragraphs of High Gothic cipher and 2 paragraphs of standard code. After translation, the 3 paragraphs of High Gothic cipher can be converted into the year the private psyker graduated from the Star Language Court, the service object, and the communication level. According to Shatana's translation, Keen's private psyker graduated in the 815th year of the 30th millennium, his communication level was alpha level, and his service object was Luther, the adoptive father of the Dark Angel's gene seed Primarch. A thunderclap exploded in Lenio's mind, but his face was as calm as a still lake, not revealing the tremor in his heart. The gene seed Primarch of the Dark Angel's Legion was named Lion L. Johnson. After being taken from the Emperor's laboratory by Chaos Daemon, L. Johnson descended on a planet named Caliban and was found by the Emperor around 815.M30. Before being found by the Emperor, L. Johnson lived with Luther, the head of the feudal knight order on the planet Caliban. After the Emperor appeared, L. Johnson joined the Imperium of Man as a gene seed Primarch and took charge of the Dark Angel's Legion. Luther longed to become a space marine, but due to his age, his physical condition did not meet most of the requirements for genetic modification, so he only underwent a small amount of modification. During the process of fighting across the galaxy with his adopted son, this adoptive father and son had conflicts due to a series of events. Finally, L. Johnson ordered Luther to return to Caliban to train new recruits for the Dark Angel's Legion. Logically speaking, being able to train new recruits for the Gene Seed Primarch and not having to travel around would definitely be an excellent assignment. But Luther didn't think so. He felt that he was still young and could still fight. L. Johnson's exclusion of him was both a banishment and a way to prevent his adoptive father and mentor from touching the authority of the Army Lord. During the Horus Heresy, Luther became the representative of the rebellious faction within the Dark Angel's Legion, instigating a rebellion on the planet Caliban. Lenio, as a cloud hammer, was not very clear about the specific process of Luther's betrayal of the Emperor and L. Johnson, but he vaguely remembered that it seemed there was a group of cultists who believed in chaos who infiltrated Caliban and corrupted Luther, which led to Luther's defection. What kind of cultists could spread chaos faith on the Gene Seed Primarch's home world? Lenio frowned slightly, always feeling that he was about to touch the truth of the matter, but he could never grasp it, which was as uncomfortable as scratching an itch through a boot. A flash of inspiration crossed his mind. Lenio only felt a chill down his spine, and his skin was covered in goosebumps. The cultists who infiltrated Caliban might have come from the secret cult. This was a secret cult composed of multiple anti-chaos civilizations, possessing superb prophetic abilities. They sought to sacrifice the Imperium of Man to eliminate chaos, thereby creating a galaxy that had neither humans nor chaos. To achieve this dream, secret cult members were willing to actively defect and corrupt the Imperium of Man, prompting the Imperium of Man and chaos to perish together. Luther became a rebel because of long-term contact with secret cult members who had defected. Lenio narrowed his eyes, sensing the dark essence hidden beneath the surface. He had a premonition. Lorgar's rapid completion of his pilgrimage and high-intensity troop expansion were by no means without reason. He had received some kind of revelation from the secret cult, which led him to act differently from official history. Following this line of thought, Lian believed that some imperceptible change had already appeared secretly and was growing rapidly. This hidden change might have been created by the secret cult, or it might have originated from chaos, or both. In short, it was this imperceptible change that caused the direction of the Warhammer world he was in to be different from official history. The Warhammer world is truly dangerous. One must guard against xenos and chaos, and also beware of secret cult forces like the secret cult, which are adept at infiltration and prophecy. Fortunately, he had a cheat that allowed him to quickly raise an orcish army, otherwise, he might really capsize in this damn world. Lian, Shitana called softly twice. Sorry, I was thinking about something and got distracted. Lian smiled apologetically and asked. Madam, why would Luther's private psyker serve Keen? Does this mean that Keen might be Luther in disguise? Shitana pondered for a few seconds and shook her head slightly. I don't think Keen is Luther in disguise. More than 100 years ago, Luther was sent back to Caliban by L. Johnson to undertake the task of training new recruits. 16 years ago, Luther privately led the Dark Angels stationed on Caliban to leave Caliban and assist the rogue traitor and Death Guard in quelling the rebellion of Zeraimond. After L. Johnson learned that Luther had left Caliban without authorization, he publicly reprimanded Luther at the celebration banquet for quelling the rebellion, escorted him back to Caliban, and confiscated all his warships, prohibiting him from leaving Caliban. Therefore, that monk named Keen should be Luther's confidant, not Luther himself. It's very common for confidants to send and receive psyker messages through their own private psyker. Lian had some impression of the historical events Shitana mentioned. Before he transmigrated, when he listened to a host tell stories from the Great Expedition period, he had learned about the beginning and end of the internal division of the Dark Angels. However, as a transmigrator, he had to appear ignorant in front of Shitana, lest this experienced psyker see through him. Lian feigned confusion and asked. Madam, from what you mean, Luther seems to have been placed under house arrest by the Dark Angels Gene Seed Primarch. It can't be called house arrest, it should be a kind of protection, but the attitude and methods are too strong. Shitana knitted a sweater and said gently. Luther's physical condition is even worse than Cor Farron's. Cor Farron is Lorgar's adoptive father. He barely became a space marine through extremely expensive genetic modification surgery and served as the first company commander of the Word-Bearers Legion. Luther's physical condition couldn't withstand the entire modification process, and his genetic modification level was probably only 1/5 of Farron's. Letting him participate in the Great Expedition would be equivalent to watching him die. I know L. Johnson's personality. This Primarch is too straightforward and rational, and very bad at expressing emotions. He wanted to protect his adoptive father, but he didn't know how, so he had to forcibly keep him on his home world. Shitana sighed long and seemed to have many feelings in her heart. It seems quite common for adoptive fathers and adopted sons to have conflicts because they don't handle their relationship well. Our emperor seems to have forgotten to give them good emotional control when creating their child. Oh dear, madam, it's not good to speak ill of the emperor behind his back. If this gets out, we'll all end up on the gallows. Lian smiled awkwardly but politely, changing the subject. Madam, I've thought about it, and I won't send a letter to Keen for now. Oh, okay. Lian took out the pre-prepared secret letter and handed it to Shitana for inspection. Madam, I have another letter to send, it's to Kogaris. In January of this year, Kogaris's 915th Expeditionary Fleet visited Nest Capital, and Lian and Kogaris had a secret talk on the Storm Sword. The two parties agreed that once Lian received the payment for the formula transaction, the 915th Expeditionary Fleet would dispatch an exploration team to help him explore the space within 20 light-years around Epimedius. High-value planets discovered by the expedition team would belong to the expedition team, and the expedition team could decide which governor to sell them to. This was a big deal involving tens of billions. Kogaris gave a friendly price, willing to sell high-value planets within 20 light-years around Epimedius at an 80% discount. The encrypted letter Lian gave Shitana to send was an invitation to the 915th Expeditionary Fleet to explore alien planets, which was a necessary step in the regular process. No problem, I'll send this encrypted letter for you right away. Shitana closed her eyes, temporarily putting down her needlework. A few minutes later, the task was completed. I sent the letter to Khan's home world. The Star Language Court on the home world responded that they had received Khan's instructions in advance. Khan asked the Star Language Court to tell you that when the formula transaction with you is completed, an exploration team has already departed from the 915th Fleet and is expected to arrive in your subsector in 3 months. You can discuss exploration-related matters with this exploration team. It is now June 3rd, and 3 months later will be September. Lian nodded in thanks. Okay, ma'am, thank you for your hard work. I'll be going now. I'll come chat with you another day. Lian got up and left, while Shitana leisurely knitted her sweater, enjoying the peaceful passage of time. Now that the future direction of the Word-Bearers was confirmed to align with official history, many plans targeting the rebellious faction could begin to be implemented. The pioneering figures of the rebellious faction were Lorgar and Erebus. Erebus was a troublemaker, a schemer, a disgusting and dark villain. Lorgar was the head of heresy appointed by Chaos, pursuing a faith-based rhetoric. These two were key to inciting the Horus heresy. After the rebellion broke out, Magnus tried to send a warning to the Emperor, who was in the palace's underground, via psychic communication. However, unexpectedly, with the blessing of Chaos Daemon, he accidentally broke through the webway entrance built by the Emperor and his team, causing a large number of daemon to enter the webway beneath the palace. It should be noted that the webway entrance Magnus broke through was built by the Emperor and his research team, not the ancient webway built by the old ones, Slan and Ildari. So why didn't Chaos Daemon directly attack the webway entrance? Why did they use Magnus to strike? This was because the Emperor and the research team were within the webway, and Chaos Daemon could not pinpoint their location. As a child of the Emperor, Magnus had a mysterious connection with the Emperor and could vaguely lock onto the Emperor's position. Using this as a breakthrough point, Chaos Daemon greatly enhanced Magnus' psychic power, helping him unleash a psychic shock far beyond what the artificial webway entrance could withstand, which led to the destruction of the entrance built by the Emperor. Why was the entrance built by the Emperor so fragile? Of course, it was because the material he used was not warp energy monocrystals. Lienyo's idea was very simple. Since his transmigration, the Imperium of Man had treated him quite well. Considering that his transmigration life was quite pleasant, Lienyo decided, in the name of the orcs, to provide Huang Pitzi with enough monocrystals to repair the webway entrance, helping Huang Pitzi make the webway entrance impregnable. This way, no matter how much Chaos Daemon strengthened Magnus, the latter's psychic call would not be able to penetrate the webway entrance. Could he interfere with Magnus to prevent him from making the call, or kill Magnus in advance? Yes. But, there was no need. Magnus' psychic power was very strong, and he possessed extremely sophisticated prophetic abilities. Any unfavorable action he took against him could be detected by him. This was the first reason. Second, Magnus was actually targeted by Chaos Daemon long before he made the psychic call. Targeting Magnus would only alert Chaos Daemon. In contrast, helping Huang Pitzi build the entrance in the webway was much safer. The webway severed the connection between daemon projections and their daemon bodies. Daemon projections that died within the webway could not return to their daemon bodies in the warp, nor could they bring back their memories from before death to share with their daemon bodies. This was why, even though there were many daemon around the hub city beneath the Golden Throne, the Chaos side still couldn't pinpoint its location. Solving the problem of the destroyed webway entrance would reduce the difficulty of dealing with the Horus Heresy by at least half. Lienyo recalled his experience possessing Tech Priest Boy, Gujia. The hub city built by the Ildari was vivid in his memory, and the metal passage connected to it was clearly secretly built by the Imperium of Man. This metal passage was at least 10 kilometers wide. Assuming the webway entrance was cylindrical, its diameter was comparable to the metal passage, and its length was 1 kilometer. Then, how many monocrystals would be needed to build a cylindrical webway entrance outer wall with a thickness of 1 meter? Lienyo returned to his office and used the Suindongdong device to calculate, arriving at an astronomical figure. 31.4 million tons of monocrystals. Not 3,140 tons, but 31.4 million tons. This number truly astonished Lienyo. Since acquiring the ancient crystal fungus with 60% ancestral reversion, he had been using this fungus to produce monocrystals. He clicked on the system interface and looked at the fungus simulation. Current simulation project, cultivating space warp energy crystal fungus, 60% ancestral reversion, Simulation days, 15.6 million days. Warp energy monocrystal production rate, 1 kg of monocrystals produced per 10,000 simulation days. Warp monocrystal yield, 1,560 kilograms, equivalent to 1.56 tons. For every 1 hour that passed in reality, 10,000 days passed in the simulation space. From 2 months ago until now, 65 days had passed, producing a total of 1.56 tons of monocrystals, which wasn't even a fraction of what was needed to repair the webway entrance. Well, maybe I should just let Huang Pitzi fend for himself. Wouldn't it be better if I used 31.4 million tons of monocrystals to build an indestructible Black Knight's army? Lienyo secretly grumbled, but in the end, he decided to help Huang Pitzi. For no other reason than to fulfill the promise he made in front of Vogues. Lienyo listed his upcoming schedule on the Suindongdong device. The first priority was promote further ancestral reversion of the ancient crystal fungus. The second priority was increase the population of Paraplanet. The planet's population growth rate was actually not slow, the key was that the orcs' mortality rate was too high. They either fell to their deaths in the shafts, died in fights, or died accidentally due to unstable tools created by mechanical witchcraft. Currently, about 50,000 orcs were born every day, and the number of deaths was roughly equal to this figure, which led to the stagnation of Paraplanet's population. Once the highly dangerous shaft project was completed, the mortality rate would naturally decrease significantly. Massively increase the population of green-skinned Para on Paraplanet to hundreds of millions, greatly accelerating the construction speed of the megalith-class space fortress, and establish an impregnable base in the physical universe. While establishing a base in the physical universe, they could advance into the webway and simultaneously establish strongholds within the webway. In this way, Paraplanet would be responsible for producing weapons, ammunition, and supplies, providing logistical support to the webway strongholds, while the webway strongholds would be responsible for expanding territory and establishing the Para Empire within the webway. When the time was ripe, he would lead his entire family into the webway to live peacefully in the Para Empire, only interfering with the progress of the physical universe through WarHammer simulation. The third priority was eliminate the threat of the purple-skinned people and postpone the Randan Alliance's return to the galaxy, creating a stable external environment for the rapid development of Paraplanet. The fourth priority was weaken the overall strength of the rebellious faction and try to postpone the rebellion, gaining time and space for the construction of Paraplanet and the establishment of the Webway Empire. With the priorities sorted, the next step was to set phased goals. Eliminating chaos was the ultimate goal. Establishing the Webway Empire was a long-term goal. Paraplanet's megalith transformation project was a medium to long-term goal. Weakening the overall strength of the rebellious faction was a medium-term goal. Promoting further ancestral reversion of the ancient crystal fungus was a short-term goal. Addressing the threat of the purple-skinned people and the Rendon alliance was the current goal. Aside from the ultimate goal and the long-term goal, the other 4 goals would change with the situation. Based on these 6 goals, a complete plan was freshly devised. Lin Yo would systematically achieve these 6 goals one by one. He named this plan the Webway Empire. The name sounded grand and full of ambition. But in practice, it still required taking one steady step at a time. Lin Yo engraved the plan onto a yeast cassette, stored it in the fungus warehouse, and erased all records in the physical universe. Outside the office window, the setting sun was like blood, twilight descended, and it was time for the daily WarHammer simulation. Lin Yo clicked on the archive interface and looked at Archive 6. Archive 6, Almighty Kid, Beast. Archive briefing. The guardsmen and barge disguised as purple-skinned people have been built. The genetic modification of 300 special ops boys has been completed, and they have mastered some of the Mudman's shape-shifting abilities. Beast has completed the inspection of the spacecraft and special ops boys. You can carry out destructive actions against the purple-skinned people at any time. Lin Yo nodded slightly. It was time to guide the Imperium of Man's Claw Monastery to discover the purple-skinned people's home. He hoped the Imperium of Man would put in some effort and not miss the opportune moment to destroy the warp beacon. Beep beep. A communication alert sounded. It was Taiduo's call. Come for dinner, it's my own cooking tonight. After the recipe transaction was completed, the Nest Capital's cash flow became exceptionally abundant, and Taiduo had been in a good mood, personally cooking these past few days. Okay, I'm coming now. Lin Yo responded with a smile and headed to his residence for dinner, secretly pondering the plan to guide the Imperium of Man to discover the purple-skinned people's home, ensuring nothing went wrong. Chapter 182, Blood Ravens War Group founded. Dinner concluded with a satisfied sigh. Brandy collected the dishes and washed them in the kitchen. Lin Yo and Taiduo slumped on the sofa, their bellies noticeably protruding. Honestly, Taiduo's cooking was quite good. The steak was perfectly cooked, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside, and still juicy. The milk mushroom soup was rich but not greasy, and the dessert plating was like a work of art. Once upon a time, when he was still a struggling student, how could he have enjoyed such treatment? Transmigration is great, the more transmigration the better. Without it, one would be stuck dealing with research work for a lifetime. Lin Yo sighed with emotion, chatting idly with Taiduo about the Nest Capital's planning. Around 8 p.m., Lin Yo saw Taiduo off, then immediately washed up and entered the bedroom to begin today's WarHammer simulation. You consumed 1 magic spores and loaded Wuji Boy Sake's save file. Loading complete. His consciousness traveled to Paraplanet, entering Sake's body. Pushing open the wooden door of the shack, he stepped outside, and the mushroom field had transformed greatly. The original field spread out flat on the ground, covering over 5 hectares. After more than half a month of renovation, the mushroom field had become 3-dimensional, with a main frame of metal platforms that could retract into the ground. The platform had over 50 layers, each with a height of 3 meters and an area of over 1,000 square meters. When the platforms rose to the surface, they were arranged in a staircase shape, allowing each layer of ghost mushroom to fully enjoy sunlight. If enemies attacked, the platforms would transform from a staircase to a box shape, retracting into an artificial ecosystem 5 kilometers underground, where they would bask in artificial sunlight. It was truly strange. Why did ghost mushroom, as a fungus, need sunlight to grow quickly? Lin Yo was quite concerned about this phenomenon and conducted many experiments in his spare time. The experimental results showed that without light, the growth rate of ghost mushroom was only 1/3 of normal. The main reason for this was that the ultraviolet rays and sunlight could kill miscellaneous bacteria. When ghost mushroom was contaminated by miscellaneous bacteria, it would secrete a metabolite to kill the bacteria. When there was no bacterial contamination, it would stop secreting bactericidal metabolites and instead use nutrients for growth and development. Therefore, although ghost mushroom is a fungus, it grows better in places with abundant light. Based on this, the underground farm Lin Yo arranged for ghost mushroom had light parameters similar to natural sunlight. He cast his gaze far, looking down at the plain from the hilltop. Many canals and pools appeared around Gork and Mork's big black pipe, which was a water circulation system Lin Yo designed based on the Nest Capital's liquid pipeline network. A portion of the water vapor drifting out of the vertical shaft would be collected by the liquid pipes inside the vertical shaft, becoming reserve water in the pools. The water moved along the canals, sequentially passing through the Orcs' drinking pools, the Tech Boys' workshop, the Gretchen's drinking pools, the Squigs' troughs, the sewage pool, the purification workshop, and the vertical shaft's distillation pipes, finally drifting out of the vertical shaft as water vapor, completing one cycle of water circulation. The entire process not only met the water needs of the Orcs, Gretchen, and Squigs but also collected their excrement for composting or purification. This water circulation system is currently in trial operation, and after practical confirmation of its feasibility, Lin Yo will move it to the underground artificial ecosystem. Similarly, for irrigation water and fertilizer for farmland, fodder for pastures, raw material production and waste recycling in workshops, Lin Yo also formulated corresponding circulation systems based on Epimetheus. Here, Epimetheus must be praised. This Nest Capital is a perfect reference object. Its air, water, and food are self-circulating, only medicines, chemicals, engineering equipment, consumables, etc., need to be purchased externally. The green-skinned Dada have been strong and healthy since childhood, eating well and rarely getting sick, so they have little need for medicines for treatment, and strengthening potions can be replaced by alchemical potions and witchcraft. Heavy and light industrial necessities like chemicals, engineering equipment, and consumables are also not essential for orcs. I reckon power is amazing. As long as universal shinic material is added to scrap, metal sheets can be used as glue, and glue can be used as bulletproof steel plates. Linio set up a scrap warehouse in the warehouse area of the artificial ecosystem. As long as there is inventory in the scrap warehouse, the necessities for heavy and light industries are taken care of. Linio looked at the thriving scene, feeling genuinely satisfied and expectant. Plop. A pile of squig poop landed by his foot. Linio's mouth twitched slightly, and he looked sideways to see his little pets playing a poop war game with the Gretchen. Alas, orcs are strong and simple-minded, not easily sick, and not easily betrayed, but many bad habits are truly unbearable. How many times have I said, no playing with poop? You're not old 8. Why do you always play with poop? Linio picked up his weird boy staff, rushed to his pets and the Gretchen, and knocked several times, sending warm greetings to their heads. Stupid dog howled and ran away with its tail between its legs. Its little companion was a hydrogen-oxygen skig, named Stupid Pig by Linio. Stupid Pig sprayed Linio with pure oxygen and ran off with Stupid Dog. The 4 Gretchen looked timidly at the angry weird boy, their eyes darting around, occasionally glancing at the poop on the ground. Linio gave them 4 hard knocks and said sternly. No, playing with poop. You need to send this smelly stuff to the sewage pool, understand? If I catch you playing with poop again, I'll dunk you in the sewage pool and give you a bath with poop. The Gretchen picked up the poop from the ground, stuffed it into their steel briefs, and left, bowing and scraping. Linio glared at the 4 of them, then turned and snapped his fingers at Zalger. You keep an eye on them. If anyone dares to play with poop, shove him into the sewage pool. All right, I got it. Linio pulled out his noisy box and made a call. Beast, come here for a moment. All right, boss, I'll be right there. A few minutes later, Beast landed his caca plane from the sky, landing on the helipad near the shack. Beast, is the notice prohibiting the misuse of poop written yet? It's done, take a look. If there's no problem, I'll have the boys distribute it. Beast opened his data pad and handed his written document to his boss for review. His series of actions were so skilled, like a shrimp proficient in secretarial duties. The document he wrote also looked quite decent. Boys, listen up, our witch doctor has come up with a new rule. Any boy who throws poop into the sewage pool will receive stinky teeth as a reward. For every pile of poop thrown into the sewage pool, you will get 1 such tooth. Remember, the sewage pool is the only place poop should go. It is forbidden to roll poop balls on the ground, forbidden to place poop anywhere other than the sewage pool, and forbidden to take poop from the sewage pool. Any stinky boy who disobeys the weird boy's command will be held down in the sewage pool and made to eat poop. Waik. The notice written by Beast adopted human logic in its structure, but with the style of orc slang in its wording, making it profound yet easy to understand. Most importantly, throwing poop into the sewage pool could earn rewards, and there was no rule that only one's own poop could earn rewards. This way, smart orcs and Gretchen would actively collect poop in the territory and throw it all into the sewage pool. Linio read from top to bottom, nodding slightly. Not bad, Beast. Pay more attention usually and see which orcs and Gretchen know how to pick up other people's poop and throw it into the sewage pool. Gather these orcs and Gretchen and form an organization called the Poop Scooper Boys Association. From now on, they will be solely responsible for cleaning up poop and punishing those boys who violate the ban. Wow, boss, that's a great idea, how did I not think of that? Beast's eyes lit up slightly, and he quickly wrote down what Linio said. Linio smiled slightly. Later you can go post the notice, first take me to see the shipyard. Alright, follow me. Zalger served as the pilot, flying Linio, while Beast flew his own plane leading the way. The 3 flew for over 10 kilometers, arriving at a valley covered in steel scaffolding. This valley had been transformed by the tech boy, all green vegetation stripped away, replaced by a massive dry dock built into the mountain. Guardsmen and barges disguised as O'Neill ships were docked there, undergoing final inspections. O'Neill ships typically featured spherical shapes with spikes. The hull was a sphere that did not conform to aerodynamics. The curved external armor plates had outward protruding spikes, which were the casings for laser arrays, autocannons, and external sensors. The ship's paint scheme was primarily purple and black. These 2 colors intertwined, combined with the gaudy spiked design, gave the O'Neill ship an inherently unsettling aura. The Beast introduced, we've made some modifications to the guardsmen's thrusters and engines to match the energy signature of the purple-skinned people's devices. The guardsmen and barges' navigation computers, communicators, radar, and fire control arrays have also been recompiled in the purple-skinned people's language. No matter how Shrimp scans these 2 ships, he won't be able to discover that they are our handiwork, he'll only think they are 2 purple-skinned people ships. Very good. How are the special ops boys preparing? Linio asked. I'll call them out for you to inspect, the Beast said, picking up the loud box at his waist and greeting Crone Bloodhand, the leader of the special ops boys. Sizzle. 2 whooshing sounds emitted simultaneously as the external hatches of the guardsman and barge opened, and 2 rows of figures emerged. Whether in demeanor, temperament, or actions, they looked identical to the O'Neill, totaling exactly 300 individuals, equivalent to the number of special ops boys. Linio raised an eyebrow, highly impressed by the special ops boys' disguise abilities. He scanned the special ops boys with finders of different specifications, and also used the appraisal technique and analysis fungus built into the system for scanning, ultimately acknowledging the special ops boys' skill. The finder's scan results showed that these 300 purple-skinned people, transformed from special ops boys, possessed the purple-skinned people's biometric features. This transformation ability came from the Mudman's gene fragments. Over the past half-month, Lino had performed genetic modification surgery on the special ops boys every night, individually imbuing them with the Mudman's transformation ability. Could scanning devices like the Finder, Augur Matrix, and Divining Instrument detect Mudman or Orc biometric features on the special ops boys? Theoretically, yes. In actual combat, this can be avoided by maneuvering. As long as the special ops boys don't enter within 10 kilometers of ship-mounted scanning equipment, their true identities won't be exposed. You may drop your disguises, I have a few words to say. At Lino's command, the 300 special ops boys present reverted to their original forms. After genetic modification, their skin changed from dark green to light green, their height reached 1.7 meters, their backs were straight, their figures well proportioned, and their muscles were well defined. To effectively utilize this special operations team, Lino removed many undesirable traits from the special ops boys. Their recklessness was gone, their slippery personalities had vanished, their bad habit of stealing was erased, but their experience and memory of theft were retained. Their personalities tended towards calm, cautious, steady, intelligent, cold-blooded, and silent. They could be described as ruthless humanoid special operations weapons. A portion of their gene fragments originated from the tech boy, allowing them to engage in repair and manufacturing work. The blood-red Saint Thief's gloves remained unchanged. Lino liked the color, function, and name of these gloves. The special ops boys remained energetic, but unlike ordinary orcs, they were not quarrelsome and did not vent their energy through fighting. Lino's setting for them was: when they had excess energy, they would train in the training room, or work in the workshop, or read Imperium of Man writings translated into Orcish Cant by the Beast. A disciplined and obedient special operations team was thus born. Lino's gaze swept across the faces of these special ops boys, seeing the same calm eyes as his own, imbued with respect and a hint of adoration. The respect was because Lino was currently playing the role of a weird boy, while the adoration stemmed from a gene fragment Lino had arranged. This fragment allowed the special ops boys to develop an emotion for the weird boy that was higher than respect but lower than blind obedience, strictly protecting Woogie boy's sake. Simply altering genetic code could reshape life forms, change logical and emotional thinking, and alter behavioral characteristics. How was this different from a god? Perhaps, genes are the life-editing tools left behind by ancient gods, who knows? Lino steadied himself, cast aside distracting thoughts, and paced before the array, speaking, "You are the warriors I have meticulously crafted. You are the perfect fusion of strength and skill. You possess both might and wisdom. You are so unique, and so is your mission." Lino stopped, giving Zalger a look, who then lifted him onto his shoulder. "You will become the phantoms that rotten things refuse to face, shadows woven from the dark side of the physical universe. Your glory lies not in heroic sacrifice on the battlefield, but in the sharp blade embedded deep in the enemy commander's cervical spine, in the viral code roaming through enemy databases, in the chaos and turmoil created by potions and chinook. When the Steel Warriors warband unleashes a steel torrent on the plains, you inject poison into the planet's veins. When the Space Beast clan hunts down enemies, the neurotoxins you release have already left the enemies in unbearable pain. When the Thousand Suns warband collectively unleashes a thunderous storm to bombard the entire planet, you have already infiltrated the enemy's treasury, seizing all data and spoils. You are the epitome of perfect infiltration, experts in assassination and reconnaissance, silent stealthers, and assassins. Now, I officially grant you permission to establish a new warband. The warband's name is..." Lino paused, then slowly uttered a few syllables. "Blood Raven." The Blood Raven kids' eyes lit up, and excitement flashed across their faces. "From today onwards, you will leave your original warbands and all join the Blood Raven clan. Crone Blood Raven, you are the leader of the warband." "Yes, Dada." Crone responded loudly. "Now, go inspect the ships. I will have the beast prepare weapons and armor with the Blood Raven clan's markings for you. Once the ship inspection is complete, depart immediately." "Received." Crone turned and shouted a few words to the Blood Raven kids. The group returned to the ships to continue their inspection work. Lino took a data pad from the beast and drew the Blood Raven clan's marking, instructing him to have the tech boy spray the marking onto the Blood Raven clan's exclusive special operations weapons and armor. The beast scratched his head and asked, "Dada, what was that Thousand Suns warband you just mentioned? We don't seem to have a Thousand Suns warband here. That's a new warband I plan to establish in the future, whose members are all weird boys. Speaking of which, you can help me keep an eye out for outstanding weird boys." "Weird boys?" The beast was somewhat puzzled. "Dada, don't weird boys just suck and explode? Their most impressive skill is just guiding the dots, right? Why do you want to create a warband for them?" No, beast. Weird boys only know how to absorb chinook materials and use the headshot technique because they're relatively stupid." Lino patiently explained. "Gork and Mork told me that if we just give the weird boys some magical stinky water, they'll learn more chinooks." "Oh, so that's how it is, I understand." The magical stinky water Lino referred to was actually a series of potions discovered from weird boy witchcraft. These potions could allow weird boys to learn new chinooks, somewhat like skill books in online games. Their learning cost was extremely high, even more exaggerated than group enhancement witchcraft, with the cheapest costing 100,000 skill points. Lin Yo reckoned that he would probably have to wait until he resolved the troubles with the Bone Drinkers and Rendon Alliance before he had enough simulation points to form the Thousand Suns Warband. After a flurry of preparations, the two ships were ready, and the Blood Raven kids were fully equipped and waiting to depart. 4 greenskin-style guardsmen appeared above the dock, towing the barge towards low Earth orbit. Once the 2 O'Neill ships reached outer space, the O'Neill-style guardsmen towed the barge into the warp. Peng Pa calculated based on the recent warp conditions that the 2 ships would arrive at the outer edge of the O'Neill solar system in 25 days, and then proceed to the star system where the Claw Monastery was located. Approximately 50 days later, the 2 ships would enter the Claw Monastery's line of sight. At that time, Lin Yo would possess Crone and personally command the operation to prevent any errors. Chapter 183, Hey! I fight against the Dark Angel's Inner Circle veterans? In the blink of an eye, dozens of days quietly passed. Morse System. 100 years after expelling the Rendon Alliance, the Morse System was occupied by the Dark Angel's Legion, which had the greatest credit in the 3 Rendon Wars. After extensive renovation, the 3 imperial worlds within the system became a forging world, a fortress world, and a special world. This special world appeared to be a nest capital, but its governor, department heads, and so-called planetary defense force were all members of the Black Griffin Warband, a subordinate of the Dark Angel's Legion. The Black Griffin currently has approximately 5,000 active personnel, who form the backbone of the local planetary defense force. In their daily work, they only have 2 tasks, training new recruits and protecting the city's core facility, the Claw Monastery. The main members of the Claw Monastery came from the inner circle of the Dark Angel's Legion, the Deathwing. Adhering to the medieval knightly order culture of Caliban, the Claw Monastery operates with the organizational structure of a knightly monastery. This monastery sealed all records of the 3 Rendon Wars. Yes, all records, including top-secret information not found in the Imperial Department of Military Affairs. The knights in the monastery patrolled day and night, studying historical documents, practicing combat skills, and strictly guarding the Rendon technological artifacts and data buried deep within the monastery. They monitored every inch of space in this system, ensuring they could detect the enemy at the first sign of the Rendon Alliance's return. Doing the same thing for years on end inevitably leads to fatigue and weariness, but the knights of the Claw Monastery do not experience such negative emotions. Their gene seed renovation removed all unnecessary emotional processing functions, keeping them in a state of high alert at all times, without a moment of slack. They could calmly complete their daily training and patrols, remaining vigilant even during rest. The only thing that could cause emotional changes in their cerebral cortex was the 3 Rendon Wars, which they had to remember at all times. In the early morning, the first ray of artificial sunlight passed through the monastery's colorful bay window, casting brilliant beams into the chapel. Figures in white power armor emerged from the shifting light and shadow. 30-meter-high ribbed vaults hung with iron crown of thorns, silver pillars edged with Caliban knightly prophecies, and ceramite armor displayed before the walls on both sides of the chapel, silently recounting the battles from over 100 years ago. The atmosphere was silent, so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. The monastery's knights knelt on one knee, removed their helmets and placed them at their waists, and slightly bowed their heads, listening to the chapter master's routine sermon. At this moment, over 150 years ago, the first drop of Rendon poison blood permeated the soil of Edephermus. Beneath every floor tile you kneel upon, the ashes of 50,000 army warriors are buried, and with this, we became the ultimate victors. But what I want you to remember today is not victory, but the price behind victory. Chapter Master Cronus slowly paced on the podium, his sharp gaze sweeping over every knight of the monastery. In the first war, our lines were torn apart by the enemy's shadow blasters. 10,000 Ravenwing warriors used their flesh and blood to block the energy torrent. In the second war, the despicable enemy used shadow resonators to drive all living beings on the battlefield into madness. Why did the knights of the Dark Angels gouge out their eyes? Because they found that only the blind were immune to illusions. Boys guarding the archives, when you patrol every night, have you ever heard those 3,000 hollow eye sockets whispering in the darkness? Cronus stopped at the podium. In front of him was a pitch-black pillar, about 1.5 meters high, just reaching the chapter master's waist. At the very top of the pillar was an object covered by a black cloth. Cronus lifted the cloth, revealing a shimmering black crystal skull, and everyone present felt a bone-chilling coldness, as a suffocating atmosphere quickly brewed. In the final Rendon homeworld annihilation battle, we thought victory was within reach, but the enemy activated an alien technological artifact beyond our expectations, which was this skull-shaped shadow field generator. Public records state that we fought fiercely on the Rendon homeworld for 7 days. This is a lie. The actual duration was 7 months and 7 days. Knights trapped within the shadow field were covered in wounds but received no support, and in the end, they could only helplessly watch the Rendon mothership leave the home world. The chapter master drew the force sword from his waist and used the cold blade to tap the shoulder pads of the first row of knights one by one, sparks splashing on their resolute faces. Now tell me, when you are on duty guarding the Rendon war weapons, do you dare to relax even a little? When you organize the Rendon technical data, will you miss half a blueprint? Those fools who drink and make noise on Victory Day will never understand that Rendon has never truly perished. They lie dormant in every sealed technology, every overlooked inspection, every self-congratulatory celebration. The chapter master raised the force sword in his hand and pointed to the memorial wall behind him. The memorial wall was made of gold, with the names of every warrior who sacrificed in the Rendon War engraved upon it. Above the memorial wall was a row of spotlights, illuminating the names on the wall with holy white light. In the name of the Claw. With vigilance as our blade. We shall remain ever vigilant, until the end of time. Until Rendon is eradicated, our mission will not cease. Cronus swore loudly. The kneeling knights gazed at the memorial wall, repeating the chapter master's oath. In the name of the claw. With vigilance as our blade. We shall remain ever vigilant, until the end of time. Until Rendon is eradicated, our mission will not cease. The daily routine sermon was over. Cronus sheathed his sword and turned to the knights, making a gesture of raising his hand. Rise. Remember, when the spotlights on the memorial wall switch from white to red, it means the augur matrix in the monastery has detected traces of the Rendon alliance in this system. From this moment on, we will enter a state of war. Is that clear? Yes, chapter master. The knights responded in unison. Cronus nodded almost imperceptibly. Go to work, all of you. I will check each of your. Before he could finish speaking, the knights' expressions suddenly changed, and golden light reflected in their eyes. Cronus turned around and saw the memorial wall illuminated by golden lights. Red spotlights mean Rendon invasion. What do golden spotlights mean? Cronus frowned, quickly flipping through the monastery's codex in his mind, and instantly found the answer. Aliens have invaded our system. Immediately enter level 2 combat readiness. Sound the alarm. Seal the archives. Pinpoint the alien's location. Cronus commanded loudly. The knights moved, heading to their respective posts according to the codex's guidance. Cronus strode towards the main entrance of the chapel, simultaneously activating internal communications to contact the tech priest within the monastery. Look at, tell me the enemy's location and numbers. Look at is the Claw Monastery's exclusive tech priest. His avatar was projected in front of Cronus via a holographic device. The tech priest's face in the image was obscured by a breathing mask and sound array device, making him look like a renovation fanatic whose mechanization was almost complete. This was indeed the case. Lookit had transformed his spine into a 12-stage encrypted drive shaft, specifically to protect the alien data in the archives. The enemy is at the edge of the system, coordinates BXS 1213.4139 and 1AEE 58992. They have 2 ships, one is a guardsman, and the other is a barge. Based on the ship style and scan signals, these are 2 O'Neill ships. O'Neill? Those cold trade scumbags operating in the Dim Star region. Cronus paused, asking somewhat confusedly. You just said one of these 2 ships is a barge. That's right, it's a barge without a power source, relying on the guardsman's towing to conduct warp travel. According to my prediction, the probability of these 2 ships getting lost in the warp is 90%. They left the warp at the wrong time, which is why they accidentally entered our system. I agree with your judgment, however, we cannot let our guard down. Cronus activated the monastery's broadcast communication channel and issued a series of combat directives. In orbit near the planet's surface, a cruiser belonging to the Claw Monastery, and 3 cruisers belonging to the Black Griffin Warband quickly launched. This temporary fleet, composed of 4 ships, performed precise short-range jumps, rapidly entering and exiting the warp, and in an instant arrived at the edge of the Morse system, directly confronting the O'Neill's 2 ships. As the distance between the 2 sides shortened, more intelligence was scanned by the augur matrix and simultaneously transmitted to Lookit and Cronus. The guardsman's tractor beam is broken, and the O'Neill on board are attempting to repair it. Looker tapped on the keyboard with his metallic fingers and said, Our fleet has thrown the O'Neill into disarray. They seem to want to abandon the barges and leave in their guardsmen. Sir, I suggest we stop them more gently, as there might be valuable xenotech on these 2 ships that warrant our attention. The Dark Angels Legion liked xenotech. As a member of the Legion's inner circle, the Claw Monastery also liked xenotech. Lookert's suggestion was exactly to Cronus's liking, and the latter immediately ordered to abandon long-range bombardment and instead launch a boarding assault on the 2 O'Neill ships. Before the boarding craft were launched from the 4 cruisers, the O'Neill sensed trouble and frantically cut the tow ropes connecting the guardsman and the barge, with the crew on the barge emergency transferring to the guardsman via shuttle. When the boarding craft appeared, the O'Neill guardsman maneuvered, and the warp signal emanating from within its hull intensified. Lord Cronus, the O'Neill guardsman wants to open a warp entrance. There is a 75.6% chance of an accident if we launch a boarding action against this ship now. According to my further calculations, the O'Neill's success rate in opening a warp entrance will drop to 53.4% due to the boarding action, and the probability of boarding personnel going missing due to following the O'Neill into warp travel is 41.1%. Considering all factors, I suggest you abandon the boarding operation against the guardsman. I refuse to adopt your suggestion. Failure never hinders our progress, cowardice does. Cronus commanded in a deep voice. Continue the boarding operation and exert all efforts to control both ships. I have a premonition, this is an enlightenment from the Primarch. Lookert had intended to persuade him further, but upon hearing Cronus say it was the Primarch's enlightenment, he decisively swallowed his words. The Gene Seed Primarch of the Dark Angels was Lion L. Johnson. This Primarch did not possess psychic abilities and could not predict the future, but he had extremely sophisticated tactical foresight, capable of predicting enemy actions from the slightest clues. Cronus's gene purity was above 99%, almost perfectly inheriting the Primarch's tactical foresight. It was this tactical foresight that gave Cronus an ability akin to prophecy, although he did not know the outcome of the prophecy, following his intuition was always correct. 8 boarding craft accelerated through the void, deftly evading the barrages and laser beams fired by the guardsmen. 3 of these boarding craft arced towards the barge that remained in place, effortlessly piercing into its upper deck. The other 5 boarding craft flanked the guardsmen from both sides, coordinating to draw the guardsmen's autocannons and laser arrays, covering their comrades' boarding action. 1 boarding craft successfully punctured the guardsmen's external armor plating, piercing deeply like the sharp beak of a pecking bird. Coincidentally, the warp signal strength reached its peak at this moment. A warp entrance, brimming with mystical light, appeared in front of the guardsman. The guardsman, with the boarding craft inside, accelerated and simultaneously activated the O'Neill's self-developed warp travel field. A purple-black barrier enveloped the entire ship, and thus the guardsman, carrying the boarding craft, entered the warp. This scene startled Cronus. These O'Neill are truly insane. Their ship has been breached by a boarding craft, yet they still dare to enter the warp. Lookert analyzed. Sir, they successfully activated the warp travel field. Theoretically, with this field in place, even if the external armor plating is damaged, that ship can still perform warp travel. I believe the more likely scenario is that our boarding personnel will take control of that ship by force, successfully exit the warp, and establish contact with us, with an 85% probability of this happening. Cronus suppressed his surprise and said in a deep voice. Closely monitor all communication requests with a trusted identification code. Also, tell me what on the barge is worth our attention. Yes, sir, please wait. I will connect you to the communication signals of the frontline combat personnel, they have many findings to share with you. Lookert's holographic avatar vanished, and half-length images of several boarding personnel emerged. They wore compactly structured Mk3 pattern power armor, with armor decorations consistent with the standard power armor of the Dark Angels Legion's inner circle, only painted white instead of black. The leading space marine was a veteran sergeant, his helmet visor a white pointed cone. He wielded a heavy bolter, with an exquisite two-handed power sword slung on his back, showcasing a fierce demeanor. Commander, we have confirmed this is an O'Neill barge used for salvaging space ruins. The ship's warehouse contains remnants of O'Neill standard weapons, equipment, and devices. Notably, we found a star message in the bridge, which records the spatial coordinates of the O'Neill homeworld. Cronus's eyes lit up, and he formed a barely perceptible smile, making the wrinkles and scars on his face even more pronounced. Transmit the spatial coordinates to the monastery. You continue to search the barge, do not miss any clues. Yes, sir. Lookert, tell me the reliability of these spatial coordinates. The holographic display flickered, switching from the frontline squad to the tech priest. Lookert was currently searching for the destination pointed to by the spatial coordinates within the Imperial territory, an incessant static crackling emanated from within his cranium. After a few seconds, Lookert responded. Sir, I have found the destination of these spatial coordinates. It is a remote area in the northeast corner of the Midlook expansion area, unexplored by the Imperial expedition fleets and rogue trader dynasties, hence there is no detailed information about this area in the database. The probability of this location being the O'Neill homeworld is 50%. We need more intelligence to verify the credibility of the spatial coordinates. Then let's wait. Cronus waited in the monastery's command room. The O'Neill were merely a group of marauding privateers, they could never resist the Dark Angels boarding personnel. Moreover, the warriors who successfully entered the guardsmen were a team of 13 Claw Monastery veterans. Such a team, let alone a small guardsman, even if an O'Neill cruiser arrived, would have to obediently surrender control of the ship. Wait, just wait a little longer. Within half an hour, a communication request would surely be received. In a flash, 30 minutes passed, and the Claw Monastery received no communication signals from outside. Another 60 minutes passed, and the O'Neill's barge was brought back into low orbit for a comprehensive inspection. Another 60 minutes passed, the barge inspection was complete, and apart from the spatial coordinates recorded in the logbook and a ship full of debris, no valuable spoils were found. Cronus instructed the tech priest to check the communication signals over and over again, and the local star language court constantly monitored star message. Gradually, Cronus began to feel uneasy, and a bad thought arose in his mind. Why had there been no news from the 13 veterans yet? Could that guardsman, breached by the boarding craft, have accidentally been scrapped during warp travel? Scrapped? Are you kidding me? The Green Orc's craftsmanship was far superior to that of the purple-skinned people and the Oil Boy. Ships built by the Oil Boy couldn't enter the warp if they had a small hole, but the Green Orc didn't care about that. As long as the warp travel field was activated, they could go anywhere they wanted. The 13 Claw Monastery veterans had not returned to this day, of course, for a reason. Inside the Green Orc frigates disguised as an O'Neill guardsman, Leonio was on the bridge, looking at the battle scenes on the surveillance footage with a speechless expression. In the narrow steel corridor, 13 burly men in Mk3 pattern power armor were fighting against the Blood Raven Kid. Both sides were locked in a fierce, heated battle, neither able to gain the upper hand in a short time. Normally, orcs could not defeat Dark Angels inner circle veterans. But there was an exception to everything. A barrier made of a positive ion field lay across the center of the corridor, separating the warring parties. When electronic devices passed through this barrier, their circuit lines would be pierced by positive ions, causing them to instantly crash. It was the presence of the positive ion barrier that stopped the 13 power armor burly men. Leonio had never thought he would fight against Dark Angels veterans, but this scene had just appeared, which truly made him feel helpless. Chapter 184, The Darkest Day for the Inner Circle Veterans. Time rewound to the moment the boarding craft had just entered the guardsman. Laser cutters violently tore through the guardsman's armor plates, and hard ceramite drills pierced into the ship's outer hull. The boarding craft shook violently, with deafening cutting noises ringing incessantly. A few seconds later, with a clang, the boarding craft collided with the side keel of the ship's lower deck, immediately stopping its advance. Hiss. The pneumatic hatch pushed outwards, sweeping away debris around the boarding craft, making space for the inner circle veterans from the Claw Monastery to move. 13 fully armed space marines entered the O'Neill guardsman. They wore white-painted Mk3 pattern power armor. This power armor, known as iron armor, was an improved version of the Mk2 pattern crusade power armor. It was equipped with additional armor plates on its limbs, head, and front chest. The back protection was not enhanced, a weakness compensated by the close cooperation of the boarding team, which severely tested the tacit understanding and discipline among the team members. This type of power armor, focused on frontal defense and assault, was specifically designed for boarding actions, close quarters combat, and other narrow environment operations. Wearing it, we are the fiercest tough guys on this ship. Captain Monrad tapped a short long signal on his throat communicator, switching the communication signal to an internal encrypted channel. A blood-red grid map was projected onto his retina by the holographic tactical sand table. Team advance in wedge formation. Second fire team, blockade the ventilation shaft at 6 o'clock. There are 6 life signals at the corner 500 yards ahead. Detected explosion signal, confirmed as smoke grenades. Bang bang bang. 3 smoke grenades were fired via grenade launchers, bouncing and refracting off the right-angled wall, landing in the passage where the inner circle veterans were located. The smoke grenades exploded, forming a dense gray smoke. The power armor's heat dissipation grills automatically closed, and the air circulation system switched to internal circulation, comprehensively preventing smoke particles from entering the power armor's interior. Assault Trooper Barb Rouse raised his shield and charged into the smoke first, his right hand's heavy bolter spewing gunfire from the edge of the shield, bolt rounds firing one after another towards the right-angled bend ahead, continuously suppressing the O'Neill. The enemy seemed to have no intention of engaging them head-on. The boarding team met no resistance, passing directly through the smoke zone, then being blocked by a heavy hatch. Clearly, the O'Neill were trying every means to delay the boarding team's speed. Their release of smoke grenades just now was to buy time for opening this hatch. Monrad gestured to Techboy Neng within the team. Neng passed through the gap made by his comrades, first scanning the scene behind the door with a handheld divining instrument, then taking out a multi-toothed decoder to dismantle the hatch's hinges and lock. This hatch has an anti-electromagnetic interlayer, so the divining instrument's scan signal can't penetrate it. Get ready for contact, I'll open the door in 3 counts. Neng retracted his multi-toothed decoder, placed his hand on the hatch's handle, and exchanged glances with Barb Rouse beside him. Both counted to 3 silently in their minds. Neng pulled the hatch open with force, and Barb Rouse charged in with his shield. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted at the end of the corridor behind the door. Under superhuman neural reflexes, Barb Rouse found the source of the gunfire, aimed there, and pulled the trigger, responding with a furious volley of bolt rounds. The group passed through the hatch one by one, their weapons pointing at every corner where enemies might appear, their crimson visors flowing with star-like streaks of light, environmental information continuously fed back into their holographic vision via sensors. Cease fire, those are decoys, Monrad said in a deep voice. The gunfire within the team subsided. Scan results showed that no life forms had been lost due to the recent exchange of fire. The gunfire they heard after passing through the hatch was merely decoy rounds set up by the O'Neill at the corner ahead. These O'Neill are no different from rats, they know we're here, and they're all hiding, Barb Rouse sneered in the internal channel, covering his comrades as they advanced, their steps steady and swift, not pausing for a moment because of the decoys. They moved quickly through the lower deck, passing a dozen intersections where ambushes could have occurred. But strangely, no O'Neill came out to stop them, as if all the aliens on the ship had evaporated. Just as they were about to take the lift directly to the bridge, a golden-white energy barrier appeared in the passage ahead, blocking their way. Buzz. Amidst a faint electrophoretic hum, a barrier composed of countless golden-white specks materialized out of thin air, leaving brilliant star-like patterns on the inner circle veterans' visors. Playing tricks, it's just an energy shield. Watch me tear it apart. Barb Rouse stepped forward steadily, about to collide with the energy barrier, but was stopped by the tech boy in the team. Don't go, Barb Rouse. When did the O'Neill master such advanced force field technology? Neng's voice trembled slightly, as if he had seen some incredible technological artifact. Neng was a space marine specialized in technical research and mechanical manufacturing, having received professional training on Mars, and was designated as a tech boy within the Space Marines. Thanks to his past knowledge of technology, he immediately recognized the threat from the golden-white light curtain. He timely stopped his teammate, preventing a tragedy from happening. Now, he had to make his teammates understand that although the golden-white light curtain looked light and thin, it contained terrifying power capable of disintegrating the entire team. Gentlemen, that is a positive ion barrier. Our only outcome upon contact with it is that all the pipelines in our power armor will short-circuit. The hard armor on our bodies will become our burden in our coffin. Neng pointed to the golden-white energy barrier, trying to calm his teammates and warn them not to make reckless moves. But some people didn't quite believe what he said. Barb Rouse shook the shield in his hand, and a voice message came through. Positive ions? What positive ions? If it's a particle related to electromagnetism, I don't believe it can penetrate the armor and harm our pipelines. The destructive nature of positive ions is indeed related to electromagnetism, but that's not its full power, Neng patiently explained. Positive ions are atoms that lack a few electrons due to external action. When they come into contact with normal particles, they trigger a positive ion polymerization reaction, which means they steal electrons from normal atoms. And those atoms that have had their electrons stolen will become new positive ions, which will continue to steal electrons from other atoms. This polymerization reaction is a chain reaction. Once it starts, it's very difficult to stop. Theoretically, if even one positive ion penetrates our armor, the pipelines will be paralyzed within seconds, and the strong electromagnetic pulse is enough to stun us. That exaggerated? The O'Neill have such technology? Barbarouse, without realizing it, echoed Nixon's exclamation, then asked. Can we block these positive ions after we close our heat dissipation grills? Unfortunately, no. Our sensor lenses and the connecting parts of our armor joints can only block molecular level interference, not atomic level positive ion streams. Energy shields, however, can block positive ion streams, but the Mk3 pattern power armor was not equipped with a shield generator. This point, without Nixon having to spell it out, everyone naturally understood. Looking around, the pressure in the veterans' hearts only increased. A total of 4 positive ion barriers, front, back, left, and right, blocked the boarding team's path. There was also a layer of positive ion barrier on the ceiling surface. The floor beneath them was metal, so no positive ions existed there. But the problem was, below this deck was the ship's exterior. Destroying the floor would undoubtedly be suicide. 5 positive ion barriers formed a secret room made of positive ion barriers. Behind the front, back, left, and right barriers, about 100 meters away from the boarding team, many figures appeared, wearing plastisteel armor and carrying bolter weapons. From the skin color exposed through the armor gaps and the sensor scan results, these armed personnel were all O'Neill. Unlike the rumored image of privateers, the O'Neill before them were well equipped, disciplined, and exuded an aura of efficiency. These were not loosely organized privateers at all, but clearly well-trained armed forces. Such a team, coupled with the positive ion barriers blocking their path, gave the inner circle veterans an ominous premonition. We seem to have stepped into a trap, Nixon said. The O'Neill had a premeditated plan. They deliberately sent a guardsman and an unpowered barge into our star system to lure us into a boarding action, with the aim of trapping us in a positive ion trap. They want to capture us alive. Nixon's analysis made everyone nod slightly, each person having the same thought in their mind. Nixon, can destroying the internal devices in the wall disable the positron barrier? This time, it was the squad leader who spoke. His name was Monrit, a veteran sergeant who had participated in 3 Randon campaigns. As he spoke, he used his goggles to mark his attack targets. A dozen holographic markers appeared in the holographic field of vision of the squad members. The locations of these markers were precisely where the positron barrier met the wall surface, where there was a clear circle of force field lines. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the gold and white positrons were confined within the passage by some kind of force field device, which allowed them to form a flat plane that perfectly blocked the passage. Captain, destroying the force field generator will have 2 outcomes. First, the positron barrier disappears. Second, the positron barrier loses control, and the internal positrons spray out in all directions, inevitably exposing us to them. Nixon shook his gun, gesturing towards the O'Neill. I'm not being an alarmist. Look closely at the equipment of these O'Neill. Aside from communicators, they have no other electronic devices on them, clearly indicating they are tactically prepared for the positron barrier to lose control. We'd best not act rashly. I don't agree with your suggestion, Barbarouse interrupted Nixon, volunteering. If the positron barrier is really as strong as Nixon says, the O'Neill wouldn't be acting like rats. Let me go ahead and scout. Monrit nodded slightly. Go, Barbarouse, we'll cover you. Then I'll begin. Barbarouse flashed out from behind cover, sprinting down the corridor, his footsteps clanging decisively and swiftly, without any hesitation. At the same time, his comrades behind him raised their guns, aimed, and fired, simply standing in the corridor and unleashing their firepower, with no thought of seeking cover. Although their power armor was specifically designed for boarding actions, with a compact structure and simplified materials, its defensive performance still far exceeded the weapons in the hands of the O'Neill, making it impossible for their armor to be penetrated. If the O'Neill exchanged fire with them, only the O'Neill would die. But things did not go as planned. When the first muzzle flash erupted in the corridor, what greeted the boarding squad was not a hail of bullets, but silence. The O'Neill uniformly hid behind cover, using ceramite plating to resist the bolt gun barrage, single-mindedly acting like cowards. Barbarouse interpreted the enemy's actions as cowardice and couldn't help but shout in the internal channel, "Ha! These stinking fish and rotten shrimp don't even dare to show their heads. Watch me charge in and take them out." The next second, Barbarouse crashed head-on into the golden white positron barrier. Under the gaze of the inner circle veterans, Barbarouse's running speed gradually slowed, changing from a sprint to a walk within 3 seconds. Thick black smoke billowed from his cooling grills, and a strong smell of burning permeated the corridor. Clang! Barbarouse staggered, fell to his knees, and kissed the ground with his face, letting out a loud bang. Barbarouse! Barbarouse! Damn it! The positrons destroyed his conduits. Nixon yelled anxiously in the channel. Captain Monrit ordered, drag Barbarouse back with a grappling hook. Nixon, you're responsible for checking Barbarouse's condition and finding a way to deal with the positron barrier. Understood. 2 Space Marines picked up the grappling hook guns from their waists, aimed at Barbarouse's body, and pulled the trigger. Just before the grappling hook landed on Barbarouse, it suddenly bounced off as if it had hit something. This scene made all the inner circle veterans pause. Why did the grappling hook bounce off? Is this some kind of force field device, or a psychic ability? The 2 Space Marines who had fired the grappling hooks looked at each other. They were about to retract the grappling hooks and fire again when they saw several O'Neill leave their cover and walk towards Barbarouse on the ground. These O'Neill slung their firearms behind their backs and extended their hands towards Barbarouse, seemingly intending to lift him to another location. Don't let these scumbags succeed, Monrit roared, being the first to pull the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Gunfire erupted, and a barrage of bolt gun shells whistled through the air. A chilling sight appeared before everyone. The bolt gun warheads were held in place by an invisible force. The warheads spun and vibrated in the air but could not advance an inch, as if embedded in a wall made of air. What's going on? Neng glanced at the energy readings in his holographic display. I haven't detected any psychic signals. Aside from the electromagnetic signal of the positron barrier, there are no other electromagnetic reactions here. Can anyone tell me what's happening? No one answered Neng. Everyone was equally clueless about the situation. However, one veteran seemed to recall something, blurting out, I heard that the O'Neill have very chaotic mating customs, and interspecies relationships are common. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere instantly became somber, and almost everyone subconsciously imagined the O'Neill defiling their own veteran. The Emperor above. What blasphemy! Monrit roared, keep firing. Don't let them take Barb Rouse. Everyone snapped back to attention and pulled their triggers, as did the other inner circle veterans. Bang 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 bang. Heavy bolters roared, and dense warheads swarmed towards the O'Neill like a hive of bees. But the O'Neill carrying Barb Rouse showed no fear, not even glancing at the whistling barrage. They simply worked together to lift Barb Rouse, laboriously carrying this man in Mk3 pattern power armor around the corner ahead. Behind them, hundreds, even thousands, of bolt gun warheads hovered in the air, forming a honeycomb-like plane, enough to trigger an immediate attack in anyone with trypophobia. No. Monrit roared as he walked forward, unable to accept the outcome of his subordinate being captured by Xenos. He approached the positron barrier step by step, but Neng pulled him back forcefully. Captain! Don't go! The volley ceased, and several squad members held back their captain, preventing further casualties. Clink clank! The bolt gun shells suspended in the air fell to the ground, making a crisp sound. The O'Neill had captured a space marine without suffering any losses. On the contrary, the Dark Angels Legion's Inner Circle veterans team had suffered a reduction in numbers and wasted a large amount of ammunition. Monrit's chest heaved violently, his heavy breathing audible in the corridor even through his thick armor. He slowly retreated with anger and coldness, moving away from the positron barrier to discuss countermeasures with his squad. The boarding squad held their guns, watching the O'Neill vigilantly, appearing to make no further moves from the outside. The scene became quiet for a moment, with only the ship's engines humming. Meanwhile, on the bridge, 4 Blood Raven kids jointly carried the Space Marine inside. Lienyo opened his eyes, ending a brief Wadaok simulation. He had been present when the Inner Circle veterans shot at the Blood Raven kids. He had possessed the Blood Raven kid carrying the Space Marine, using fungi ability, brain freeze technique to control Barb Rouse, and then vibration art to hold the bolt gun barrage in place. Strip off his power armor and undersuit, leaving only his underwear. Lienyo's consciousness returned from the Blood Raven kid to Crone, giving orders in the purple-skinned people's language. At his command, the surrounding Blood Raven kids reached out and began to fumble with the Space Marine's body. A portion of the Blood Raven kid's genetic sequence came from Tech Boy. This made them naturally adept with mechanical devices. Just by fumbling with the power armor's shell and seams, they found a way to safely open the armor. The Space Marine was still in a state of being immobilized by the brain freeze technique. From the consumption of the brain freeze technique, it was clear that the Space Marine's willpower far exceeded that of ordinary people. You consumed 100 kilograms of foolish mushroom to cast brain freeze technique on an unnamed Space Marine. Affected by the target's willpower, the duration of brain freeze technique is only 1.3 seconds. 100 kilograms could only control for 1.3 seconds. Fortunately, Lienyo had developed a good habit of always maintaining a stock of common fungi like Lee's vibrating mushrooms, fluorescent spores, and foolish mushroom at over 1 million tons, otherwise, he truly couldn't withstand such consumption. After a series of armor removals, the Space Marine in front of him was left only in his undergarments. The Blood Raven kids moved him to the table and used magnetic restraints to secure his head, torso, and limbs. Hehehe, Lienyo chuckled as he approached, picking up a scalpel and extending his sinful hands towards the Space Marine on the table. Chapter 185. This is the ironclad evidence that the yellow-skinned man is a traitor. Don't get it wrong. Although Lienyo was possessing the Blood Raven kid and disguised as a purple-skinned person, it didn't mean he inherited the purple-skinned people's chaotic views on mate selection. He wasn't a tabletop gamer looking to use the Space Marine in front of him as a life-sized action figure. He had the Blood Raven kid restrain the Space Marine simply to seize the opportunity to obtain the Dark Angel's gene seed. In the narrow sense, gene seed refers to the progenoid gland, which is the 18th gene organ implanted into a Space Marine's body. It collects genetic material from the other 19 gene organs and stores it within the gland. Apothecaries can recover the progenoid gland to obtain gene samples of all gene organs, which are then used to cultivate new recruits. In the broader sense, gene seed refers to the seeds of the gene organs implanted into new recruits during gene modification surgery. These organs develop from gene seed and are not implanted into new recruits in their complete form from the start. The gene seed Lienyo wanted to collect was in the broader sense. This was a rare collection opportunity, and only collecting the progenoid gland would be a bit of a waste. The First Army's gene purity was famously high, their gene seed was the most stable and pure of all armies. Lienyo had always hoped to acquire the Space Marine's gene seed, extract its gene expression vectors, and use them for his scientific research. Now, the opportunity had arrived. The gene expression vectors used by the Dark Angels would definitely boost the gene purity of the Bone Drinker's spores significantly, and perhaps even unlock the Bone Drinker's fungi ability. Lienyo took out his self-made anesthetic from the fungus warehouse and continuously infused it into the Space Marine's body via intravenous drip. The anesthetic and brain freeze technique were applied simultaneously. The former suppressed the Space Marine's pain response, preventing him from breaking free from the brain freeze state due to pain, while the latter ensured the Space Marine remained restrained. As the anesthetic concentration increased, the Space Marine's breathing became long and deep, and his pupil response was incredibly sluggish. Confirming the anesthetic had taken effect, Lienyo took out his surgical tools and began operating. When Barb Rouse was still a mad doctor, he learned many mad doctor witchcraft techniques related to dissection. This knowledge was etched deep in Lienyo's soul like instinct, a slight recollection would bring it to the surface. He precisely controlled the scalpel's trajectory, cutting open the Space Marine's chest, aiming directly for the gene organs within his body. The first two gene organs Lienyo found were the most crucial parts of the Space Marine's entire body, the progenoid gland and the secondary heart. The function of the progenoid gland goes without saying, those who know, know. The secondary heart is also called the maintainer heart. It is the first gene organ implanted into a Space Marine during gene modification surgery, developing from the corresponding gene seed. Cutting open the Space Marine's right chest, and precisely cutting through the black carapace, muscle layer, and ribs with a point-to-point laser cutter, one can see this vibrant gene organ. Below the secondary heart is the location of the progenoid gland, which looks like a dark red octopus. Lienyo put down the scalpel, picked up the gene mechanical claw, aimed at the pulsating crimson object, and pulled the trigger. Sizzle. The needle shot out, current surged, and a small extract was drawn into the gene mechanical claw. Tens of seconds later, the extract turned into a two-layered solution. The upper layer was impurities, and the lower layer was a water-soluble agent containing gene samples. The lower layer of the water-soluble agent also contained biological samples of the gene organ, which were also the materials Lienyo needed. He stored the entire lower layer of water-soluble agent in the fungus warehouse, repeated the sampling operation, obtained a small sample from the progenoid gland, and then picked up the scalpel again, aiming for another part. The second gene organ implanted into the recipient's body is the osidula, implanted within the cranium. Craniotomy was too risky for Lienyo, with a very high mortality rate for the recipient. Therefore, Lienyo skipped the osidula and went directly for the third gene organ. The scalpel aimed at the diaphragm between the chest cavity and abdomen, plunged down, and with a slight force, sliced open, then used the point-to-point laser cutter to cut through the black carapace and muscle layer, bringing the biscopy into view. He still used the gene mechanical claw to collect gene samples. Next were the gene samples of the fourth, fifth, and sixth gene organs. While collecting samples, Lienyo operated on the system interface. He temporarily interrupted the original simulation experiment and initiated a new simulation. You are settling the Warp Energy Monocrystal Preparation Project. This project has been continuously active for 115 teradays, producing a total of 2,760 kilograms of Warp Energy Monocrystal, now stored in the fungus warehouse. You have initiated a new fungi simulation using a sample of the Dark Angels Legion, Deathwing Veteran's secondary heart as the experimental subject. Day 1. You used sterile water and the experimental subject to create a bacterial suspension, obtaining 100 sterile experimental samples without miscellaneous bacteria or contamination, numbered 1 to 100. You used the spread plate method to spread the bacterial suspension onto culture plates, cultivating them using standard nutrient solutions and experimental parameters. Day 2 to Day 1-5. Most samples necrotized due to physiological function loss, only 11 samples survived. White colonies appeared on the surface of these 11 samples. You separated, purified, and inoculated the colonies, creating 11 bacterial suspensions, and performed plating operations, obtaining 11 colony samples that developed and grew on the culture plates. You used a holographic microscope, mass spectrometer, and gene sequencer to obtain metabolites, cell structures, and gene samples of the colony samples. 3 images appeared in Lienyo's field of vision, corresponding to the colony's metabolites, a holographic image of its cell structure, and gene samples, respectively. Due to time constraints, he skipped the step of personal analysis and directly applied appraisal technique and analysis fungus to the images. The results were delightful. He really guessed correctly. The Space Marine's gene seed indeed used yeast as an expression vector. This yeast, after being implanted with gene fragments of gene organs, would grow into gene organs and fix themselves within the Space Marine's body. The good news was that this yeast had excellent gene expression capabilities. The panel showed it could express at least 95% or more of the gene fragments. The bad news was that during growth and development, the gene seed would trigger a very severe immune response. It was this immune response that made gene modification surgery extremely risky, with recipients potentially dying from an overly violent immune reaction. Upon seeing the yeast's detailed panel, Lienyo's gaze slightly condensed, and he roared in his heart. Huang Pitzi, you're seeking your own demise. Name, Chaos Contract Yeast. Type, Chinook Fungus. Gene Purity, affected by Chaos Corruption, gene purity is below 60%. Detailed value will be displayed after obtaining the gene template. Analysis result, Note 1. To create the gene seed Primarches, the Emperor once made a secret pact with the Chaos Demons. There is no concept of time in the warp, future gods will manifest their warp essence in the present moment. The 4 Chaos inimical powers and the undivided Chaos Demons captured 20 warp gods that would emerge from human civilization in the future and handed their warp essence to the Emperor. The Emperor used these 20 warp essences to create the gene seed Primarches. This had 2 benefits. First, no gods would be born in the Imperium of Man, and imperial truth would be upheld. Second, existing chaos demons would not have their living space squeezed by human gods. According to the pact between the two parties, the 20 gene seed primarches would diverge at a certain point in time. Half of them would be claimed by the chaos side, while the rest would remain under the Emperor's control. The chaos contract yeast you see now is the important medium through which the chaos demons helped the Emperor integrate warp entities into reality. Fungi ability, sealing art. Creatures in reality have their true bodies in the reality, but possess projections in the warp. Warp creatures have their true bodies in the warp, but can enter reality through projections. Sealing art can reverse the relationship between a warp creature's true body and projection, sealing its true body in reality while its projection appears in the warp. Unlock requirement, 1 billion skill points. This yeast has not yet been domesticated. Removing chaos corruption and increasing gene purity to over 90% will complete domestication. After domestication, the unlock requirement will drop to 10 million skill points. The domestication process will not alert the chaos demons. Before removing chaos corruption, you can only perform purification operations on this fungus, you cannot use it for other fungi simulation projects. Before completing domestication, please do not forcibly unlock and use the fungi ability, otherwise, severe consequences will ensue. You good for nothing Huang Pitzi. Others only say you and the chaos demons are irreconcilable. I never thought you'd secretly make deals with chaos behind our backs. This yeast is irrefutable proof of your betrayal. You have nothing to say now, do you? Lin Yo muttered to himself, vigorously complaining about Huang Pitzi's inhumanity to the newly acquired yeast. He realized that the Emperor would do anything to achieve his so-called imperial truth. It's estimated that after the webway entrance is completed, the Emperor will be the first to target the Gene Seed Primarches and Space Marines. The fate of the Primarches and Space Marines would be the same as the Thunder Warriors during the Unification Wars of Terra. They would ultimately be unable to escape their doom. Gene Seed Primarches might fare a bit better, the Emperor would not dare to kill them. Primarches have warp entities of human gods within their bodies, and killing them would only cause those warp entities to return to the warp. From this perspective, Space Marines would eventually be slaughtered, while Gene Seed Primarches would be spared death but not punishment, perhaps facing lifelong imprisonment within the webway. Lin Yo temporarily offered no comment on this. His mind was entirely focused on the surgery and simulation. After extracting samples from various gene organs, Lin Yo conducted meticulous examinations of the samples, confirming that the expression vectors of the gene organs were all chaos contract yeast. This made things easier, as long as he removed the chaos corruption from the yeast, he could use this yeast as an expression vector. However, now was not a good time to try. There were still 12 Dark Angels Inner Circle veterans on the lower deck of the ship, he needed to settle them first to prevent them from causing trouble. Lin Yo retrieved medicine from the fungus warehouse to sterilize the Space Marine and stitch his wounds. With a glance at the monitoring screen, Lin Yo struggled to suppress the urge for his mouth to twitch. On the screen, the 12 Inner Circle veterans had made a decision. They had calculated the blasting angle and were preparing to use grenades as explosives to carry out directional blasting on the lower deck's floor. Even though below the floor was the ship's outer armor plating, and they could easily be flung into the warp, they still intended to do so. There was no other way, the positronic barrier blocked all paths forward, backward, left, right, and above. The Inner Circle veterans were short-tempered, they would rather die in battle than be captured alive by Xenos. Instead of waiting for death, it was better to fight back. Seeing the Inner Circle veterans about to disengage the safety pins of their grenades, Lin Yo quickly said to the Blood Raven kid beside him. Bring me the Gretchen's helmet and activate their internal communication channel. Yes, boss. The Blood Raven kid turned to get the helmet, fumbled inside it, found the mechanical button for the sound array device, and pressed it. Beep beep beep. After the communication prompt tone, an angry roar came from the helmet's earpiece. Damn Xeno. Give Barbrowse back. Otherwise, we'll die with your damned ship. Barbrowse? So, this Space Marine, whom he had cut open, was named that. Lin Yo finished stitching the wound, washed his hands, and gestured to the Blood Raven boys to put Barbrowse in his power armor and carry him back. Oh, hey, can you guys calm down for a bit? Lin Yo imitated the O'Neill's tone, using clumsy low Gothic to appease the veterans. Before he could continue speaking, the roaring came again, this time from several loud voices. Damn Xeno. You're finished. You Onals have messed with the wrong opponents, we are not the legal department's weaklings. In the name of the Primarch, we will uproot your home world. Ha, well. It seemed his group's disguise ability was quite good, even the Dark Angels Inner Circle veterans hadn't seen through it. Lin Yo chuckled inwardly, deciding to pin all the blame on the Onals. What are you Dark Angels Legion anyway? You can't even eliminate the Rendon Alliance, and you dare to call yourselves the First Army? You're like water, even when boiled, you're still just scum. A stunned silence fell over the communication channel, the air solidified for a few seconds, followed by explosive rage and barking. You damned Xeno. I'll tear you to pieces. Blow up the floor. Let's die with these Xenos. Blow up my ass. Did I allow you to blow it up? Lin Yo sneered, descending through the rapid descent channel to the lower deck, arriving at the scene of the battle. At this moment, he was wearing the captain's uniform. The high-grade fabric and purple-black checkered pattern immediately showed others that he was the commander of this ship. The moment Lin Yo voluntarily appeared, the Inner Circle veterans all turned their muzzles and pulled their triggers. Bang 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 bang. Heavy bolters spewed furious flames, and bolter rounds flew toward him. Lin Yo stood with his hands behind his back, undaunted, as if he hadn't seen the barrage. The bolter round stopped a dozen meters away from him, unable to advance an inch further. This scene made the Inner Circle veterans make a certain decision. The Space Marine with the Sergeant Veteran's insignia clenched his right fist and swung it downwards. Receiving the order, his team members audaciously detonated their grenades. Ding ding ding, the detonation switches were flipped, making crisp sounds. Linyo aimed at the grenades and activated vibration art. These dangerous explosives successively deviated from their intended detonation points, bouncing away from the Inner Circle veterans and striking the positronic barrier. As they approached the positronic barrier, the barrier disengaged itself, allowing the grenades to pass through, then immediately re-engaged. The fuses inside the grenades burned rapidly. A few seconds later, a thunderous explosion erupted, and dazzling fire and scorching hot air burst forth. However, the scene of a sea of fire spreading through the corridor did not appear. The magma, heat waves, and flames produced by the grenade explosions were all compressed into basketballs by an invisible large hand. The flames surged, collided, and struggled within the sphere, but they never managed to break free from their cage, only burning quietly, like docile sheep. The Inner Circle veterans could not see such a thrilling scene. They had already been immobilized by Linyo using brain freeze technique. Linyo had basically figured out the standard of the Imperium of Man's core combat strength. Simply put, they could easily defeat Xenos and humans without psychic abilities, but when they encountered supernatural powers, they immediately became utterly useless. Perhaps within the Space Marine Legion, only librarians and gene seed primarchs could contend with him. That being said, Linyo did not relax his vigilance. As the acting governor of a nest capital, he was very clear about the Imperium of Man's mindset when facing Xenos. It was either you die or I die. There was absolutely no talk of shaking hands and making peace. What's more, he was currently facing the ruthless and cold-blooded Dark Angels veterans. As Linyo waved his hand, the positronic barrier disengaged, and the Blood Raven boys converged on the shrimps from all directions. Disarming, unarmoring, binding, and escorting all in one smooth motion. When the 13 Inner Circle veterans emerged from their brain freeze state, they were already in a secret room. The secret room was silent, illuminated by a dim ion lamp. Under the cool blue light, the Inner Circle veterans were firmly bound to metal plates. They were only wearing underwear, with no weapons or protective gear available to them. Their consciousness was in a hazy state. They could not speak, could not converse, could not move, and could only passively endure wave after wave of dizziness. They knew they had been confined by Xenos, but they had no way to resist this situation. This humiliation filled their hearts with boundless rage. But no matter how they struggled, they could not escape the weakness within their bodies. This was normal. To control these veterans, the Blood Raven boys were constantly administering anesthetic to them. Doses 100 times that of ordinary people entered their spines directly through nanoneedles, fusing with their central nervous system. As long as Linyo wished, it was not impossible to trap this group of Inner Circle veterans on the ship forever. Of course, he didn't plan to do that. To urge the Imperium of Man to quickly deal with the Onals and the Rendan Alliance, he needed to stir up the emotions of the Imperium of Man. These 13 veterans would become excellent tools. He. You must keep a close eye on the shrimps, understand? You must not let them break free. Before logging off, Linyo repeatedly instructed his deputy on the bridge. The Blood Raven kid thumped his chest, guaranteeing to complete the mission. Linyo confirmed everything was in order before ending this chaotic simulation. Closing and opening his eyes, his vision switched from the guardsman's bridge to the Wangting district. Linyo immediately sat up, quickly completed his washing and breakfast, and then rushed into his private laboratory without stopping. Removing the chaos corruption from the chaos contract yeast was related to improving the genetic purity of the bone drinkers, so it could not be neglected and had to be attempted as soon as possible. So, what exactly was chaos corruption? On the panel describing the warp energy monocrystal, the system once mentioned this sentence. Ancient crystal fungus removes the negative emotions from warp energy through metabolism, crystallizing it to form warp energy monocrystals. Based on this, Linyo felt that the so-called chaos corruption was actually a kind of negative emotion, or rather, mental pollution, inflicted by chaos demons. Since ancient crystal fungus could remove negative emotions, could he use this fungus to purify chaos contract yeast? He would know by trying. System, using chaos contract yeast as the experimental subject, use it and 60% retromutated ancient crystal fungus to create a fungal suspension. Prepare culture plates and experimental samples using the pour plate method. Other experimental parameters can follow conventional protocols. Linyo selected 2 types of fungi from the fungus warehouse and initiated the fungal simulation. Lines of system text refreshed in his vision. Linyo quietly awaited the experimental results.